In the Yin Kingdom. Z City University. A young handsome man in a well-tailored suit collapsed at the entrance of the teaching building. Beside him a girl in bold fashionable attire panic-stricken desperately cried for help from passers-by. Someone help my appa. My appa has fainted, please save him. The girl cried out anxiously, refusing to stop. The man lying on the ground was Jing Tian, the only son of Jing Hong, the wealthiest magnate in Z City. If anything happened to Jing Tian, she would certainly die a miserable death. Just as the girl was hesitating whether to take her whole family and flee the country, the unconscious, suited man Jing Tian abruptly stood up. Where is this? Jing Tian was stunned by the unfamiliar surroundings. He clearly remembered lying in bed reading a novel on tomato novel, laughing joyfully, when the next second, he found himself on the floor of the teaching building lobby. What on earth had happened? As Jing Tian was wondering, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, host, on transmigrating to the Doomsday game world. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, host, on awakening the life resume system. This is a system. I've transmigrated and awakened a system. Life resume system. That doesn't sound bad. Jing Tian was delighted to hear the system notifications. He never imagined that one day he too could transmigrate and become the protagonist of a power fantasy, living a life of face-slapping satisfaction. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, host, on awakening the great villain system. By competing for the protagonist's fortune, you can obtain random acquired talents. Ding, system notification. Acquired talents can be used by the host personally or assigned to others. Acquired talents may be good or bad, so the host must choose carefully. Ding, system notification. The Doomsday game will begin in 3 minutes. Host, please prepare. What the heck? I'm the villain. Jing Tian was stunned by the system's words. In novels, villains either died a light death at best, or had their entire clan exterminated at worst. Jing Tian had initially thought that after transmigrating, he would have a dragon and phoenix power fantasy, winning all the way. Who knew it would actually be such a trap? System, can I discuss something with you? Can you pretend I never came and send me back? Jing Tian wanted to escape, but the system never replied. It won't work, huh? Seeing that the system did not reply, Jing Tian felt a little disappointed. It seemed his system was not the personified kind. System, view my life resume. Ding, system notification. Viewing successful. The host's life resume is as follows. Name, Jing Tian. Gender, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Identity, one of the 3 young masters of Yin Kingdom, chairman of the Hongwu Group, the leading corporation in Z City, and the only son of Jing Hong. Level 1. Experience 0-100. Reputation 0. Gold coins 0. Strength 9. Normal human attributes range from 1 to 10. The higher the attribute, the greater the physical power, the higher the physical attack, and the higher the physical skill bonus. Spirit 9. Normal human attributes range from 1 to 10. The higher the attribute, the faster the reaction, the shorter the skill cooldown time, and the faster the skill release speed. Constitution 6. Normal human attributes range from 1 to 10. The higher the attribute, the higher the vitality, stamina, defense, and endurance. Skills none. Innate talents, great villain, destined to be hated by the protagonist's group and to be an enemy of the protagonist for life. Rich, second generation, extraordinary background, vast wealth. Acquired talent, bad boy, handsome, with a hint of roguish charm. All his subtle, mischievous little moves will double the affection of the opposite sex toward him. So I really am a villain. Still, the rich second generation background isn't bad. Jing Tian was pleased with the panel. Before he could continue inspecting his attributes, a soft body threw itself onto him. Appa, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried. The girl hugged Jing Tian, tears suddenly streaming down her face, crying with a pitiful, delicate look. And you are? Jing Tian felt a jolt of surprise at the sight of the girl before him. He had no idea who she was. Just as he was about to ask her name, a surge of memories that did not belong to him exploded in his mind. After a moment, Jing Tian finally understood everything about himself in this world. The girl before him was called Su Qianqian, and she was his 108th girlfriend. Of course, these girls followed him for a simple reason. He was tall, rich, and handsome with money and power. Damn, 108th. Am I reenacting the heroes of Liangshan? Jing Tian, now aware of the original Jing Tian's memories, was speechless. System, view Su Qianqian's life resume. Jing Tian called the system again. If Su Qianqian was useful, he would keep her by his side. If Su Qianqian was useless, he would get rid of her without hesitation. This was the beauty of the life resume system. Being able to see at a glance whether a person was useful or not. Ding, system notification. Viewing successful. Su Qianqian's life resume is as follows. Name, Su Qianqian. Gender, female. Height, 165 centimeters. Identity, one of the top 10 campus beauties of Z City University, discovered by a talent scout and idol trainee in a girl group. Level 1. Experience 0-100. Reputation 0. Gold coins 0. Strength 5. Normal human attributes range from 1 to 10. The higher the attribute, the greater the physical power, the higher the physical attack, and the higher the physical skill bonus. Spirit 7. Normal human attributes range from 1 to 10. The higher the attribute, the faster the reaction, the shorter the skill cooldown time, and the faster the skill release speed. Constitution 5. Normal human attributes range from 1 to 10. The higher the attribute, the higher the vitality, stamina, defense, and endurance. Skills none. Innate talents unlucky 1, plagued by bad luck, reducing the luck of the closest teammate by 10%. Machine Heart Engine possesses the fortune to trigger various mechanisms, usually unharmed herself, but her closest teammates always get caught in the crossfire. Acquired talent Green Tea Bitch, a fickle and flirtatious demeanor that attracts the opposite sex, but repels the same sex. Vase nothing but a pretty face, no combat ability, destined never to awaken a useful skill. What the hell? Jing Tian was stunned by Su Qianqian's horrifying life resume. No wonder the great villain was so unlucky. With a disaster magnet like her around, it was impossible not to be dragged down. You get lost. Get as far away as possible. Jing Tian told Su Qianqian to leave. Su Qianqian was stunned and fear rose in her heart. Has Jing Tian discovered that I used to have sugar daddies? Then I'm doomed. Su Qianqian had thought she could ride a wave of fortune and rise from poverty. Who knew her past would finally catch up with her? Su Qianqian left in defeat, too burdened by guilt to argue with Jing Tian. Jing Tian found it strange that Su Qianqian left just because he told her to. Logically, she should have asked why, but she just ran off. What was going on? Just as Jing Tian was puzzling over it, the system notification sounded again. Ding, system notification. The Doomsday game will begin in 1 minute. Host, please prepare. Ding, system notification. The great villain quest has been issued. The child of destiny Yi Fan is about to meet the campus heroine Lung Yuyan. If you hinder their meeting and acquaintance, you can reduce the protagonist Yi Fan's fortune and obtain an acquired talent reward. Blocking the meeting between the child of fortune Yi Fan and the heroine Lung Yuyan. Jing Tian heard the system prompt. He quickly looked around, searching for Yi Fan and Lung Yuyan. After acquiring the original Jing Tian's memories, he recognized both of them. They were classmates in the same freshman class. Yi Fan was the kind of transparent person who usually drew little attention, rarely speaking to others. In Jing Tian's memory, aside from appearing a few times, there was no other information about him. Lung Yuyan was vastly different from Yi Fan. She was widely recognized as the most beautiful campus belle of Z City University. As a freshman, she had already topped the list of the top 10 beauties. However, unlike other campus belles, her style was mature, cool, and with a hint of heroic spirit between her brows. The original Jing Tian's next target was Lung Yuyan. This was the beginning of the conflict between the original Jing Tian and the child of fortune Yi Fan, because the heroine was destined to be with the child of fortune. The original Jing Tian, as someone who wanted to intrude into the child of fortune's harem, was doomed to be eliminated. Only 1 minute remained. Jing Tian must, before the arrival of the Doomsday game, prevent the child of fortune Yi Fan from meeting the heroine Lung Yuyan. Otherwise, if the two teamed up to face the Doomsday game, their feelings would only continue to heat up. By then, Jing Tian would have to face not only the child of fortune Yi Fan, but also the child of fortune Lung Yuyan. A truly disastrous start. Sorry. Just as Jing Tian was searching for Lung Yuyan, a voice of apology came from not far away. Jing Tian looked toward the sound. It was Lung Yuyan and Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan was apologizing to Lung Yuyan. He was looking down at his phone and accidentally bumped into her, causing the books she was holding to scatter all over the floor. It's okay. Lung Yuyan, seeing the person who bumped into her, apologized, crouched down to pick up her books. It was my fault. Let me help you pick up the books. Yi Fan, upon hearing this, crouched down and reached out to help Lung Yuyan pick up the books, intentionally or unintentionally moving his hand closer to hers. Jing Tian, watching this dangerous scene from the side, ignored all else and quickly walked toward Lung Yuyan. He had to take Lung Yuyan away. If Lung Yuyan's hand touched Yi Fan's hand, and she looked up and made eye contact with him, that would be a disastrous start for Jing Tian. Before she could react, Lung Yuyan, who was picking up books a second ago, was suddenly covered by Jing Tian's hand over her mouth and forcibly dragged away. Lung Yuyan instinctively wanted to resist, but her strength was no match for Jing Tian's. She could only be dragged away by him. Yi Fan, seeing someone kidnapping a person in broad daylight in the teaching building lobby, clenched his fists and rushed to stop Jing Tian. But what he didn't expect was, while dragging Lung Yuyan, Jing Tian suddenly took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and threw them into the air, shouting, "Club activity. Whoever grabs it, it's theirs. The one who gets the most will also win a Lamborghini as a prize." The sky was filled with flying banknotes. Under normal circumstances, people would not pick up money for the sake of dignity, but hearing that it was a club activity and that whoever picked it up could keep it, they immediately scrambled for it. Especially when Jing Tian said that the person who picked up the most would win a Lamborghini, the crowd instantly went into a frenzy. If someone else said it, it might be a joke. But Jing Tian was different. He was the richest second generation in Z City and even in the entire Yen Kingdom. He would never lie to them just for a car. Bastards, are they all crazy? Yi Fan tried to push through the crowd to stop Jing Tian, but the crowd only thought he was coming to grab money and gave him no chance at all. In the teaching building, room 2 to 3A, second floor, building B. After dragging Lung Yuyan into the classroom, Jing Tian let go of his hand. Lung Yuyan gasped for breath, her eyes blazing with anger as she looked at Jing Tian. "Jing Tian, what exactly are you trying to do?" "I am a reborn person," Jing Tian said seriously to Lung Yuyan. "Yuyan, I am a reborn person. The Doomsday game will begin in 1 minute. In my previous life, I failed to protect you. This time I must protect you. Reborn." Jing Tian, what are you talking about? Lung Yuyan looked at him in confusion, unable to understand what he was saying. I am a reborn person, Yuyan. In the future, you and I will walk hand in hand through life. You are my future girlfriend. Unfortunately, I failed to protect you in my previous life. In this life, I will never let you be hurt again. As Jing Tian spoke while Lung Yuyan was still in a daze, he suddenly hugged her. What's wrong with this guy? Lung Yuyan found everything Jing Tian said, Rebirth Doomsday game, her being his girlfriend, utterly inexplicable. Just as she was about to push Jing Tian away, a deep reminder suddenly sounded in her mind. The first round of the Doomsday game begins. The world is now entering the zombie era. Everyone in this world is a player in this Doomsday game. Life only has one chance. Players strive to survive. What is this? Lung Yuyan was startled by the deep reminder. The voice had sounded directly in her mind. Jing Tian could not possibly interfere with it. That is to say, everything Jing Tian said before was true. Thinking of this, Lung Yuyan's look toward Jing Tian became complicated. The Doomsday game has begun. It's a zombie apocalypse. Yuyan, wait for me. I will first close the classroom door. There should be zombies outside. Now that the zombie apocalypse has just started, there are many people and chaos. Our best choice is to hide here for now. Jing Tian analyzed while closing the back door. When he locked the back door and was about to close the front door, he found that Lung Yuyan had already closed it. Jing Tian, I don't know how much of what you said is true or false, but I am glad that you thought to come and save me. Lung Yuyan said with a smile. Even if I were reborn again, I would still come to save you. Jing Tian replied seriously. At that moment, he looked exceptionally handsome. Lung Yuyan looked at Jing Tian momentarily stunned. She never expected that a super playboy like Jing Tian could have such a contrasting side. Is everything he said true? Lung Yuyan began to believe Jing Tian's words in her heart, because everything Jing Tian had done so far from beginning to end had been to protect her. Jing Tian had even revealed his identity as a reborn person to her. That must have taken a lot of trust to tell her without hesitation. Lung Yuyan's heart wavered. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, system reminder. Since the host has exceeded the completion of this grand villain mission, the reward will be doubled. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a random acquired talent lottery draw X2. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a basic all attribute increase of 2 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for reducing the Child of Fortune E-Fan's luck value by 2 points. The host can use the reduced luck value to purchase items in the Grand Villain Luck Shop. Ding, system reminder. Does the host wish to open the Grand Villain Luck Shop? System notification sounds rang successively in Jing Tian's mind. Upon hearing this, Jing Tian nodded and chose to open the Villain Aura store. Ding, system notification. The Villain Aura store has been opened. The products are as follows. Products. Anti-zombie infection vaccine. After use, the user's zombie infection value will stop and never increase. Even if bitten by a zombie, one will not become infected. Price 1 aura point per shot. Red tassel spear. The spearhead can control flames extraordinarily sharp. When paired with fire type skills, it performs even better. Price 0. 5 aura points each. Blue fire Gatling gun comes with 1000 bullets, firing rate of 1000 rounds per minute. Even intermediate zombies cannot withstand it. Price 0. 5 aura points each. Meteor Iron Tang sword, extremely sharp, can freely switch attack attributes based on the user's attributes. A versatile divine weapon. Price 1 aura point each. This is absolutely ridiculous. They've even brought out a blue fire Gatling gun. Jing Tian gazed at the items in the Villain Aura store and swallowed hard. If only he had more than just 2 aura points, he would have bought everything to try. System purchased 2 shots of the anti-zombie infection vaccine. After much deliberation, Jing Tian decided that survival was paramount. Lung Yuyan, the destined female lead, was now by his side. As long as he stayed alive, more aura points would come eventually. Ding, system notification. 2 aura points have been deducted from the host. Congratulations on successfully purchasing 2 anti-zombie infection vaccines. The system notification had barely ended when 2 vaccines appeared in Jing Tian's hand. Staring at the vaccines in his grip, he steeled himself. Sometimes one must give to receive. He took 1 shot and walked over to Lung Yuyan. Yuyan, this is the anti-zombie infection vaccine. After using it, you become immune to zombie infection. I only have 2 shots total. Hurry and inject yourself with it. After speaking, Jing Tian handed one of the vaccines to Lung Yuyan. Stunned, Lung Yuyan stared at the vaccine Jing Tian offered her. The apocalypse game had just begun. Yet Jing Tian already possessed a vaccine against zombie infection. Wasn't this definitive proof that he was a reborn one? There are only 2 shots of the vaccine, and Jing Tian is actually willing to give me 1. At this moment, Lung Yuyan was completely moved by Jing Tian. For Jing Tian to give her one of his only 2 shots of vaccine proved that she was more important to him than anyone else. And this was only their first interaction today. Given this, it would be strange if Jing Tian was not a reborn one. Deep in her heart, Lung Yuyan believed in Jing Tian's identity as a reborn one, and her favorability toward him reached an unprecedented peak. Ding, system notification. The destined female lead. Lung Yuyan's favorability toward the host has exceeded 90%. Congratulations, host. 20 aura points have been deducted from the destined one Yi fan. What? 20 points. Jing Tian couldn't believe the system notification. He never expected that a combination of sweet talk and deception would allow him to completely win over the destined female lead. Jing Tian's heart surged with excitement. Just as he was about to open the villain aura store again to purchase more items, a violent crashing sound echoed through the classroom where he and Lung Yuyan were. Along with the rattling door, a pungent smell of blood drifted in from the doorway. It's zombies. The moment Jing Tian caught the scent of blood, he instantly knew what was pounding on the door. Judging by the force of the zombies' impacts, the classroom door would be broken through sooner or later. Therefore, he had to prepare his defenses in advance. System check Lung Yuyan's life profile. Jing Tian called upon the system to check Lung Yuyan's life profile so he could purchase an appropriate weapon for her based on her background. Ding system notification. Check successful. Lung Yuyan's life profile is as follows. Name Lung Yuyan. Gender female. Height 168 centimeters. Identity top among the 10 beauties of Z City University, heir of a hidden aristocratic family. Level 1. Experience 0-100. Reputation 0. Gold coins 0. Strength 15. Normal human attribute ranges from 1 to 10. Higher attributes mean greater physical strength, higher physical attack power, and greater physical skill bonus. Spirit 18. Normal human attribute ranges from 1 to 10. Higher attributes mean faster reflexes, shorter skill cooldowns, and faster skill casting. Constitution 20. Normal human attribute ranges from 1 to 10. Higher attributes mean greater vitality, stamina, defense, and endurance. Zombie infection level 2100. Growth has ceased. Skills heavenly mysterious cold. Current passive skill can surround the body with chilling aura. Mysterious ice palm active skill condensing mysterious ice in the palm. One strike injects cold poison into the body, killing silently. Innate talent destined female lead possessing the rarest cultivation constitution, the celestial cold body. Naturally endowed with superior base attributes compared to ordinary people. Acquired talents immortal beauty skin like jade face rivaling heavenly maiden's resistance to aging. Ice beauty dislikes conversing with strangers, but is very enthusiastic with familiar people. Chastity will love only one person in a lifetime, never betray, would rather die than be unfaithful. Protective will stand by her beloved even when they are wrong, persuading them to correct their mistakes afterward. So Lung Yuyan is actually from a hidden aristocratic family. After viewing Lung Yuyan's life profile, Jing Tian finally understood why she was the female lead. Simply based on this profile alone, she was already the standard setup for a female lead. Fortunately, there were plenty of people around before, otherwise if Lung Yuyan went all out, I'm not sure I could have one. Jing Tian mused to himself, then purchased a meteor iron tang sword from the villain aura store for Lung Yuyan. He handed the sword to the newly injected Lung Yuyan and said, Yuyan, this weapon allows you to better release your cold aura. We should be in for a fierce battle later. Remember to protect yourself. Lung Yuyan accepted the meteor iron tang sword from Jing Tian, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at him. When Jing Tian said the weapon could help her better utilize her cold aura, it proved that Jing Tian knew about her hidden aristocratic family identity. Ever since she could remember, she had never told anyone about this. For Jing Tian to know could only mean one thing. His identity as a reborn one was undoubtedly confirmed. In other words, the fact that they were supposed to be a couple. That part was also real. With no more concerns about exposing her identity, Lung Yuyan gripped the meteor iron tang sword. Waves of chilling aura released from her palm, covering the blade's edge. She looked just like a supreme master from a wuxia film. Impressive, she's indeed from a hidden aristocratic family. Jing Tian commented, shaking his wrist. Looks like I need to get serious too. With that, Jing Tian pulled out a Gatling gun. Upon seeing this, Lung Yuyan beside him was stunned. The previous tang sword and medicine could be explained as items Jing Tian had hidden on his body. But this Gatling gun was different. There was no way Jing Tian could have concealed such a massive weapon on his person. Jing Tian, where did you pull that from? Lung Yuyan asked in astonishment. Yuyan, I'm a reborn one with the system. These weapons are extracted from the system. That tang sword of yours is the same. Jing Tian had no intention of hiding the system from Lung Yuyan. Given her chastity and protective talents, being frank with her would actually be better. System. So that's how it is. I was wondering. But Jing Tian, you can't just casually pull out weapons like this in front of others, or it'll raise suspicion. We still need to be cautious even in this apocalypse. That goes without saying. It's only when I'm with you that I'm this relaxed because I trust you. After speaking, Jing Tian gazed sincerely at Lung Yuyan. Upon seeing this, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red. She never expected Jing Tian to be completely honest with her. Not even a secret as earth-shattering as the system was something he would share with a second person. Yet he told her, Jing Tian, thank you for trusting me. I swear I will never tell anyone about this. Yuyan, I trust you. In the world before my rebirth, you never once betrayed me. In just a few short exchanges, the intimacy between Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan skyrocketed to its peak, just as they wanted to say more. The zombies pounding on the classroom door grew increasingly violent. Jing Tian looked at Lung Yuyan and said, Yuyan, those zombies are about to break through any moment now. I'll defend the back door. As for the front door. Before Jing Tian could finish saying front door, Lung Yuyan smiled and replied, the front door is mine to handle. Bang. The door of classroom 203 building B was violently forced open by zombies. The instant it burst open, the zombies, reeking of a nauseating stench, greedily fixed their eyes on Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Their eyes brimmed with savage cruelty. Their hands twisted in bizarre, unnatural motions. The craving to devour and rend the prey before them was laid completely bare. Roar! After a sharp shriek, the zombies charged in a swarm. But before they could reach Jing Tian, a storm of bullets, so dense that it was finer than a fishing net, blanketed them completely. The desks and chairs in the classroom, together with the zombies charging in, were instantly blasted into a honeycomb. In less than 2 seconds, the dozen-plus zombies that had rushed in through the back door were wiped out. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. All base attributes 1. Current host level 2. The system notification had just ended. Jing Tian immediately felt his whole body strengthened. Strength, spirit, and physique all surged noticeably. The most obvious change was his eyesight. The increase in clarity was visible to the naked eye. Jing Tian, your speed seems to be much faster than mine. After clearing the zombies at the front door, Lung Yuyan walked up to Jing Tian and said, looking at the zombies, that the Gatling gun had torn into a honeycomb. I was just taking advantage of my weapon, Jing Tian replied with a smile. That's still impressive. At least you aren't afraid, and you didn't leave me behind to flee. Lung Yuyan said, reaching out and clenching her fist in the air. Jing Tian, I feel as if my strength has increased a little. Do you feel the same? Yes. It's the attribute reward for killing zombies. Since this Doomsday game is called a game, monsters exist for leveling. We killed zombies just now, so of course we leveled up. Jing Tian answered with his analysis. You really are someone reborn. You know so much, Lung Yuyan said with a smile. Just then she was about to ask Jing Tian about the story between them before his rebirth. A figure appeared at the classroom door holding a baseball bat. It was none other than Yi Fan, the child of destiny. Jing Tian, you animal. What did you do to Lung Yuyan just now? Yi Fan raised his baseball bat and pointed it at Jing Tian, demanding, what I do is none of your business. Jing Tian said coolly, seeing the child of destiny rushing over. In broad daylight, you try to abduct a girl. Jing Tian, don't think your rich kid status lets you get away with anything. Lung Yuyan, come here. I'm here, I'll protect you. Yi Fan called for Lung Yuyan to move behind him, but to his surprise, she ignored him entirely. What's wrong, Lung Yuyan? Is Jing Tian threatening you? Now that the Doomsday game has begun, his rich kid status can no longer be used to throw his weight around. You don't have to worry about those threats. Yi Fan stared at Lung Yuyan, unable to understand why she was ignoring him. According to his system notification, Lung Yuyan was a daughter of destiny, and teaming up with her was the crucial first step toward his path of invincibility. But why would Lung Yuyan, a daughter of destiny, completely ignore him? What on earth was going on? Yi Fan couldn't comprehend it. Looking at Lung Yuyan, he even felt a sense of betrayal. In his eyes, Lung Yuyan, as the daughter of destiny, ought to have fully supported him, the child of destiny. Yi Fan. Lung Yuyan looked at this classmate who was usually unremarkable and replied with displeasure, Yi Fan, we aren't that close, are we? And what has it got to do with you? What happens between me and Jing Tian? Lung Yuyan's acquired trait, Mama Bear, was triggered. Once she recognized Jing Tian as one of her own, Yi Fan's hostility toward Jing Tian was the same as hostility toward her. Thus the favorability she had never really held for Yi Fan sank even lower. Yi Fan was choked by Lung Yuyan's cold words. We aren't that close, are we? The retort left him utterly speechless. Indeed, he and Lung Yuyan had never had any connection. The one time they had the chance to get close enough to know each other, Jing Tian had forced his way in and ruined it. Right. We really aren't that close. But Jing Tian is a villain who wanted to abduct you in broad daylight. Are you really close to him? By all rights, compared to that bastard, shouldn't you choose to stand with me? Yi Fan voiced, every bit of resentment churning inside him. Lung Yuyan's cold indifference drove him completely past reason. All he wanted was to ask why. Jing Tian is my boyfriend. Is there any problem with me standing with him? There was a touch of ice in Lung Yuyan's voice. Yi Fan's bizarre behavior, one thing after another, made her extremely displeased. She clearly didn't know Yi Fan at all, yet he acted as if she already belonged to him. What? Jing Tian is your boyfriend? Yi Fan was shocked by Lung Yuyan's words. The system had earlier prompted him that Lung Yuyan was a daughter of destiny. Beneath her icy appearance hid a fiery heart, making her the perfect candidate for his girlfriend. Moreover, her combat power had always been at the apex of her generation, and she could protect him. He had to find a way to win her over as soon as possible. But now Lung Yuyan said Jing Tian was her boyfriend. Was the system telling him to steal another man's woman? Had Jing Tian's forceful abduction of Lung Yuyan earlier just been playful banter between lovers? Yi Fan was completely crushed. Seeing the deflated child of destiny, Jing Tian was delighted. Honestly, he hadn't expected Lung Yuyan to directly claim he was her boyfriend. This mama bear side of hers was too endearing. Yi Fan, enough of this nonsense. You're not welcome here. Don't make me throw you out. Jing Tian warned the deflated Yi Fan. Yi Fan burned with anger at the words. He was a child of destiny. Those who followed him prospered, and those who opposed him perished. Since Jing Tian dared to speak to him like this, he would make Jing Tian pay one day. Jing Tian, the Doomsday game has already begun. Your rich kid status means nothing to me. I'm not afraid. And I'm going to stay right here. What are you going to do about it? This classroom isn't yours anyway. Yi Fan refused to leave. He had to remain by Lung Yuyan's side. Even knowing that Lung Yuyan was Jing Tian's girlfriend, he would find a way to get Yuyan for himself. First of all, let me tell you, this classroom really is mine. Z City University was funded by my family, and even the floor tiles you're standing on were bought by my family. Second, if you're not afraid of my rich kid status, are you afraid of the Gatling gun in my hand? Jing Tian squeezed the trigger as he spoke. The barrels of the Gatling gun in his hands began to spin at once. If he applied just a little more pressure, Yi Fan would be riddled into a honeycomb by bullets. Gatling gun. Only after hearing those words did Yi Fan realize Jing Tian was holding a Gatling gun. He had been staring at Lung Yuyan the whole time and hadn't noticed such a terrifying weapon in Jing Tian's hands. Compared with Jing Tian's Gatling gun, the baseball bat in his hand looked utterly weak and insignificant. Where did you get a Gatling gun? Yi Fan asked in astonishment. But Jing Tian ignored him completely. He merely squeezed the trigger and sprayed bullets across the wall beside Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan turned pale and fled in panic. Jing Tian, don't get cocky. I'll make you regret this. Yi Fan's voice disappeared along with his figure. At the same time, a low notification resounded within the minds of Yi Fan, Jing Tian, and Lung Yuyan. Doomsday game notification. Attention, all survivors of Z City University. The first evolved intermediate zombie has appeared in the teaching building. Slay it to receive a special reward gift pack. The Doomsday game issued a mission to all survivors at Z City University. Yi Fan, who had just fled the classroom in a panic, curled the corners of his mouth when he heard the Doomsday game alert. In the world of the Doomsday game, the strong are revered. Even though Jing Tian had temporarily snatched away Lung Yuyan, the fate-chosen girl, as long as he seized the time to grow stronger, everything he had lost would sooner or later be reclaimed. Jing Tian, you will regret making an enemy of me. Yi Fan's fists were clenched tightly. Just then a system alert sounded in his mind. Ding. System alert, the intermediate zombie near the teaching building will not die even if shot in the head. You must hit its heart to kill it. It looks like there's going to be a good show. Yi Fan listened to the system alert and narrowed his eyes. This was his unique alert system. In this Doomsday game world, information was the most precious resource, and since Jing Tian and his group did not have it, they were destined to die. Lung Yuyan, you'll understand in the end. The only one who can walk to the end with you is me. Yi Fan thought silently. Meanwhile, a system alert sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding. The great villain system alerts you, the child of destiny. Yi Fan has received a system alert. An intermediate zombie has appeared near the teaching building, and its weakness is its heart. Host, please kill the intermediate zombie before Yi Fan does. Completing the mission will grant you a base attribute boost and 1 random acquired talent lottery draw. So Yi Fan's is an alert type system. System view, Yi Fan's life profile. Knowing himself and his enemy would bring victory in every battle. Jing Tian mused as he listened to the system alert in his mind. Ding. System alert retrieval successful. Yi Fan's life profile is as follows. Name Yi Fan. Gender male. Height 175 centimeters. Identity ordinary citizen, orphan. Level 2. EXP 150,500. Reputation 0. Gold coins 0. Strength 15. Normal human attributes range from 1 to 10. The higher the attribute, the greater one's physical strength, the higher the physical attack, and the greater the physical skill bonus. Spirit 15. Normal human attributes range from 1 to 10. The higher the attribute, the faster the reaction, the shorter skill cooldowns, and the faster skill casting speed. Constitution 15. Normal human attributes range from 1 to 10. The higher the attribute, the higher one's vitality, stamina, defense, and endurance. Zombie infection level 1100. Skills none. Innate talent none. Acquired talent transmigrator. A blue star transmigrator who crossed over 3 minutes before the Doomsday game descended. Child of Destiny possesses an alert system. Selfish and self-centered, believes every good thing belongs to him, cannot stand others taking it away, and feels no guilt. Notes the Child of Destiny. Yi Fan has already received the transmigrated newbie gift pack. All physical attributes 5 and a baseball bat. Yi Fan is also a transmigrator. And just like me, he transmigrated 3 minutes before the Doomsday game world descended. So when he bumped into Lung Yuyan, he had already transmigrated, hadn't he? In other words, he approached Lung Yuyan deliberately. It wasn't a coincidence. No wonder. I was wondering why he'd been so aggressive before, acting as if Lung Yuyan belonged to him, when the two of them clearly weren't close at all. Jing Tian realized the problem and looked at Lung Yuyan beside him. At that moment, after hearing the Doomsday game alert in her mind, Lung Yuyan was also looking back at Jing Tian. Yuyan, did you hear the Doomsday game alert? Jing Tian asked. I did. It said an intermediate zombie appeared in our teaching building and told us to hunt it down. Killing it would bring rewards. Lung Yuyan kept nothing back and told Jing Tian everything she knew. After hearing this, Jing Tian relayed what he had learned from his system to Lung Yuyan. Yuyan, this intermediate zombie is different from other zombies. It can only be killed by striking its heart. Moreover, as an intermediate zombie, its speed, strength, and intelligence far exceed those of low-level zombies. If we go looking for it recklessly, we may fall into its ambush instead. In my opinion, we can first go to the rooftop and observe. Once we confirm the intermediate zombie's position, we'll strike. I have a Gatling gun. I can act the moment we spot it. What do you think? Jing Tian told Lung Yuyan the safest plan. Lung Yuyan nodded. The enemy was in the dark and she was in the light. If they took rash action and went looking for the intermediate zombie on their own first, they could easily be ambushed by it second if they could not kill it quickly once the other low-level zombies swarmed, and they would be doomed without a doubt. Therefore, Jing Tian's plan was the safest option for now. They decided to do it at once. After coming up with a countermeasure, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin walked out of the classroom. One in front of the other, the two carefully made their way up the staircase toward the rooftop. Although quite a few zombies attacked them along the way, the two easily killed them with the weapons in their hands. 5 minutes later, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin finally reached the rooftop. At that moment, their levels had risen once again, reaching LV3. Jing Tian, I think I've gotten stronger again, Lung Yuyin said happily as she felt her strengthened body. Me too. Jing Tian nodded. Just then a series of miserable shrieks suddenly rang out from below the teaching building. Hearing the noise, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin hurried to the rooftop railing and looked down. On the second floor of the teaching building, more than 20 survivors were being surrounded by zombies from both front and back. With only stools as weapons, facing such a swarm of zombies, they could only wait for death and despair. Help! It's all your fault. You killed a few zombies in the classroom, got cocky, and wanted to find some intermediate zombie. Now look, we're doomed. Shut up. What's the use of saying that now? When we were about to come out, you didn't object. Don't act so righteous now. Everyone stop arguing. The more noise we make, the more zombies we'll attract. What matters most now is to deal with the zombies in front of us, and then get back to the classroom. Deal with them. How? These zombies outnumber us altogether. All we have are stools. How can we possibly win? Damn it. Someone jumped straight down from the second floor. Traitorous bastards. We're holding off the zombies at the front, but they're only thinking about saving themselves. Don't jump. According to the Doomsday game alert, these are all the lowest level zombies. Their strength and speed aren't much greater than ours. With stools, as long as we defend properly and smash them one by one, we still have a chance to survive. Why are they still jumping? Can't you all just unite? Even if you go over the second floor railing, you'll break your legs and still won't escape. Damn it. Facing the zombies' encirclement, the survivors barely held out for a minute before the zombies broke through their line and routed them completely. They actually had the strength to fight the zombies, but unfortunately their hearts weren't united. Lung Yuyin sighed as she watched the survivors' miserable plight. The greatest taboo in a team is disunity. If people are not of one mind, even 100 people will not be more powerful than 10 people who trust one another. Everyone was afraid of death, everyone wanted to run. Yet in the end, not one of them escaped. Jing Tian watched the clever ones who had jumped from the second floor also being devoured by the zombies swarming in from the first floor, and shook his head with a sigh. Just then Jing Tian suddenly noticed a familiar figure not far from the group of survivors attacked on the second floor, rushing toward the crowd. That person was Yi Fan. Could Yi Fan have discovered the intermediate zombies' location? Jing Tian felt a surge of joy watching Yi Fan's figure. With his hint system and the blessings of a chosen protagonist, wherever Yi Fan went was destined to be where mid-tier zombies would appear. Seems the target is about to appear. Jing Tian raised his Gatling gun, aiming toward Yi Fan, ever ready to seize the opportunity to claim the mid-tier zombie's head. Meanwhile, after spotting a group of survivors under zombie attack, Yi Fan quietly crept behind the zombies to launch a surprise assault. The baseball bat in his hand was no ordinary weapon. Each time it struck a target, a small explosion erupted at the point of impact. Armed with his specialized baseball bat, Yi Fan had the upper hand against those slow-moving, ordinary zombies. They were utterly outmatched, especially since they remained absorbed in feeding, oblivious to his presence behind them. Yi Fan single-handedly eliminated over 20 zombies, each strike culminating in an explosive cranial detonation. Yet his work wasn't finished. Having completed this, he seemed to await something, constantly scanning his surroundings. After several breaths, a zombie with pale ash-white skin materialized not far away. As I suspected, with so many fresh kills nearby, your keen senses would inevitably draw you here. Yi Fan spun his baseball bat, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on the mid-tier zombie. The creature couldn't comprehend his words. After sniffing the alluring scent of prey, it suddenly accelerated and lunged toward him. Its speed was remarkable, fully doubled compared to ordinary zombies. Incredibly fast. Yi Fan reacted with surprise, raising his bat in preparation for a counterattack. Just then, a rapid barrage of gunfire erupted. The mid-tier zombie ahead was instantly engulfed in a hail of bullets. Witnessing the sudden ambush, Yi Fan quickly retreated, desperate to avoid being caught in the crossfire. But before he could take 2 steps backward, a low reminder voice echoed in his mind. Apocalypse Game noticed the mid-tier zombie at Z City University has been killed by Jing Tian. Congratulations to Jing Tian for receiving a special reward package. Apocalypse Game noticed zombie threat levels will escalate to Phase 2 in 30 minutes. All survivors who have yet to eliminate a zombie must do so immediately or face a 5% increase in mutation infection rate. Should this rate reach 100%, the survivor will transform into a zombie. Apocalypse Game noticed supply drop available at Z City University cafeteria, containing weapons, ammunition rations, purified water, combat uniforms, and other survival resources. What does this mean? Has the mid-tier zombie already been killed? Yi Fan stared in disbelief at the spot where the creature had appeared moments before. In that moment, the mid-tier zombie that had been preparing to attack was riddled with bullet holes, its body a shredded mess. Who was that? Who stole my kill? Rage burned within Yi Fan. After all his careful planning and waiting for this moment, someone had come and snatched the kill right from under him. How could he possibly swallow such an indignity? Fury gripping him, Yi Fan tracked the direction the bullets had come from his gaze, ultimately landing on Jing Tian atop the teaching building's rooftop. Only then did the full picture become clear. Jing Tian. That damn person again. Staring at Jing Tian, Yi Fan clenched his fists. He wanted to unleash a torrent of curses, but reason held him back. Confronting someone armed with a Gatling gun would be nothing short of suicide. Not bad at enduring that, Jing Tian mused from the rooftop, a flicker of amusement crossing his features as he watched the chosen one grit his teeth in silent frustration. Suddenly, a supply crate materialized out of thin air before him and Lung Yuyan. Jing Tian, what's this? Lung Yuyan prompted, her eyes fixed on the unexpectedly appeared crate. Hearing her words, Jing Tian turned to regard the supply crate. If his guess was correct, this was the reward for slaying the mid-tier zombie mentioned in the Apocalypse game announcement. Yuyan, this should be the reward for eliminating the mid-tier zombie, Jing Tian said, crouching to open the crate. Inside the supply container lay 2 decoy grenades, a revolver loaded with 6 explosive rounds, a finely crafted dagger, 2 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread, and a flashlight. Yuyan, let's replenish our strength first, Jing Tian said, handing her a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. According to the Apocalypse game's warnings, the zombies would continue to grow stronger, so they needed to restore their energy if they hoped to survive this apocalyptic trial. Lung Yuyan nodded, accepting the food and water from Jing Tian. After the earlier battle in the classroom, she had fully shifted into survival mode. As the two began to restore their strength, a system notification sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, system alert. Congratulations to the host for completing the villain task, stealing the mid-tier zombie kill from the chosen one, Yi Fan. Ding, system notification. The host has earned the reward for this villain task. All base attributes increased by 3 points and 1 additional post-day talent lottery draw. Ding, system reminder. The host currently has 3 post-day talent lottery draws available. Would you like to use them? Use all of them. Ding, system notice. The first post-day talent lottery has concluded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the post-day talent Smart to a Fault. Ding, system notification. The second post-day talent lottery has finished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the post-day talent Lucky Emperor. Ding, system alert. The third post-day talent lottery has ended. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the post-day talent Harmonious Partnership. Ding, system reminder. Would you like to assign the post-day talents to a target now? System, can I review the talent descriptions first? Ding, system notification. The post-day talent descriptions are as follows. Smart to a Fault. The recipient gains a 5 boost to mental capacity overnight, but suffers complete hair loss and a significant decrease in charm as a side effect. Lucky Emperor. While participating in the Apocalypse game, the recipient receives double rewards upon eliminating enemies or opening crates, with all drops guaranteed to be the highest quality available. Harmonious Partnership. When the recipient is within 100 meters of an opposite-sex individual with whom they share an affection level exceeding 50 points, both parties experience a 10% increase in physical constitution and a 10% reduction in stamina consumption. System, doesn't one of these talents seem a bit off? Jing Tian remarked, glancing at the system prompts. However, once he realized that post-day talents could be bestowed upon others, a wicked scheme began to form in Jing Tian's mind. System, bestow the post-day talent Smart to a Fault upon Yi Fan while applying Lucky Emperor and Harmonious Partnership to myself. Ding, system notification. The post-day talents have been allocated according to your request. With the exception of Smart to a Fault, which will take effect the following day, the remaining 2 talents are now active. As soon as the system notification faded, Jing Tian felt his body grow stronger. But that wasn't the most remarkable thing. The truly crucial detail was that everything he had received from the supply crate had somehow doubled in quantity. What's going on? Lung Yuyan was eating bread. Suddenly she felt her physique had been enhanced. And that wasn't even the most crucial part. The most crucial part was that she discovered the items in the supply crate had somehow doubled in quantity. What on earth was happening? Lung Yuyan was utterly bewildered, her eyes turning to Jing Tian. In her view, Jing Tian, as a reborn person, should know the reason. It's my acquired talent that awakened. Jing Tian didn't hide anything and admitted. After killing the intermediate zombie, I awakened 2 acquired talents. One is, when a man and a woman work together, they never get tired. And the other is Lord of Luck. The former can increase our physiques by 10% and reduce our consumption by 10%. The latter allows me to double the rewards I obtain from opening supply crates. These talents can boost our physiques and double the rewards from supply crates. Lung Yuyan was startled. She hadn't expected that these game-like terms would actually have an impact on this world. Seeing Lung Yuyan's astonished expression, Jing Tian smiled and split the items from the supply crate in half, handing her a share. Yuyan, now that the items have doubled, the 2 of us can each have 1 portion. Lung Yuyan looked at the explosive revolver, exquisite dagger, flashlight, water, and bread that Jing Tian had given her heart filled with gratitude. The Doomsday game suddenly descended upon the world. Everyone was scrambling to survive, at a loss for what to do next. Yet by her side there was always someone thinking of her and protecting her. In her heart, there was probably no happier person in this world than her. Thinking of this, Lung Yuyin leaned her body toward Jing Tian. Before Jing Tian could react, her rosy lips landed as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water, leaving a lipstick print on his cheek. This is... Jing Tian's cheek tingled as if struck by an electric shock. When he turned to see what had happened, he found Lung Yuyin already organizing the supplies, tucking the dagger and flashlight he had given her into her waistband. Was that just an illusion? Jing Tian wondered and began packing his gear as well. According to the Doomsday game's reminder, the zombies would enter the second stage in 30 minutes, meaning their strength would increase. Therefore, Jing Tian had to find a way to locate the second supply crate in the cafeteria before that. Otherwise, if they went to the cafeteria after the zombies entered the second stage, the difficulty of finding the crate would double. Yuyin, are you ready? After Jing Tian finished packing his gear, he looked at Lung Yuyin and asked. Seeing her nod, he proposed his plan to go to the cafeteria to find the supply crate. After Lung Yuyin expressed her support, he led her into action, descending from the rooftop down the stairs. Although zombies kept popping up to attack them along the way, the slow movement speed of the basic zombies posed no threat to Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin at all. 5 minutes later, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin successfully retreated from the teaching building's rooftop to the first floor lobby. The lobby at this moment was a completely different scene from when Jing Tian had just woken up. Earlier, the first floor lobby of the teaching building had been filled with students coming and going, their laughter and cheerful chatter radiating youthful vitality. Now the entire lobby was strewn with mutilated corpses with blood and internal organs visible everywhere. Even the banknotes Jing Tian had thrown out earlier were now soaked with blood. Lung Yuyin, standing beside Jing Tian, was shocked by the scene before her. She wondered if Jing Tian hadn't taken her away back then when the apocalypse suddenly struck, would she have been attacked and killed by the mutated zombies like everyone else? Yuyin, let's hurry to the cafeteria. In this life and death game, I will always be by your side. Jing Tian saw through Lung Yuyin's thoughts and held her hand, comforting her. Yeah, thank you. Lung Yuyin lowered her head and thanked him. Even though she possessed extraordinary skills and a physique far surpassing ordinary people, she was still just a student at heart. How could she have ever witnessed such a cruel scene before? You're also going to the cafeteria? Just as Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin were talking, a dozen figures came down the stairs from the other side and asked the two. We're planning to go to the cafeteria too. There's strength in numbers. Why don't we go together? Don't worry, once we find the supply crate, we'll split the rewards equally. Who are you? Lung Yuyin asked, warily looking at the sudden crowd. We're from the sophomore foreign languages department. Junior Yuyin, you may not know us, but we know you. After all, you're the universally recognized #1 campus belle of our school. Among the group, a man with slicked back hair smiled and said, Yeah, Junior Yuyin, come with us. More people means safer. And we have 2 muscular hunks among us. One of them can take on 3 or 4 zombies all by himself, no problem. The short girl wearing round-frame glasses from the foreign languages department said. Exactly, sticking with us is at least better than going alone as 2 people. In the group, a tall, burly male student swallowed hard as he stared at Lung Yuyin's long legs wrapped in tight trousers and said, That guy looks familiar. It's Jing Tian. The gossip girl with twin ponytails in the foreign languages department recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. Our university's #1 tall, rich, and handsome man, Jing Tian. In his hand is that a Gatling gun. In the group, a mature woman in a black evening gown was shocked at the words. She gave Jing Tian an up-and-down look, then walked over to him with a fawning expression. Junior Jing Tian, come with us. We can help each other out. It'll certainly be safer. What use is a rich second-generation heir in the apocalypse? He's holding a toy gun and takes it seriously. The burly man who had been ogling Lung Yuyin earlier looked at someone fawning over Jing Tian and sneered in displeasure. He refused to believe anyone could produce a real Gatling gun at school. Shut up. The woman in the black evening gown turned around angrily and glared at the burly man. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, let alone Jing Tian, an ultra-rich second-generation heir. His identity and background destined him not to struggle desperately for survival in the Doomsday game like other ordinary people. With his father's status and network, it was entirely possible for him to send a rescue team to save Jing Tian after sorting out the chaos. By then, if they built a good relationship with Jing Tian, they might be able to escape with him. Moreover, even if Jing Tian's father had been killed and no one came to rescue Jing Tian himself stood at 188 meters tall and carried a Gatling gun. His combat strength was definitely higher than an ordinary person's. The woman in the black evening gown remembered that the Doomsday game had previously announced Jing Tian's defeat of an intermediate zombie. If she guessed correctly, the Gatling gun in Jing Tian's hand was found in that supply crate. If one didn't try to invite someone like that into their camp, they were either foolish or stupid. The woman in the black evening gown saw further than the burly man did. To her disappointment, however, Jing Tian directly rejected her invitation. We don't want to form a team. With that, Jing Tian took Lung Yuyin's hand and left the lobby, heading toward the cafeteria. In a zombie apocalypse, strength in numbers only works if it's a specially trained team. As for the ordinary students like the foreign languages department group, once they were attacked by a zombie horde, they would certainly panic and cause harm to themselves and others. As if anyone cares about him. If it weren't for Junior Lung Yuyin, who would invite that stupid rich kid. The burly man from the foreign languages department watched Jing Tian leave with Lung Yin, noticing the lipstick mark on his face, and clicked his tongue in displeasure. Can't you just shut up? All you have on your mind is women. The woman in the black evening gown was speechless, then quickly led the others to follow in the direction of Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin. Z City University cafeteria. At the entrance a rare sight appeared. More than a dozen small groups of varying sizes numbering several hundred survivors were standing there. So many survivors. Lung Yuyin had just arrived at the cafeteria entrance with Jing Tian and was stunned by the sight. It seems most of our school's survivors have been lured here by the supply crate mentioned in the Doomsday game reminder. Jing Tian narrowed his eyes at the crowd. With so many people gathered here, the upcoming fight for the supply crate was bound to be fierce. Jing Tian. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Yi Fan watched Jing Tian approach, and his anger flared. The kill reward from the mid-level zombie he had slain was exactly what Jing Tian had snatched away. With Lung Yuyin, the daughter of destiny, added to the equation, he had now formed two grudges with Jing Tian. Jing Tian, I'll make you die in agony. Of all the people you could offend, you had to offend me. A transmigrator. You're courting death. A murderous intent arose within Yi Fan. At that moment, Jing Tian, whom he had been staring at, suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Startled, Yi Fan quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Was that Yi Fan? Was he stealing glances at me just now? Jing Tian looked at Yi Fan, who had lowered his head to hide, and the corner of his mouth curved up. He had just been worrying about when would be the best time to enter the cafeteria and search for supply crates. Now he saw it clearly. Once Yi Fan went in, he could go in after him. That would be the safest approach. Yi Fan was the child of destiny. If anyone could find supply crates most easily, it was no one but Yi Fan. Jing Tian had a plan in mind. He looked at Lung Yuyin and said, Yuyin, let's wait until Yi Fan enters the cafeteria, and then we'll go in. Yi Fan. Lung Yuyin was puzzled by the name. Seeing this, Jing Tian leaned close to her ear and whispered, in the previous life, it was Yi Fan who found the supply crate in the cafeteria. If we secretly follow him, our chances of finding the supply crates later will be much greater. I'll do as you say. Lung Yuyin felt the warm breath by her ear ticklish and answered in a low voice, her cheeks flushing. Oh, isn't this young Master Jing Tian? Why are you stopping here at the door? Aren't you the one who never teams up with others? Scared now? The burly sophomore from the foreign languages department, having caught up, saw Jing Tian lingering outside the cafeteria and mocked him. Luo Juanhao, what are you doing? Can't you just shut up? The mature woman in a black dress was furious to see the burly man provoke Jing Tian the moment they met. Had it not been for the zombie apocalypse and her need for someone to protect her, she would never have teamed up with that burly man Luo Juanhao. You dare to go in? Jing Tian listened to the burly man Luo Juanhao and retorted with a sly grin. Luo Juanhao had only wanted to disgust Jing Tian. He hadn't expected Jing Tian to turn the tables on him so easily, leaving him unable to save face if he didn't enter the cafeteria. What? Don't tell me you're cowering now. You were acting all high and mighty just a moment ago. Was it all an act? Did you build those muscles for nothing? Wasn't there someone saying you could take on 3 or 4 zombies all by yourself? Was that empty bragging too? Jing Tian's string of taunts made the burly man Luo Juanhao wish he could find a corner to hide in. After a moment, the more the burly man Luo Juanhao thought about it, the angrier he became. It's just walking into the cafeteria, isn't it? Fine, I'll go. He turned toward his classmates from the foreign languages department, hoping they would go with him. But to his despair, none of his classmates, not even the buddy who worked out with him, showed any intention of going with him. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that these people standing at the cafeteria entrance simply wanted a guinea pig to go in and check the situation. As long as they weren't stupid, no one would be the first to scout ahead. TSK. Jing Tian, who had been watching the drama from the side, deliberately clicked his tongue. Hearing this, Luo Juanhao really couldn't save face and strode toward the cafeteria. A bunch of cowards. What's there to be scared of? Following you lot, you still dream of grabbing the supply crate rewards. A fool's dream. Fortune favors the bold, don't you understand? Luo Juanhao thought his words could incite the others to follow him, but he had no idea that the more he said, the more he seemed like he was afraid. And that was indeed the case. When the burly man Luo Juanhao reached the cafeteria entrance, he regretted it at once. He froze at the door, stuck between advancing and retreating. The stench of blood inside the cafeteria was so pungent that he could barely breathe. The cafeteria had always been one of the busiest and most crowded places at Z City University. Now that the zombies had attacked, the cafeteria could be called a super nest of zombies. No matter how you counted, there were well over 1,000 of them inside. With such a terrifying number of zombies, going in alone was no different from walking to certain death. Damn it. Luo Juanhao regretted having a vicious tongue that provoked Jing Tian. He never expected that Jing Tian could drive him into a dead end with just a few words. Nearly half of the survivors at Z City University were gathered there. If he openly backed out now, he would be no better than a clown. He might save his life, but no one would ever think highly of him again. Luo Juanhao clenched his fists. He really had no idea what to do. Just as he was about to surrender inside and publicly admit cowardice to save his life, Yi Fan walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. I'll go in with you. Jing Tian is going too far. He wants to kill you because of a single sentence. How shameless. I'll enter the cafeteria with you. I've had enough of Jing Tian for a long time. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. From now on we're brothers. This. Luo Juanhao's heart sank at Yi Fan's words. In his eyes, entering the cafeteria was the road to death. Admitting defeat was humiliating, but a living dog is better than a dead lion. At least he could keep his life. And now some reckless kid who had popped out of nowhere said he would support him and go in together. This forced Luo Juanhao to go in after all. Thanks, brother. With 100-odd people around, you're the only real man. Luo Juanhao complimented Yi Fan, but inwardly he had already cursed Yi Fan's ancestors for 18 generations. No need to thank me. We both have a common enemy. Yi Fan was glad to hear Luo Juanhao's compliment. Jing Tian wanted Luo Juanhao dead, but he was letting him live. In Yi Fan's mind, this Luo Juanhao would definitely become his loyal follower. However, Yi Fan had miscalculated one thing. Luo Juanhao did not know that he was the child of destiny. In Luo Juanhao's eyes, following Yi Fan wouldn't save him. Instead, it was that big fool Yi Fan who had come to harm him. Brother, just follow behind me. I guarantee you'll be fine. Seeing Luo Juanhao full of worries, Yi Fan thought he was merely afraid and offered him a word of reassurance before taking the lead. Luo Juanhao hadn't expected Yi Fan to be so bold as to take the lead. But knowing there was someone going first reduced his fear a little, so he braced himself and followed. Someone went in. Should we go in? The survivors outside the cafeteria entrance saw someone charging in first and began whispering to one another. Don't be hasty. Let's wait and see. With so many people waiting, we'd better stay with the main group. Exactly. Only 2 have gone in so far. They don't even count as guinea pigs. Let's wait for more people to go in and see what happens before we act. The Doomsday game warned earlier that the zombies would strengthen in half an hour. Almost 10 minutes have passed already. If we keep waiting, are we still going to have enough time? Then let's wait 5 more minutes. If no one goes in, we'll have no choice but to go in and fight for our lives. Jing Tian, should we go in now? Lung Yuyan listened to the survivors around her and turned to Jing Tian to ask. It's time. Once more people go in, things will get tricky. Too many variables. The slightest noise could attract zombies, and if we want to run, we'll be blocked by everyone else. With that, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan walked toward the cafeteria. The moment they stepped inside the entrance, a thick, cloying stench of blood hit them. This stench of blood was several times stronger than the one in the teaching building. In other words, there were several times more zombies here than in the teaching building, but that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the cafeteria had only 2 floors. That meant the density of zombies was far more terrifying than in a teaching building with the same number of zombies. The stench of blood hung heavy in the air. Jing Tian wrinkled his brows and drew the exquisite dagger he had acquired from the earlier. This battle took place within the cafeteria with zombies closing in from all directions. Compared to a Gatling gun, a dagger was far better suited to this cramped environment. Yuyan, Yi Fan, and the others are just ahead on the first floor. Let's follow them quickly, Jing Tian said to Lung Yuyan, watching the retreating figures of Yi Fan and Luo Juanhao. Just as he finished speaking and prepared to move, Lung Yuyan, gripping her meteoric iron tang sword, suddenly darted ahead, positioning herself in front of him. What's this? Jing Tian paused, taken aback by Lung Yuyan's actions. She glanced back with a faint smile, but said nothing. It was only after they entered the cafeteria and Lung Yuyan continuously dispatched several zombies ahead of him that Jing Tian finally understood. She was shielding him. This girl. Jing Tian was moved by the sight. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, walking ahead, relied on the system's warning to crush a zombie attacking him from behind with a baseball bat. After dispatching the zombie, he was astonished to discover that Jing Tian was actually following behind with Lung Yuyan. And the most infuriating detail was that Jing Tian had Lung Yuyan clearing the path while he stayed safely behind. Jing Tian, how did this guy manage to follow us? And he's making Lung Yuyan lead while he hides in the rear. Yi Fan watched Jing Tian, barely containing his fury. If the cafeteria had not been filled with zombies feasting or resting everywhere, he would have marched straight up to Jing Tian, demanded answers, and reclaimed Lung Yuyan by force. Brother Yi, why have you stopped? Luo Juanhao, who had followed Yi Fan into the cafeteria, turned around in confusion upon seeing him halt unexpectedly. Upon turning, he too noticed Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan trailing behind them. Isn't that Jing Tian? How did he get in here? Luo Juanhao could not fathom why Jing Tian would corner him into the cafeteria only to follow him inside. Jing Tian is using us as guinea pigs to scout the way, Yi Fan sneered. That bastard is cunning and vicious to his core. Luo Juanhao, did you see the minigun strapped to Jing Tian's back? Back at the teaching building, I was the one who should have killed the mid-tier zombie. But Jing Tian took a shot from the rooftop and stole my reward. If my guess is right, Jing Tian is planning the same thing again, waiting for us to find the supply crate, then opening fire to steal everything. What a... Luo Juanhao was dumbfounded by Yi Fan's words. Beyond being shocked that Yi Fan could take on a mid-tier zombie alone, what truly startled him was the revelation that the minigun on Jing Tian's back was real. Yi Fan, Jing Tian has a gun. What do we do? Luo Juanhao's face drained of color as he stared at the minigun on Jing Tian's back. Recalling his earlier mockery of Jing Tian sent chills down his spine. Don't be afraid. Yi Fan patted Luo Juanhao's shoulder reassuringly. This is a cafeteria teeming with zombies. Jing Tian wouldn't dare fire. That weapon would draw every zombie in here, and he'd be dead himself. No wonder Jing Tian chose to carry the minigun but fought with a dagger, so that's why. Luo Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yi Fan's explanation, his fear of Jing Tian significantly dissipating. As his fear subsided, his gaze drifted back to Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Jing Tian actually has Lung Yuyan trailing behind him. This guy is absolutely disgusting. I wonder why Lung Yuyan insists on following that guy. It's the end of the world already. Does Jing Tian's rich kid background still matter in this apocalypse? Luo Juanhao vented his displeasure toward Jing Tian to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, already harboring deep resentment toward Jing Tian, glared at him viciously. Lung Yuyan must have some leverage over her. Otherwise, I refuse to believe a girl would willingly take the lead to clear a path for a guy. Yi Fan, I think Lung Yuyan was most likely threatened by Jing Tian's minigun, Luo Juanhao said, eyeing the weapon on Jing Tian's back. I wonder where Jing Tian even got that minigun. We're armed with cold weapons while he has a minigun. If Lung Yuyan was forced to lead because of it, then this all makes sense. Exactly. I always found it strange. When Lung Yuyan was forcibly taken away by Jing Tian in the teaching building lobby, she looked completely stunned and bewildered. How could she possibly be his girlfriend? Luo Juanhao's words sparked a realization in Yi Fan. His eyes fixed on Lung Yuyan, burning with desire. When Lung Yuyan told me earlier that Jing Tian was her boyfriend and advised me to stay out of it, could she have been worried about me, afraid I'd be threatened by Jing Tian's minigun as well? Yes, that must be it. I planned our encounter, accidentally knocking her books down, then picking them up together. That has to be the beginning of a beautiful love story. Besides, the system would never task me with stealing someone else's partner. I'm a transmigrator, the chosen one, the protagonist of this story. How could I do something so despicable? But if, as Luo Juanhao suggested, Lung Yuyan was coerced by Jing Tian, then everything falls into place perfectly. I orchestrated our accidental collision to make her develop feelings for me. So when I discovered her with Jing Tian in the classroom, she deliberately claimed to be his girlfriend just to anger me into leaving. Her true intent was to protect me. She truly is the wife the system chose for me. Such a kind heart. Lung Yuyan, wait for me. Once I find better weapons capable of defeating Jing Tian, I will rescue you. Yi Fan's mind raced with speculation. After convincing himself that Lung Yuyan was not following Jing Tian willingly, he turned away, more focused than ever on searching for the supply crate. As long as the equipment from the cafeteria's supply crate surpassed the minigun on Jing Tian's back, he would have the confidence to reclaim Lung Yuyan, the daughter of fortune, from Jing Tian's grasp. Why does Yi Fan keep looking at me with such a repulsive gaze? Lung Yuyan noticed Yi Fan and Luo Juanhao glancing back at her, and Jing Tian feeling deeply uneasy. In particular, Yi Fan's hungry, scrutinizing stare made her feel as though he intended to devour her whole. Jing Tian. Yi Fan and the others have spotted us. But for some reason, they only observed us for a moment before returning to their search for the supply crate. Lung Yuyan reported the situation to Jing Tian, who remained protected behind her. Jing Tian observed Yi Fan's retreating figure and analyzed. There are many zombies inside the cafeteria. Before they find the supply crate, Yi Fan and the others won't recklessly engage us. Doing so would only attract a horde of zombies. A mutually destructive outcome neither side wants. You mean Yi Fan and the others plan to fight us after securing the supply crate? Lung Yuyan instantly grasped the implication from Jing Tian's analysis. Jing Tian nodded at her quick comprehension and continued, my minigun is useless in this confined cafeteria. The coming fight will rely entirely on close combat weapons. Yi Fan dared to hunt a mid-tier zombie solo before, which proves his combat strength is no joke. I believe that is precisely why he feels confident enough to ignore us and continue searching for the supply crate. I see now. Lung Yuyan tightened her grip on her meteoric iron tang sword. She needed to maintain full alertness to guard against Yi Fan and ensure Jing Tian's safety. And so the two groups split apart. Yi Fan and Luo Juanhao on one side, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan on the other. They searched the various corners of the cafeteria's first floor, one pair following the other. It was not until the survivors outside the cafeteria began pouring and causing cascading chaos and panic that Yi Fan and Luo Juanhao finally located a figure resembling a supply crate inside the cafeteria's convenience store. Is that the supply crate? Luo Juanhao's eyes lit up with excitement as he spotted it. Just as he was about to rush in eagerly, Yi Fan, standing beside him, restrained him and pressed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to hold back and avoid reckless action. Yi Fan, why are you stopping me? The supply box is right inside the supermarket. If we go in now and open it, everything inside will be ours. Luo Juanhao's eyes burned with undisguised desire. He coveted the supplies within the box, longing to humiliate Jing Tian before all the survivors. This would avenge the humiliation he suffered at the cafeteria entrance, where Jing Tian had driven him into an inescapable corner and stripped him of all dignity. We cannot simply rush in like this. Yi Fan understood the flames of vengeance raging in Luo Juanhao's heart. He pointed toward the cafeteria mini-mart's entrance, cautioning, this supermarket has a sealed environment with numerous shelves. Countless zombies could be lurking within. If we boldly stride inside like this, once surrounded by the hidden undead, our fates will be sealed. This. Luo Juanhao cast a glance at the few zombies inside the mini-mart, then at Yi Fan. Are you being overly cautious, Yi Fan? There are barely a handful of zombies in that small shop. Even with just myself, let alone with your help, I could eliminate them without breaking a sweat. Trust your brother this once. Let's go in and scout the situation. If you really refuse, then let me go alone. You can hold Jing Tian and his group outside. Don't worry. Once I get the rewards from the supply box, we'll split everything 50-50. Luo Juanhao deemed Yi Fan's concerns excessive. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. He was not being overly cautious. Everything he said was the plain truth. Initially, he had indeed planned to enter the minimart with Luo Juanhao to claim the supply box. However, at that precise moment, he received a warning from the system informing him there are over 100 zombies concealed within the cafeteria minimart. The moment you enter, they will swarm and devour you whole. It was precisely because of this system warning that Yi Fan abandoned the idea of entering the cafeteria supermarket and urged Luo Juanhao to do the same. Yet to Yi Fan's surprise, Luo Juanhao dismissed every word of his warning. This Luo Juanhao. Yi Fan cursed Luo Juanhao's ancestors in his heart. Had it not been for Luo Juanhao's grudge against Jing Tian, his exploitative value, Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to care whether he lived or died. Just as Yi Fan racked his brains for a way to restrain Luo Juanhao, Jing Tian and Leng Yuyin caught up. TCH. All because of this coward Yi Fan. Luo Juanhao never expected Jing Tian and Leng Yuyin to arrive so quickly. He cursed Yi Fan for being a hindrance, internally disregarded Yi Fan's warnings entirely, and charged toward the cafeteria supermarket. Witnessing Luo Juanhao's rush toward death and seeing Jing Tian and Leng Yuyin approaching, Yi Fan's mind raced at lightning speed. In an instant, a sinister scheme crystallized in his thoughts. The system says that rushing into the cafeteria minimart means certain death. So if I can find a way to lure Jing Tian inside, won't this Jing Tian be doomed? Head Jing Tian. You want the supply box so badly. I'll give it to you, but let's see if you have the luck to use it. Yi Fan's insidious plot took shape in his mind. Gripping his baseball bat, he strode toward the approaching Jing Tian and Leng Yuyin. Jing Tian, the supply box in the cafeteria supermarket belongs to us. This time you won't dare snatch my supply box away. After speaking, he swung the baseball bat in his hand, striking at Jing Tian. If his judgment was correct, Jing Tian would have Leng Yuyin hold him off, then rush to the cafeteria supermarket himself to compete with Luo Juanhao for the supply box. As long as Jing Tian went to the cafeteria supermarket, his scheme would succeed. Clang. As Yi Fan had imagined, his baseball bat was blocked by Leng Yuyin's intervention. Next, he simply had to wait for Jing Tian to seize this opportunity, pursue Luo Juanhao, enter the cafeteria supermarket, and meet his doom. Selfish bastard. Jing Tian, I buried a trap using your desires. Can you escape it? Yi Fan congratulated himself internally. However, his triumph was short-lived, for he soon sensed something was amiss. Jing Tian showed absolutely no intention of pursuing Luo Juanhao. How is this possible? Yi Fan stared at Jing Tian in disbelief. He refused to believe that Jing Tian could remain indifferent to the supply box. Yet the truth was, Jing Tian truly hadn't moved. Just as Yi Fan stood frozen in bewilderment, Jing Tian gazed at Yi Fan and said calmly, Yi Fan, your friend seems to be surrounded by zombies. Aren't you going to rescue him? What? Yi Fan turned to glance at Luo Juanhao at Jing Tian's words. At that moment, Luo Juanhao had only just stepped through the minimart entrance and was by no means surrounded by zombies. He's not in danger yet, right? What is Jing Tian talking about? Before Yi Fan could finish his sentence, he felt a heavy blow strike the back of his head. His vision went black and he crumpled to the ground unconscious. Taken care of. Jing Tian had ambushed Yi Fan with the Gatling gun barrel. After knocking Yi Fan unconscious, he nudged Yi Fan's buttocks with his foot and said with a grin, Yi Fan, you still have a lot to learn before you can scheme against me. Jing Tian. Leng Yuyin watched Yi Fan fall, then turned toward the cafeteria supermarket. Should we take a look inside? Based on what Yi Fan said earlier, the supply box should be inside the cafeteria minimart. No rush. Upon hearing this, Jing Tian leaned close to Leng Yuyin's ear and whispered, Yin, I knew Yi Fan in my previous life. He is an extremely selfish and self-serving person. He would never let others open a supply box while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. If I had to guess, there must be danger lurking inside that cafeteria supermarket. As for Yi Fan's strange behavior earlier, he was most likely trying to lure us into a trap. Jing Tian had read Yi Fan's life profile and knew Yi Fan possessed a special talent called self-serving. From the moment he discovered Yi Fan covering for Luo Juanhao, he had already sensed something was off. Areawea. Anguished screams echoed from within the cafeteria supermarket. The instant Jing Tian finished speaking, he and Leng Yuyin witnessed Luo Juanhao being surrounded and devoured by zombies. There really is danger. Leng Yuyin gasped at the sight of Luo Juanhao being torn apart by dozens upon dozens of the undead. Simultaneously, her trust in Jing Tian surged to new heights. Had it not been for the reborn Jing Tian recognizing Yi Fan's deception and stopping her, that Yi Fan is utterly detestable. To monopolize the supply box, he actually wanted to use his companions to murder us. Having narrowly escaped death, Leng Yuyin gazed upon the unconscious Yi Fan with utter revulsion. Her affection plummeted to rock bottom, plunging far into negative territory. Jing Tian, there are dozens, nearly 100 zombies inside the cafeteria supermarket. If we want to open the supply box and take the rewards, won't the risk be astronomical? Shouldn't we withdraw from the cafeteria first? Lung Yuyin estimated that the 30-minute window was nearly elapsed and posed her question to Jing Tian. There were over 100 zombies inside the cafeteria mini-mart. Jing Tian's Gatling gun was useless. Relying solely on bladed weapons to battle over 100 zombies would be suicide. Therefore, in Lung Yuyin's view, retreat was now the wisest course of action. Rest assured, I have a solution. Upon hearing this, Jing Tian produced the lure grenade he had obtained from the rooftop supply box. He waved it before Lung Yuyin. This is a lure grenade. It can attract zombies. We only need to use one lure grenade to draw the zombies out of the cafeteria supermarket. Then without needing to fight, we can seize the supplies from the box. Yuyin, I told you, in this life I will protect you. Impressed, aren't you? Jing Tian employed both persuasion and deception. Lung Yuyin's cheeks flushed crimson as she nodded. Thank you, Jing Tian. Don't mention it. You're my girlfriend. It's only right that I cherish you. Come on, it's time to harvest our spoils. With that, Jing Tian took Lung Yuyin's hand and walked toward the cafeteria supermarket. The resources within the supply box were crucial for their survival in this apocalyptic game. Take this very situation for instance. Had Jing Tian not possessed the lure grenade, the supply box in the cafeteria supermarket would have been nothing more than an abandoned prize he could only forego. Boom. Jing Tian hurled a lure grenade, detonating at 5 meters outside the cafeteria supermarket entrance. A plume of green smoke instantly billowed upward. Along with the smoke came an intensely pungent odor. An odor utterly irresistible to the undead. All the zombies within the cafeteria supermarket surged forth like a demoniacal tide, rushing into the smoke and intoxicated by its fragrance. Our moment has arrived. Yuyin, this is our chance. Jing Tian saw that the zombies in the cafeteria supermarket had all been lured out by the decoy grenade, so he led Lung Yuyin to sneak into the supermarket from the side. The moment they entered the supermarket, a stench of blood hit them in the face. Jing Tian looked toward the source of the smell. There on the ground lay Luo Juanhao's corpse, which had been gnawed full of holes by zombies. He really was obsessed with that supply crate. Watching Luo Juanhao still clutching the supply crate, even in death, Jing Tian silently put an extra blade through his head with the dagger. Then he turned to the supply crate and opened it excitedly. What is this? Jing Tian was startled by what was in the supply crate. This time the contents were far more generous than the crate he had opened on the rooftop last time. Could it be that the harder survival becomes the better the rewards in the supply crates? Jing Tian analyzed the rewards in the crate. After a moment, he closed the supply crate and looked at Lung Yuyin. Yuyin, it's not safe to stay here. We'll take the crate and leave first. Once we're safe, we'll split the supplies. The 30-minute limit warned by the Doomsday game is almost up. We really should get out of here. Lung Yuyin listened to Jing Tian and nodded. The decoy grenade's effect would not last much longer, and all the zombies were about to evolve. Every extra second they stayed in the cafeteria made it even more dangerous. Yuyin, let's go. Now, Jing Tian said urgently. He had just shouldered the supply crate when he saw that most of the green smoke released by the decoy grenade outside the supermarket door had already dispersed. If they didn't leave the cafeteria supermarket at once, then once the smoke fully cleared, he and Lung Yuyin would be trapped with no way out, surrounded by zombies. I'll clear the way. Lung Yuyin also realized the decoy grenade was about to fail. Gripping her meteorite iron tang saber, she took the lead and opened a path for Jing Tian, who was carrying the supply crate. She neatly took down the zombies that approached to block their way with clean headshots. A heroine who isn't dead weight. Now that's a relief. Jing Tian followed behind Lung Yuyin, secretly delighted. Fortunately, he had managed to bring Lung Yuyin, that favored daughter of fortune, to his side. Otherwise, he would not only lose a capable right hand, but also gain a formidable enemy. Jing Tian, we've reached the back door of the cafeteria, but there are too many zombies here. Lung Yuyin warned as she looked at the blocked path. Hearing this, Jing Tian looked ahead. The passage leading to the cafeteria's back door was narrow, and there were no fewer than 40 or 50 zombies. Forcing their way through without making a sound was impossible. Looks like I'll have to use another decoy grenade. Jing Tian set the supply crate down and reached for the last decoy grenade on him. Seeing this, Lung Yuyin, who was beside him, moved first. She took out the decoy grenade Jing Tian had given her earlier and said, Jing Tian, we each have 2 decoy grenades. You've already used one. Let me take care of this one. After saying that, she pulled the safety ring and threw the grenade behind her. Jing Tian immediately put the supply crate at the front as cover, reached out and pulled Lung Yuyin, who had just thrown the grenade, behind him. Together they hid behind the crate. In the blink of an eye, the decoy grenade exploded, releasing a thick cloud of green pungent smoke. The zombies that had been blocking the cafeteria's backdoor passage smelled the gas and rushed toward it in droves. In just a few breaths, every zombie blocking the passage to the back door of the cafeteria had been drawn away by the decoy grenade. As Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin watched all the zombies run past them into the green smoke, their faces shone with the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Let's go, Yuyin. Jing Tian stood up, hefted the supply crate onto his shoulders, and raced against the clock, leading Lung Yuyin out of the cafeteria through the back door. The instant Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin left the cafeteria, a mechanical announcement voice rang out in the minds of every survivor at Z City University. Doomsday Game noticed the zombie apocalypse has entered its second phase. All zombie attributes have doubled. Doomsday Game noticed survivor strongholds have been activated at Z City University. Zombies cannot enter these strongholds, and they will be places where survivors can rest briefly. All survivors, please remember the locations of the following 5 strongholds: building, D-mail, dormitory, football field, swimming pool, laboratory building, and library. Doomsday Game notice all survivors at Z City University must reach a survivor stronghold before midnight tonight. Survivors who fail to arrive will be punished with a 30 increase in infection value. Reminder, any survivor whose infection value reaches 100 will be infected and turn into a zombie. Doomsday Game notice supply crates have spawned at all 5 survivor strongholds. They contain weapons, food, and water. Survivors can replenish their strength after locating a stronghold. Doomsday Game notice from now on all food except that obtained from supply crates has been infected and is bitter and inedible. If survivors force themselves to eat it, their infection value will increase according to the amount consumed. What? Has 30 minutes already gone by? As the Doomsday Game's announcement ended, some survivors who were still searching for supply crates in the cafeteria turned pale with terror and fled in panic out of the cafeteria. Why? Why are we being forced to participate in this Doomsday Game? I protest. I want out. I never agreed to this. A balding counselor in a suit who had tripped while fleeing stared at a zombie that had originally been moving slowly but now charged at him, as if going berserk, and roared in despair. What? The food can't be eaten. A slightly overweight man who could barely stand his hunger heard the Doomsday Game's announcement and looked at the half-eaten food he had scooped out of the cafeteria lady's serving basin. Suddenly, as if he had seen something horrifying, he hurled the food away with all his might. The survivor strongholds have spawned. The cafeteria is closest to the library. Everyone run to the library for shelter. A man in a shirt with gold-rimmed glasses shouted loudly as he saw many people running out of the cafeteria. While the others ran to the library following his words, he curled his lips and ran toward the swimming pool. Where am I? In the cafeteria, Yi Fan, who had been unconscious, was awakened by a sudden uproar. As soon as he regained consciousness, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Why does my head hurt so badly? What's happening? Wait. Jing Tian. Jing Tian, where are you? You bastard. You actually ambushed me. After recalling what had happened, Yi Fan searched everywhere for Jing Tian while cursing. But as he looked around, the terrifying scene instantly frightened him so much that he hardly dared to breathe. Dense crowds of zombies darted back and forth in the cafeteria, each one moving as fast as a champion sprinter. A world of difference from the slow-moving zombies, Yi Fan remembered. Has 30 minutes passed already? Damn it. This is all that bastard Jing Tian's fault. I'm going to kill him. Yi Fan roared furiously inside. After scanning the cafeteria supermarket and confirming that the supply crate was gone, he began to think of a way out. But at that moment, Yi Fan suddenly realized something. Why weren't those zombies attacking him? Could it just be because he had fainted? Right as Yi Fan was wondering what was going on, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. System noticed the host nearly lost his life earlier. The system deducted one of the host's fortune value in exchange for 10 minutes of aura concealment. At present, the host still has 2 minutes of aura concealment left. Ding. System notice if the host does not escape the cafeteria within 2 minutes, then after those 2 minutes the host will become the zombie's favorite delicacy. They will catch up to the host and devour every last piece. What? So it was bought by deducting my fortune value. Hearing this, Yi Fan was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had wanted to curse Jing Tian a few more times, but remembering that he only had 2 minutes left, he hurriedly focused all his attention on escaping with his life. Cough, cough. Jing Tian coughed several times on the small hill beside the cafeteria. What's going on? Could that guy Yi Fan still be alive? Well, if a favored son of fortune died that easily, that would be the real surprise. Jing Tian thought to himself. After making sure that the few zombies on the hill had been taken care of, he opened the supply crate and looked at Lung Yuyan. Yin, it's time to split the supplies. Now that all zombies have evolved, we need to properly equip ourselves to raise our odds of survival. As he spoke, Jing Tian took the precious items out of the supply crate one by one. 2 combat uniforms, 4 decoy grenades, 2 semi-automatic pistols, 6 13-round magazines, 2 syringes of epinephrine, 2 night vision devices, 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, 2 rolls of bandages, 4 bottles of mineral water, 4 compressed biscuits, 4 self-heating rice meals, 4 packs of instant noodles, and 2 hiking backpacks. Yin, let's change into our combat uniforms, replenish our energy, and then head to the survivor stronghold. After taking everything out of the supply crate, Jing Tian picked up a combat uniform and handed it to Lung Yuyan. Lung Yuyan heard him, took the combat uniform, and lowered her head as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Jing Tian took off his suit jacket and shirt and was about to change into the combat uniform when he subconsciously glanced at Lung Yuyan. Seeing her lowering her head without moving her cheeks entirely flushed red, he immediately realized what was happening, coughed, and said, I'll turn my back and change. This combat suit is truly impressive. It even fits itself to the skin on its own, and its defensive capability is solid. When I scraped a stone across it, it didn't leave a single mark. Jing Tian marveled after changing into the combat suit. As for why he was so at ease, it was because Lung Yuyan, who was changing into hers, hadn't finished yet. Too embarrassed to turn around, Jing Tian could only keep testing the combat suit to assess its quality. Hasn't she finished changing yet? He wondered inwardly. Lung Yuyan's voice finally rang out. Jing Tian, I've finished changing, she said after changing into her combat suit. Hearing this, Jing Tian turned around and looked at her. Lung Yuyan had a stunning figure, and in the black form-fitting combat suit, her striking curves instantly sent her charms soaring to the extreme. But the most devastating detail was that Lung Yuyan also had a pair of ice-blue pupils and waist-length silver hair. Against the black tight combat suit, the effect was simply breathtaking. Yuyan, the earlier we reach a survivor stronghold, the more initiative we'll have. Let's split the supplies evenly, and once we've packed up, we'll head out to find one. After a quick glance at Lung Yuyan, Jing Tian hurriedly changed the subject, afraid that if he kept staring it would only make both of them awkward. Lung Yuyan listened to his words, glanced down at the tight black combat suit she was wearing, then looked at Jing Tian and whispered, Jing Tian, do I look weird in this outfit? Not weird at all. Jing Tian answered while gathering supplies. Then why don't you look at me more? Lung Yuyan asked blankly. Is it because I look weird? It isn't that it's weird, it's that you're too sexy. I'm afraid that if I look too long, I won't be able to control myself, Jing Tian admitted. Oh, what do you mean you can't control yourself? Lung Yuyan was baffled by Jing Tian's explanation. She had always been excluded by the girls around her and had never had friends, so she truly couldn't grasp what he meant. Seriously, Jing Tian hadn't expected that beneath Lung Yuyan's aloof, mature beauty, she could be so terrifyingly innocent. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it to her. After a moment, Jing Tian picked up his suit jacket, walked over to Lung Yuyan, and said, it means I want to possess you, to have you all to myself, like this. As he spoke, Jing Tian lowered his head and kissed Lung Yuyan on the cheek. Then he handed the suit jacket to her and said, Yuyan, put on my jacket. I'm a little possessive and I don't want anyone else seeing you looking so sexy. Having done all that, Jing Tian's face was already bright red. He quickly turned around and began packing the supplies with his back to Lung Yuyan. Jing Tian really wasn't as innocent as he seemed. He was even a little lustful. But just like the vast majority of men, he had been single his entire life. The smooth moves and the supposedly cool-sounding words from just now had all been improvised on the spot. Jing Tian. Lung Yuyan reached up to touch the spot on her cheek that Jing Tian had kissed, remembering how red his face had been moments ago. She also thought of the charming words he had said when handing her his jacket. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. Thank you, Jing Tian, she thanked him inwardly. Meanwhile, Jing Tian picked up the two packed hiking backpacks and looked at Lung Yuyan. By now she had already put on his suit jacket. Although she was no longer as sexy, the way her figure was half hidden by the suit jacket, half revealed, added an extra touch of mystery to Lung Yuyan. It made her even more alluring. Yuyan, I've packed your hiking backpack too. We should get going now. With that, Jing Tian handed one of the hiking backpacks to Lung Yuyan. She hadn't expected him to prepare supplies for her. At this moment, her heart was touched once again. Thank you. Lung Yuyan stepped forward, rose onto her toes, and kissed Jing Tian on the cheek. Then she took the hiking backpack from Jing Tian and said, Jing Tian, the Doomsday game mentioned 5 survivor strongholds. Which one should we go to? We're closest to the library right now. But there were so many survivors in the cafeteria before, they must have arrived there ahead of us. Lung Yuyan's analysis made perfect sense. Hearing this, Jing Tian was thinking about how to choose one from the remaining 4 strongholds, when suddenly a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, host, for seizing Child of Destiny, Yi Fan's supply crate, and completing the villain mission. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, host, on receiving the rewards for this villain mission. All base attributes 5. Acquired talent, draw 1A, Child of Destiny, Yi Fan's fortune value -1A, and host villain fortune value 1. Ding, system notification. Because Child of Destiny, Yi Fan encountered a fatal crisis, his system deducted 1 point of fortune value to save his life. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, host, on gaining 1 point of villain fortune value 1, acquired talent, draw, and 3 to all base attributes. Ding, system notification. Host currently has 2 acquired talent draws. Would host like to draw immediately? System, draw immediately. Jing Tian hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise this time, and said excitedly. Ding, system notification. The first acquired talent draw is complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the acquired talent fleet-footed. Ding, system notification. The second acquired talent draw is complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the acquired talent feeble. Ding, system notification. Would host like to keep these acquired talents for himself or grant them to others? System, let's check the introductions first as usual. Ding, system notification. The introductions for the acquired talents are as follows. Fleet-footed, those who receive this talent will have their speed increased by 100% based on their original speed. Feeble, those who receive this talent will have their constitution, strength, and spirit all reduced by 20%. Alright. System, give fleet-footed to me, and feeble to Yi Fan. Ding, system notification. The acquired talents have been allotted according to the host's request. System, check my current status panel. Ding, system notification. The host status panel is as follows. Name, Jing Tian. Gender, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Identity, one of the 3 young masters of the Yin Nation, the only son of Jing Hong, chairman of Hongwu Group, the leading corporation in Z City. Level 3. Experience 120-1000. Reputation 0. Gold coins 0. Strength 25. Spirit 25. Constitution 20. Weapon Bluefire Gatling 8500 rounds. Total fortune deducted from protagonist Yi Fan 24 points. Remaining available villain fortune 20. 5 points. Skills none. Innate talents villain. Destined to be treated as an enemy by the protagonist's group and to oppose the protagonist for life. Rich heir astonishing background boundless wealth. Acquired talents bad boy. Handsome and slightly wicked. Every mischievous little gesture doubles the favorability of the opposite sex. Lucky king those who receive this talent will obtain double rewards in the Doomsday game when killing enemies or opening treasure chests, and the rewards will always be the best possible drops. Men and women work is never tiring when there is a member of the opposite sex with a favorability rating above 50 within 100 meters. Both parties' constitution increases by 10% and consumption decreases by 10%. Fleet-footed those who receive this talent will have their speed increased by 100% based on their original speed. Systems villain system life resume system. From level 2 to level 3, each attribute only increased by 2 points, yet the system gave me 8 points all at once. If you calculate it that way, my current strength should be around level 5 compared to an ordinary person. Jing Tian looked at the data on his life resume status panel and analyzed it. Unexpectedly, the system notification sounded in his mind once again. Ding system notification. Child of Destiny, Yi Fan has entered the Survivor's Stronghold, the laboratory. Its leader is the host's aunt Jing Tian. Yi Fan's stronghold is the laboratory, and the leader is my aunt. Jing Tian listened to the system notification. He had been worrying about which Survivor Stronghold to choose. He looked at Lung Yuyin and said, Yuyin, let's go to the laboratory. That Survivor Stronghold is more favorable to us. Its leader is my aunt. Lung Yuyin nodded upon hearing this. In her eyes, Jing Tian had been reborn, so his choice was definitely the best for them. With the Survivor Stronghold decided, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin hoisted their hiking backpacks and swiftly headed toward the laboratory at Z City University. Z City University. In front of the laboratory. After more than an hour of cautious travel, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin finally reached the laboratory at Z City University. But no sooner had they arrived than they ran into trouble. Among the two people guarding the laboratory entrance, one was Yi Fan. Yo, isn't this Jing Tian? What, you want to come to our laboratory stronghold? Dream on. You snuck up on me from behind before. I haven't settled that score with you yet, Yi Fan said, his tone instantly turning nasty. But when he saw Lung Yuyin in her black tight-fitting combat suit beside Jing Tian, his attitude took a sudden 180-degree turn. Lung Yuyin, he said, I only have a grudge against Jing Tian. I have no grudge against you. If you're willing, I'll put in a word with the laboratory leader. You'll definitely be allowed in. Yi Fan stared at Lung Yuyin with a lovesick expression. Seeing this, Jing Tian stepped in front of Lung Yuyin, completely blocking Yi Fan's line of sight. Yi Fan, he said, you're nothing but a doorman. Whether I can enter the laboratory Survivor Stronghold is not yours to decide. You over there go notify your leader that Jing Tian is here. Brother, don't mind him. Seeing Jing Tian tell the man who was on gate duty with him to summon the leader of the laboratory stronghold, Yi Fan immediately blocked the man's way. Sneering at Jing Tian, he said, Jing Tian, quite the arrogant air you've got. This is the Doomsday game world now. What use is your rich second-generation status? Do you naively think anyone will still flatter you because you're a rich kid? Get out on your own. Our laboratory Survivor Stronghold doesn't welcome you. Lung Yuyin, come over here. Don't follow a guy like him. Don't worry, our leader has a gun too. Jing Tian's Gatling gun can't threaten you anymore. Yi Fan deliberately brought up the leader's gun to warn Jing Tian. Hearing this, Jing Tian looked at Yi Fan and at the man Yi Fan had blocked, then said coolly, Yi Fan, do you know the surname of the leader you keep mentioning? What the hell does her surname have to do with you? Yi Fan snorted. Jing. The man Yi Fan had blocked suddenly realized something was wrong after Jing Tian's hint. Shaking off Yi Fan's hand, he hurried into the laboratory. Jing. Yi Fan was stunned at the name. He knew the leader of the laboratory stronghold. She was the president of their Z City University, coldly elegant in appearance, carrying the unique allure of a mature woman. But Yi Fan had never known her name. He only knew she was the president of Z City University and one of the first to reach the laboratory. After opening the supply crates, she had gained control of the food and water, which was why she was called the leader of the laboratory Survivor Stronghold. Could the president of Z City University be a relative of Jing Tian? At that thought, panic gripped Yi Fan. If the leader of the laboratory Survivor Stronghold was Jing Tian's relative, given how great his conflict with Jing Tian was, wouldn't he be kicked out of the stronghold? At the thought, cold sweat ran down Yi Fan's back. If he were kicked out, he could simply move to another Survivor Stronghold. But the system had told Yi Fan that the laboratory Survivor Stronghold was the heaven-chosen land. Later, many safe zones would spawn around the laboratory Survivor Stronghold. If Yi Fan didn't settle there, he would sooner or later become zombie food. What do I do now? Yi Fan's heart was torn. The only thing he could do was pray that the president of Z City University and Jing Tian were not on good terms. Jing Tian, my nephew. As Yi Fan was praying, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. The speaker was none other than Jing Tian, president of Z City University, leader of the laboratory Survivor Stronghold, and Jing Tian's aunt. Auntie. Jing Tian waved at Jing Tian in greeting. Seeing him, Jing Tian hurried over and hugged him. You little brat, thank goodness you're still alive. When the Doomsday game descended, I never imagined we aunt and nephew would live to see each other again. Come on, let's go inside. The Doomsday game said none of our previous food can be eaten. You must be starving by now. I still have quite a bit of food from the supply crates, so eat as much as you want. With that, Jing Tian took Jing Tian's hand and led him inside. Seeing this, Jing Tian pulled Lung Yuyan over and introduced her auntie. This is Lung Yuyan, my girlfriend. Lung Yuyan. Isn't she the top campus belle of our Z City University? You're impressive, kid. You actually won her over. Jing Tian said in surprise, looking at Lung Yuyan as she was pulled over. Hello, auntie. Lung Yuyan smiled and greeted Jing Tian. Jing Tian smiled with satisfaction. Very good. I'm rooting for you, Lung Yuyan. A great beauty like you, even more beautiful than Jing Tian's mother. I'm sure Jing Tian's father will approve of you two being together. Come on, let's go inside and talk while we eat. Don't worry, your auntie is in charge here. I won't let anyone make things difficult for you. With that, Jing Tian spoke. She led Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan deeper into the laboratory. As the three of them walked away, Yi Fan gnashed his teeth in fury. What angered him most was that after reuniting with Jing Tian, Jing Tian hadn't even bothered to cause trouble for him. As if Yi Fan were nothing but a buffoon unworthy of Jing Tian's attention. Jing Tian. Fine. You've successfully angered me. I swear. However smug you are now. That's how miserable I'll make you later. The hatred in Yi Fan's heart toward Jing Tian skyrocketed. The gatekeeper beside Yi Fan, after bringing Jing Tian over and discovering how close she was with Jing Tian, quietly kept his distance from Yi Fan. Someone like Yi Fan, who had clashed with the stronghold leader's nephew, was not someone he wanted to be dragged down by. Yi Fan soon noticed the people around him distancing themselves. Clenching his fists, he repeated his previous vicious oath once more. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, after Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan followed Jing Tian, and they saw quite a few survivors, 40 or 50 in total. Why are there so many people here? Jing Tian remembered that only about 100 survivors had gathered at the cafeteria entrance. By all logic, even if half of them had died, the remaining half couldn't possibly have all come to this one laboratory stronghold. Just as Jing Tian felt confused, Jing Tian's voice rang out. Jing Tian, we're here. As she spoke, she motioned for the two security guards watching the supply crates to open one. At her signal, the two guards opened a crate. Inside were plenty of food and water, enough for dozens of people to eat a full meal. Jing Tian, Yuyan, auntie doesn't know what you like, so help yourselves. Oh, there are restrooms on the second floor. You can take your food upstairs, eat, and rest for a while. Auntie still has some things to arrange for the other survivors, so I'll have to come back later to catch up with you too. Thank you, auntie. Jing Tian nodded, took 2 packs of self-heating rice from the crate as a token gesture, and headed to the second floor. After a journey filled with danger, his mental energy was severely drained. It was indeed time to rest. That was what Jing Tian thought to himself. On the second floor, he found a restroom with a bed and stepped inside. Yuyan, you've been fighting zombies the whole way here. You've worked hard. Why don't you sleep first? I'll keep watch. Once you're rested, you can keep watch for me. One must never harbor harmful intentions, but one must never lack a precautionary heart. In Jing Tian's memory, Jing Tian was very fond of him and fiercely protective. She most likely wouldn't harm him. But this was the apocalypse. There were many other survivors in the laboratory, and they might well make a move. Besides, Yi Fan was still there, so they had to guard against every possibility and keep one person on watch. While Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan rested on the second floor, Jing Tian gathered all the survivors in the laboratory, except those on guard, for a meeting on the first floor. Is everyone here? You're all hungry now, aren't you? You all want food, don't you? But the food here is only enough for each person to have one full meal. From the last Doomsday game notice until now, it hasn't made any new move. If I'm not mistaken, it won't refresh until after its midnight evaluation. In other words, until then we won't know what to do next nor where to look for new supplies. So I have a proposal. Now divide the remaining food into 4 portions, and we eat only 1 portion each meal. We won't be full, but at least we'll have something in our stomachs. And knowing we have stored food means we won't starve. That's better than eating 1 full meal and then living in constant fear. What do you all think? I'm not forcing anyone. Those unwilling can raise a hand, leave here, and go to another survivor stronghold. Those willing can stay, and together we'll conserve food and fight for survival. With that, Jing Tian looked at the survivors in the stronghold. The survivors exchanged glances and nodded one after another. Here at the laboratory, even if they couldn't eat their fill, at least they had safe shelter and food. No one raised a hand, so I'll take that as everyone agreeing. Jing Tian saw them all nod. Turning to the 2 guards in charge of the supply crates, she said, everyone line up at the supply crates to divide the food. The rule is 1 portion of food and 1 bottle of water for every 4 people. After eating, rest for a while. When the Doomsday game announces again at midnight, we'll hold a second emergency meeting. Tisk, 1 pack of instant noodles for 4 people. And I remember Jing Tian took 2 packs of self-heating rice. Those even have meat inside. The first man to take food from the crate grumbled to the 3 survivors, sharing the instant noodles with him. One of the 3 quickly reached out and covered his mouth. Shut up. We're living under someone else's roof. We're lucky to have anything to eat. Did you see the pistol at President Jing's waist? If she didn't want to give us food, we'd have no choice but to accept our fate. The wool comes from the sheep's back. Didn't you hear her say there'd be another meeting after midnight? She probably wants us to go out and find new supply crates for her. A survivor who had just taken a sip from a bottle of water sneered at those words. The man beside him took the bottle and said, "What can we do?" They were in the lab from the start, and they opened the crates as soon as they arrived. Besides, if she didn't think we could help find supply crates, she wouldn't have been willing to take us in. After all, in the apocalypse, who would want an extra mouth that just eats for free? The survivors whispered and discussed among themselves. Only when the Doomsday game alert rang out again at midnight did they see hope of survival. Doomsday game notice midnight has arrived. All survivors who have not arrived at a survivor stronghold will have their infection value increased by 30 points. Doomsday game notice at 8 a.m. Tomorrow 5 supply crates filled with food will spawn at Z City University. All survivors should take note. Doomsday game notice the 5 survivor strongholds at Z City University will be reduced to 3 at exactly midnight tomorrow. Note the 2 survivor strongholds with the fewest accumulated supply crate resources will be designated as the targets of this reduction. Doomsday game notice the human faction has opened the Awakened class. From now on, every survivor has a chance to awaken a special ability. The Doomsday game's notice came to an end. At the Laboratory Survivor Stronghold, a handful of people immediately awakened special abilities. Among them were Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Doomsday game reminder: congratulations on becoming an awakened. You have obtained the special ability Sin of Greed. Doomsday game reminder: the special ability Sin of Greed is introduced as follows. Sin of Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins, possesses the terrifying ability to kill other awakened and forcibly strip away their skills. As expected of a major villain, the skill I got looks like a villain's at first glance. Jing Tian inwardly complained as he listened to the awakened skill from the Doomsday game reminder. Just as he was complaining, he was astonished to discover that Lung Yuyan beside him had her eyes closed and was radiating terrifying cold air from her entire body. Has Lung Yuyan also awakened a special ability? Jing Tian was wondering. Suddenly Lung Yuyan's eyes opened, her ice blue pupils clearer and more translucent than before. The cold air around her body quickly rushed back into her after she opened her eyes. Jing Tian, I've awakened a special ability. Lung Yuyan looked at Jing Tian excitedly. After becoming an awakened, her combat power would be greatly enhanced. System view Lung Yuyan's life profile. Hearing Lung Yuyan's words, Jing Tian immediately had the system view Lung Yuyan's life profile. Jing Tian had previously told Lung Yuyan that he was a reborn person. If so, now he should know the name of the skill Lung Yuyan awakened. Ding. System noticed the life profile of the daughter of fortune Lung Yuyan is as follows. Name Lung Yuyan. Gender female. Height 168 centimeters. Identity: the foremost among Z City University's top 10 campus beauties, heiress of a hidden aristocratic clan. Level 3. EXP 3801000. Reputation 0. Coins 0. Strength 18. Spirit 21. Constitution 23. Zombie infection 2100. Growth stopped. Weapon: meteoric iron tang saber. Skills: innate heavenly mystic cold current, passive skill that can surround the body with cold air. Mystic ice palm active skill. Mystic ice condenses on the palm and one strike sends cold poison into the body, killing without a trace. Awakened skill: Ice Emperor. An awakened who obtains this skill gains maxed out mastery over ice, can fight by commanding ice, and receives a 100 increase in ice attribute attack power. Innate talent: Daughter of Fortune. Possesses the rarest cultivation constitution, the heaven cold body, and is naturally stronger than ordinary people in base attributes. Maxed mastery over ice plus a 100 increase in ice attribute attack power. Jing Tian was stunned by the description of Lung Yuyan's awakened skill. As expected of the Daughter of Fortune, she's the very ceiling of combat power. This skill is truly terrifying. Jing Tian marveled inwardly. Then he looked at Lung Yuyan and said, Yuyan, the skill you awakened this time is Ice Emperor, right? Lung Yuyan was shocked by Jing Tian's words. She clearly hadn't told him what skill she had awakened, so how did Jing Tian already know? Could it be that her past life self had already told Jing Tian? At this thought, Lung Yuyan felt a surge of jealousy. But soon she realized something was wrong. How could she be jealous of herself? She hurriedly looked at Jing Tian to distract herself and said, Jing Tian, you're right. The skill I awakened this time is Ice Emperor, just like in my past life. As she spoke, Lung Yuyan suddenly looked at Jing Tian with curiosity and asked Jing Tian, what skill did you awaken? Sin of Greed. Jing Tian didn't hide anything from Lung Yuyan and replied directly, its effect is that after killing an awakened, I can forcibly take that person's skill. However, this awakened skill has a downside: it's too strong and too cruel, making every nearby survivor fear for their own safety. Therefore, I plan to use the acquired talent I awakened earlier, Lucky Emperor, as the skill I publicly claim for this awakening. Its ability is to receive double the rewards from supply crates. Compared with Sin of Greed, which seizes others' skills through killing, this is much more approachable, and it can also make opponents underestimate me. That is indeed better. Lung Yuyan nodded upon hearing this. The skill Sin of Greed was extremely terrifying. Improving it could easily become addictive. Awakened who possessed this skill could easily fall into demonic madness and attack those around them. Therefore, keeping this skill hidden could save Jing Tian a lot of trouble. Moreover, the skill Lucky Emperor was too likable. Double rewards greatly increased the survivor stronghold's survival capability. At the same time, it would also win Jing Tian a very high status in the survivor stronghold. While Lung Yuyin was analyzing this in her mind, a knock sounded from outside the door. The person knocking was Jing Tian, who had earlier said she would come by later to catch up with the two of them. Jing Tian Yuyin, are you two still awake? Holding 3 boxes of self-heating rice, Jing Tian knocked and asked, Andy, we haven't gone to bed yet. Is something the matter? Jing Tian stood up and opened the door. Seeing Jing Tian open the door, Jing Tian smiled and walked in, saying, Jing Tian Yuyin, are you too hungry? Auntie brought 3 boxes of self-heating rice. Let's eat and catch up. Auntie, food is so scarce. If you keep giving us such good food, won't it make others unhappy? Jing Tian asked, closing the door as he watched Jing Tian enter the room with food in hand. Let them be unhappy. Why should I care what others think? Auntie just wants you two to have enough to eat. The Doomsday game world has ever-changing rules, and life and death can turn in an instant. Auntie will protect you for as many days as she can. Jing Tian replied with a wry smile while opening the self-heating rice. After she said that, as she was preparing the self-heating rice together with Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin, she suddenly discovered something that delighted and surprised her. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin both had golden markings on their right wrists. That was something only awakened could possess. She had one on her hand too. Jing Tian Yuyin, you two are both awakened. Jing Tian exclaimed in surprise. As it happens, we both are. Jing Tian nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Jing Tian, who had been somewhat dejected, immediately became excited. Jing Tian, do you know why Annie was feeling a little down earlier? The Doomsday game is making our 5 survivor strongholds compete for supply crates at Z City University tomorrow. The 2 strongholds with the fewest resources will lose the ability to ward off zombies. Earlier, when I was having a meeting on the first floor, I found that our entire laboratory survivor stronghold had only 3 awakened: me, Hu Kuan, the class president of Class A of the sophomore civil engineering program, and Yifan, a classmate of yours. Among them, Hu Kuan's father, Hu Su, has been working under me since I became principal diligently for over a decade. With him there, Hu Kuan won't defy his superiors. As for that Yifan, I investigated him. He has a grudge against you and is highly unstable. He might defect to the enemy. The best way to deal with someone like that is to kill him before he defects, saving us a lot of trouble. But doing that would leave our laboratory with only 2 awakened. Competing with the other strongholds for supply crates would be hopeless. That's why I didn't act. I could only gamble. But now it's fine. Jing Tian Yu and Yuyin are both awakened, so our laboratory has 5 awakened, 4 of whom are in the same camp. That way, even if Yifan has rebellious thoughts, he won't dare to act. After Jing Tian said this, a smile appeared on her face, her previous gloom vanishing as she happily chatted about everyday matters with Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin. Only after they finished eating did she leave, telling Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin to rest well. The next day at 7:30 a.m., just as dawn broke, the laboratory survivor stronghold had already begun gathering survivors on the first floor to distribute food. The Doomsday game reminded everyone that the supply crates would refresh at 8:00 a.m. In other words, after eating, aside from a few people left to guard the stronghold, the vast majority of the others had to set out for the university to search for supply crates. Just as the survivors were lining up to wait for food distribution, a miserable scream suddenly rang out. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a bald head appear in their field of vision. My hair. Why did all my hair fall out? What on earth is going on? Yifan woke up and felt that his head was cold. When he reached up and touched it, he was shocked to discover that he had become bald. It must be Jing Tian's doing. It must be him. Yifan was furious beyond words. The very thought that he might be the only bald one among all the children of destiny made his blood boil. He wished he could drag out the one who had wronged him and have them torn apart by horses. System, what the hell is going on with me? Why have I become like this? Was it Jing Tian who tampered with my food yesterday? Yifan asked his system. But his system was a hint system. Apart from offering prompts at critical moments, it could not converse with him. The system doesn't know either. Yifan, seeing no response from the system, suppressed his rage and tore a strip of cloth from his clothes to wrap around his head. It was almost 8 in the morning. He had to go fetch food to replenish his strength. Is that Yifan? Jing Tian looked at Yifan, who was heading to get food with his head wrapped in cloth. On his neck, strands of hair were still visibly stuck. It seems the acquired talent I gave him, brilliant baldness, has taken effect. A bald child of destiny. Looks like Yifan has earned himself a first among all the children of destiny. Jing Tian secretly chuckled to himself. Just then the Doomsday Games alert suddenly rang out. Doomsday Game Alert: 5 supply crates have been dropped at Z City University, located in Building E's female dormitory, the cafeteria, the teaching building, the football field, and the commercial street. Doomsday Game Alert: 5 types of evolved zombies have appeared among the zombies at Z City University: Tyrant Zombies, Mist Zombies, Glutton Zombies, Spectre Zombies, and Giant Zombies. Doomsday Game Alert: killing evolved zombies will grant high experience rewards, allowing survivors to raise their levels and base attributes. The higher the attributes, the greater the power of the survivor's skills. Evolved zombies. This Doomsday Game truly lives up to its name. It has no intention of letting up. It seems finding the supply crates is going to become much harder. Jing Tian listened to the Doomsday Games alert, sinking into thought as he pondered which supply crate location was relatively safer. What the heck, evolved zombies? Does this Doomsday game want us to survive or not? Weren't the zombies already strengthened before? Now this again. At the laboratory survivor stronghold, a survivor, munching on instant noodles, cursed furiously. What is this nonsense? We can't even eat our fill and can't outrun ordinary zombies. How are we supposed to kill evolved zombies? Have you no humanity at all? A survivor who had once been chased by zombies in the cafeteria clenched his teeth in fury upon hearing the Doomsday game's alert. Doomsday game, what kind of game are you? You might as well call yourself Doomsday Slaughter. If you can't make games, then don't. No game treats its players this cruelly. A survivor who had played plenty of survival games complained about how cold-blooded the Doomsday game was. Why did we have to join a game like this? I want to go home, wah. A girl broke down crying at the Doomsday game's latest alert. This has to be a nightmare, it has to be a nightmare. Squat down, close my eyes, open them again, and I'll wake up. Wake up now. A mentally shattered survivor simply wanted to treat everything happening as a nightmare. It wasn't just the survivors at the laboratory stronghold who were complaining about the Doomsday game. Survivors in every stronghold throughout Z City University were complaining. In fact, the entire city of Z, the entire nation of Yin, and the entire world were complaining about the Doomsday game's latest alert. But complaints were in the end just complaints. They couldn't change reality. The Doomsday game continued. If you didn't fight for the supply crates, plenty of others would. Soon most survivors, whether willingly or not, began to move out searching for the supply crates mentioned in the Doomsday game's alert. Jing Tian, Yu Yin, the two of you need to stay safe. Jing Tian, the leader remaining at the stronghold, watched the nearly 40 people set out, her face full of worry. She had thought that with awakened ones among them, their path to survival would become easier. Who would have thought that right after the awakened appeared, the Doomsday game would throw evolved zombies into the mix? Tyrant zombies, mist zombies. Just the names of those zombies were enough to send chills down one's spine. Jing Tian, be careful out there. If it weren't for the fear of the stronghold being taken, your aunt would go with you. Jing Tian watched Jing Tian's retreating figure reluctantly. She only returned to the laboratory stronghold after he had completely disappeared from her sight. Young Master Jing Hukuin, who had awakened a skill in the laboratory stronghold's team, walked up beside Jing Tian and greeted him. Young Master Jing, of the 5 supply crate locations, this time which one is our target? Hukuin asked Jing Tian. In his eyes, Jing Tian was Jing Tian's nephew. Apart from Jing Tian, no one in the laboratory stronghold carried more weight in decision-making than Jing Tian. We're going to the teaching building. Jing Tian replied calmly after hearing the question. The teaching building. Hukuin was stunned, never expecting Jing Tian to choose that place. Logically speaking, the teaching building had a huge number of zombies, making it more dangerous than the other 4 supply crate locations. It shouldn't have been the place to pick. So why did Jing Tian choose the most dangerous one? Hukuin was puzzled. But respecting Jing Tian's status, he remained silent. He could only pin his hopes of persuading Jing Tian on Lung Yuyin. However, to his surprise, Lung Yuyin showed no trace of shock upon hearing Jing Tian's words. In fact, she seemed to trust him completely. What's going on here? Could Jing Tian have some brilliant reason for choosing the teaching building? Just as Hukuin was baffled, a voice questioning Jing Tian rose from behind him. Jing Tian, are you insane? The teaching building is crawling with zombies. Are you trying to get us killed by sending us there? The speaker was a middle-aged counselor. In his eyes, Jing Tian was just a young brat with connections who knew nothing about leading a team and would only send everyone to their deaths. Jing Tian, you're too young. If you don't know how to command, then don't give reckless orders. If you ask me, the football field is the best choice. The football field has an open view. We can spot the supply crate at a glance, grab it as fast as possible, and stay safe. Isn't that better? Why go to the teaching building? There are so many places a supply crate could be hidden. Are we supposed to search every single classroom? And there could still be zombies inside those classrooms. It's dangerous and a waste of time. Aren't you just making things harder for us? A child is a child after all. Matters like leading the pack are still far too early for you. The middle-aged counselor grew more smug after laying out his arguments. He began reproaching Jing Tian outright from the position of an elder. Jing Tian smiled faintly and said, is that so? Are there others who support this, uncle? We can split up. I don't mind. After saying this, Jing Tian looked at the survivor team. The survivors exchanged glances. They began whispering among themselves. He's Counselor He Fengxin from our college. What he said does sound pretty reasonable. Maybe we should go with him. Go with him, my ass. Have you forgotten what Principal Jing Tian said this morning? Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin are awakened 2 plus Hukuin. That's 3 awakened among them. We have only 4 awakened in this whole team. Who do you think you should follow? But Jing Tian wants to go to the teaching building. I don't know if you escaped from there, but I did. Let me tell you, it's packed with zombies everywhere. Exactly. They're awakened, so of course they're not afraid of the teaching building. But we're ordinary people. Are we supposed to throw our lives away? Jing Tian has a Gatling gun strapped to his back. If that thing is real, he must be a formidable fighter. If we run into evolved zombies, having him around is the only way we might survive. We're just ordinary mortals with sticks. How could we ever take down an evolved zombie otherwise? Even if it's real, zombies will be coming from every direction. Can he really shoot them all? Anyway, we're not going to the teaching building. After a heated discussion, the survivors of the laboratory strongholds team quickly split into 2 groups. Most chose to follow the middle-aged counselor. Only a dozen or so chose to follow Jing Tian. Yi Fan was among them. However, Yi Fan's reason for following Jing Tian was purely Lung Yuyan. It had nothing to do with Jing Tian himself. Jing Tian, just you wait. We'll meet back at the laboratory stronghold, and then you'll know you have to pay for your youth. Oh no, make it back alive first then talk. Heh. After saying this, the middle-aged counselor, He Fengxin, left with those willing to follow him. Hu Kuan felt disheartened watching the majority being led away by He Fengxin. Just then Jing Tian patted him on the shoulder and said with a faint smile, "It's better to send away disobedient people sooner rather than later. A team's greatest taboo is a divided heart. Besides, I have my reasons for going to the teaching building." There's a reason. Could Jing Tian really have a different insight? Hu Kuan listened to Jing Tian's words. The melancholy in his heart vanished. He looked expectantly at Jing Tian. He wanted to know what profound insight Jing Tian actually had. Hu Kuan, after the Doomsday games, spawned 5 supply crates. It spawned 5 evolved zombies. In your opinion, is there any connection between the two? Jing Tian did not immediately share his thoughts with Hu Kuan. Instead, he asked Hu Kuan a question. Hu Kuan listened. He stroked his chin and replied, thoughtfully, 5 survivor strongholds, 5 supply crates, and now 5 evolved zombies. Following the Doomsday game's usual style, these 5 evolved zombies are definitely guarding different supply crates. But what does that have to do with choosing between the football field and the teaching building? Hu Kuan still had not caught on. Jing Tian listened to Hu Kuan's answer. He patted Hu Kuan's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "You said it yourself. The evolved zombies are definitely guarding the supply crates. That is to say, we are destined to fight them no matter what. And we have to take the supply crates containing nearly 50 people's daily food and water right in front of it. Under these circumstances, Hu Kuan, now you choose. Which do you think is better, the teaching building with complex terrain that favors escape, or the football field where we go head-to-head with the evolved zombie?" Jing Tian's reminder suddenly brought Hu Kuan a flash of realization. He had only been thinking about which place, the football field or the teaching building, would make it easier to find supply crates. He had forgotten that even after finding a supply crate, taking it away was the trickiest part. The crate contained nearly 50 people's daily food and water. It was absolutely impossible to grab it and run. At the very least, 2 people would have to carry it. And this was the most dangerous part of the operation. Right now, all zombies had been strengthened. Ordinary zombies could already outrun humans with ease, let alone evolved zombies, which were even stronger. Wouldn't chasing down survivors carrying a supply crate be effortless for them? Even if a supply crate were placed in the middle of the football field with an evolved zombie guarding it, any group of survivors that went for it would be wiped out. And at that moment, that was where the advantage of the teaching building showed itself. Floors, staircases, corridors, corners, classrooms, all could be used to wage guerrilla warfare against the evolved zombie. If they could not outfight it and could not outrun it, they still had terrain to slip away. So that's how it is. I never expected young Master Jing to have thought so far ahead. Hu Kuan was completely won over by Jing Tian. His view of Jing Tian shifted from helpless sighs to admiration. "Jing Tian, can I ask you something? In terms of terrain, the girls' dormitory has the same merits as the teaching building. Why didn't you choose the girls' dormitory?" A survivor not far from Jing Tian and Hu Kuan asked in confusion after hearing Jing Tian's words. "Because of the security bars on the windows." Jing Tian spread his hands and said, "If the supply crate is in a high-rise room, our best option is to drop it directly from the window or balcony. Then we split into 2 groups. One group is responsible for going down and bringing the crate back to the survivor stronghold in the laboratory. The other group uses the terrain to hold off the evolved zombie. That way the difficulty of taking the crate away is easily overcome." "Oh right, why didn't I think of that?" The questioner scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly after hearing Jing Tian's words. As his sheepish laughter rang out, the gloomy atmosphere among the rest of the survivors vanished. They all secretly rejoiced that they had not chosen to leave. As expected of student Jing Tian, the son of the chairman of the Hongwu group. He sees farther than we do. Isn't that right? That counselor He Fengxin, relying on his age, grew smug and talked back to student Jing Tian. I wonder if he regrets going to the football field now. The football field is completely open. With an evolved zombie there, it will slaughter them mercilessly. A student can surpass the teacher. How could he not understand that? I pity those who were tricked into following him. What's there to pity? Student Jing Tian put it well, a team cannot have 2 minds. If they wanted to leave, the sooner the better, so they wouldn't fail us at a critical moment. The survivors in the group all flattered Jing Tian. Yi Fan clicked his tongue in displeasure at their words. That Jing Tian is selfish and self-serving. Go ahead and flatter him now. When Jing Tian leaves you behind to hold off the evolved zombie, you'll be crying then. Yi Fan sneered inwardly. Just as he was sneering, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. System notification: the tyrant zombie in the teaching building grants extremely high experience when killed. If the host successfully kills it, his level will instantly pull far ahead of everyone else, creating a snowball effect. Tyrant zombie in the teaching building. Is the system saying that the evolved zombie in the teaching building is a tyrant zombie? Yi Fan analyzed the system notification. Meanwhile, a system notification also sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding. Great villain system reminder: the child of destiny Yi Fan is preparing to hunt the tyrant zombie in the teaching building in order to gain a huge amount of experience and snowball. Ding. Great Villain System reminder: the Great Villain mission has been activated. Steal the kill of the Tyrant Zombie from the Child of Destiny Yi fan. Complete the mission to reduce the luck of the Child of Destiny Yi fan and obtain high rewards. Kill the Tyrant Zombie, huh? Looks like we're in for a tough battle. Jing Tian narrowed his eyes and led the group toward the teaching building at a faster pace. It was the second day of the zombie outbreak. Unlike the first day when zombies were everywhere, few zombies were prowling the streets today. Of course, this also owed something to the survivors having stayed in their safe strongholds all night. With no survivors running around, the light-averse zombies mostly hid in dark, damp places to rest. These strengthened zombies aren't really that tough once they lose their numerical advantage. Kukuin stabbed a zombie blocking the way with his dagger, flicked his hand, and felt a surge of excitement. Ever since he awakened the skill instant teleport, killing isolated ordinary zombies was as easy as hitting moving targets. Young Master Jing. The zombies at the entrance of the teaching building have all been dealt with. What should we do next? Do we split into teams to search for supply crates, or do we move together as one group? Kukuin looked at Jing Tian and the others approaching from behind and asked. After the previous experience, he had truly come to regard Jing Tian as his leader. We move as one group. Jing Tian looked at Kukuin and replied. As long as ordinary zombies don't gather in groups of dozens, they pose no threat to us. The evolved zombie strength is still unknown. To be safe, we should kill more ordinary zombies along the way before we meet it. Let's improve our overall combat capabilities so we'll have a better chance of surviving once we encounter the evolved zombie. Alright, we'll follow young Master Jing's arrangement. Kukuin was the first to support Jing Tian's idea. Along the way, he had killed quite a few isolated zombies, and his physical condition had clearly improved. Since we chose to follow student Jing Tian, we'll follow his arrangement to the very end. Hearing this, the other survivors voiced their agreement one after another. Unless they were fools, they knew that following awakened ones like Jing Tian would be far safer. A quarter of an hour later, Jing Tian had made up his mind to clear out zombies all the way in order to boost the team's strength. The overall style of Jing Tian's team formed a sharp contrast with that of the people in other survivor strongholds. People in other survivor strongholds were all looking for ways to dodge zombie attacks and take away supply crates, avoiding unnecessary battles whenever possible. Only Jing Tian's group was different. After killing all the zombies on the first floor and feeling their strength improve, they were tremendously excited and could not wait to head to the second floor. Even the survivors following Jing Tian could hardly believe that they dared to join hands in small groups and take the initiative to attack zombies. If they had had decent weapons, they would even have wanted to take on a zombie by themselves. It's my turn. I'm taking this zombie's head this time. In Jing Tian's team, a tall, thin, bespectacled man gripping a wooden rod excitedly smashed the head of a zombie that his two teammates had pinned down with a table. When the zombie died, a greedy gleam appeared in the bespectacled man's eyes. The feeling of leveling up from killing a zombie was simply too marvelous. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the Doomsday game world was actually quite nice. These guys, even without decent weapons, they're this impressive at killing zombies. After killing a zombie with his finely crafted dagger, Jing Tian looked at the survivors around him in surprise, just as he was about to lead the team to the third floor to continue hunting zombies. Several shrill screams suddenly rang out from the third floor, penetrating through the ceiling and into his ears. Is that? Jing Tian listened to the screams drifting down from above the ceiling, his brows knitting together. Zombies wouldn't scream like that. Which meant it was actually people upstairs. Screams. Zombies shouldn't be making those kinds of sounds. Could survivors from another stronghold have beaten us here? Jing Tian's companions, upon hearing the wails from above, could scarcely believe their ears. They had never anticipated encountering such a situation. 5 supply crate locations, 5 survivor strongholds. They had instinctively assumed each location would contain only one group. But now it appeared someone had crossed paths with them. They had all selected the teaching building as their supply crate point. We seem to have run into others. What should we do now? Should we leave? We're doing quite well killing zombies and leveling up here. No other location could possibly provide individual classrooms where we can eliminate zombies one by one. Leave? Why would we leave? The supply crate belongs to whoever secures it first. Judging by these screams, they haven't claimed it yet. Exactly. In this apocalypse, what you hold is yours. If you haven't obtained it, it belongs to no one. Let's hurry to the third floor and investigate. They may have already discovered the supply crate. After a brief discussion, the survivors all turned their gaze toward Jing Tian, waiting for his command. Ever since Jing Tian had begun leading them to level up, he had long since become their de facto leader. Let's go. We'll check the third floor. Upon speaking, Jing Tian led his team toward the third floor of the teaching building. On the way upstairs, the screams from the third floor continued to echo without cease, sending chills down anyone's spine. If not for the temptation of the supply crate, any rational person would never have ventured toward the third floor. Could they have encountered a tyrant zombie? Jing Tian mused as the increasingly loud screams reached his ears. He had originally believed that tyrant zombies would only appear on the top floor. But given the current circumstances, a tyrant zombie was very likely already on the third floor. How can this zombie be so powerful? We stand no chance against it. As Jing Tian led his team onto the third floor, a blood-soaked figure stumbled toward them. What happened? Seeing someone approaching Jing Tian, Hu Kuan quickly intercepted the person. Who are you? The stopped man regarded Hu Kuan with surprise. He didn't recognize those faces within their group. It was only when he spotted Jing Tian and the others behind Hu Kuan that he realized this was a team dispatched by another survivor stronghold to find a supply crate. You're here for the supply crate, aren't you? The crate is in classroom B306. If you want to go retrieve it yourselves, don't block my path. I'm in a hurry. The blood-soaked man finished speaking and attempted to flee. But to his despair, Hu Kuan showed no intention of letting him go. Instead, he held his ground awaiting Jing Tian's orders. I'll give you two choices. First, join our stronghold and fight for our team. Second. Jing Tian regarded the man pinned by Hu Kuan and spoke coldly. What? The blood-soaked man, seeing that Jing Tian had no intention of letting him escape, roared in fury. I don't want the supply crate. I've already yielded the supply crate to you. Why won't you let me leave? If you desire the crate so badly, go fetch it yourselves. Why must you detain me? I haven't even acquired a single item from the crate. The blood-soaked man grew increasingly frantic as he spoke. He kept glancing over his shoulder repeatedly, as though something terrifying pursued him from behind. It seems you refuse to choose. Then I shall choose for you. Jing Tian had no patience to waste on the blood-soaked man. He drew a slender dagger and delivered a swift slash. The blood-soaked man had not yet grasped what had transpired. The very next instant, he gasped for breath and collapsed to the ground. A deserter, covered in wounds. I offered you a path to survival, yet you refused to see it. Then I have no choice but to see you on your way. Jing Tian struck with decisive ruthlessness. This was an era of special circumstances. The 5 survivor strongholds existed in a state of competition. A man like this blood-soaked one. If he could not serve Jing Tian's purposes, then Jing Tian would absolutely not permit him to depart. For if this man lived, he would inevitably expose their group's whereabouts. The classroom space is limited. It would not be prudent for all of us to enter at once. Hu Kuan, go inspect the situation at the doorway of classroom B306. Everyone else, hold your positions for now. Jing Tian dispatched Hu Kuan to scout ahead. Hu Kuan possessed the skill instant teleportation, rendering him exceptionally capable in escape situations. He was the perfect choice for reconnaissance. Just as Hu Kuan set out toward classroom B306, a system notification suddenly resonated within Jing Tian's mind. Ding. System alert: host has eliminated an awakened one, triggering awakening skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Apocalypse game awakening skill Burning Blood. Acquired skill Burning Blood. Could that individual back there have been an awakened one as well? Jing Tian processed the system's notification. Faced with this unexpected windfall, he promptly inquired, System, may I view the skill description for Burning Blood? Ding. System alert: affirmative. Ding. System alert: the Apocalypse game awakening skill Burning Blood description is as follows. Burning Blood: the bearer may force their blood to combust within their body, thereby augmenting strength and speed while diminishing pain sensation. Base duration 30 seconds. Base cooldown 3 minutes. Note the skill's enhancement to strength and speed is proportional to the coverage and quantity of blood on the bearer's skin. A berserker type skill then. The description appears quite favorable. No wonder that fellow was drenched in blood and yet managed to escape from a tyrant zombie. It must have relied on this skill. Jing Tian viewed the Burning Blood skill description with considerable satisfaction. With this ability, he now possessed another trump card. Jing Xiao. Before Jing Tian had finished reviewing the Burning Blood skill description, Hu Kuan had already returned from his reconnaissance of classroom B306. Jing Xiao. That man did not deceive us. The supply crate is indeed here. However, as we previously surmised, an evolved zombie guards the crate. Moreover, that evolved zombie differs from ordinary zombies. It bears no resemblance to a normally infected human. It stands nearly 3 meters tall, every muscle coiled tight, possessing terrifying combat prowess. As Hu Kuan spoke, his pupils swam with fear. It was his first encounter with such a horrifying existence. Those with awakening skills accompany me inside. All others who have not awakened remain at your positions and defend yourselves. Upon speaking, Jing Tian cast his gaze toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan was an awakened one, moreover a child of destiny. When Jing Tian specified that those with awakening skills should enter with him, his primary objective was to bring Yi Fan along to do the heavy lifting. Hearing Jing Tian's directive, Yi Fan harbored considerable displeasure inwardly. But upon considering the generous rewards that awaited the slayer of a tyrant zombie, he ultimately acquiesced to the order. Jing Tian, you are the one who summoned me along. I have been yearning for an opportunity to strike against you. You have come to me of your own accord. If you perish at the hands of that tyrant zombie, not even your aunt will be able to hold me accountable. Yi Fan harbored such calculations within his heart. Just as he prepared to trail behind Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and Hu Kuan to observe the unfolding events, Jing Tian suddenly gestured toward him and said, Yi Fan, please lead the way. Go to the immortals. Yi Fan had not anticipated that Jing Tian would assign him the vanguard position, and inwardly he railed against the maneuver. Yet he was utterly powerless to resist. Jing Tian now held all the authority. Had he disobeyed the command and refused to take point, Jing Tian could readily brand him with the accusation of desertion at any moment. Heh, and do you imagine I would expose my back to you? Jing Tian derived considerable satisfaction from observing Yi Fan's thoroughly disgruntled, yet helpless expression. After several breaths, Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He could only muster his courage and stride to the forefront, taking point ahead of Hu Kuan, Jing Tian, and Lung Yuyan. So this is an evolved zombie, a tyrant. As Yi Fan entered classroom B306, he was immediately stunned by the appearance of the tyrant zombie within the room. The tyrant bore a grotesque visage with blue-green flesh and protruding fangs, its eyes glowing like crimson lanterns. Oozing an aura of menace combined with its 3-meter-tall hulking frame, it resembled nothing so much as a demon from the netherworld. System, are you jesting when you instruct me to kill this creature? Yi Fan regarded the tyrant zombie, cold sweat streaming down his face. Such a horrifying abomination. If he possessed any choice in the matter, he would never have provoked it. Yi Fan charged. Jing Tian, positioned behind Yi Fan, observed him frozen at the doorway and gave him a shove. Propelled by Jing Tian's push, Yi Fan's mind erupted with curses. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, he suddenly sensed a terrifying killing intent surging toward him. Damn it! Yi Fan's heart lurched. He had been so preoccupied with Jing Tian's shove that he forgot about classroom B306. There was also a tyrant zombie of extremely high danger level inside. Activate Giant Elephant Force. Without another thought, Yi Fan immediately channeled his awakened skill. The instant the tyrant zombie appeared before his eyes, Yi Fan moved before it could react and threw a punch at it. The tyrant zombie was caught completely off guard. Its mighty frame, a full 3 meters tall, was nearly sent toppling by Yi Fan's fist. The tyrant zombie was dumbfounded by the punch. The previous batch of survivors had all fled in panic before it, but this time the survivor in front of it actually chose to clash with it head-on. What was going on here? The tyrant zombie couldn't understand why the two groups of survivors were so dramatically different in quality. It let out an enraged roar. It charged at Yi Fan again, swinging its fists, each carrying terrifying force down at him. Yi Fan was not willing to be outdone. He clenched his fists and struck back. Fist after fist collided. For a while, Yi Fan showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. So strong. Hu Kuan watched Yi Fan fight the tyrant zombie one-on-one without falling behind, stunned almost beyond belief. He knew Yi Fan was an awakener, but he had not expected the skill Yi Fan had awakened to be this powerful. It was a whole level stronger than his own awakened skill, instant teleport. As expected of the Child of Fortune, the skill he awakened is just better than what ordinary people get. Jing Tian squinted at Yi Fan's performance and said, "System, check the awakened skill information of the Child of Fortune Yi Fan." Ding. System notification. The awakened skill information of the Child of Fortune Yi Fan is as follows. Skill name: Giant Elephant Force. Skill type: Active Enhancement Skill. Skill description: after the wielder activates this skill, their strength increases tenfold for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the wielder will enter a weakened state for 10 minutes. Skill notes: this skill has the ability to temper the user's muscles and bones. Every time the user finishes using it, their strength and physique each improve by 1%. After using the skill, the only side effect is weakness with no other negative effects. It can even temper the muscles and bones while improving strength and physique. No wonder it's the skill awakened by the Child of Fortune. It's truly awesome. Jing Tian looked at the description of Yi Fan's awakened skill and complained inwardly. If his own skill, Sin of Greed, was an arch-villain exclusive, then Yi Fan's Giant Elephant Force was the standard loadout for a protagonist challenging opponents beyond his level. Giant Elephant Force. Not a bad skill. Once I finish fleecing Yi Fan dry, you'll be mine. Jing Tian thought as he watched Yi Fan. Suddenly, Yi Fan, who had just been locked in a fierce duel with the tyrant zombie, was unilaterally suppressed by it the very next moment. He retreated step by step, steadily drawing closer to Jing Tian. And this was only 5 seconds since Yi Fan had activated his awakened skill, Giant Elephant Force. Jing Tian, your death has come. Yi Fan deliberately lured the tyrant zombie toward Jing Tian. At the moment the tyrant zombie threw another punch at him, Yi Fan, who had been standing his ground, suddenly sidestepped. The fist as big as his head instantly hurtled toward Jing Tian. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Yi Fan had thought Jing Tian would be hit by the tyrant zombie, but unexpectedly Lung Yuyan appeared in front of Jing Tian and used her meteoric iron tang saber to block the tyrant zombie's fist. Lung Yuyan, why would she help Jing Tian? Yi Fan stared at Lung Yuyan with a gloomy heart. He had always believed that Lung Yuyan stayed by Jing Tian's side to protect him. But now Lung Yuyan had taken the initiative to help Jing Tian, which made his belief begin to waver. Could something have happened between Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan last night? At this thought, Yi Fan's eyes turned bloodshot. As the Child of Fortune, he had long regarded Lung Yuyan, the daughter of Fortune, as his own. How could he tolerate anyone else so much as laying a finger on her? Jing Tian, if you really touch Lung Yuyan, I'll hack you to pieces. Yi Fan was blazing with inward fury, murderous intent seeping from his eyes. If not for his wariness of the Gatling gun on Jing Tian's back and Jing Tian's Aunt Jing Xian, he would be snapping Jing Tian's neck off right now. Did Yi Fan just try to kill me? Sensing Yi Fan's killing intent, Jing Tian mentally flipped him off. Clumsy tricks like Yi Fan's couldn't even stir the faintest sense of danger in him. Yi Fan, wait until the day you can actually threaten me. Or until your fortune points run dry. That will be your death day. Jing Tian began to harbor killing intent toward Yi Fan as well. Just as the two locked eyes, Lung Yuyin, who had been holding off the tyrant zombie for Jing Tian, flipped her hand and sent out a palm strike, actually forcing the tyrant zombie back several steps. What's going on? Hu Kuan looked in shock at Lung Yuyin, who was even fiercer than Yi Fan. He could not have imagined that Lung Yuyin could repel the tyrant zombie several steps with a single palm. Holy crap. What exactly did Yi Fan and Lung Yuyin awaken? That's just too insane. As an awakener, Hu Kuan felt severely unbalanced by the displays of Yi Fan and Lung Yuyin. It was only after he glanced at Jing Tian that he felt a bit better. Jing Tian's skill, Lucky King, was even more lacking than Hu Kuan's own combat strength. Although in some ways Jing Tian's Lucky King was even more monstrous. But when it came purely to combat strength, it indeed had none. It seems I'm not the one at the bottom in combat power. Hu Kuan felt secretly relieved. Just as he was about to show off a bit, as well, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Hu Kuan, you'll be in charge of moving the supply crate out. We'll hold back the tyrant zombie for you. The speaker was none other than Jing Tian. Hu Kuan looked at Jing Tian in confusion. By all logic, Jing Tian's combat strength was even worse than his own. The dangerous task of stopping the tyrant zombie should have been left to him. But why would Jing Tian ask him to carry the supply crate? Just as Hu Kuan was utterly baffled, Jing Tian silently pulled the Gatling gun off his back and pulled the trigger. In that instant, the 6 barrels spun rapidly. Hundreds upon hundreds of bullets tore forth from the chamber and blasted the tyrant zombie, which had just been knocked back by Lung Yuyin's palm, squarely into the wall, leaving it unable to move. Damn, the Gatling is even more fierce. Hu Kuan looked at Jing Tian's Gatling gun and finally understood that Jing Tian was not the weakest in combat at all. He was the most terrifying of their foursome. Young Master Jing, leave the supply crate to me. Hu Kuan chuckled and ran toward the supply crate. Now that the tyrant zombie was suppressed, it was the perfect time for him to take the crate. Tisk, who does he think he's fooling? A good-for-nothing who relies on weapons. 10 seconds later, Yi Fan, now weakened, watched Jing Tian casually pull out the Gatling gun and easily suppress the tyrant zombie, and sneered inwardly. Just as he was about to mutter a few more words against Jing Tian, a system notification suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding! System notification: the tyrant zombie has activated the skill Berserk. Its defense strength and speed have surged dramatically. If the host does not wish to be ripped to shreds, it is recommended to avoid direct confrontation for now. Ding! System notification: the tyrant zombie's Berserk state lasts for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, it will enter a weakened period, and its overall attributes will drop significantly. That will be the host's best opportunity to kill it. This tyrant zombie can use skills too. Yi Fan felt excited at the system notification. Jing Tian, do you think you're invincible just because you have a Gatling gun? Without a system, no matter how glorious you are, it's only temporary. Yi Fan's lips curled smugly. After seeing that Hu Kuan with Lung Yuyin's help had already carried the supply crate out of the classroom, he walked toward Jing Tian, who was at the door, and said, Jing Tian, I overexerted myself by using my awakened skill in the fight just now. Now that the tyrant zombie is suppressed by you, I won't get in the way here anymore. With that, Yi Fan prepared to walk past Jing Tian and leave the classroom. However, his words made Jing Tian realize something was off in an instant. Yi Fan's system had told Yi Fan that killing the tyrant zombie would reward him with a huge amount of experience. And now Yi Fan had actually taken the initiative to leave the classroom and ignore the tyrant zombie. For Yi Fan, who possessed the acquired trait selfishness, this was 100% abnormal. When things are abnormal, there must be a hidden trick. Just as Jing Tian was wondering what Yi Fan's plan was, he suddenly discovered the tyrant zombie, which he had been suppressing with the Gatling gun, was beginning to show signs of breaking free from his suppression. Moreover, a violent blood-red aura was spreading over its skin. As expected, something's wrong. After discovering that the tyrant zombie was off, Jing Tian immediately slung the Gatling gun over his shoulder and ran. Under Yi Fan's astonished gaze, he dashed out of the classroom in a flash. Even as he left, Jing Tian did not forget to politely close the door. What the yay? Yi Fan was dumbfounded by Jing Tian's actions. Forget for now why Jing Tian had suddenly bolted. The speed at which he ran, while carrying the Gatling gun alone, was enough to shock Yi Fan. That pace was far faster than an ordinary person running without any load. Wait, why did that bastard Jing Tian close the door? After getting over his shock at Jing Tian's speed, Yi Fan only then realized that the door had been shut by Jing Tian. He had originally planned to trap Jing Tian. It was one thing that Jing Tian had slipped away, but now he had actually been shut inside the classroom by Jing Tian instead. This immediately made Yi Fan feel like slinking into a corner. But that was not the worst of it. The worst part was the tyrant zombie, its Berserk skill now active, was staring at him with vicious eyes. It would absolutely not give him a chance to open the door again. Jing Tian, we'll never rest until you're dead. Yi Fan roared in the classroom. Before he could even wrench the door handle off, the tyrant zombie's figure had already appeared before him. In that instant, the tyrant zombie's fist slammed into Yi Fan's body. As if hit by a truck, Yi Fan was blasted out together with the door with a loud crash. Whoa, that fierce. Outside the classroom, Jing Tian, seeing Yi Fan blasted out by the tyrant zombie, felt a moment of awe and turned to Hukuin. Hukuin, the tyrant zombie has gone berserk. We're not its match for now. Take the supply crate and hurry back to the survivor stronghold in the laboratory. Yin and I will stay behind to cover your retreat. But Hukuin did not want to leave. As an awakener, he also wanted to help Jing Tian. But a survivor squad could not go without an awakener to hold things down. Especially a squad carrying a supply crate like theirs. If someone from another stronghold intercepted them halfway and took the crate, that would be the most miserable outcome. Young Master Jing, after I send the supply crate back, I'll come to support you. Hukuin knew time was pressing and he could not delay any longer. After that, he led the people in the survivor squad into a rapid retreat. Seeing Hukuin withdraw, Jing Tian turned his gaze and sized up the rampaging tyrant zombie. The tyrant zombie was now wrapped in a savage blood-red energy, continuously throwing punches at Yi Fan. As for Yi Fan, ever since he had been blasted out of the classroom, a translucent protective membrane had formed around his body. No matter how hard the tyrant zombie struck, it could not break the membrane. At most, it could only throw Yi Fan from one side to the other. Is Yi Fan relying on deducting fortune points to keep himself alive again? Jing Tian made the analysis based on the previous precedent of Yi Fan cheating death in the cafeteria. As he was analyzing the tyrant zombie, realizing it could do nothing to Yi Fan, shifted its gaze toward Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Yin, let's go. Seeing the tyrant zombie's gaze shift, Jing Tian grabbed Lung Yuyan's hand and ran. However, the berserk tyrant zombie was far faster than Jing Tian. Seeing the tyrant zombie drawing closer and closer, Jing Tian quickly took out a decoy grenade and threw it on the ground. Bang! As the decoy grenade exploded, a cloud of green smoke rose. The tyrant zombie, which had been on the verge of catching up to Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan, finally lost its lead and came to a stop inside the smoke emitted by the decoy grenade. Luckily, this decoy grenade works on the tyrant zombie too. Otherwise, it would have been bad. Seeing the tyrant zombie stop, Jing Tian also stopped. It seems even stronger than before, Lung Yuyan said, appraising the tyrant zombie as she stopped with Jing Tian. Yes, but it probably can't last much longer, Jing Tian analyzed in reply. Just as Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan were discussing, a system notification suddenly rang in Jing Tian's mind. Ding! Arch-villain system notification. The child of fortune Yi Fan is on the verge of death. Deducting 1 fortune point. Congratulations, host. Obtained arch-villain fortune points 1, acquired talent lottery draw chance 1, a skill enhancement card 1, all attributes 5. So Yi Fan really is on the verge of death again. Wait. System, what is a skill enhancement card? Hearing the system notification, Jing Tian found a new item among this batch of rewards and asked at once. Ding. System notification. A skill enhancement card can be used to enhance the host's awakened skill. After use, it can raise the skill's attributes, extend its duration, or reduce its cooldown. Good stuff. Jing Tian was excited by the introduction to the skill enhancement card. With this thing, even some relatively poor skills could be transformed from worthless into miraculous. Combined with the plundering ability of his Sin of Greed skill as the game progressed to the late stage, it would be equivalent to having countless invincible skills at once. Jing Tian, why did you lock me inside? Just as Jing Tian was filled with anticipation for the future, Yi Fan, who had recovered by deducting 1 point of fortune, appeared before Jing Tian with rage. If I told you it wasn't intentional, would you believe me? Jing Tian spread his hands and feigned innocence. You obviously ran away before me. Who would have thought that I made it out, but you were still inside. You're slick-tongued and full of lies. You definitely did it on purpose. Yi Fan did not believe Jing Tian at all. Seeing that Yi Fan did not believe him, Jing Tian didn't bother to explain further. Believe it or not. Yi Fan saw that Jing Tian was too lazy even to explain and was about to say something else. Suddenly, he noticed within the green smoke between him and Jing Tian, the red berserk energy on the tyrant zombie's body had already faded away. Has the tyrant zombie's berserk duration finally ended? Yi Fan looked at the tyrant zombie in delight. This was the tyrant zombie at this very moment. The berserk energy on its body had vanished. Its imposing muscle-bound frame had changed drastically, as if it had been starved for a week. It was skin and bones visibly frail. A golden opportunity. Certain that the tyrant zombie had fallen into weakness, Yi Fan activated his awakened skill, Giant Elephant Strength. With one stride, he charged toward the tyrant zombie. To get this kill, he had been set up by Jing Tian and brought to the brink of death and had lost a full point of fortune value. Now, no matter what, he had to take the tyrant zombie's head. Only then would this trip not have been a loss. Jing Tian, once I take the tyrant zombie's head and open up a level gap between us, your days of lording it over me will be over. Yi Fan saw the tyrant zombie enter his attack range and curled the corner of his mouth. The tyrant zombie's head was within reach. All he had to do was take it. His level would skyrocket. When that happened, the duration, cooldown, and amplification multiplier of his awakened skill, Giant Elephant Strength, would all make a qualitative leap. At that time, even a tyrant zombie in its berserk state would be something he could fight. Yi Fan, don't get near that green smoke. The tyrant zombie is in there. Just as Yi Fan was about to secure the kill, Jing Tian's voice abruptly rang out, accompanied by the whistling sound of bullets leaving the barrel. No. Yi Fan saw the tyrant zombies had almost in his grasp, but a burst of bullets stole the moment, blasting the tyrant zombie's body out of his sight. He fell into despair. Again, his kill had been taken from him again. It was that familiar Gatling gun. It was that familiar Jing Tian. Jing Tian, what are you doing? I earned it with my life. Why did you steal my kill? Seeing the tyrant zombie's head snatched away, Yi Fan shot a furious glare at Jing Tian. Jing Tian raised his Gatling gun, blew at the wisp of white smoke still curling from the muzzle, and said calmly, Yi Fan, I admit that you and I had some bad blood before. But ask yourself, from the moment we were both at the lab survivor stronghold, have I ever harmed you? Back when you were guarding the door, you refused to let me into the lab survivor stronghold, and you were extremely hostile. As for me, after my aunt brought me into the lab survivor stronghold, did I ever ask her to kick you out? Did I ever ask her to stop giving you food? Did I ever throw my weight around and have someone beat you up? I never did. Even when you were being driven back step by step by the tyrant zombie Yu Yin, and I helped hold it off for you. But you, if I'm not wrong, you deliberately lured the tyrant zombie over because you wanted to use it to harm me. You're nothing but a selfish, self-centered brat. It was only because I didn't want to bother with you that I let it slide, yet you still refused to act sensibly. Jing Tian turned the tables on him. Yi Fan was stunned. Jing Tian's words were not unreasonable. In fact, they were beyond reproach. At the lab survivor stronghold, Jing Tian, indeed, had never used his connections to suppress Yi Fan. He had also held the tyrant zombie in check for a period of time when Yi Fan was weak. More importantly, Yi Fan really had used the tyrant zombie to attack Jing Tian. Jing Tian, don't change the subject. We're not discussing that. Why did you steal the tyrant zombie's head? I was the one who approached it first. Knowing that he had no valid ground to stand on, Yi Fan retorted in rage and embarrassment. You say the tyrant zombie's head is yours. On what basis? Jing Tian's voice suddenly turned icy. And he shot back, Yi Fan, don't tell me you think that just because you traded a few blows with the tyrant zombie it belongs to you. Its second form was triggered by my Gatling gun. In its second form, the tyrant zombie's combat power was explosive, and it was me who controlled it with a decoy grenade. What about you? Yi Fan, what did you do? Besides trading a few punches with the tyrant zombie and nearly getting me killed. Did you contribute even a little? Instead, when I saw you being nearly beaten to death by the tyrant zombie's second form, I drew it away and saved your life. Forget thanking me, you're now telling me the head is yours. Go on, tell me. Why is it yours? I was kind enough to warn you that the tyrant zombie was in the smoke, and because I was afraid you were too weak and in danger, I took it down for you. But all you can think about is the zombie's head. Enough. Yi Fan, let all the grudges between us be wiped out from now on. I won't save you again next time. As for the zombie head, it was ownerless to begin with. Let us rely on our own abilities. Whoever snatches it first gets it. Don't act like a clown after you've failed to take it. With that, Jing Tian took Lung Yuyin's hand, turned around, and climbed the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 4th. There were still many zombies in the teaching building. He and Lung Yuyin could simply stay here and continue killing zombies to gain more strength. Yi Fan watched Jing Tian leave with Lung Yuyin. He clenched his fists. Jing Tian had mocked him into silence. It wasn't that he hadn't considered rebutting. There was simply nothing wrong with Jing Tian's words. There was no flaw he could find. Sharp tongue, twisting right and wrong. Jing Tian, just wait. I'll see. Whether your mouth is still this sharp when you're dying. Yi Fan's heart was full of venom. Just then the voice of his notification system sounded in his mind. Ding. System notification. The number of zombies in the teaching building which is best suited for leveling up is dropping rapidly. Yi Fan was stunned by the system notification. Recalling that Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin had been heading to the 4th floor when they left, he suddenly understood. He immediately raised his baseball bat and climbed the stairs on the other side. He had missed the big one, but he absolutely could not let the small ones go. Is this Yi Fan following us as well? On the 4th floor, after killing a zombie with his fine dagger, Jing Tian spotted Yi Fan across the corridor. This Yi Fan is impressive. After being scolded so badly, he still has the nerve to follow us. Jing Tian had thought that after being humiliated so thoroughly, Yi Fan would leave the teaching building in anger. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan shamelessly continued hunting zombies in the building. Ding. Just as Jing Tian was thinking about this, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. The Great Villain System reminds you, congratulations host on killing the tyrant zombie and completing the Great Villain mission. Ding. The Great Villain System reminds you, congratulations host on receiving the mission rewards. Child of Fortune, Yi Fan's fortune value -2, Great Villain fortune value 2, acquired talent lottery draw, count 1, basic attributes 10A, and item lottery draw count 1. This time it actually deducted 2 full points from Yi Fan's fortune value. It seems losing the tyrant zombie's head and failing to snowball was a painful loss for him. Jing Tian listened to the system notifications and smiled faintly. Alright. System, what exactly does the item lottery refer to? Ding. System reminder, in answer to the host, the item lottery allows the host to spin lottery chances to draw items from the Doomsday game supply crate. The item pool is quite broad, including the decoy grenade, fine dagger combat suit, and other items the host has obtained. I was just worrying that I didn't have enough decoy grenades. Looks like I finally have a way to replenish them. Ding. System reminder, the host currently has 2 acquired talent lottery, draws 1 item lottery draw, and 1 skill enhancement card. Would the host like to use them now? Not now. I'll use them after I return to the stronghold. Jing Tian replied. He was currently competing with the child of fortune Yi Fan for ordinary zombie kills in the teaching building. Using those things at this moment would waste too much time. Yin, we need to pick up the pace. That Yi Fan has caught up. Jing Tian reminded Lung Yuyin. She nodded in response. She knew exactly why Yi Fan had followed, so she no longer held back her strength. She pushed her speed to the limit and gripping a meteoric iron tang saber shuttled through the zombie horde. In the evening, as the last zombie on the rooftop fell, the zombies in the teaching building were finally cleared out by Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and Yi Fan. Yuyin, my aunt, and the others must be getting anxious. Let's go. Seeing that the zombies had been cleaned up, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyin back to the lab survivor stronghold. Behind him, the child of fortune, Yi Fan, followed closely while keeping a certain distance. Z City University. At the lab survivor stronghold. The moment Jing Tian brought Lung Yuyin back, he sensed that something was off. No one knew what had happened. Everyone in the entire lab survivor stronghold was gathered at the entrance, including his aunt Jing Tian. What's going on here? Is that Jing Tian? Jing Tian is back. At the entrance of the laboratory survivor stronghold, someone spotted Jing Tian and shouted with excitement. It really is Jing Tian. He's safe, thank goodness. With him here we'll be saved. That He Fengxin is truly despicable. He actually betrayed us. We must take revenge, find him, and give him a sound lesson. The survivors in the laboratory stronghold, seeing Jing Tian truly back, were stirred with excitement. Jing Tian's back. Hearing his name, Jing Tian hastily looked up to find him. Once she located him, she quickly walked over and said, "You little rascal. Why are you back so late? I was so worried." "Well, it's fine, as long as you returned safely. You must be tired. Auntie saved some food for you. Come, let's go inside, eat and rest," Jing Tian said. She was about to take Jing Tian into the laboratory stronghold to rest. Hearing this, Jing Tian did not follow her inside. Instead, he stopped and asked Annie, "Has something happened? Why is everyone standing at the door? And where's Hu Kuan? Why don't I see him?" Jing Tian knew something must have happened. The more reluctant Jing Tian was to speak, the more his suspicion grew. "Well," Jing Tian sighed as Jing Tian stopped to question her. "It's He Fengxin. He Fengxin. What did he do?" Jing Tian pressed, hearing He Fengxin's name. He knew who He Fengxin was, the middle-aged man who had earlier disagreed with him and led over half of the team away to the football field. But Jing Tian didn't understand what that man had done. "He Fengxin betrayed us," Jing Tian said, her fair fingers digging into her palms with a hint of anger. "Jing Tian, on our way back to the stronghold with the supply crate, He Fengxin and people from another stronghold attacked us." A survivor who had previously followed Jing Tian to kill zombies and level up in the teaching building cut in seeing Jing Tian ask, "Here's what happened. After we split up with you, Jing Tian, we returned to the laboratory stronghold under Hu Kuan's leadership. But halfway there we suddenly ran into He Fengxin. He lied to us, saying he'd already found a supply crate from the football field. Now he appeared before us claiming to have been sent by Principal Jing Tian to help us. Actually, we didn't believe his words. To be on guard, Hu Kuan told us to surround the supply crate just in case. But who knew He Fengxin had colluded with another stronghold and planted at least 3 awakened among his group. While He Fengxin was engaging Hu Kuan in conversation and asking if you were still alive, the 3 awakened suddenly attacked Hu Kuan. Although Hu Kuan reacted quickly and only got one arm injured, we were destined to lose from the moment he was attacked. He Fengxin knew that Hu Kuan was the only awakened in our team. They already outnumbered us, and with 3 times as many awakened, we were quickly injured and had the supply crate seized from us by force. Actually, He Fengxin intended to wipe us all out. Fortunately, the zombies were attracted by the noise of our fight, so they gave up and left. The survivor who was speaking turned red-eyed and choked up as he reached this point. He had never expected that he could survive the zombie attack. Yet he failed to escape an attack from his own kind. Then what about Hu Kuan? Why didn't I see him? Jing Tian frowned as he heard this. Hu Kuan felt he had let you down, so he went alone to take revenge on He Fengxin and hasn't returned yet. The survivor hung his head and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He hated He Fengxin to the bone. Alas, Hu Kuan is not really to blame for this. Jing Tian interjected from the side upon hearing this. She looked at Jing Tian and said, "Jing Tian, their original target was actually our stronghold. They just ran into Hu Kuan and the others halfway." "I see." Jing Tian, listening to Jing Tian, recalled He Fengxin's face and a murderous aura gleamed in his eyes. "Dare to touch my people? You're asking for death." Jing Tian's killing intent surged. He would find He Fengxin and make him taste what it was like to be mowed down by a Gatling gun. "Auntie, what were you all preparing to do at the door just now? Do you know where He Fengxin and his gang are now?" Jing Tian looked at Jing Tian asking. If Jing Tian knew He Fengxin's location, then finding him would be much simpler. "I don't know." Jing Tian shook her head with a bitter smile. "Jing Tian, do you remember the rules the Doomsday game updated before?" "Yes, I do." Jing Tian replied. The Doomsday game warned that out of the 5 survivor strongholds, the last 2 ranked by the proportion of resources accumulated from supply crates would be eliminated. The eliminated stronghold will lose its ability to shield against zombies. That's right. Jing Tian, hearing Jing Tian's words, glanced at the surrounding survivors and said, "If we have no supply crates in hand, the laboratory stronghold will surely be at the bottom. That is to say, our laboratory will definitely be eliminated and lose the ability to ward off zombies. For survival and for revenge, I plan to take all the survivors out to find He Fengxin and fight them to the death. As for why everyone is waiting at the door, Annie believed you would come back alive, so we're waiting for you." Saying this, Jing Tian put away the worry on her face and gave a slight smile. Her smile carried a warmth that seemed to speak. It told Jing Tian that she believed in him. "Auntie." Jing Tian's nose stung as he looked at Jing Tian. He took a deep breath. He settled his emotions and looked at the other survivors. He Fengxin betrayed us and even brought people to attack our stronghold. Such a man is unforgivable. We must make him pay. Brothers, are you willing to follow me? Together we will slay the traitor. Jing Tian inspired the survivors. Hearing this, their eyes turned bloodshot. This time they would surely wipe away their shame. They would flay the traitor He Fengxin alive. I know where He Fengxin is most likely to be. Just as the survivors of the laboratory stronghold were preparing to search all the other 4 strongholds one by one for He Fengxin, a girl with shoulder-length silver hair and black-rimmed glasses raised her hand and said, "Among the awakened who attacked us, there is one I recognize. He's Lu Tao, the sports committee member of our class with dyed green hair, very conspicuous." When the Doomsday game announced the 5 survivor strongholds earlier, I originally planned to go to the library. But I ran quite slowly, and seeing that many people were going to the library, I came to the laboratory. However, at that time I saw Lu Tao head for the library. His green hair is rare in our school, so I probably wasn't mistaken. Of course, I can't be absolutely sure. I was too busy fleeing for my life to look carefully. After speaking, the girl in black-rimmed glasses lowered her head. She had originally not wanted to speak, afraid that saying the wrong thing would cause trouble. But Jing Tian's words moved her. Since this was about revenge, she couldn't keep such a crucial clue hidden. A clue is better than none. Then it's decided. Let's go to the library. Seeing they had a lead, Jing Tian immediately led the team out. Meanwhile, in the library of Z City University, He Fengxin, after finishing 2 bowls of self-heating rice, let out a satisfied burp. Now this is living. That bitch Jing Tian. A portion of food split among 3 people isn't even enough to fill my teeth. If it weren't for the backing of the Jing family's resources with her meager abilities, how could she have become the principal of Z City University? Bah. And that Jing Tian. A snotty-nosed brat. I had a run-in at the football field, and he went and stumbled upon the supply crate by sheer luck. Absurd. Who knows what the hell this Doomsday game is up to? Don't you think so, Hu Kuan? He Fengxin said this. He hurled his empty food container at the bound, battered Hu Kuan with a cold sneer. He Fengxin, you traitor. You'll die a miserable death. Hu Kuan, seeing He Fengxin reveling in petty success, glared with bloodshot eyes and cursed. He had only cursed twice when He Fengxin rose and walked toward him. Without a word, he grabbed Hu Kuan's head and slammed it hard against the ground. Still not satisfied, He Fengxin raised his foot and gave his leather shoe a flick, then in the next second unleashed a vicious barrage of kicks to Hu Kuan's abdomen. This continued until Hu Kuan passed out from the pain. He still showed no sign of stopping. He Fengxin, enough. From the side, the library stronghold leader Yu Dinghai, seeing that He Fengxin was not holding back, intervened. Hu Kuan is still useful to us right now. Don't beat him to death on me. Old Yu, I was just having a little fun with this brat. Don't worry, I held back. As soon as He Fengxin saw the library leader speak, he hastily stopped. He Fengxin, what did you call me? The library leader asked coldly, hearing He Fengxin address him as Old Yu. I'm sorry, boss Yu. It's this lousy mouth of mine. I haven't gotten used to it yet. He Fengxin apologized with flattering deference. Yu Dinghai grunted coldly upon hearing this. In the old days, he had merely been an unremarkable librarian at Z City University. He had not been able to control those counselors. But now it was different. He was the leader of the library survivor stronghold, wielding absolute power. No matter what titles these survivors had once held, once they came here, they had to obey him. Boss Yu, something terrible has happened. Not long after Yu Dinghai had reigned in, He Fengxin, a survivor on guard duty, rushed in, panic-stricken. What happened? Running in, all flustered. What do you look like? Before Yu Dinghai could speak, He Fengxin barked first. I saw a survivor group heading this way, and among them, there's someone carrying a Gatling gun on his back. As the survivor messenger said this, fear crept into his eyes. In his eyes, the survivor group approaching them was far better equipped than the library people. If these newcomers meant trouble, the library survivor stronghold would very likely be seized by them. What did you say? Someone's carrying a Gatling gun. As He Fengxin heard this, his face turned ashen. He had expected Jing Tian to come seeking revenge, but he hadn't expected him to arrive this quickly. Boss Yu, it's Jing Tian and Jing Xian's group. I led a team to seize their supply crate. They must be here for revenge now. He Fengxin hastily reported the situation to Yu Dinghai. Upon hearing this, Yu Dinghai showed no fear. Instead, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He Fengxin, see that? Isn't this where Hu Kuan's usefulness comes in? It's just that. You've beaten Hu Kuan so badly that if I don't hand you over to Jing Xian and the others, their fury won't be appeased. Guards, tie He Fengxin up. Yu Dinghai's sudden change of face caught He Fengxin completely off guard. He Fengxin wanted to run, But as an ordinary person, how could he be a match for the awakened under Yu Dinghai's command? Less than 3 seconds after Yu Dinghai finished speaking, He Fengxin was pinned to the ground by 2 men. What do you mean? Yu Dinghai, are you setting me up? I'm the one who led a team to snatch a supply crate back for you. You can't do this to me. He Fengxin struggled on the ground, shouting. Hearing this, Yu Dinghai sneered mockingly. He Fengxin, He Fengxin, you're far too clever for your own good. Do you really think I would fight a bloody battle with another survivor stronghold just for an ordinary person like you? Let me tell you the truth. From the moment you led your people to surrender to me on the football field, you've been part of my plan. The Doomsday game reminded us that of the 5 survivor strongholds, only the 3 with the most accumulated resources will remain. In other words, having just 1 supply crate doesn't guarantee advancement. You need 2 to be sure. But where do you find the extra 1? Steal it directly. That's unrealistic. The survivor strongholds are roughly equal in strength, and I don't know the true strength of the others. If I rashly attacked, even if I won, the losses would certainly be heavy. As for you, He Fengxin, you're the breakthrough in this deadlock. I can simply hand you over and invite Jing Tian's stronghold to form an alliance. When that happens, only 1 man dies. You, He Fengxin, while the people of both our strongholds live. Why wouldn't I do it? With that, Yu Dinghai wore a cunning expression. Seeing this, He Fengxin realized he was utterly finished. His body instantly went limp like a pile of mud. Humph. Seeing He Fengxin collapse, Yu Dinghai snorted, then ordered his men to bring He Fengxin along and headed toward the library entrance. Meanwhile, at the library entrance, the survivors on guard duty had already been subdued by Jing Tian and his group. Don't kill us. We're just gatekeepers, please. What have you come for? Are you looking for the supply crate? It's on the 3rd floor. We can lead the way. We're all fellow students from the same university. Please don't kill us. The survivors guarding the library knelt on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen, begging Jing Tian and the others for mercy. I can spare your lives, but there's one condition. You must tell me exactly how many awakened there are in your library survivor stronghold. Hearing their pleas, Jing Tian said calmly, there are 6. Seeing a chance to live, the begging survivor immediately answered without daring to hesitate. 6. As expected, more than the laboratory survivor stronghold. Jing Tian analyzed inwardly upon hearing the answer, just as he was about to ask about the awakened abilities of those 6. At the library staircase, a large group suddenly came down. Misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. As soon as that group reached the bottom, a middle-aged man at the lead shouted loudly, what's going on? The people in the laboratory stronghold were baffled by these words. They had already prepared themselves to fight to the death. But unexpectedly, the other side showed no intention of fighting at all and kept saying it was a misunderstanding. Are you old, you? Jing Tian recognized at a glance that the leading middle-aged man was the librarian from the library. She asked incredulously, Old Yue, are you now the leader of the library survivor stronghold? Yes, President Jing. Seeing that Jing Tian recognized him, Yu Dinghai gave an ingratiating smile. President Jing, you've come to my place because of that He Fengxin, haven't you? Yes. He Fengxin led your people to attack us. We're here now to get revenge. Jing Tian's tone turned cold. It's a misunderstanding, President Jing. Hearing her tone turn cold, Yu Dinghai hastily explained. President Jing, this is what happened. We were deceived by He Fengxin too. He only told me he knew where another supply crate was and asked me to give him some men so he could go fetch it. I didn't know he was going to rob your supply crate. I gave him the men, and that's how this misunderstanding came about. Isn't He Fengxin the one you're looking for? To show my sincerity, I'll hand him over to you right now. After saying this, Yu Dinghai made a gesture. Soon 2 awakened behind him escorted He Fengxin toward Jing Tian and her group. Just like that, they're handing someone over. The people in the laboratory stronghold hadn't expected things to develop this way, and every one of them was astonished. I thought it would be a life-and-death battle, but it turned out to be just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding is great. We can get our revenge without losing a single person. How wonderful. After all, we're still schoolmates. There's no way things would get that ruthless. Phew, so we don't have to fight after all. I was scared to death. Seeing Yu Dinghai hand over He Fengxin, and everything turn out to be just a misunderstanding, the people of the laboratory stronghold breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that simple. Jing Tian listened to the people around him, then looked at Yu Dinghai with narrowed eyes. They only handed over He Fengxin. They didn't return Hu Kuan or the supply crate to us. That proves they have ulterior motives. Jing Tian is right. Jing Tian nodded at Jing Tian's words. If this was truly a misunderstanding, now that it's been cleared up, why haven't they returned the supply crate and Hu Kuan to us? At Jing Tian and Jing Tian's words, the people of the laboratory stronghold suddenly realized something was wrong. Just as they were wondering what Yu Dinghai's true purpose was, Yu Dinghai spoke up. President Jing, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, how about we discuss another matter? What is it? Jing Tian asked warily as she heard Yu Dinghai's words. Principal Jing, there's no need to be so wary. I have no other intention. I just want to discuss the alliance with you. Yu Dinghai went on, I'm sure you already know, Principal Jing, that in this Doomsday game, only 3 of the 5 survivor strongholds can remain. In other words, he continued, each of our strongholds has only obtained 1 supply crate, so we can hardly guarantee advancement. What I mean is, could you bring your survivor team, Principal Jing, and join our library survivor stronghold? If we do that, we'll effectively have 2 supply crates, 2/5 of the total reward, and 100% chance of advancing. What do you think? After saying this, Yu Dinghai looked at Jing Xian and the others in the laboratory survivor stronghold. He was confident in the conditions he had offered. No one could refuse them. After all, the supply crate was in his hands, and Hu Kuan was under his control too. As for Jing Xian's group, to put it bluntly, they had nothing left now except their people. By proactively inviting Jing Xian and her people to join the library survivor stronghold, he had already shown Jing Xian great respect. Jing Xian fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Although Yu Dinghai was talking about an alliance and inviting her to join on the surface, in truth, both of them knew better than anyone that once she chose to join the library, she would be giving up her position as leader. From then on, no matter what happened, everyone from the laboratory survivor stronghold would have to obey Yu Dinghai's command. Actually, an alliance isn't bad. Without fighting, we can guarantee that all of us survive. Several people in the laboratory survivor stronghold began to waver. For him, staying at the laboratory survivor stronghold or staying at the library survivor stronghold was the same. It was merely a change of who held power. We can't form an alliance. Yi Fan, who had come with the intention of fishing in troubled waters, jumped out anxiously to object when he saw someone supporting the alliance. The system had warned Yi Fan earlier. The laboratory survivor stronghold was a chosen stronghold. In the Doomsday game, it would spawn in many safe zones. Yi Fan could stay there long-term and develop his own power. But if Jing Xian and the others chose to join the library survivor stronghold this time, the laboratory survivor stronghold would essentially be abandoned. Once that happened, the so-called chosen stronghold would surely disappear too. Yi Fan couldn't guarantee that the next chosen stronghold would still be at Z City University. Thus, he absolutely could not let the laboratory survivor stronghold be eliminated. Why can't we form an alliance? The survivors who supported the alliance asked in displeasure when they saw Yi Fan speak out against it. You don't actually think Yi Fengxin attacking us was just a misunderstanding, do you? Yi Fan had been enjoying the drama, but now the drama had landed at his own doorstep. He could only force himself to get serious and analyze if everything really was a misunderstanding. Then why didn't they escort Yi Fengxin over to apologize to us right away? They only called it a misunderstanding after we went to them. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Besides, they're holding the supply crate, and Hu Kuan and refusing to let go. Isn't that obviously blackmail? Yi Fan tried desperately to dissuade those survivors who supported the alliance. The survivors who supported the alliance heard this and fell silent for a moment. Even if they returned the supply crate to us, we still couldn't guarantee ranking in the top 3. Exactly. Instead of taking a risk and waiting for the Doomsday Game's judgment, why not just form an alliance and be sure of top 3 staying in a safe survivor stronghold? Haven't they already brought Yi Fengxin over under guard? We can kill Yi Fengxin and join the library survivor stronghold. It's only changing where we settle down. Most of the laboratory survivors wanted to take the safe route. They just wanted to keep their lives. Listening to their words, Yi Fan was so angry that he was speechless. If these people only cared about staying alive, then he really couldn't find any reason for them to choose to reject the alliance. Sigh. Seeing Yi Fan, who had spoken against the alliance, sink into silence, Jing Xian took a breath. She sighed. Deep down, she didn't intend to give up power. At the laboratory survivor stronghold, she was the one in charge and could back Jing Tian, providing him protection. But if she released her power, she would no longer be able to give Jing Tian special care. You little rascal, she said, what's your take? Jing Xian handed the final decision to Jing Tian. Jing Tian had not yet made his stance clear. If Jing Tian was willing to ally as well, then she would have no grounds to cling to power. Auntie, in the apocalypse, you can't really honor contracts. Seeing that Jing Xian had given him the final choice, Jing Tian leaned close to her ear and whispered, Annie, we can give them a taste of their own medicine. Didn't Yi Fengxin pretend to be one of us before and then launch a sneak attack on us? This time, let's pretend to agree to Yu Dinghai's alliance request. Once we find Hu Kuan and the supply crate in the library, we'll ambush Yu Dinghai and the others. At the lowest cost possible, we'll wipe out all their awakened in one fell swoop. As long as the awakened are destroyed, the other survivors will naturally behave obediently to survive. Jing Tian was not the child of destiny. He wasn't the protagonist either. He was the great villain. He had plenty of underhanded tricks like this. You little rascal, your move really is ruthless enough. You're becoming more and more like your father. Jing Xian listened to Jing Tian's words, and the worry on her face vanished. Yu Dinghai, she said, I agree to the alliance. We were only trying to live anyway. Wherever we stay, it's still just a place to stay. Jing Xian quickly got into character and began to perform. When Yu Dinghai saw that she had agreed to the alliance, excitement spread across his face. Seeing that they could obtain safety without fighting, everyone in the laboratory survivor stronghold smiled. Only Yi Fan, seeing that Jing Xian was willing to give up power and ally, had a dark look on his face. He had never imagined that Jing Xian and Jing Tian would be willing to let go of power. Jing Tian, he muttered inwardly, you two truly are cut from the same cloth. You always oppose me at every turn. Fine. I'll remember the two of you. Yi Fan bore a grudge. With anger in his steps, he followed Jing Xian's group into the library survivor stronghold. On the second floor of the library survivor stronghold, immediately after Jing Xian's group joined, Yu Dinghai gathered the awakened from both the library stronghold and the laboratory stronghold for a meeting. Of course, he had his reasons. First, to show his strength and warn Jing Xian and her people not to have other ideas. Second, to learn the details of their awakened abilities so he could assign tasks later. Everyone, since we've chosen to form an alliance, we have to show the sincerity an alliance deserves. Now, starting with Jing Tian's side, let's take turns introducing our awakened abilities. After saying this, Yu Dinghai looked at Jing Tian. Jing Tian stretched out an arm and said, my awakened ability is mechanical ascension. I can mechanize part of my body for a limited time. At the moment, I can mechanize one arm. My awakened ability is colossal elephant strength. It can multiply my power. Right now it can triple it. Yi Fan said, half truth and half lie. Mine is ice spike. I can condense ice spikes out of thin air and use them to attack. As Lung Yuyan spoke, she slightly opened her palm and a crystal-like ice spike appeared out of thin air. Goodness. Seeing that Lung Yuyan's awakened ability was completely fabricated, Jing Tian barely suppressed a smile and said, my awakened ability is Lord of Luck. Rewards from opening supply crates are doubled. Is it really double rewards from supply crates? Yu Dinghai and the group of Library Awakened were excited to hear this. Earlier, He Fengxin had told them that Jing Tian had once announced that his awakened ability was Lord of Luck, allowing him to obtain double the rewards from supply crates. But at that time, Yu Dinghai and the other Awakened hadn't believed it. Still, just in case, Yu Dinghai had kept one supply crate unopened. Now, hearing Jing Tian say this, he realized that he had hit the jackpot. Excellent, excellent, ha! Yu Dinghai burst into loud laughter. Just thinking that all his future supply rewards would be doubled made him ecstatic. We're done introducing ourselves. Now it's your turn. Jing Tian cut off Yu Dinghai's laughter. Hurry up. After you finish, I still need to take that scumbag He Fengxin to find Hu Kuan. Alright. Yu Dinghai listened to Jing Tian's urging. He took out a dagger and tossed it into the air. Smiling, he said, my awakening ability is telekinesis. It allows me to manipulate objects freely from a distance. Like this. After speaking, Yu Dinghai extended a finger controlling the dagger he had thrown earlier, drawing circles in the air. Telekinesis sounds impressive. Jing Tian listened to Yu Dinghai's introduction, smiling meaningfully. Haha, young Master Jing flatters me. This is just a trivial trick of mine, far inferior to my subordinates. Yu Dinghai, unaware that Jing Tian's words carried hidden meaning, assumed he was being praised. He waved his hand with a smile, then looked at his men beside him. You lot standing there like statues. Quickly introduce yourselves to young Master Jing. Yu Dinghai asked his subordinates to introduce themselves. His 5 men heard this and began introducing themselves one by one. My name is Liao Wei. My awakening ability is Stealth Strike. It can make one target lose sight of me for 3 seconds. My name is Kai Ji. My awakening ability is Clairvoyance. Once activated, I can see through walls and observe any area within 1 meter that I wish to see. Currently, I'm mainly responsible for leading the way. My name is Xiaoko. My awakening ability is Time Reverse. I can reverse my own time and return to 3 seconds prior. My name is Zhao Lin. My awakening ability is Indestructible. Once activated, a golden light will emanate around me, forming armor. My name is Lu Tao. My awakening ability is Speed is Victory. Once activated, my speed doubles. He's Lu Tao. As Jing Tian listened to the green-haired man named Lu Tao introduce himself, his eyes narrowed slightly. Before departing from their laboratory survivor outpost, a girl with black-framed glasses had mentioned that among the 3 awakeners who attacked Hu Kuan, there was someone she recognized. That person was Lu Tao. Now it seemed the girl hadn't been mistaken. Leader US, since we've all finished introductions, could you send someone to guide me to Hu Kuan? Jing Tian, seeing that everyone had finished their introductions, looked at Yu Dinghai and said, of course. Yu Dinghai nodded with a smile, then looked at Lu Tao. Lu Tao, go guide young Master Jing. Also let young Master Jing open that unopened supply box. Me. Lu Tao was stunned upon hearing this. He had beaten Hu Kuan himself. If he led Jing Tian to find Hu Kuan, wouldn't Jing Tian seek revenge when he saw how badly Hu Kuan had been beaten up? Lu Tao felt apprehensive. Seeing this, Yu Dinghai glared at him. I told you to go stop dawdling. Young Master Jing's ability is Lucky Emperor. Can he really eat you or something? Right, how could I forget about this? Lu Tao's heart filled with relief upon hearing this. Jing Tian's ability Lucky Emperor could only be used when opening supply boxes. Aside from opening supply boxes, Jing Tian was no different from an ordinary person. On the contrary, Lu Tao possessed the ability Speed is Victory. With doubled speed, how could an ordinary person like Jing Tian possibly do anything to him? Realizing this, Lu Tao stood up and looked at Jing Tian. Student Jing Tian, follow me. Student Hu Kuan and the supply box are both on the 3rd floor. Alright. Jing Tian rose upon hearing this. Lung Yuyan, who had been sitting beside Jing Tian, stood up as well. Jing Tian, do you want me to come with you? Yuyan, no need. Since Leader Yu and I have formed an alliance, they won't do anything to me. Jing Tian refused to let Lung Yuyan follow him to find Hu Kuan. Lu Tao dared to guide him only because he was convinced Jing Tian couldn't fight. If Lung Yuyan accompanied him, Lu Tao certainly wouldn't be willing to lead the way. Young Master Jing speaks correctly. Since we've formed an alliance, we're all family. How could we possibly act against you? Yu Dinghai listened to the exchange between Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan and said with a smile, Upon hearing this, Lung Yuyan sat back down. I'll be careful. Thank you, Yuyan. Seeing Lung Yuyan return to her seat, Jing Tian leaned close to her ear and whispered, Then grabbing He Fengxian, who had been bound like a twist of rope, he followed Lu Tao toward the third floor of the library. On the way to the third floor, watching Lu Tao's back, Jing Tian called out to the system. System, check Lu Tao's life profile. Ding. System reminder, Lu Tao's life profile is as follows. Name Lu Tao. Gender male. Height 181 centimeters. Identity sports specialty student. Level 3. Experience 500-2000. Reputation 0. Gold coins 0. Strength 14. Spirit 13. Physique 14. Zombie infection level 1-2-1-0. Innate talent none. Acquired talent athletic prodigy strength and stamina attributes 1. The awakening ability isn't a lie. This guy is too straightforward. Jing Tian complained while looking at Lu Tao's profile. Then he called the system again. System, check my life profile. Ding. System reminder, host life profile is as follows. Name Jing Tian. Gender male. Height 188 centimeters. Identity one of the 3 young masters of Yinghua, chairman of the leading company in Z City Hongwu Group, son of Jing Hong. Level 9. Experience 1-2006-4000. Reputation 0. Gold coins 0. Strength 76. Spirit 76. Physique 71. Cumulative Chi luck, Sun Yifan luck, deducted 27. Remaining usable villain luck, 23. 5 points. Unused villain system rewards acquired talent lottery X2, item lottery X1 is skill enhancement X1. Weapon blue fire Gatling gun 5,500 bullets. Skill greed sin. Innate talent villain fated to be hostile to the protagonist group, lifelong enemies of the protagonist. Rich second generation, remarkable background, extremely wealthy. Acquired talents bad boy, lucky emperor, men and women work better together, fast runner. System villain system life profile system. I'm level 9. Jing Tian was overjoyed upon seeing his level. After killing the tyrant zombie, he had felt his body receive tremendous strengthening. But what surprised him was that his level had directly jumped to 9. System, what level is Yu Yan? And Yi Fan. Ding. System reminder, Lung Yu Yan is level 6. Yi Fan is level 6. Only level 6. That means if I hadn't killed the tyrant zombie, my level would also be around level 6, right? So the abundant experience from this tyrant zombie is indeed substantial. Thinking of this, Jing Tian was grateful he had stolen the tyrant zombie kill from the Chi Lux Sun Yifan. Otherwise, the person at level 9 now would have been Yifan. Student Jing Tian, we've arrived. Just as Jing Tian was feeling grateful inside, Lu Tao had already brought him to the third floor of the library. Jing Tian snapped back to reality upon hearing Lu Tao's words. The moment he came to his senses, he was enraged by what he saw. Not more than 10 meters ahead, Hu Kuan lay on the ground covered in wounds. If not for the faint rise and fall of Hu Kuan's chest, Jing Tian might have thought Hu Kuan was already dead. How did you hurt him this badly? Jing Tian's voice turned cold as he looked at Lu Tao. It wasn't us. It was He Fengxian whom you're holding. If you want to find someone to blame, look for him. Don't wrong innocent people. Is that so? Jing Tian sneered, tossing He Fengxian aside. How did I hear that among the 3 awakeners who attacked Hu Kuan there was a green-haired person? Lu Tao, that was you, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Lu Tao's face darkened. He hadn't expected that among the survivors he hadn't managed to kill there was someone who recognized him. But fortunately Jing Tian had no combat ability. What did it matter if he knew Lu Tao had acted? In this apocalypse, strength was paramount. Without strength, Jing Tian was nothing in his eyes and couldn't do anything to him. Lu Tao, let's fight. Seeing Lu Tao acknowledge it, Jing Tian clenched his fists. You beat up my subordinate. If I don't help him get revenge, it would be unjustifiable. Don't worry, we'll keep it friendly. How about it? Want to get revenge? Overestimating yourself. Seeing Jing Tian wanted to fight him, Lu Tao sneered disdainfully inside. He was a sports specialty student who had also trained in Sanda. What chance did a pampered rich second generation like Jing Tian have against him? Not to mention, he possessed the ability speed is victory, which could double his speed. Fine. Jing Tian, if you want to fight me, I'll humor you. But I want to make something clear. Talk of holding back and keeping things friendly. Forget it. After Lu Tao finished speaking, he struck first, darting forward to close the distance with Jing Tian. Without giving Jing Tian time to react, his fist was already swinging toward Jing Tian's head. Got him. Lu Tao's lips curved upward as his fist was about to connect with Jing Tian, who hadn't made any defensive move. But at that moment, a surprising scene unfolded before Lu Tao. Jing Tian's body suddenly tilted to the side, easily dodging Lu Tao's punch. And that wasn't all. The next second, Jing Tian began his counterattack. His fists never stopped raining a barrage of punches on Lu Tao. Originally, Jing Tian's punches had no technique. As someone trained in Sanda, Lu Tao shouldn't have had too much difficulty dealing with them. But what made Lu Tao despair was Jing Tian's punching speed far exceeded his own. Even after activating his awakening ability speed, his victory, he still couldn't keep up. How is this possible? How can Jing Tian's speed be so fast? Lu Tao couldn't believe it internally. But the truth was the truth. In the blink of an eye, Lu Tao was beaten black and blue by Jing Tian's bone-deep punches. Jing Tian must have lied. His awakening ability certainly isn't Lucky Emperor. His speed is even faster than mine. His awakening ability must also be some kind of speed enhancement. Lu Tao was furious inside. Realizing he had been deceived, he immediately confronted Jing Tian. Jing. Just as Lu Tao uttered the word Jing, before he could even finish saying Jing Tian's name, he felt a chill at his neck. No sound could escape. When he reached up with both hands to clutch his throat, he discovered he had been slit across the throat. Thud. In mere seconds, Lu Tao collapsed to the ground lifeless. You what are you doing? The two survivors guarding the supply box, and Hu Kuan had been watching the excitement from the side. Seeing someone murdered now, they were terrified. You heard it yourselves. Lu Tao was the one who said forget about holding back. Seeing the terrified expressions of those two, Jing Tian smiled. Then in a blink he appeared before them. Swift and ruthless, he eliminated both of them. Survival in the apocalypse was brutal. Decisive killing was an essential skill. Jing Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to leave trouble behind for himself. Hu Kuan, wake up. Jing Tian, seeing the threats on the third floor were eliminated, untied Hu Kuan. Jing. Young master. Hu Kuan heard Jing Tian's voice, opened his exhausted eyes, and stared at Jing Tian in shock. Young master, why are you here? Were you also captured by them? Hu Kuan had just opened his eyes and didn't know the situation. He thought Jing Tian had also been captured. Jing Tian smiled and said, no, I came to rescue you. Rescue me? Hu Kuan was shocked upon hearing this. He remembered he was at the library survivor outpost. Inside were 6 awakeners in total. Even if the entire laboratory survivor outpost came to rescue him, it might not be enough. Am I dreaming? Hu Kuan thought he was dreaming. Jing Tian extended his hand, pointing at the killed Lu Tao and the bound He Fengxin. Hu Kuan, you recognize these two, right? Are you convinced now? Want to pinch yourself? That's He Fengxin and the one who ambushed me. Hu Kuan followed Jing Tian's gesture. Upon discovering the bound He Fengxin and the dead Lu Tao, he excitedly began pinching his own face. Oh, that hurts. Hu Kuan felt the pain in his face, finally realizing this was all real. The man who had been beaten all over his body without shedding a single tear, at this moment lost control of his emotions and burst into tears. Shoo. Jing Tian urgently hushed Hu Kuan's crying. Then he explained Jing Tian's fake alliance plan and the current situation to Hu Kuan. After learning of Jing Tian's fake alliance plan, Hu Kuan couldn't stop praising it. Nothing was more satisfying than paying back in kind. Hu Kuan. After explaining everything to Hu Kuan, Jing Tian patted Hu Kuan's shoulder. Hu Kuan, I still need to figure out how to deal with the remaining 5 awakeners in the library. Find a place on the 3rd floor to hide with He Fengxin. After we secure the library, you can take your time settling accounts with He Fengxin. Alright, young master. I promise to hide well with He Fengxin. Hu Kuan nodded immediately after hearing Jing Tian's words. Alright, stay hidden. I'll go execute the next step of the plan. After speaking, Jing Tian left the 3rd floor of the library and returned toward the 2nd floor. Right during this journey, in his mind, several system notification sounds rang out in succession. Ding. System reminder, host has slain awakener Lu Tao, triggering awakening skill greed sin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining awakening skill. Speed is victory. Ding. System reminder detected that Hu Kuan's loyalty to the host has risen to 100. Congratulations to the host for gaining a devoted fan and subordinate. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 to all basic attributes. Item lottery 1, skill enhancement, card 1. System can recruiting subordinates also earn rewards. Jing Tian was surprised upon hearing the system's notification. Ding. System reminder, villains are never alone. The host develops their own forces, all of which can obtain system rewards. System well done. Jing Tian couldn't help but praise the system. Then upon reaching the door to the 2nd floor, he put on an expression of terror and walked toward Yu Dinghai and his group. Something's wrong. Something's wrong, leader Yu. 2 invading awakeners appeared on the 3rd floor of the library. They're stealing our supplies. What? Upon hearing Jing Tian's report of an intruder awakeness on the 3rd floor of the library, Yu Dinghai and his group erupted into uproar. Jing Tian, you're not joking, are you? How could there possibly be intruders on the 3rd floor? Could they have grown wings and flown up? Yu Dinghai questioned skeptically. The other awakeness members from the library also turned to look at Jing Tian upon hearing this. If it were merely a report of awakeness intrusion, they might have believed it. But Jing Tian claimed the intruders were on the 3rd floor. Who could possibly slip past them on the 2nd floor without detection and enter the 3rd floor undetected? Chief Yue, one of them, can indeed fly, while the other resembles Hu Kuan, capable of teleporting short distances. During our engagement, just now Lu Tao and I were taken completely by surprise. Without Lu Tao's awakeness ability, speed is essential. Holding them off, I would never have had the chance to come down and deliver this warning. Jing Tian continued his performance. Upon hearing Jing Tian's account of actual flying intruders, Yu Dinghai could no longer remain seated. He rose and declared, Jing Xian, the 2nd floor cannot be left undefended. Your laboratory's awakeness members should hold that position. As for the intruders on the 3rd floor, leave them to our library's awakeness members. All library awakeness members follow me and charge up to investigate. I want to see who has the audacity to encroach upon our territory. After speaking, Yu Dinghai gestured for Jing Tian to lead the way ahead. He and the remaining awakeness members from the library outpost followed closely behind. Of course, his arrangement served a purpose. Should Jing Tian be lying, he could immediately coordinate with the other library awakeness members to subdue him. At that point, even if the laboratory outpost harbored ill intentions, as long as Jing Tian was captured, Jing Xian and the others would have no choice but to comply. "Andy, should we follow?" Lung Yuyin asked, anxiously glancing at Jing Xian as she observed Jing Tian surrounded alone by the laboratory's awakeness members. "Yes, let's follow." Jing Xian nodded in response. The alliance between the laboratory outpost and the library outpost was never genuine to begin with. She would never entrust Jing Tian's safety to Yu Dinghai and his group. Furthermore, regardless of whether Jing Tian's claims about third-floor intruders were true or false, accompanying them would do more good than harm. If Jing Tian's account proved accurate, their presence could assist in combating the intruders. While defying Yu Dinghai's orders might frustrate him, she could easily justify their actions as a protective ant, ensuring Jing Tian's safety. As awakeness members, the authorities couldn't punish them severely, perhaps only mild reprimands. In contrast, if Jing Tian's claims were false and they failed to follow, they would directly expose him to danger. Upon this realization, Jing Xian immediately led Lung Yuyin and Yi Fan in pursuit of Yu Dinghai's group. Yu Dinghai noticed Jing Xian, Lung Yuyin, and Yi Fan trailing behind them. Annoyance flared within him. Furious, he exclaimed, "Principal Jing, what do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear my orders? I commanded you to guard the second floor. No following. I must accompany them. That's non-negotiable." Observing Yu Dinghai's anger, Jing Xian retorted sharply. "I am Jing Tian's aunt. 6 awakeness members from your outpost against one with his awakeness ability possessing no combat value. How could I possibly stay behind?" TCH. Yu Dinghai clicked his tongue at Jing Xian's words. A Lung Yuyin's reasoning held merit. Preventing Jing Xian from following was evidently impossible. "Very well, you may follow, but maintain a 10-meter distance from us. Our alliance is recent. Asking me to expose my blind spot to you is unreasonable. Consider how you would feel in my position." Yu Dinghai opted for compromise. As long as Jing Xian maintained sufficient distance and Jing Tian remained in his control, he felt confident she wouldn't dare any subterfuge. Jing Xian hesitated upon hearing Yu Dinghai's 10-meter requirement. For an awakeness member, that distance was considerable. If Yu Dinghai intended to strike Jing Tian, those 10 meters would allow him multiple opportunities to act. And he just followed Chief Yu's instructions. With external threats looming, I trust he wouldn't turn on his own. Jing Tian currently sits at level 9, and with his innate talent, Swift Runner, and awakeness ability, speed is essential. Amplifying his velocity, no one could intercept him if he chose to flee. "Very well, Annie will heed your words, Jing Tian." Seeing Jing Tian step forward to speak, Jing Xian's anxieties dissipated, and she nodded in agreement. It seems the intruders are real after all. Yu Dinghai, observing that Jing Tian showed no alarm despite being used as a hostage, gradually began to believe his account and signaled for him to continue leading the way. Soon, guided by Jing Tian, Yu Dinghai and his group reached the library's 3rd floor. Upon arrival, they were stunned by the scene before them. Lu Tao and the 2 guards stationed at the supply crate lay throat-cut in a pool of blood. Are Lu Tao and the others dead? Yu Dinghai's eyes widened as he surveyed the 3 corpses. Seizing the moment, Jing Tian interjected. "Quickly check whether the supplies in the crate are still intact." "Right, go check the supply crate immediately." Following Jing Tian's words, Yu Dinghai urgently dispatched a subordinate to inspect the crate. Simultaneously, he drew a dagger from his hand, his gaze locked firmly on Jing Tian, ready to strike the moment any suspicious movement appeared. But what frustrated Yu Dinghai was that Jing Tian remained perfectly still, simply standing before him. Could it truly be the work of intruders? Yu Dinghai's mind raced with conflict. Though he had initially suspected Jing Tian of orchestration, the boy's demeanor gave no indication of guilt. Yu Dinghai's suspicions toward Jing Tian gradually lessened, his attention shifting to scan every corner of the 3rd floor in search of any trace of the intruders. "Chief Yu, nearly everything in the supply crate we already opened remains intact. As for the unopened crate, I dared not breach it." The subordinate dispatched to inspect the crates reported back. A flicker of relief crossed Yu Dinghai's mind, until doubt immediately crept in. If the 2 intruders had slaughtered Lu Tao and the crate guards, why would they leave the supplies untouched? Were they after something else entirely? Just as Yu Dinghai wrestled with these questions, Jing Tian's voice rang out again. "Boss Yue, where's Hu Kuan? The Hu Kuan bound near the supply crate. What happened to him? And He Fengxin? The bound He Fengxin is gone too. What's going on?" The intruders didn't take the supplies, but instead targeted the people we wanted from our laboratory. What does this mean? Jing Tian suddenly accused Yu Dinghai and his group. Yu Dinghai was momentarily dumbfounded by Jing Tian's words. What was he implying? Did he suspect the intruders were actually someone from their own library? "Jing Tian, what do you mean by this? Do you think I orchestrated this act to avoid handing over He Fengxin and Hu Kuan?" Yu Dinghai see that it being turned into the accused. "Then find them for me then." Jing Tian retorted loudly before turning to Jing Xian and the others. "Anti-He Fengxin and Hu Kuan have vanished." "What?" Upon hearing this, Jing Xian broke from the 10-meter distance agreement and immediately moved toward Jing Tian alongside Lung Yuyin and Yi Fan. Jing Xian stopped right there. Yu Dinghai roared as he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. "I swear we had nothing to do with this. Stand fast, or I'll make certain Jing Tian pays the price." Chief Yue, exactly who were you planning to harm? The moment those words left Yu Dinghai's lips, Jing Tian's cold laughter reached his ears. Realization struck instantly, too late. While Yu Dinghai's attention had shifted to Jing Xian, Jing Tian's dagger had already carved through his throat with merciless precision. Jing Tian Yu Dinghai never anticipated that merely diverting his gaze for an instant would result in his own throat being slashed. Collapsing into a pool of blood, he died in despair. The 4 remaining Awakeness members from the library outpost stared in terror at Jing Tian, unable to process the blinding speed of his strike. Jing Tian, what are you doing? The 4 awakened individuals at the library outpost turned to Jing Tian and demanded answers. However, what surprised the 4 of them was, not only did Jing Tian not answer them, but he turned the tables and questioned them instead. Speak. Where have you hidden my brother Hu Kuan and that traitor He Fengxin? Hidden where? We have no idea. The 4 remaining Awakens at the library looked completely bewildered. They genuinely had no knowledge of where Hu Kuan and He Fengxin were. Could there be some misunderstanding? Jing Tian, we truly don't know where Hu Kuan and He Fengxin are, one of the Awakens at the library quickly explained, noticing Jing Tian's agitation. Why don't we go to other outposts tomorrow to find out what's going on? Hey, Yu Dinghai is already dead, and you still won't speak. Then don't blame us. Auntie Yu Yan, let's move. Jing Tian didn't waste more words on the 4 remaining Awakens, and directly ordered Jing Xian and Lung Yuyan to attack. The 4 remaining Awakens at the library saw Jing Tian preparing to strike them. They were thrown into panic. With Lu Tao and Yu Dinghai both dead, their numerical advantage as library Awakens had vanished. Under these circumstances, they clashed with Jing Tian and his group. They stood a real chance of being killed. Jing Tian, no, young Master Jing. This is truly a misunderstanding. We really didn't know. The 4 remaining Awakens at the library still wanted to explain, but Jing Tian gave them no chance to explain. He immediately pulled out a Gatling gun and coordinated with Jing Xian and Lung Yuyan to strike. In just a few breaths' time, the 4 remaining Awakens at the library were shot one by one and collapsed to the ground, until all 4 lay dead. Even in their final moments, they still couldn't figure out who had taken Hu Kuan and He Fengxin. Jing Tian already eliminated them all so quickly. Yi Fan found it unbelievable, as the Awakens at the library outpost were completely wiped out. He had expected a fierce battle, but never imagined that the library's Awakens lacked any real resistance capability. Jing Tian, where are Hu Kuan and the others? Don't tell me, Annie, that they were actually taken away. Jing Xian looked at Jing Tian and joked, seeing that all the Awakens at the library outpost had been eliminated. Given the speed and combat prowess Jing Tian had just demonstrated against Yu Dinghai and the others, there was no way he could be the same harmless, terrified boy who had earlier fled to report to Yu Dinghai. The only logical explanation was that all of this had been deliberately arranged by Jing Tian. Hu Kuan, no need to hide anymore. Bring out He Fengxin. Jing Tian snapped his fingers when Jing Xian asked, Young Master Jing, you've already dealt with all the Awakens at the library outpost. Hu Kuan emerged from behind a bookshelf dragging He Fengxin and asked in surprise upon seeing Jing Tian call him out. All of them have been handled. I employed a few tricks to sow discord among them, eliminated their leader Yu Dinghai first, and the remaining 4 had lost their will to fight before the confrontation even began. They fell one after another in just a few moves. Jing Tian replied with a faint smile. Young Master Jing truly lives up to being the son of the Hongwu Group chairman. This stratagem is magnificent. Hu Kuan, hearing this, recalled the earlier conversation between Jing Tian and Yu Dinghai, his face filled with admiration. Jing Tian's acting was Oscar-worthy. Even listening from behind the bookshelves, Hu Kuan had nearly believed it was genuine. Bah, what's the difference between such vicious cunning and a despicable person? And people actually praise this. Yi Fan snorted displeased from the side upon hearing Hu Kuan praise Jing Tian. Then, according to you, student Yi Fan, how would you break this deadlock? Jing Tian, overhearing Yi Fan's muttered complaints behind his back, didn't hesitate to shoot back immediately. Yi Fan hadn't expected Jing Tian to ask him for his solution, and his mind went completely blank. He had never considered how to break the deadlock, nor did he have any strategy for it. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, unable to save face. His face flushed red with anger as he declared, I would never resort to such despicable methods. If it were me, I'd face Yu Dinghai and the others head-on in an honorable battle. How childish! Jing Tian retorted without mercy. The apocalypse has descended. Human nature is unpredictable, and the path to survival is exceedingly arduous. Yi Fan, you call my tactics vicious, but I use them against enemies, not my own people. If I can eliminate the enemy with minimal losses, then for me and my teammates, that is the best approach. As for your talk of fair and honorable battles, where were you when Yu Dinghai and his 6 Awakens were here? Were you too cowardly back then? And since you look down on scheming, why didn't you challenge that tyrant zombie to single combat when we faced it? Why not meet it head-on and settle it once and for all? Why did you call on us for help when you were weakened? Does overwhelming a tyrant zombie with numbers count as honorable? To be honest, you can only stand on moral high ground and say these things because you weren't the one who got beaten. If it had been you instead of Hu Kuan, would you still say such things? Don't forget, certain people actually lured that tyrant zombie to attack me. Were they being honorable then? Jing Tian relentlessly dismantled Yi Fan's arguments. Yi Fan was completely flustered and couldn't muster a single rebuttal. After gritting his teeth for a while, he finally spat out, "Jing Tian, you're nothing but a bully who relies on others' power." Having said that, he hurriedly fled back to the second floor of the library. This Yi Fan. Jing Xian watched Yi Fan's retreating figure with exasperation, then approached Jing Tian and patted his shoulder, saying, "It's our Jing Tian who's the clever one." Already strategizing before the fight even began. If this doesn't lead to victory, what would? Exactly. If it weren't for young Master Jing's strategy, our laboratory outpost and the library outpost clashing head-on would have resulted in countless casualties. Hu Kuan agreed with Jing Xian, adding, "If it had been Yi Fan getting beaten instead, I guarantee he wouldn't be saying such things." Lung Yuyin shook her head and sighed. Indecisiveness is the greatest sin in the apocalypse. This Yi Fan, oh well. Lung Yuyin continued reflecting on how precarious survival had become in the apocalypse. Even as someone from a secluded family, she had found herself in dangerous situations multiple times. For ordinary people, the challenges were even greater. If everyone remained as naive as Yi Fan, humanity would have been wiped out by zombies long ago. By the way, Jing Tian, how did you suddenly become so strong? Lu Tao was an awakened individual with the skill swift as war. How did you manage to defeat him alone? After Yi Fan's ridiculous defense, Jing Xian recalled everything and turned to ask Jing Tian. "I killed the tyrant zombie and cleared out the zombies in the teaching building room by room. I've now reached level 9, and even without an awakened skill, all my attributes surpass those of Lu Tao when he activates his swift as war ability." Jing Tian explained with a faint smile. "Jing Tian, you've already reached level 9. I'm only at level 2. You're really crushing your aunt's spirits." Jing Xian was utterly astonished upon hearing Jing Tian had reached level 9. "It was just luck, really. I got good equipment from the first supply crate, otherwise I wouldn't be where I am now." Jing Tian responded modestly. "Who says luck isn't part of one's strength?" Jing Xian chuckled at Jing Tian's modesty and suggested, "It's getting late. Let's hurry and carry the supply crates back to the laboratory survivor outpost. With 2 crates now, we should definitely make it into the top 3. Jing Tian nodded in agreement. He still had several system rewards unused, and with the current situation resolved, he could return to claim them and boost his abilities. In particular, the item lottery and skill enhancement cards remained untouched. Z City University. Library Survivors Stronghold. Having slain the 6 awakened from the library, Yu Dinghai, Lu Tao, and the others, Jing Tian and his party then carried the supply crate and Yu Dinghai's corpse down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd where the survivors lived. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, they smashed Yu Dinghai's body heavily onto the floor. "Is that Shifu? Is he dead?" Seeing this, the people in the library stronghold were utterly stunned. While they were panicking and at a loss, Jing Tian's voice rang out. "Yu Dinghai is dead. Survivors of the library stronghold, you now have only 2 paths before you. Either go to Yellow Springs and accompany Yu Dinghai, or surrender and join our laboratory survivor stronghold." With that, Jing Tian pulled out the Gatling gun in his hand and stared at the crowd. At these words, the people in the library stronghold exchanged glances and unanimously raised their hands in surrender. Now that Yu Dinghai and the 6 awakened under him were dead with no awakened to lead them, how could they possibly still have the power to fight Jing Tian and his group? More importantly, they could find no reason to fight Jing Tian's group. Living in the library stronghold was living, and living in the laboratory stronghold was still living. To them, it was merely a change of residence, and of whoever was in charge. Besides basic food, Yu Dinghai had given them nothing. Why would they risk their lives for him? To catch thieves, first catch the ringleader. That saying really makes sense. Hu Kuan said excitedly as he saw the library survivors raise their hands and surrender right after Jing Tian finished speaking. Indeed. Jing Xian smiled faintly. For survival in the apocalypse, the survivors' demands are simple: just stay alive. They don't care who sits in management. When we first came to the library, Yu Dinghai used this very mindset to pressure the survivors in the laboratory stronghold into pressuring us to surrender. What Yu Dinghai and his people didn't know was that we would play along and stage a fake alliance. Jing Xian paused here. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. It seems we need to find a way to give the survivors a sense of belonging to the laboratory stronghold. Otherwise, these survivors will easily betray us. And we could adopt the tiered distribution system. Jing Tian, having heard Jing Xian's words, reminded her with a faint smile. The food in the supply crate is of mixed quality. We can keep the best for the awakened, give the next tier to the veteran survivors of our stronghold, and give the remaining to the newest batch of survivors. In this way, we will have the support of the awakened as well as the veteran survivors. With reasonable promotion paths in place, we can also win over many hearts among the newcomers. That's a good idea. Jing Xian nodded upon hearing this. Different tiers of treatment meant benefits were handed directly to the survivors. This way, when they next think about switching sides, they will have to worry about their own interests, and it will be impossible for them to choose alliance overwhelmingly as they did when Yu Dinghai asked for the laboratory alliance. Let's do it that way. Having decided how to handle the survivors, Jing Xian then addressed the library survivors. It's getting late. Since everyone has unanimously chosen to join our laboratory stronghold, there's no time to waste. We leave at once and return to the laboratory survivors stronghold. Z City University. Laboratory survivors stronghold. The moment Jing Tian returned to the laboratory stronghold, she convened a meeting to promote the tiered system Jing Tian had mentioned. Knowing what the meeting was about, Jing Tian asked for leave on the pretext that the earlier battle had tired him and returned to his room on the second floor of the laboratory to rest. Of course, fatigue was just an excuse. Jing Tian's real purpose was to use all the accumulated system rewards and further enhance his strength. The system rewards I've accumulated have never had a chance to be used. Now I can finally use them. After returning to his room, Jing Tian stretched. Just as he was about to summon the system to use the accumulated rewards, a series of system notifications rang out in his mind instead. Ding. System notice host has slain awakened Yu Dinghai, triggering the awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Psychokinesis. Ding. System notice host has slain awakened Liao Wei, triggering Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Stealth Strike. Ding. System notice host has slain awakened Kai Ji, triggering Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Clairvoyance. Ding. System notice host has slain awakened Xia Ku, triggering Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Time Reversal. Ding. System notice host has slain awakened Zhao Lin, triggering Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has acquired the awakened skill Indestructible. So the rewards for killing Yu Dinghai and the others have arrived, eh? Jing Tian rejoiced at the notifications. Excitedly, he said, System, display the descriptions of these 5 skills. Ding. System, notice the descriptions of Psychokinesis, Stealth Strike, Clairvoyance, Time Reversal, and Indestructible are as follows. Psychokinesis: upon activation, the host can telekinetically control an object at a distance. The distance and weight controllable increase with the host's spiritual power. Currently cooldown is 10 minutes, control duration is 30 seconds, range is 5 meters, and weight limit is 5 kilograms. Stealth Strike: upon activation, the host can cause a target to lose sight of the host for 5 seconds. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Clairvoyance: upon activation, the host can ignore wall obstructions and see anywhere within 5 meters that the host wishes. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Time Reversal: upon activation, the host's personal time can reverse, returning the host to a point 3 to 5 seconds earlier with the exact moment chosen by the host. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. Indestructible: upon activation, a golden light shines over the host, protecting the host like armor. The armor's defense is 3 times the host's constitution. Duration is 10 seconds. Cooldown is 10 minutes. Are these skills all stronger? Hearing the system's skill descriptions, Jing Tian was surprised to find that the skills he had seized through Sin of Greed were several grades stronger than they had been in their original owners. So the gap between levels isn't just about the attribute panel. The biggest difference lies in the skills. Interesting. System, check my life resume. Ding. System, notice view successful. Host life resume is as follows. Name: Jing Tian. Gender: male. Height: 188 centimeters. Identity: one of the 3 young masters of the Yen Nation, the only son of Jing Hong, chairman of Hongwu Group, the leading company in Z City. Level 9. Experience 160064000. Reputation 0. Gold coins 0. Strength 78. Spirit 78. Constitution 73. Total fortune deducted from Child of Fortune, Yi Fan 27. Remaining usable villain fortune 23. 5 points. Unused rewards from villain system: 2 acquired talent lottery, draws 2 item lottery, draws 2 skill enhancement cards. Weapon: blue fire Gatling gun 4500 rounds. Skills: Sin of Greed, blood burning, Psychokinesis, Stealth Strike, Clairvoyance, Time Reversal. Speed is paramount, indestructible. Innate talents: great villain, destined to be resented by the protagonist group and to oppose the protagonist for life. Rich, second generation, extraordinary background and immense wealth. Acquired talents: bad boy, lucky ace, men and women working together, work becomes easy, runs extremely fast. Systems: villain system, life resume system. Besides my own awakened skill Sin of Greed, I have already gained 7 additional skills. As expected of a great villain. Now this is more like a great villain. Ding. System, notice host still has 2 acquired talent lottery, draws 2 item lottery, draws, and 2 skill enhancement cards unused. Does the host wish to use them now? System, use them now. Ding. System notification: the acquired talent draw is now starting. Ding. System notification: the first acquired talent draw has concluded. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the acquired talent Serene Mind. Ding. System notification: the second acquired talent draw has concluded. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the acquired talent Impotence. Ding. System notification: the draw has concluded. May I ask whether the host will use the newly drawn acquired talents personally or give them to others? System, as usual, let me look at the acquired talent descriptions first. Ding. System notification: the descriptions of the acquired talents Serene Mind and Impotence are as follows. Serene Mind: the recipient's mental strength recovery rate increases by 50, a mental strength increases by 10 points, and resistance to mental type skills increases by 50. Impotence: the recipient of this talent becomes impotent, charm decreases by 20, and strength and constitution each decrease by 20. Damn good thing I checked the acquired talent descriptions first. That impotence ability is way too vicious. Jing Tian was taken aback as he listened to the system's acquired talent descriptions. If not for his good habit of reading the description of every newly acquired talent before using it, he could have been badly duped. System apply the acquired talent serene mind to me and apply the acquired talent impotence to Yifan. Ding. System notification the acquired talents have been applied. Among them the acquired talent impotence will take effect early tomorrow morning. I'm not bad. In some novels the child of destiny is born impotent. This way I'm helping Yifan gain a bit of what a child of destiny should have. Jing Tian smirked wickedly. Then he called the system again. System, start the item draw. Ding. System notification the item draw is now starting. Ding. System notification the first item draw has concluded. Congratulations host, you have drawn 10 decoy grenades. Ding. System notification the second item draw has concluded. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1 portable rocket launcher, 10 decoy grenades, plus 1 rocket launcher. Jing Tian was elated as he listened to the system's item draw notifications. He had just been worrying that he didn't have enough decoy grenades. Now the system gave him 10 at once, instantly curing his fear of running out of ammunition. Next, the only thing left is the awakened skill enhancement card. But I have 8 awakened skills and only 2 cards. Which skills should I use them on? After seeing that the acquired talent draw and item draw were done, Jing Tian began to ponder over the awakened skill enhancement card. And ponder he did. He pondered for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Jing Tian finally figured out which 2 skills to use and called the system enhance the awakened skill Sin of Greed and Time Rewind. Ding. System notification the awakened skills Sin of Greed and Time Rewind have been enhanced successfully. The attribute improvements are as follows. Sin of Greed, when depriving an awakener of a skill, the deprived skill receives a greed enhancement, greatly boosting its attributes. Moreover, when the host uses a skill deprived through Sin of Greed, the host is blessed by Sin of Greed, and the skill becomes imbued with Greed Black Mist. That is a dark attribute attack. Time Rewind, the cooldown time is reduced from 30 minutes to 15 minutes, and the reversible time window increases from 3 to 5 seconds to 3 to 7 seconds. The enhancement to Sin of Greed is far greater than the enhancement to Time Rewind. Does that mean the stronger a skill is, the greater the boost from a skill enhancement card? Jing Tian analyzed this inwardly after hearing the system's notification. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door of the room where he was staying. Just as he was wondering who it could be, Lung Yuyan's knock came from outside the door. Jing Tian, are you still awake? I'm awake. Hearing Lung Yuyan's voice, Jing Tian got up and opened the door. Yuyan, is my aunt done with what she was saying? Aunt is done. Now the survivors at our laboratory stronghold are divided into 4 categories. The first are awakeners who can choose high-quality food on their own. The second are the older survivors with major contributions who can choose ordinary food on their own and receive occasional high-quality food subsidies. The third are ordinary older survivors who get 1 portion of ordinary food for every meal. The fourth are the newest survivors to join. Before they earn any contributions, they can only get half a portion of ordinary food per meal. As she spoke, Ling Yuyan took out 2 self-heating hot pots and said, Aunt specially saved these for us. Jing Tian, let's eat together. This is hot pot. I can't believe we still get to eat hot pot in the apocalypse. Jing Tian smiled when he heard this and said, looks like we're in for a treat today. Yes, you worked hard during the day. This is just the right thing to help you replenish your strength. As she said this, Lung Yuyan began preparing the self-heating hot pot for Jing Tian. Seeing this, Jing Tian eagerly stepped forward to help. In an unguarded moment, their fingers touched. The feeling was like an electric shock. Not even married yet, and you two already look like an old married couple. Truly enviable. Jing Xian stood at the door holding a self-heating hot pot, gazing at Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan with an anti-smile. Aunt. Hearing Jing Xian's voice, Jing Tian quickly turned to look at the door. Seeing that it really was Jing Xian, he asked a little sheepishly, Aunt, why are you here? Well, here in this lab you two are my only family. Of course I thought we'd eat together and make things livelier. But it looks like I may have come at the wrong time. Jing Xian spread her hands helplessly. No, Aunt came at exactly the right time. Jing Tian quickly answered, food always tastes better when eaten together. Yes, Aunt, come in. Lung Yuyan walked up to Jing Xian and pulled her inside. You two lovebirds are wonderful. Sigh, in my room, I'm a lonely soul, and here I'm a third wheel. Jing Xian teased with a smile. They were in the middle of a cheerful conversation when a mechanical-sounding notification suddenly echoed in their minds. Doomsday game notice: midnight has arrived. From now on, the survivor strongholds at Z City University will be reduced from 5 to 3. The 3 advancing strongholds are the Natatorium, the Laboratory Building, and Building D Male Dormitory. The 2 eliminated strongholds are the Football Field and the Library. Doomsday game notice: giant animal zombies have been activated. From today onward, the enemies of the human faction will no longer be just human zombies. There will also be giant animal zombies. Doomsday game notice: the human faction supply crates have been upgraded to Stage 2. They are stocked with a wide assortment of high-quality weapons and equipment. Survivors can find Stage 2 supply crates to strengthen themselves and grow more formidable in the apocalypse. Doomsday game notice: giant cockroach zombies, giant mosquito zombies, and giant rat zombies have appeared at Z City University. Killing them grants generous experience points and special equipment rewards. They are currently located at the school cafeteria, the back hill, and the commercial street. Doomsday game notice: in 48 hours the survivor strongholds at Z City University will be reduced once more from the current 3 strongholds to 2. The 2 strongholds that advance will also receive advancement rewards, and all survivors will get generous experience points. In addition, Awakeners will receive 1 extra personal equipment supply. Doomsday game notice: all survivors have been bound to the survivor stronghold they are currently in. The reward distribution list for this Doomsday game will be based on the current survivor stronghold roster. As expected of the apocalypse, no sooner had we figured out how to fight human zombies than it threw us a giant animal zombie we had no clue how to deal with. The Doomsday game notification ended and Jing Tian let out a long sigh. I wonder when this Doomsday game will finally come to an end. Is the Doomsday game also going on outside Z City University? Forget it. Let's eat hot pot first. When the apocalypse is upon us, we should seize the day. As she spoke, Jing Tian contentedly sniffed the fragrance wafting from the self-heating hot pot. Andy, how about we send a team out tomorrow to see what's happening outside the school? Jing Tian said as he took out a pair of disposable chopsticks. That's workable. Jing Tian nodded. We know nothing about what's outside Z City University, so we really should send a few people out to gather information. And see if you can contact the Jing family. Remember, Jing Tian, your aunt, is a special forces general. If she were willing to help, we wouldn't have to live as hard as we do now. My aunt is a special forces general. Jing Tian was taken aback. He knew he had the background of a rich second generation, but he had never expected that within it there was also an official second generation. You little brat, your aunt is away from home all year round, so you've forgotten her. Let me give you a hint. Every new year you had a younger female cousin who pestered you to play live-action CS. Now do you remember? Seeing that Jing Tian had forgotten his aunt, Jing Tian quickly reminded him. A cousin who pestered me to play live-action CS. At the sound of that, Jing Tian's mind instantly conjured an image of a sweet, cute Lolita girl who was nonetheless obsessed with tinkering with guns. Is it Jingya? Jing Tian asked, looking at Jing Tian. Yes, that troublemaker of a girl, Jingya. Her mother is a special forces general, and she perfectly inherited her mother's passion for firearms. Seeing that Jing Tian had remembered, Jing Tian laughed and teased him. Then abruptly she seemed to think of something. She looked at Jing Tian and joked. Jing Tian, that girl Jing has always insisted she wants to be your bride. When you bring Yi in to meet her, what will you do? Hee. That was just something my cousin said when we were playing house. She won't think that way anymore. Auntie, hurry up and eat your hot pot. Here, have this piece of tripe. Seeing that Jing Tian loved stirring the pot, Jing Tian hurriedly tried to shut her up. Haha, for the bribe of a piece of tripe, I won't say anything more. Jing Tian burst out laughing. Seeing that, Jing Tian let out a resigned sigh and could only gaze at Lung Yuyan with deep affection to prove his innocence. Little did he expect that Lung Yuyan was off to the side watching the show and giggling. You two are something else. Let's just eat. Jing Tian saw how lovely the atmosphere in the room was. On the surface he appeared helpless, but inside he was overjoyed. Perhaps this was what a family eating together should look like. The next day at 7 in the morning on the first floor of the laboratory, the survivors had gotten up and begun lining up for breakfast so they could set out on time at 8 to search for the Phase 2 supply crates. This Doomsday game just isn't human. We can't even beat evolved zombies, and now it drops giant animal zombies on us. How are we supposed to survive? A survivor who had received half a pack of instant noodles gnawed on the noodles and complained to the man beside him. The man beside him listened. Chewing the other half pack of instant noodles, he nodded. Exactly. Our combat strength, frankly speaking, is such that even taking down an ordinary zombie takes several people working together, let alone evolved zombies or giant animal zombies. If we encountered such a thing, we would be destined to be slaughtered one-sidedly. Brothers. A survivor who had received half a coarse loaf overheard the conversation and walked over enthusiastically. What do you all think of the strength of those awakened ones at the laboratory survivor stronghold? They could wipe out Yu Dinghai and his 6 awakened ones from the library stronghold where we used to be. So they must be even stronger than Yu Dinghai's group, right? Of course. As soon as the survivor with half a coarse loaf finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. A survivor holding a whole pack of instant noodles said, I'll tell you, our laboratory stronghold's Jing Tian is a ruthless figure who killed a tyrant zombie. Do you think it was for no reason that Yu Dinghai's 6 awakened ones lost to our laboratory's 5 awakened ones? Remember, the Doomsday game notification said killing a tyrant zombie gives a huge experience reward. After Jing Tian killed the tyrant zombie, his level must be far higher than ours now. Right, the Doomsday game has levels. Sigh, what a pity. I'm only level 1. Ever since the Doomsday game began, I've been too busy running for my life. I've never once fought a zombie. The survivor with half a coarse loaf sighed when he heard that. Only level 1. That's a bit weak, bro. I'm already level 2. Back when we followed Jing Tian to the teaching building to look for supply crates, he led us straight through killing zombies to clear the way. Almost everyone who went that time leveled up. The survivor holding the whole pack of instant noodles spoke, his face brimming with pride. How enviable. Our library survivor stronghold almost never fought zombies. When we were forced to, it was always Yu Dinghai and his 6 awakened ones who did the fighting. Of ordinary people like us, at least 90% have never killed a zombie. The survivor chewing on the half pack of instant noodles said, his face full of envy. Brothers, don't be envious. Remember this time the Doomsday game notification said that as long as our stronghold successfully advances, each of us will get an experience reward. When that time comes, you'll be able to level up too. Who knows, maybe even beyond level 2. Seeing the envious looks around him, the survivor, holding the whole pack of instant noodles, comforted them. Yeah, hearing you say that, I suddenly don't mind going to find the supply crates anymore. Actually, I'm even a little excited. The survivor with half a coarse loaf became excited upon hearing this, and the gloom in his heart vanished. Oh. The older batch of survivors and the newer batch of survivors in the laboratory were chatting enthusiastically when suddenly a piercing scream drew their attention. They looked toward the source of the sound and saw a bald man staring at his pants in terror. What's wrong with that guy? Making such a fuss? I thought a zombie was attacking. Who knows? Maybe he had a nightmare. The survivors on the first floor of the laboratory looked at Yi Fan in confusion, not understanding why he had screamed. But on the first floor of the laboratory, there was one person who knew why Yi Fan was screaming. It was Jing Tian. Has the acquired talent impotence taken effect? Listening to Yi Fan's screams, Jing Tian wore a look of delighted gossip, until he saw Yi Fan turn around and secretly pull at his pants to check. He confirmed that Yi Fan's scream came from the effect of the acquired talent impotence. It's just the chosen one's exclusive impotent constitution. Look how scared he is. Jing Tian smirked wickedly at Yi Fan's actions. At the same time, Jing Xian's voice echoed through the laboratory stronghold. Has everyone received their food? Those who haven't gotten their food, come get it now. There's only a little time left until 8. Everyone move quickly. As soon as 8 o'clock arrives, the team searching for supply crates will set out immediately. Now every single one of us in the laboratory stronghold is in the same boat. If our stronghold successfully advances in 2 days, then we'll all receive a massive experience reward. Jing Xian at the supply crates urged the survivors who hadn't gotten their food to hurry up. Yi Fan heard this and forcibly suppressed the despair in his heart. He walked to the supply crates and fetched a pack of compressed biscuits. Damn it, what is going on? Why has my body suddenly become so weak? Last night, to guard against Jing Tian poisoning me, I deliberately exchanged food with others. But why did those who ate my food stay fine while I still got hit? Could it be that I was drugged again after falling asleep? No, I have to cultivate my own informants in the laboratory stronghold. Otherwise, if things keep going like this, I will sooner or later die without knowing why. Terrified, Yi Fan gripped the compressed biscuits in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the laboratory survivors in search of a suitable person to win over. A moment later, Yi Fan's gaze stopped on a hot girl. The hot girl was none other than Su Qianqian, the one who had been told by Jing Tian to get lost earlier. Is that Su Qianqian? Wasn't she Jing Tian's girlfriend before the Doomsday game arrived? Why hasn't she gone to acknowledge him? Did they have a fight? Or was she dumped? That's right. Jing Tian, that fickle-hearted flirt, has set his mind on Lung Yuyin, so of course, he looks down on her. She must be full of resentment toward Jing Tian right now. I was just worrying about not finding a suitable person to win over, and here she comes. With this thought, Yi Fan clutched the compressed biscuits and walked towards Su Qianqian, who had defected from the library stronghold to the laboratory stronghold. Your name is Su Qianqian, right? Is half a pack of instant noodles enough to fill you up? I have a pack of compressed biscuits here. If you're still hungry, you can have it. Yi Fan walked up to Su Qianqian and held out the compressed biscuits to her. Su Qianqian hadn't expected anyone to share food in the apocalypse, so she looked up at Yi Fan in surprise. Why is this guy giving me food for no reason? Is he taking a fancy to me? What should I do? He seems to be an awakened one. If I offend him, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble. Su Qianqian thought it over for a moment, then reached out and accepted the biscuits Yi Fan handed her. Are you Yi Fan? I've heard about you from them. They said you're an awakened one. What do you want from me? Su Qianqian was cautious with Yi Fan. Hearing this, Yi Fan pointed at Jing Tian and asked Su Qianqian, I heard you used to be Jing Tian's girlfriend. He's doing brilliantly now. Why don't you go and acknowledge him? Reunite with Jing Tian. Su Qianqian listened to Yi Fan's words, her face draining of color as though she had imagined something horrifying. In her eyes, the reason Jing Tian had dumped her was because he had discovered she once acknowledged a sugar daddy. She already felt guilty. On top of that, Jing Tian now had a new girlfriend. As long as she wasn't utterly foolish, she would never go looking for him again. If he still held resentment toward her, she had 9 chances in 10 of ending up dead at his hands in this post-apocalyptic world. Jing Tian and I parted on amicable terms. Besides, he already has a new girlfriend now. Why would I want to seek him out? Su Qianqian pretended they had broken up peacefully. Yi Fan was startled by what he heard. He had never expected Su Qianqian to speak so mildly of Jing Tian. Filled with resentment, he growled angrily. You were at least his former girlfriend. He's doing so well now, yet he hasn't given you a single thought. Don't you harbor the slightest grievance toward him? Yi Fan grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, completely unable to comprehend why Su Qianqian showed no anger toward Jing Tian. He even believed Su Qianqian was an extraordinarily pure and kind woman, merely deceived by Jing Tian, which is why she was defending him now. What's with Yi Fan? Su Qianqian was startled by his agitated outburst, but soon she realized that Yi Fan and Jing Tian harbored ill feelings toward one another. Tears instantly welled in her eyes, and she threw herself into Yi Fan's arms, sobbing. Jing Tian's aunt now runs the laboratory. For an ordinary person like me, what difference would it make even if I resented Jing Tian? What could I possibly do against him? Jing Tian, on the other hand, is both an awakened and someone with powerful backing. If I went pestering him, he would surely kill me. Su Qianqian wept like plums bathed in rain, her tears flowing gracefully, yet with calculated precision. Yi Fan was completely stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen a woman cry, and as he hesitated over whether to comfort her, Su Qianqian deliberately, or perhaps casually, took a half step back and crouched to wipe her tears. Su Qianqian, don't worry. I'll look after you from now on. I'll keep you safe. Upon learning that Su Qianqian did harbor grievances against Jing Tian, but simply lacked the courage to act, Yi Fan immediately began maneuvering to win her over. Hearing this, Su Qianqian nodded and replied, Yes, Yi Fan, you're a good man. I believe in you. All right, leave it to me. Seeing Su Qianqian's attitude toward him shift noticeably, Jing Tian glanced inwardly with smug satisfaction. Jing Tian, oh Jing Tian. Everything around you will be taken from you by my hand. Su Qianqian is merely the beginning. Lung Yuyin and your aunt will both be mine in due time. As for you, you shall meet a wretched death. Just as Yi Fan was reveling in his ambitions, suddenly a system notification sounded within his mind. Ding! System alert, a giant cockroach zombie and a mist zombie have clashed in the school cafeteria. The mist zombie was grievously wounded and defeated. If the host can locate the seriously injured mist zombie in the cafeteria and bandage her wounds, her favorability toward you will increase. A mist zombie was grievously injured by a giant cockroach zombie in the cafeteria. Yi Fan was stunned by the system's announcement. He had never imagined that zombies could engage in combat with one another. Looks like another opportunity to expand my forces, he mused. And this time it's an evolved zombie. Heh. Jing Tian, go ahead and flaunt your advantages with your aunt as your backer. But when my power surpasses yours, that will be the day of your death. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the corners of Yi Fan's mouth curled upward at a precise 45-degree angle. Watching Yi Fan's foolish display, Su Qianqian, who was still pretending to weep beside him, looked deeply puzzled. Why is this Yi Fan so clueless? But honestly, that works in my favor. He's an awakened, completely bewitched by my charm. I can use him to improve my quality of life, and when danger arises, he'll be the one to stand in front and take the blows. Both Yi Fan and Su Qianqian harbored their own schemes in secret. Meanwhile, just as the favored son Yi Fan received his system notification, a system alert also echoed within Jing Tian's mind. Ding! Villain system alert, the favored son, Yi Fan has received a system prompt. In the school cafeteria, a mist zombie was severely wounded by a giant cockroach zombie. Locating her and tending to her wounds will earn the mist zombie's favor. Ding! Villain system alert, please act before the favored son Yi Fan tend to the mist zombie's wounds first and win her favor. Upon completing this task, you will deduct 2 points of fortune from Yi Fan and receive skill enhancement card 1, EU item lottery draw 1, passive talent lottery draw 1, and all attributes increased by 10. Tend to a grievously injured mist zombie. As expected, the protagonists in apocalyptic stories always share some ambiguous relationship with zombies. Jing Tian listened to the villain system's reminders, muttering complaints under his breath while glancing toward Yi Fan. That glance revealed Su Qianqian standing beside Yi Fan. Isn't that Su Qianqian blessed with the green tea and unlucky fool passive talents? How did she get tangled up with Yi Fan? Does Yi Fan have eyes for her? I suppose it makes sense. Although Su Qianqian is scheming, she is at least one of the top 10 beauties of Z City University. It's only natural that Yi Fan would fall for her. What wonderful fortune, seeking it in vain across 100 journeys only to find it right before your eyes without lifting a finger. Su Qianqian was such a gaping trap that without Jing Tian lifting a finger, the favored son himself had walked right into it. Absolutely brilliant. Jing Tian watched the favored son eagerly approaching Su Qianqian and chuckled inwardly. I wonder what expression Su Qianqian will wear if she discovers that Yi Fan is impotent. The more Jing Tian thought about it, the more amusing it became. Meanwhile, Jing Xian, noticing the hour approaching 8, stepped up to Jing Tian and said, Jing Tian, be careful during this operation. I've sent Hu Kuan outside Z City University to gather intelligence. In your team hunting for the second-tier supply crate, only you Lung Yuyin and Yi Fan remain as awakened individuals. The difficulty will be greater than last time. Don't worry, Andy. I've defeated the tyrant zombie and hold a significant level advantage, so please rest assured. Seeing Jing Xian's concern for his safety, Jing Tian replied with a smile. You rascal, with those words I feel at ease. After speaking, Jing Xian turned to the survivors in the laboratory base and announced, everyone, it is 8 o'clock. Let us depart immediately. The captain of this operation squad remains Jing Tian. You must follow his orders without question during the mission. Should I discover anyone disobeying, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Principal Jing, rest assured. We will follow junior brother Jing Tian's arrangements. The survivors of the laboratory base all nodded vigorously upon hearing this. In their eyes, Jing Tian had long ceased to be some spoiled rich second-generation kid with connections. He was now a genuine leader with real ability and substance. I'm acquainted with everyone here, so I'll spare the lengthy speech. Let's move out. Jing Tian wasted no words and immediately led his team forward. This time no one like He Fengxin stepped forward to object. Jing Tian's party quickly arrived at the Z City University cafeteria. Upon reaching, they were immediately stunned by the repulsive stench wafting from inside the cafeteria. The corpses within the cafeteria left undisturbed for 2 days had begun to rot. The odor was far more nauseating than the scent of rats rotting in a garbage bin. Dense swarms of flies gathered at the cafeteria entrance, producing a constant buzzing sound. Peering through the gaps at the entrance, they saw countless cockroaches and rats surging through the interior like flowing water. Gag. The vast majority of the laboratory survivors, upon witnessing this scene, immediately vomited at the cafeteria entrance. They spat out their entire breakfast from that morning with nothing left. Compared to our last visit to the cafeteria, this has changed drastically, Jing Tian observed, fighting down his urge to retch. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Jing Tian analyzed the scene at the entrance. Soon he spotted a fresh corpse inside. What is that? Could it be that someone has gotten here first? Jing Tian peered through the cafeteria doorway. After discovering a fresh corpse inside being gnawed on by rats, he turned back and informed everyone. Everyone, I found a fresh corpse in the cafeteria. In other words, survivors from another outpost have beaten us to the cafeteria. What? The members of the laboratory survivor team were stunned. They hadn't expected someone else to choose the same target as them. Someone got here before us. What should we do now? According to the Doomsday Games alert, each supply point has only one supply crate. They arrived ahead of us. Could they have already taken it? What? The supply crate might already have been taken. Should we head to another supply point now, or go in and see what's happening? I think we should just go straight to another supply point. There are 3 survivor outpost teams and 3 supply points. 1 team per point is only fair. There's no need to fight them over it. But what if one outpost team splits into 2 groups? The laboratory survivor outpost team buzzed with discussion. Hearing this, Yifan immediately raised his hand and stepped forward. We must go into the cafeteria and take a look. The supply crate must still be there. The enemy this time is the giant cockroach zombie. With a horror like that standing guard, they couldn't have taken it so easily. Besides, if we go in now, we might even catch them after a mutual defeat and reap the spoils as the third party. Well said. Jing Tian listened to Yifan's words. Clapping with a smile, he said, classmate Yifan is right. Although people from another outpost beat us to the cafeteria, that doesn't mean the supply crate there has already been taken. Therefore, we have to go inside and take a look. Classmate Yifan, you possess the awakened skill giant elephant strength. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. With that, Jing Tian looked at Yifan. Hearing this, the laboratory survivor outpost team also looked at Yifan. Yifan was the one who had insisted they go inside the cafeteria to check the situation. Moreover, he was an awakened. Now it was only natural for him to take the lead. Yifan hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but the trend was already set. He was both the one who had proposed going in to check and an awakened, and Jing Tian had called him out by name. In other words, he had no second choice at all. Jing Tian, you're something else. I thought I gave you such a good idea. And yet you still schemed against me. Yifan shot Jing Tian a fierce glare. Then he silently walked to the very front of the entire team. Now that someone had reached the place first, not to mention the matter of the supply crate, the thing Yifan worried most about was the mist zombie that had been severely wounded by the giant cockroach zombie. If the mist zombie were discovered by these people from another outpost and farmed as easy experience points, the dream he had just begun to build of establishing a faction would be shattered. Such a thick stench. The smell in here is too pungent. The moment Yifan pushed open the cafeteria door, an even more pungent stench than before came rushing at his face. To keep the stench from constantly affecting his body and making him retch, after a few complaints, he thought of a way to counter the foul odor. He tore a strip of cloth from his clothes and stuffed it into his nose, greatly reducing the impact of the stench. But just as Yifan dealt with the stench problem, a new trouble appeared before his eyes. The cafeteria floor tiles were covered with cockroaches and rats. To go deeper into the cafeteria, they had to find a way to open up a path. Does anyone have a lighter? Yifan turned around and asked the people behind him. I have one. Classmate Yifan, do you want to smoke a cigarette to mask the stench? A middle-aged man in the laboratory survivor team spoke. He took out a crumpled cigarette and a lighter, saying, I only have one left. Can you leave me a drag? Keep the cigarette for yourself. I have another purpose for the lighter. Yifan took the lighter and continued speaking. He took off his jacket, tied it around his baseball bat, and made a simple torch. With the appearance of the torch, the dense swarm of rats and cockroaches parted to make a path for Yifan. This child of fortune is quite useful as a tool. Jing Tian followed behind Yifan, with Lung Yuyin thinking to himself. At the same time, he noticed something strange. When Yifan was clearing the way, those rats and cockroaches had only left a very narrow path. But behind Yifan, where he and Lung Yuyin passed, the rats and cockroaches left a passage nearly a meter wide. The cockroaches in particular even stayed more than 2 meters away. This was fully 3 times wider than the small path Yifan had opened. What's going on here? Jing Tian watched with curiosity. Before long, he found the answer in the trembling reactions of the cockroaches and rats around him. What the cockroaches and rats feared was none other than the frigid aura radiating from Lung Yuyin. Among them, cockroaches were even more afraid of Lung Yuyin's cold aura than the rats were. Yuyin, would you say cockroaches fear the cold? Jing Tian suddenly turned to Lung Yuyin and asked. They do. Apparently cockroaches freeze to death at around -8 degrees Celsius. What's up, Jing Tian? Why are you suddenly asking about that? Lung Yuyin had no idea why Jing Tian was suddenly asking about whether cockroaches feared the cold. It wasn't until Jing Tian pointed to the cockroaches and rats on the floor that were keeping their distance from her that she understood. Are they afraid of me? Lung Yuyin was amazed as she looked at the cockroaches and rats that had moved far away from her. Jing Tian noticed this. He nodded and said, "That's right, Yuyin. It seems we've come to the right place. The animal zombie in the cafeteria is the giant cockroach zombie, and it happens to be exactly countered by you." After saying this, Jing Tian seemed to realize something and looked at Lung Yuyin. Earlier, the system notification had called Lung Yuyin a daughter of fortune, but aside from noticing that her physique and awakened skill were better than average, Jing Tian hadn't felt she was blessed by any special luck. Now seeing this, Jing Tian finally understood why Lung Yuyin was a daughter of fortune and the ceiling of the main party's combat strength. Take the giant animal zombies from the latest Doomsday game update. How many animal zombies were not afraid of the cold? Yuyin's ice attribute can counter animal zombies. What effect would my dark attribute have on zombies then? At this thought, Jing Tian was full of curiosity. Unfortunately, there were too many people around for him to test it easily, so he could only shelve the idea and try later. Just as Jing Tian was regretting that he couldn't test it immediately, the child of fortune Yi Fan, who had been leading the way, stopped in his tracks. "Why did you stop?" Seeing Yi Fan stop, Jing Tian raised his head and looked at him. Soon he discovered that a row of oversized cockroaches had appeared in front of Yi Fan, dozens or even hundreds of times larger than ordinary cockroaches. Those cockroaches were each the size of a football. Are these the giant cockroach zombies? The survivors behind Jing Tian, who had also noticed the giant cockroaches, were all shocked. But they quickly dismissed the idea that these giant cockroaches were the giant cockroach zombies, because these giant cockroaches numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. If all of them were giant cockroach zombies, the number of giant cockroach zombies acting as the boss would be far too great. Could they be minions of the giant cockroach zombie? The laboratory survivor outpost team began to speculate about the identity of the giant cockroaches. At the same time, a system notification rang out in Yi Fan's mind. Ding system noticed the giant cockroach zombie's offspring are foraging for the giant cockroach zombie. Right now you look like a fragrant piece of food to them. If you don't hide quickly, they will slice you into shreds. These giant cockroaches are the giant cockroach zombie's offspring. Yi Fan was both alarmed and terrified by the system notification. If the giant cockroach zombie's offspring alone were as large as a football, just how huge would the giant cockroach zombie itself be? No wonder the mist zombie was seriously injured by the giant cockroach zombie. Even with just its offspring helping, the giant cockroach zombie already has an absolute advantage. Yi Fan finally understood why the mist zombie had not been a match for the giant cockroach zombie. Between the two, there was not only a gap in combat power, but also a gap in numbers. Everyone split up and run. Find somewhere to hide. These giant cockroaches are coming for us. Knowing that the giant cockroach's target was them, Yi Fan ran while warning the laboratory survivor team. The laboratory survivor team heard his words. Before they could process what Yi Fan meant, they saw a dense pitch-black swarm of giant cockroaches surging toward them. Oh! As the giant cockroaches launched their attack, screams erupted throughout the cafeteria. Many survivors ahead had not yet managed to flee. Once the giant cockroaches caught up with them, the flesh of their calves was instantly torn away, exposing gleaming white bone. "My leg, help save me. No, don't come over here. Don't abandon us. It hurts so much. Quick, please just kill me now." One survivor after another from the lab survivor team was devoured by the giant cockroach swarm. Seeing this, Jing Tian immediately pulled out 2 decoy grenades and threw them in quick succession. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant cockroaches were distracted by the decoys, he ordered, "All of you listen up. Apart from the awakened ones, every other survivor should use this chance to run out of the cafeteria right now." "Then what about you all, Jing Tian?" asked the girl with black-rimmed glasses who had previously recognized Lu Tao, the awakened survivor from the library stronghold. "We have the means to protect ourselves. You all run now, find a safe place outside the cafeteria, and wait for us." Jing Tian hadn't expected any survivor to turn back despite the danger at such a time, so he promptly answered the girl with black-rimmed glasses. While replying to the bespectacled girl, Jing Tian took the Gatling gun from his back and fired it in a sweeping burst. A dense curtain of bullets streaked across the air in flashes of gunfire. The giant cockroach swarm, which had been putting on a show of menace, instantly suffered countless deaths and injuries. "Jing Tian, I'll help you." Seeing Jing Tian carve a path of survival for the survivors with his Gatling gun, Lung Yuyin drew her meteoric iron tang saber and concentrated frigid energy on the blade. As she swung it, a wave of freezing sword chi swept out, instantly freezing over a dozen giant cockroaches into blocks of ice. "I'll save me, Yi Fan." Just as Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin were clearing a path for the survivors, Su Qianqian, flustered while fleeing, tripped and fell to the ground. Su Qianqian. Yi Fan was taken aback when he heard her cries for help. He had originally planned to search the cafeteria for traces of the mist zombie, while Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin held back the giant cockroaches. Who could have expected Su Qianqian to fall at that moment? "Damn it!" Yi Fan cursed inwardly. He then sped over to Su Qianqian's side and heaved her onto his back. "Yi Fan, You're heading the wrong way. This isn't the direction of the cafeteria exit. You've got it reversed. As Yi Fan charged deeper into the cafeteria with Su Qianqian on his back, she was so frightened that she kept pounding his shoulder to alert him. Su Qianqian, compared with hiding outside the cafeteria, you'll be safer by my side. Yi Fan tried to comfort her. Su Qianqian, however, looked at Yi Fan as if she had seen a ghost. If not for her injured leg, she would have insisted that he put her down and let her run out of this cursed cafeteria full of giant cockroaches on her own. Is Yi Fan planning to look for the mist zombie? Watching Yi Fan's back, Jing Tian swept his gaze over the survivors who had almost all retreated, then put the Gatling gun on his back. With one hand, he pulled out a decoy grenade and threw it to the ground. With the other, he took Leng Yuyan's hand and followed after Yi Fan and Su Qianqian. Yuyan, let's follow Yi Fan. He can lead us to the supply crate. Once we obtain the equipment in this supply crate, the combat power of the survivors at our stronghold will increase greatly in the future. We won't be as helpless as we are now. Jing Tian understood. Apart from not being awakened, the gap in equipment was also one of the major reasons the survivors had been so miserable. If every one of them had an assault rifle, then the several hundred to nearly 1,000 giant cockroaches in the cafeteria would pose no threat to them whatsoever. That bastard Jing Tian caught up already. Yi Fan, carrying Su Qianqian on his back, frowned when he saw Jing Tian chasing after them with Leng Yuyan. He immediately pushed his speed to the limit. What made him helpless, though, was that Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan were far faster than he was with Su Qianqian on his back. No matter how he sped up, Yi Fan couldn't lose Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan. Yi Fan, slow down. Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan are right behind you. It's a special time now. Oh, it's definitely safer for us to move together. Seeing that Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan were catching up, Su Qianqian hurriedly urged Yi Fan to slow down. Yi Fan grew speechless. He wanted to shake off Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan, yet Su Qianqian told him to slow down. Just whose side was she on? A woman who's a burden is nothing but trouble. If only the woman beside me were Leng Yuyan instead of Su Qianqian. Yi Fan looked enviously at Leng Yuyan, who was at Jing Tian's side. Seeing that he really couldn't shake them off, he had no choice but to slow down. Have all the survivors run out of the cafeteria? Yi Fan took the initiative to greet them, hoping to avoid awkwardness when Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan caught up. They've run out. But Yi Fan, did you notice something by coming this way? Jing Tian deliberately asked. The question left Yi Fan completely at a loss for words. He hadn't noticed anything at all. He had merely wanted to shake off the others while the giant cockroaches were being held back and go find the severely injured mist zombie. Yi Fan didn't know how to answer Jing Tian. Just as he was trying to think of a reason, the system notification sounded in his mind once more. Ding. System notification: the giant cockroach zombie has appeared on the second floor of the cafeteria. Based on the host's current combat strength, if the host does not want to become the giant cockroach zombie's excrement, it would be best not to go there alone. The giant cockroach zombie is on the second floor. Got it. Yi Fan was delighted by the system reminder in his mind. He looked at Jing Tian and said, Jing Tian, I just heard some commotion from the second floor. It might be the giant cockroach zombie fighting with survivors from another stronghold, so I came over right away. Is that so? Jing Tian smiled and said, then please continue to lead the way, Yi Fan. I'm carrying an injured person. How about you lead the way, Jing Tian? We can't ask Leng Yuyan, a girl, to lead the way, can we? The corners of Yi Fan's mouth curled upward. He had finally found a chance to put one over on Jing Tian. With this, he suddenly felt that having Su Qianqian around wasn't so bad after all. I see. Hearing Yi Fan ask him to take point, Jing Tian glanced at Su Qianqian, who kept her head lowered and did not dare look at him. Yi Fan, carrying a wounded person will drastically reduce your combat power. How about this? Take the wounded person out of the cafeteria first, then come back and lead the way. Leng Yuyan and I will wait here for you. Besides, the giant cockroach zombie is powerful. We're not in a hurry for just a minute or two. Exactly. Yi Fan, why don't you listen to Jing Tian? Carrying me can only hold you back. When Su Qianqian heard Yi Fan say there was a giant cockroach zombie on the second floor, she was so frightened that her face turned pale. Hearing Jing Tian tell Yi Fan to take her out of the cafeteria, she quickly echoed Jing Tian. Yi Fan didn't know whether Su Qianqian was genuinely stupid or faking it, and he was too exasperated for words. You don't need to meddle, Jing Tian. I'll definitely protect her. You just need to lead the way. I already took the lead once, now it's your turn. Are you scared? Yi Fan tried to goad Jing Tian with a taunt. But being the old fox he was, Jing Tian was not one to fall for such tricks. Smiling, he looked at Su Qianqian and said, Yi Fan, I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the wounded survivor in our lab stronghold. Is she willing to go to the second floor with you injured to fight against the giant cockroach zombie? What if we can't defeat the giant cockroach zombie and can only run away? You'll be fine. You just have to sprint off. What about her? Should she stay there and wait to die? Jing Tian's words stabbed straight into the heart. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian panicked and sobbed on Yi Fan's back. I don't want to go to the second floor. My leg is already sprained. If I had to run on my own, I definitely couldn't make it. Please, Yi Fan, take me out of the cafeteria. I beg you. Yi Fan fell silent after listening to her words. Seeing Su Qianqian's pathetic look of wanting to escape the cafeteria, Leng Yuyan said to Yi Fan, Yi Fan, no matter who is leading, she is innocent. Her leg is already injured. Why do you insist on carrying her along? If it's just because you don't want to lead the way, then after you take her out of the cafeteria and come back I can take the lead. Damn it. When Yifan saw that Lung Yuyin had misunderstood, thinking he had insisted on carrying Su Qianqian purely to avoid taking the lead, he was completely speechless and ran out of the cafeteria with Su Qianqian on his back. Having delivered Su Qianqian outside, he came back. He explained between gasps, Lung Yuyin, don't misunderstand. I'm not a coward like Jing Tian who doesn't dare to take the lead. I carried Su Qianqian only because I really wanted to protect her. Oh. Lung Yuyin gave a faint indifferent oh. Yifan had just insulted her boyfriend to his face. That alone had made her goodwill toward him drop to freezing point. Damn it. Yifan clenched his fists at Lung Yuyin's cold tone. He simply couldn't figure out why he, the child of destiny, kept getting worse and worse with Lung Yuyin, the daughter of destiny. Boom. Boom. Just as burning anger surged in Yifan's chest, crashing noises came from the second floor of the cafeteria. Is something happening to the giant cockroach zombie? No. This giant cockroach zombie has to be mine. Otherwise the level gap between me and Jing Tian will be too big. Hearing the sound from the second floor, Yifan charged upstairs immediately. Having already lost a huge experience reward once, he did not want to lose a second one. Come on Yuyin, let's follow him. Seeing Yifan rush toward the second floor of the cafeteria, Jing Tian took Lung Yuyin's hand and quickly pursued. Halfway up the stairs he heard bursts of miserable screams coming from the second floor of the cafeteria. At the same moment on the second floor. The moment Yifan reached the top, he was stunned speechless by a monstrous cockroach a full meter tall and 5 meters long. Is that a cockroach? That big? Yifan could hardly believe the colossal frame of the giant cockroach zombie. Just as he was caught off guard, another survivor fell into the giant cockroach zombie's clutches. A glob of corrosive green saliva sprayed out, melting the victim on the spot with a sizzling hiss and rising white smoke, leaving not even a bone behind. How horrible. Yifan watched the people from the other stronghold being slaughtered one-sidedly by the giant cockroach zombie, and a glimmer of fear crept into his eyes. It was a fear he had never known even when facing the tyrant zombie. The tyrant zombie was horrifying with astonishing speed, strength, and defense. But it did not possess a ghastly ability like spitting corrosive saliva. No wonder the system said that with my strength alone I could never take down this giant cockroach zombie. This thing is not something anyone can kill single-handedly. Yifan thought to himself. Meanwhile, the survivors from the boys' dormitory in Building D, upon discovering Yifan, a survivor from another stronghold, immediately saw a ray of hope. Brother, which survivor stronghold are you from? We're from the boys' dormitory in Building D. Are you alone? Where are your teammates? Call them over to help. This giant cockroach zombie is terrifyingly strong. Only by joining forces between our two strongholds can we possibly kill it. The survivors from the boys' dormitory in Building D waved at Yifan, trying to get him to call for reinforcements. Yifan was stunned. Scanning the 5 survivors left in Building D's boys' dormitory, he said, Are you telling me only 5 of you are left? Yes, only 5 remain in our group. But don't lose hope, brother. All 5 of us are awakened. We're more than a cut above those non-awakened cannon fodder. Afraid that Yifan might turn and leave, the survivors from Building D's boys' dormitory quickly explained. Yifan was their savior now. If no one else came to reinforce them, their prolonged struggle against the giant cockroach zombie would only end with them being devoured one by one sooner or later. The giant cockroach zombie really is here. Just as the survivors from Building D's boys' dormitory were talking to Yifan, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyin out of the stairwell and onto the second floor of the cafeteria. Isn't that Jing Tian, the top rich heir of Z City University? And the girl beside him is Lung Yuyin, our school's #1 campus belle. Are they from the same stronghold as that bald guy? When the survivors from Building D's boys' dormitory saw Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin, they hastily repeated what they had just told Yifan. You want to bring us into the fight? Jing Tian listened to the survivors from Building D's boys' dormitory, looked at the 5 of them, and asked, Where are the rest of your survivors? How is it that only the 5 of you remain? Everyone who came with us is dead. You're awakened too, so you should know how hard it is for ordinary survivors to stay alive in this place. The 5 survivors from Building D's boys' dormitory spoke with helpless undertones. Just as I thought. Apart from the awakened, ordinary survivors truly have no way to fight giant animal zombies now. Jing Tian heard what they said and felt glad that he had told the laboratory survivors to withdraw from the cafeteria. Otherwise, without equipment or skills, staying would have only meant walking to their deaths. Cooperation is fine, but how do we divide the supplies? Jing Tian looked at the survivors and asked. By headcount, of course. There are 5 of us and 3 of you. We take 5/8 and you take 3/8. A man with wine-red dyed hair in the dormitory spoke. Oh, is that so? Then keep fighting a little longer. After the giant cockroach zombie kills a few of you, I'll make my move. As he spoke, Jing Tian wore an expression of pure spectatorship with no intention of striking. How about splitting it 50-50? A tall, crew-cut young man from the dormitory conceded when he saw Jing Tian wasn't going to attack. Why? Why 50-50? They have fewer people than us, Brother Kuan. The red-haired man, seeing the man he called Brother Kuan make a concession, asked in confusion. Sai, with the 2 groups combined, there are only 8 of us. It's hard to say whether we can even beat the giant cockroach zombie. As for supplies, something is better than nothing, right? The crew-cut man Brother Kuan explained to the red-haired man. The red-haired man fell silent at that. Brother Kuan was right. Something was better than nothing, and after all they were the ones at a disadvantage. Hurry up and make your move. Most of our awakened skills are still on cooldown. Stall it for us for a while. Seeing that Jing Tian still showed no sign of action even after the 50-50 offer, Brother Kuan urged him. Fine. You get 60%, we get 40. Is that good enough? After his urging had no effect, Brother Kuan shouted anxiously. You should have said that earlier. Hearing that, Jing Tian, under the stunned gazes of Brother Kuan and the other four, awakened calmly, pulled out a Gatling gun and squeezed the trigger. In that instant the Gatling's 6 barrels spun. Bullets tore through the air, blanketing the giant cockroach zombie's colossal body with overwhelming firepower. What the hell? Where did this guy get a Gatling gun? The 5 awakened from the boys' dormitory were utterly stunned by Jing Tian's move. They had opened supply crates several times and knew they contained firearms. But they had only ever seen semi-automatic pistols, not even an assault rifle, let alone a Gatling heavy machine gun like the one in Jing Tian's hands. It was something they wouldn't have dared to dream of. Is the gap between supply crate items really this enormous? Good thing the boss rejected the plan to raid other strongholds. Otherwise, with a Gatling heavy machine gun like this, we wouldn't have stood a chance. The gap really is too big. Even if that Gatling alone was just guarding a doorway, we'd have a hard time breaking in. Do you think the giant cockroach zombie can hold out against a Gatling barrage? Even if it can, I bet it'll be torn to shreds. The 5 from the boys' dormitory discussed as they watched Jing Tian. In their view, even if the Gatling couldn't kill the giant cockroach zombie outright, it would at least gravely wound it. Roar, roar, roar. The giant cockroach zombie was forced back step by step by the sheer impact of Jing Tian's Gatling rounds. Pieces of its shattered carapace kept breaking off and falling away. This Jing Tian, relying on his weapon advantage, is really stealing the spotlight. Seeing the giant cockroach zombie, which the system had warned would devour him if he fought it alone, being suppressed and unable to retaliate right before him, Yi Fan burned with jealousy. Just as he was thinking about waiting for the giant cockroach zombie to show an opening so he could activate his awakened skill, giant elephant strength, and steal the kill from Jing Tian, a system alert sounded in his mind. Ding! System alert, the giant cockroach zombie is about to summon its offspring. Thousands of giant cockroach zombie offspring possess terrifying destructive power. If the host does not wish to be devoured by them, it would be best to find an enclosed space and hide. The giant cockroach zombie is going to summon its offspring. Are those the giant cockroaches the size of rugby balls from before? Yi Fan immediately realized how grave the situation was. However, just as he was about to slip away by himself, he looked at Lung Yuyan. She was the child of destiny. He could not simply stand by and let her die here. Lung Yuyan, can you come over here for a moment? I have something to tell you. Yi Fan wanted to lure Lung Yuyan away. As for Jing Tian's life or death, he couldn't care less. In fact, he even wished that Jing Tian would be torn to pieces by the giant cockroach zombie's offspring. No time. Lung Yuyan answered Yi Fan with that curt reply. For her, Yi Fan was someone who could not raise the slightest bit of favorability. She did not even want to spend another word on Yi Fan. Lung Yuyan, do you really have this little desire to talk to me? Yi Fan, seeing her icy attitude, gritted his teeth in fury. I'll say it again. Lung Yuyan, come with me. Otherwise you'll regret it. No time. Lung Yuyan refused him with 2 words, even fewer than before, no time. Hearing this, Yi Fan sneered and said, fine. Very fine, Lung Yuyan. You will regret this. The colossal cockroach zombie's offspring were about to swarm in. Yi Fan wanted to take Lung Yuyan and escape while he could, but Lung Yuyan paid him no heed. Seeing this, Yi Fan flew into a rage. After hurling the words, you'll regret this, he sensed a faint tremor running through the ground. The tremor continued to intensify. Could the giant cockroach zombie's offspring be coming now? Lung Yuyan. If you don't suffer a loss, you'll never learn your lesson. Since you refuse to leave, then stay here. With those thoughts, Yi Fan stopped worrying about anything else and began searching for a safe enclosed place. Soon his gaze settled on the small supermarket on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. This is the place. Yi Fan selected his refuge. He hurried into the small supermarket on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria and shut the glass door behind him. Head Jing Tian. When thousands of giant cockroach zombie offspring swarm, and soon, I'd like to see what use that minigun of yours will be. Lung Yuyan, and you as well. Soon you'll both come crying to the door, admit your mistakes, and beg me to open it. Hiding inside the small supermarket, Yi Fan stared smugly at Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan through the glass door. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, who had been suppressing the giant cockroach zombie with his minigun, suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Yi Fan. Why did Yi Fan suddenly run off to hide in that supermarket? Could he have received some kind of system notification? Wait, the ground seems to be shaking. Could the giant cockroach zombie be about to use some kind of skill? Jing Tian realized something was wrong. Clutching his minigun, he continued to suppress the giant cockroach zombie while warning Lung Yuyan to retreat with him and widen the distance from it. What are they doing? The 5 survivors from dormitory building D couldn't make sense of Jing Tian's group tactics, especially Yi Fan's. They simply couldn't understand how Yi Fan suddenly running into a supermarket to hide would help in this battle at all. Hisses. Just as the 5 survivors of dormitory building D were baffled, a cacophony of noise rang out. Then from every corner of the cafeteria's second floor, swarms of oversized cockroaches began to appear. Their numbers kept growing. In just a few seconds, an overwhelming black tide of oversized cockroach zombies surged from every direction. It's the oversized cockroaches. Brother Kuin, the giant cockroach zombie, has summoned the oversized cockroach zombie tide. Among the 5 men in the boys' dormitory, the one with wine-red hair quickly warned the crew-cut man Brother Kuin as the oversized cockroaches surged toward them. Quick, find somewhere to hide. At this, Brother Kuin searched frantically for shelter. Soon they settled on the storage room behind the cafeteria's meal-serving counter. Follow me. Brother Kuin led the group, sprinting toward the storage room behind the meal-serving counter. But halfway there, they realized they wouldn't make it. The oversized cockroach zombie tide was far faster than they were. At this rate, they would be caught sooner or later. Damn it. Brother Kuin cursed as he realized there was no time. Just as he was racking his brain for a way to survive, his lackey, the man with wine-red hair, suddenly shoved a skinny man wearing round glasses to the ground. What are you doing? Brother Kuin, seeing his wine-red-haired subordinate lay a hand on one of their own, demanded in fury. Running while he spoke, the wine-red-haired man replied, Brother Kuin, it's better that one man dies than all 5 of us get finished here. And that guy's awakened skill is the healing type, just like mine. Losing him doesn't matter. This. Brother Kuin fell silent, then sped up, charging toward the storage room behind the cafeteria's meal-serving counter. How could you do this to me? The skinny man in round glasses roared at being abandoned by his companions. I healed your wounds. How can you discard me now that you're all better? Hisses. As the skinny man with round glasses was roaring, a series of grating noises sounded behind him. He turned his head to look, and found the dense, swarming, oversized cockroach zombie tide bearing down on him. No. The skinny man with round glasses stared at the tide in despair. The next second, the oversized cockroach zombie tide engulfed him. Before he could even let out a scream, he was stripped clean to a skeleton. In less than a second, that guy was eaten down to a pile of bones. Yi Fan watched in shock as the skinny man in round glasses was devoured. As the shock passed, he shifted his gaze from the skinny man to Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Jing Tian. Let's see how you dodge this time. Yi Fan smirked wickedly at Jing Tian. But just then the sound of shattering glass sent him into a panic. What's going on? Why did the glass door suddenly shatter? Seeing the cafeteria's glass door broken, Yi Fan was so terrified that he stumbled and fell flat on his butt. Instinctively, he tried to push himself up from the floor, but in that moment his hand touched something as soft and squishy as a cake. What is this? Yi Fan turned his head in confusion and found a corroded arm. Damn! Cursing, he shook the sticky mess off his hand and looked toward the owner of the rotting arm. It was none other than Luo Juanhao, who had been half devoured by zombies. Luo Juanhao. Yi Fan was stunned to see the man who had come with him to the cafeteria to search for supply crates only to be devoured by the undead. Meanwhile, Jing Tian had deliberately adjusted his aim and shot the supermarket's glass door to pieces. Seeing that the glass door was now shattered, he put away his minigun and threw several decoy grenades on the ground in quick succession. Yuyan, get on my back. I'll carry you out of here, use your cold energy to drive them off, and I'll get us through. Lung Yuyan nodded without the slightest hesitation. Once on Jing Tian's back, she began channeling her cold energy to scatter the oversized cockroach zombies drawing near. After a short while, Lung Yuyan suddenly realized something. Even in the intervals between her releases of cold energy, the oversized cockroach zombies showed no intention of attacking her or Jing Tian. What's going on here? Lung Yuyan wondered inwardly. Just as she was puzzling over it, she noticed a dark aura emanating from Jing Tian's body. Could it have something to do with this dark aura? With that thought, Lung Yuyan tried withdrawing her cold energy to see what would happen. Sure enough, even without her cold energy, the oversized cockroach zombie tide made no move to attack her or Jing Tian. It really is because of this dark aura. Lung Yuyan came to that conclusion. Just as she was about to tell Jing Tian, she suddenly noticed that his speed, while carrying her on his back, was astonishingly fast. In just a few breaths, Jing Tian had carried her behind a cafeteria stall selling steamed buns. Jing Tian is so fast. Lung Yuyan looked at Jing Tian in amazement. Finally, in a safe place, Jing Tian quickly set Lung Yuyan down and said, Yuyan, let's hide in the room behind this stall for a while. We'll come out once this swarm of oversized cockroach zombies has passed. Jing Tian, no need. Lung Yuyan pointed at the oversized cockroach zombie tide that hadn't chased them at all. Jing Tian, the dark aura on your body seems to work on them even better than my cold energy. Earlier, while I was channeling my cold energy, I noticed that they seemed more afraid of your dark aura than of my cold energy. They kept making way for you on their own. Making way for me on their own. Jing Tian was startled by her words. He immediately tried it out, and kept his skill speed is of the essence active. He walked straight toward the oversized cockroach zombie tide. Sure enough, just as Lung Yuyan said, the tide showed no sign of attacking him at all. What's going on? The dark aura is the dark element energy attached to my skill sin of greed. Could it be that my dark attribute makes these oversized cockroach zombies feel no hostility toward me? Thinking this, Jing Tian tentatively reached his hand toward the cockroach zombies. Seeing his hand come closer, The oversized cockroach zombies obediently stayed in place as if they regarded Jing Tian as one of their own and even a rank above them. So the dark attribute increases zombies' favorability toward me. As expected of an attribute befitting a villain, it can even collude with the boss faction. I just wonder if it can affect the giant cockroach zombie as well. With that thought, Jing Tian stopped lingering with the swarm and returned to Lung Yuyan's side. Yuyan, it really is just as you said. As long as I carry the dark element energy, those oversized cockroach zombies bear me no hostility. Dark element energy. Jing Tian, have you awakened an elemental energy too? Lung Yuyan, who possessed ice element energy, asked in pleasant surprise. That's right, Yuyan. Jing Tian nodded and analyzed. In my previous life, I never awakened any elemental energy, yet in this life I have. I think it's most likely because I've obtained the top reward multiple times this time around. Jing Tian's explanation to Lung Yuyan was also an implicit hint this life had diverged too greatly from the previous one, and from now on he might not know everything that was to come. Ding. As Jing Tian was explaining to Lung Yuyan, a system notification sounded. Ding. System noticed the child of fortune Yi Fan is surrounded by the oversized cockroach zombie tide and is on the brink of death. Ding. System noticed the child of fortune Yi Fan has deducted 1 point of fortune. His body is restored to full condition and he gains a short period of invincibility protection. Ding. System noticed the child of fortune Yi Fan has awakened fire attribute attack. Ding. System noticed the child of fortune Yi Fan is now launching an attack against the giant cockroach zombie. Has Yi Fan been pushed to the brink of death again? Jing Tian snickered inwardly at the system notification. He then turned his gaze toward the giant cockroach zombie. At this moment, standing before the giant cockroach zombie, Yi Fan was wreathed in blazing flames, having activated the skilled giant elephant strength and clashing head-on with it. Is Yi Fan planning a quick finish using the invincibility time bought by deducted fortune points to take down the giant cockroach zombie? Jing Tian analyzed as he watched Yi Fan, the child of fortune. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was hammering the giant cockroach zombie again and again with his flame-wreathed fists. Around him, the large cockroach zombies wanted to stop Yi Fan on behalf of the giant cockroach zombie, but they were all cowed by the flames blazing over his body and dared not approach. Die now. Yi Fan struck with increasing frequency. He only had 10 seconds. If he failed to kill the giant cockroach zombie within that time, what awaited him would be another brush with death. Roar. Furious from the beating, the giant cockroach zombie spat a mouthful of green corrosive saliva at Yi Fan. But what shocked the giant cockroach zombie was its corrosive saliva had not even touched Yi Fan before it was blocked by a barrier clinging to his body, and then gradually evaporated by the blazing flame aura around him. So Yi Fan really is planning to use his invincibility time to take down the giant cockroach zombie. Jing Tian spied from the bun shop. Seeing the giant cockroach zombie's corrosive saliva blocked by Yi Fan's invincible barrier, he instantly confirmed Yi Fan's intention. Silently, he pulled out a Gatling gun ready to steal the kill at any moment. What is that bald man doing? At the serving window, the crew cut man Kuin-gu noticed that it had gone quiet outside and led his group out of the storage room. The moment they came out, they were stunned by the sight of Yi Fan and the giant cockroach zombie battling. That bald man is that strong. He's actually taking on a giant cockroach zombie by himself. The crew cut man Kuin-gu was terrified by Yi Fan's combat prowess. Hearing that, the wine red-haired man glanced at the semi-automatic pistol tucked into the crew cut man Kuin-ji's belt and said, Kuin-gu, that bald man is far too strong. We have to make another plan. What plan? Kuin-gu, the crew cut man, asked in confusion after listening to his wine red-haired subordinate. Kuin-gu, every awakened skill has a cooldown. If we open fire and ambush him while that bald man's skill is on cooldown, he is doomed. The wine red-haired man explained. How can we break faith? We agreed to fight together and share the equipment in the supply crates. If word of our betrayal gets out, who would ever cooperate with us again? The crew cut man Kuin-gu quickly stopped him when he heard his subordinate propose a sneak attack. Kuin-gu, when surviving the apocalypse, faith and honor are the cheapest things. Seeing that Kuin-gu, the leader, was unwilling, the wine red-haired man hurriedly said, Kuin-gu, do you still remember the prompt from this apocalypse game? It said that only those in the 2 survivor strongholds that advance will receive the high-value experience rewards. If we fail to advance, it will only be a matter of time before we end up like those ordinary survivors, killed and devoured by the lowest tier zombies. But if we advance, everything is different. With higher levels, our strength, physique, and every aspect of us will grow stronger. Add the newly acquired weapons, and maybe we can keep on living from now on. Besides, Kuin-gu, that bald man, can single-handedly fight a giant cockroach zombie. As long as he lives, he will always be a menace to our stronghold. Once he is in good condition and starts treating us as enemies, it will be too late for regrets. As for your concern, Kuin-gu, that our stronghold's reputation will suffer if word gets out. Right now at the giant cockroach zombie site, only that bald man is still alive. His 2 teammates are gone. I think they were most likely devoured by the horde of large cockroach zombies. That means even if we shoot that bald man dead, no one else will know. The wine red-haired man continued to urge the crew cut man Kuin-gu to open fire and ambush Yi Fan. After hearing this, the crew cut man Kuin-gu hesitated for a moment. When he saw that the giant cockroach zombie was about to be beaten down by Yi Fan, he decisively drew his semi-automatic pistol and aimed it at Yi Fan. As soon as Yi Fan brought the giant cockroach zombie to the brink of death, he would immediately open fire for a sneak attack. Seeing that the crew-cut man Kuin-gu had finally raised his gun, the wine-red-haired man curled the corner of his mouth. He understood perfectly well that Kuin-ji's true intention was to kill Yi Fan and eliminate a rival. It was just that Kuin-gu was too embarrassed to pull the trigger himself and needed someone to play the bad cop. And he was the one playing the bad cop. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan, unaware that he was already in the crosshairs of two guns, slammed several more punches into the giant cockroach zombie. Immediately charred fist marks were left on the giant cockroach zombie's carapace. Time for you to die, you filthy cockroach. Yi Fan kept swinging. Every punch landed with brutal, unrelenting force, battering the giant cockroach zombie until it was a miserable sight. SSSS. The giant cockroach zombie let out a series of anguished shrieks. Faced with Yi Fan being covered in flames, who was impervious to its corrosive saliva, the giant cockroach zombie was beaten until it utterly lost its spirit. Is it finally going to die? Seeing the giant cockroach zombie's life force plummet, Yi Fan rejoiced inwardly. Just as he was about to finish it off, a bullet slammed into his head. Although the invincible protective shield blocked it, the impact still jolted his head violently. Who? Yi Fan whirled around, furiously staring toward the direction from which the bullet came. There he saw the 4 awakened survivors from the boys' dormitory, led by Kuin-gu, all wearing stunned expressions. You ambushed me, Yi Fan demanded angrily at Kuin-ji's group. Hearing this, the group looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was the first time they had seen someone take a bullet and come out completely unharmed. What if I said my aim was so bad that I missed? The crew-cut man Kuin-gu explained awkwardly. Yi Fan flew into a rage. But when he remembered that the duration of giant elephant strength and his invincibility time were both about to end, he could only ignore Kuin-ji's group for the time being and turn toward the giant cockroach zombie. Die. Yi Fan used the last of his strength to smash a fist toward the giant cockroach zombie. But just then, more bullets came flying toward him. This time it was not just one bullet. It was a dense, overwhelming swarm. Bang. The bullets did not hit Yi Fan. Instead, almost every one of them struck the giant cockroach zombie. The giant cockroach zombie was killed on the spot by that dense hail of bullets. Yi Fan stared in disbelief at the giant cockroach zombie now dead before him. Trembling, he turned toward the direction the bullets had come from. When he saw Jing Tian, an expression of utter incredulity spread across his face. Jing Tian. Why is Jing Tian still alive? He is neither the child of fortune nor the daughter of fortune. With so many of the giant cockroach zombie's offspring around, how could he have survived? After gaining invincibility on the brink of death, Yi Fan had scanned his surroundings as soon as he stepped out of the cafeteria supermarket. Only after confirming that Jing Tian was nowhere in sight did he launch his fierce assault on the giant cockroach zombie. Who would have thought that Jing Tian was hiding in a corner and had never been devoured by the giant cockroach zombie's offspring at all? Jing Tian, I will kill you. Yi Fan roared furiously. Just as he was about to go confront Jing Tian, his body suddenly felt as if an entire mountain were pressing down on him, making it impossible to take even a single step. Damn, are the 10 seconds up? Yi Fan, falling into weakness, looked at Jing Tian in despair. Whatever he wanted to do now, it was already too late. Kuin-gu, take one down while we can. Just as Yi Fan was weakened, the red-haired man urgently reminded the crew-cut man Kuin-gu. They had already fired at him. Unless Yi Fan was an idiot, once he recovered, he would definitely not let them go. The crew-cut man Kuin-gu was still haunted by the fear from earlier, having failed to kill Yi Fan with a bullet. Just as he hesitated, Jing Tian directly pulled the Gatling gun's trigger and fired at them. He acted decisively without a trace of hesitation. Before Kuin-gu and his 3 companions could even react, they were engulfed by Jing Tian's bullets, riddled with holes, and collapsed in succession. Ding. System notice: host has killed the awakened Yan Kuin, triggering the awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the awakened skill Barrier. Ding. System notice: host has killed the awakened Xiao Yang, triggering the awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the awakened skill Healing. Ding. System notice: host has killed the awakened Zhou Qing, triggering the awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the awakened skill Mental Shock. Ding. System notice: host has killed the awakened Jiang and triggering the awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the awakened skill Curse. Ding. System notice: host has killed the giant cockroach zombie. Congratulations on receiving a large amount of experience and rising to level 11. Ding. System notice: host's level has broken through level 10. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 awakened skill fusion card. Ding. System notice: the child of fortune Yi Fan has obtained the mist zombie's location through a system prompt. Please get there before him and win the mist zombie's favor. Has the mist zombie's location appeared? Hearing the system notice, Jing Tian quickly looked at Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan was weak. He was limping toward a corner. Where are you going, Yi Fan? We're planning to gather the teams from the outpost outside the cafeteria to come in and search for supply crates together. Aren't you coming with us? Jing Tian noticed Yi Fan walking toward a corner and deliberately asked. Yi Fan listened to Jing Tian's words, feeling a surge of anger rise within him. However, upon realizing he was heading to find the mist zombie, and could not have Jing Tian and the others follow along, he was forced to swallow his frustration and replied through gritted teeth, "I have a stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom." "What's wrong, Jing Tian? You stole my kill on the giant cockroach zombie, and now you're even controlling when I can use the restroom. If you need to go, just go. Don't drag the giant cockroach zombie into this. Do you remember our agreement from last time with the tyrant zombie? The one who claims it first owns it. What can't you handle losing?" Jing Tian scoffed at Yi Fan's words, then raised his voice. "We'll go outside to gather people and come back for the supply crates. Take all the time you need." After speaking, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyan by the hand and headed out of the cafeteria. Watching them leave, Yi Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. His most critical objective for this mission was locating the mist zombie. The system had just provided him with its position. Had Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan remained at his side, he would have lost his chance to hunt the mist zombie. Fortunately, this time, they had moved on their own accord. That bastard Jing Tian has finally moved on. Just wait, Jing Tian. Once I've expanded my power bit by bit, you'll regret everything you've taken from me. Yi Fan watched Jing Tian's retreating figure and shouted those harsh words. After speaking, he continued walking toward the corner indicated by the system. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, originally leading Lung Yuyan out of the cafeteria, suddenly halted. Turning to her, he whispered, "Yuan, I sense something's off with Yi Fan. I plan to tail him and investigate. As for fetching the survivor teams from outside the cafeteria to help search for supplies, could I trouble you with that?" "Leave it to me." Lung Yuyan nodded and headed outside alone. Once she was gone, Jing Tian immediately turned his attention back to Yi Fan. He crept after Yi Fan using cover as he went. The great villain system had alerted him that Yi Fan had received coordinates for the mist zombie. Therefore, if he simply followed Yi Fan, he would guarantee finding the mist zombie. I hope that guy Jing Tian didn't follow me. The moment Jing Tian closed in on Yi Fan suddenly turned around. After confirming no one was following, he exhaled in relief and continued toward the system's indicated direction. That bastard Jing Tian. He's nearly giving me psychological damage. When I grow strong enough, I'll eliminate that scum without hesitation. Yi Fan muttered to himself the entire way. Moments later, he arrived at a handshaken milk tea shop tucked into a corner on the cafeteria's second floor. "System, are you certain the mist zombie is here? Something feels off." Observing the open storage room doors at the milk tea shop, Yi Fan questioned the system skeptically. The space showed no signs of hidden occupants. True to form, the system offered no response. Honestly, a system without intelligence is terrible. Despite his complaints, Yi Fan had no choice but to enter the shop anyway to investigate since the system remained unresponsive. The mist zombie is inside the handshaken milk tea shop. As Jing Tian spotted Yi Fan approaching the entrance, he immediately activated the skill Stealth Assault to follow swiftly. The skill Stealth Assault would blind Yi Fan's vision for 5 seconds, an opportunity during which he could completely snatch the severely wounded mist zombie while she was dazed and confused. There it is. As Jing Tian reached the milk tea shop entrance, he heard Yi Fan's triumphant cry echoing from inside the storage room. Jing Tian heard this. Without hesitation, he charged inside. As expected, a severely wounded grayish-white zombie lay on the floor of the milk tea shop storage room. "Well done, Child of Fortune." While praising the Child of Fortune Yi Fan with sweet words, Jing Tian's hands were equally swift. He immediately shoved Yi Fan aside, hoisted the wounded mist zombie onto his shoulder, and bolted. Crash! Yi Fan was pushed by Jing Tian and fell flat on his face. By the time he recovered, rose to his feet and realized what had happened. The mist zombie was already gone. Where's the mist zombie? What's happening? Where did my mist zombie go? Yi Fan stood bewildered, staring at the now empty storage room of the milk tea shop. Just moments ago, the mist zombie had been right there. But he had stumbled and fallen, and the moment he rose again, it was gone. What kind of situation was this? Could that have been one of the mist zombie's abilities? Yi Fan's mind churned with complex emotions as he hurriedly rose and chased after it outside the milk tea shop. However, by the time he emerged, it was already too late. There was no trace of the mist zombie outside. No way. Did I really just let what was practically in my hands fly away? Yi Fan stood frozen in place, wishing he could slap himself twice. Meanwhile, Jing Tian carried the severely wounded mist zombie to the storage room of the steamed bun shop, where he and Lung Yuyan had taken refuge earlier. After setting the mist zombie down from his shoulder, Jing Tian finally realized that the mist zombie was completely different from the tyrant zombie. Aside from her ashen gray skin, she resembled a normal person in every other aspect. In fact, judging by her appearance, she could be considered a breathtakingly beautiful woman. As expected, whatever the system grants to the Child of Fortune is extraordinary. Even a zombie can be a stunning beauty. That's something I never anticipated. Jing Tian mocked the Child of Fortune Yi Fan while looking at the mist zombie. Just as he was complaining, the mist zombie suddenly furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. Emerald green pupils. Jing Tian had expected the mist zombie's eyes to resemble cloudy cataracts, but instead she possessed a pair of vibrant, extraordinarily captivating emerald green pupils. Hiss! The mist zombie, noticing someone beside her, extended a snake-like tongue and glared fiercely at Jing Tian as a warning. Well, now a snake-like tongue. A zombie evolved enough for the system to specifically warn the Child of Fortune to tame. It truly is extraordinary. Her evolutionary potential is quite rich. Jing Tian commented while observing the mist zombie. The mist zombie, never having imagined that a human, someone she viewed as mere prey, would show absolutely no fear. A trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Soon the surprise in her eyes began to gradually shift into fear. She had hunted numerous humans, and she had also witnessed her companions being counterkilled by humans. Now she was severely wounded and powerless to resist. In her eyes, the man before her would surely kill her. The mist zombie did not want to die like this. Her powerful will to survive allowed her to gradually prop herself up. However, before she could stand, she collapsed again. Look at you, so weak, and yet still thrashing about. Jing Tian, seeing the mist zombie restless despite her grave injuries, took out bandages from his hiking backpack and said, "Stop moving. I'll bandage your wounds." After speaking, Jing Tian prepared to help the mist zombie bandage her injuries. Only then did he discover just how severely wounded the mist zombie truly was. The mist zombie's limbs were riddled with bite marks, and her green zombie blood had long since drained away. If not for the fact that she was a zombie rather than a human, she would have died long ago. It's remarkable you can move at all with injuries this severe. While speaking to the mist zombie, Jing Tian activated the skill Invincible. As the skill activated, a faint black shimmer rippled across Jing Tian's skin. It was precisely that faint black shimmer that caused the mist zombie to cease her struggling, gazing at Jing Tian with a look of confusion. She could not understand. How could a human like Jing Tian possess an aura similar to theirs? Moreover, this aura differed from that of normal human zombies and animal zombies. It was the kind of aura that made her feel comfortable and at peace. She had never before encountered such an aura in her own kind or in animal zombies. This was the first time she had ever experienced it. What is his name? The mist zombie watched with curiosity as Jing Tian bandaged her wounds. She desperately wanted to know Jing Tian's name. Hissing. The mist zombie wanted to know Jing Tian's name, making a hissing inquiry. However, there was a language barrier. Jing Tian did not understand what the mist zombie meant. Shoo. Jing Tian made a gesture telling her not to speak. While speeding up the bandaging, he whispered, "Don't worry, I won't harm you." The mist zombie fell silent at his words. Only then did she realize she could not understand what Jing Tian was saying at all. In other words, he could not understand her either. All bandaged up, Jing Tian looked at her bandaged body and called out to the system, "I remember when I killed those survivors in the boys' dormitory, I obtained a healing type awakened skill. Can you open the introduction for that awakened skill, eh?" Ding system notification. The introduction of the awakened skill healing is as follows. Healing upon use instantly recovers 10 of the injured target's wounds, then gradually recovers another 5 over the following hour. Cooldown 5 hours. Ding system notification. The host's awakened skill Sin of Greed has been activated. The awakened skill healing has received enchantment enhancement. Congratulations, host has obtained the awakened skill Dark Healing. Ding system notification. The introduction of the awakened skill Dark Healing is as follows. Dark Healing upon use instantly recovers 30 of the injured target's wounds, then gradually recovers another 20 over the following half hour. Cooldown 3 hours. So healing was enhanced by Sin of Greed. It seems that using the skill enhancement card on Sin of Greed was indeed the right choice. Jing Tian was thrilled at the system's announcements. He reached out and activated the skill Dark Healing to treat the mist zombie. The moment he channeled the skill, a faint black glow spread over the mist zombie's body. Her originally pockmarked and uneven flesh was visibly restoring at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is happening? The mist zombie was astonished as she watched her wounds gradually heal. She could not understand what was going on at all. It was only when she noticed the faint black radiance on her skin that she realized all of this was the work of the man before her. Why is he being so good to me? The mist zombie fixed her jade-green pupils on Jing Tian. In her eyes, humans and zombies stood in absolute opposition. Once the two sides met, it was either kill or be killed. Normally, since she was wounded, the man before her should have taken the chance to finish her off. Yet now, not only had he not killed her, he had even healed her wounds. All of this struck the mist zombie as utterly unbelievable. Your wounds are healing pretty quickly. Seeing her wounds gradually close, Jing Tian smiled and said, "I still have things to do, so I'll be going now. Remember, don't go out until you've fully recovered." With that, Jing Tian made a gesture telling her not to go out, then walked out of the storage room of the bun shop alone. No sooner had he stepped outside, he sensed something was wrong. Throughout the entire second floor of the cafeteria, there was still no sign of Lung Yuyin and her group. What's going on? Based on my estimation of the time, Lung Yuyin should have led the survivor team up to the second floor by now. Why hasn't she come up yet? Could something have happened? Sensing trouble, Jing Tian quickly made his way out of the cafeteria. At the stairwell connecting the second floor to the first floor, Jing Tian spotted Lung Yuyin. At this moment, most of her body was hidden inside the stairwell, with only half her head peeking out as she stared at something. "Yuyin, why are you here?" Jing Tian walked over to Lung Yuyin and asked in confusion. Jing Tian. Seeing Jing Tian, who had gone to tail Yi Fan, appear beside her, Lung Yuyin hastily made a shushing gesture signaling him to keep his voice down. "What's going on?" Seeing this, Jing Tian lowered his voice and leaned close to Lung Yuyin to ask quietly. "Jing Tian, someone has taken control of our survivor team outside." Lung Yuyin replied, some team showed up outside without us knowing. Every one of them has a gun, and they've taken all of our people captive. Every one of them has a gun. Jing Tian was shocked by her words. He immediately imitated Lung Yuyin's earlier posture and peeked half his head out to survey the situation. Sure enough, it was exactly as Lung Yuyin had said. The laboratory survivor team that had been waiting outside the cafeteria was now entirely held at gunpoint by a squad dressed in security uniforms. They're not from our school. Jing Tian could tell at a glance that these people were not from Z City University. Lung Yuyin nodded and said, yes, they're not from our school. Jing Tian, do you remember what Annie said earlier? She planned to send a few people to Z City University to scout out the situation. Could these people be like Annie outsiders who came to our school to gather information? Lung Yuyin offered her guess. Hearing this, Jing Tian realized how serious the situation was. If there was already one team invading Z City University that he could see, what about the ones he couldn't? Could there be even more? Jing Tian, what are you two sneaking around here for? Didn't you call people up to the second floor to look for supply boxes? Just as Jing Tian was analyzing the situation, Yi Fan's voice sounded from behind him and Lung Yuyin. Yi Fan, don't talk. There's a situation. Seeing Yi Fan approaching, Jing Tian immediately told him to shut up. Yi Fan let out a displeased cold snort. You're being all paranoid. What situation could there be? Ding. Just as Yi Fan sneered, a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding, system alert, multiple survivor stronghold teams from outside Z City University have invaded the campus. The laboratory survivor stronghold has been surrounded. If the host does not wish to lose the chosen stronghold and be reduced to a rat scurrying into hiding, you must help the laboratory stronghold escape its predicament. What? The laboratory survivor stronghold is surrounded. Yi Fan could not believe the system's warning. He hastily imitated the earlier postures of Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin and peeked outside. Soon he spotted the members of the laboratory stronghold who had come with them earlier being held under the control of an armed squad. How do they all have assault rifles? Yi Fan was stunned by the sight. He had originally thought that among the invading teams there might at most be a few awakened ones. Never did he expect that every single one of those invaders carried a firearm. They're probably further along in the Doomsday game than we are. Seeing Yi Fan's shocked expression, Jing Tian shot him a glance. Yi Fan was the child of fortune. Wherever he went, he turned it into a noob village, so naturally his progress lagged behind others, further along than us. Yi Fan listened to Jing Tian's words, then looked at him and Lung Yuyin anxiously. Then what do we do? They all have firearms. If we go save people directly relying only on our awakened skills, we're definitely no match for them. First, let's find a supply box. Jing Tian analyzed. This supply box is a Phase 2 supply box containing the latest equipment. Once we find it and change our gear, we'll figure out a way to save them. Lung Yuyin nodded at Jing Tian's words. This was the safest course of action at the moment. Yi Fan fell silent listening to Jing Tian and quietly followed along. This was not the time to scheme against Jing Tian. If the laboratory survivor stronghold were to fall, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would be him, the child of fortune himself. Damn it, are you people lying to us? Why haven't they come out yet? Just as Jing Tian and the other two returned to the second floor of the cafeteria to search for the supply box, a scar-faced man outside the cafeteria shouted at the laboratory survivors. We don't know either. The laboratory survivors replied. They hastily explained, there's a giant cockroach zombie inside the cafeteria along with countless oversized cockroaches. To avoid unnecessary casualties, our awakened ones told us to wait outside. As for why they still haven't come out, maybe. The laboratory survivors trailed off. They recalled the scene of Jing Tian carving a path to survival for them. They did not want Jing Tian to die inside. Old Sue, when we ran into giant animal zombies before, we lost quite a few people too. By their account, their stronghold only has 3 awakened ones. It's perfectly normal if they didn't make it out alive. If worst comes to worst, how about we send a few men in to scout the situation? Beside the scar-faced man, a slit-eyed man spoke. That makes sense. The scar-faced man Su Yen nodded and said to the slit-eyed man, Old Wang, then I'll leave it to you to take a few brothers inside and take a look. The moment anything happens, notify us immediately. The scar-faced man Su Yen ordered Narrow Eyes to take some men into the cafeteria to check the situation. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Jing Tian and his companions searched for a long time, but still could not find where the supply crate was. Not here, and not here either. Didn't the Doomsday game hint say that this supply crate would be filled with equipment? It should be a huge supply crate, so why can't we find it? Yi Fan looked anxious. He couldn't understand why the supply crate was so hard to find. What annoyed him most was that his system had not given him any hint either. Where could the supply crate be? Jing Tian looked around, listening to Yi Fan's anxious voice. Yi Fan is right. This time the supply crate should be a very big one. But why isn't it anywhere around here? Wait, could the supply crate be inside the giant cockroach zombie's body? At that thought, Jing Tian turned his gaze to the giant cockroach zombie's corpse. The giant cockroach zombie was as large as a bus, so putting a supply crate inside its belly would be completely feasible. Perhaps the supply crate is inside the giant cockroach zombie's corpse, Jing Tian reminded Lung Yuyin and Yi Fan. Hearing this, Lung Yuyin and Yi Fan followed Jing Tian to the corpse of the giant cockroach zombie. As their weapons sliced across the giant cockroach zombie's corpse, Jing Tian and the other two made a shocking discovery. The giant cockroach zombie's shell, which had once been strong enough to resist bullets, was now like bread. A light cut was all it took to slice through. So it really is here. As the corpse was sliced open, Jing Tian and the others saw a 2-meter-long supply crate appear before their eyes. Jing Tian, you open it, Yi Fan said, looking at the supply crate. Jing Tian possessed the awakened skill Lucky Emperor, allowing him to receive double rewards from supply crates. Even though Yi Fan was unconvinced, he still had to let Jing Tian open the supply crate in order to obtain more equipment. Let's see what equipment is inside this second-tier supply crate. Jing Tian looked at the supply crate and reached out to open it. As soon as it was opened, the equipment inside, already crammed 2 full, further amplified by Jing Tian's Lucky Emperor effect, sprayed out like a fountain and scattered across the floor. Looking closely, there were M4 and AK assault rifles, Desert Eagle and Mauser pistols. Everything one could ask for, plus high-explosive grenades, bulletproof vests, and a mountain of ammunition magazines. But these were not the most dazzling. The most dazzling were the 4 black combat suits inside the supply crate. The suits' patterns seemed to be covered with dragon scales, fierce and imposing, and even when placed among all those metal weapons, they showed no sign of wear at all. 1 combat suit each, and choose a few weapons. We'll fight back once we're changed, Jing Tian said, picking up 2 suits. 1 for Lung Yuyin, 1 for himself. Then he selected a few AKs and M4s. Now what they needed to do was to arm themselves to the teeth. Come on, Yuyin. Let's go into the storage room and change into the black dragon scale combat suits. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin went into a storage room to change. Seeing this, Yi Fan could only click his tongue and find another storage room for himself. While Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and Yi Fan were changing, Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan led 6 men to the second floor of the cafeteria. Brother Wang, those 3 aren't really dead, are they? One of the lackeys behind Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan said casually after searching the entire first floor without seeing the giant cockroach zombie. Whether they're dead or not, we'll know once we check the second floor. If there's no corpse of the giant cockroach zombie and no living people here, then there's no need to think twice. They must be dead. Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan answered the lackey. Just as he finished, another lackey pointed at the giant cockroach zombie's corpse and said, Brother Wang, quick look. That looks like the giant cockroach zombie's corpse. What? Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan hastily looked in the direction the lackey was pointing. Immediately, an oversized giant cockroach zombie entered his view. It really is the giant cockroach zombie. It seems those 3 are still alive. Unexpected. There are only 3 awakened, yet they managed to take down a giant cockroach zombie. Truly surprising. Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan stared at the corpse, excited. He immediately ordered, you all wait here. I'll go report to Old Su. Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan left after speaking, leaving his 6 lackeys to guard the giant cockroach zombie's corpse. Tell me, where exactly are those 3 with awakened skills? The equipment from the supply crate is still right there, so why have they disappeared? Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan's 6 lackeys were discussing the supply crate. While they were talking, Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and Yi Fan, having changed into their black dragon scale combat suits, walked out from the storage rooms by the 2 serving windows. There they are. They're out, exactly 3. Seeing Jing Tian and the others appear, the 6 lackeys immediately adjusted their gun muzzles and opened fire at them. Bang, bang, bang. Assault rifles roared. Bullets traced sparks through the air. The glass serving windows shattered in an instant. Watch out. Jing Tian was now level 11, and his reaction speed was far beyond ordinary. He reacted at the very first sound of shattering glass. He immediately pulled Lung Yuyin down with him. Over on the other side, the unprepared Yi Fan was not so lucky. He was sent flying by the impact of 2 bullets and crashed heavily to the ground. The pain made him howl. Fortunately, the black dragon scale combat suit had superb bulletproof performance. The 2 bullets hadn't penetrated it. They only left faint dents on the surface. What's going on? Could it be that Jing Tian is attacking me? That bastard. He's still stabbing me in the back while the enemy is right in front of us. Damn it. Thinking Jing Tian had ambushed him, Yi Fan endured the pain and angrily looked toward Jing Tian. As he looked up, he saw that Jing Tian was under attack too. What's happening? Before Yi Fan could figure it out, Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan's 6 lackeys shot at him again. Having learned his lesson once, Yi Fan ducked back extremely quickly this time and was not hit. Could it be those guys from outside the cafeteria? How did they get in? We're screwed. There are more than 20 of them, and they're all fully armed. There's no way we can win. Yi Fan fell into despair. He wanted to fight back, but several guns were aimed at him. If he showed his head again, he would likely be shot in the head. Damn it. Yi Fan cursed. Not daring to stand up, he could only raise his assault rifle and fire blindly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jing Tian, hearing the continuous gunfire, pulled out a decoy grenade and threw it. Besides attracting zombies, the decoy grenade had another use: thick green smoke that could block vision. As long as the smoke was deployed, the enemy couldn't see him, and he would have a chance to counterattack. Yuyin also pressed them with the Gatling gun from the left side of the smoke. Use that chance to run to the right side of the smoke, find their positions, and snipe them. Jing Tian told Lung Yuyin his battle plan. Lung Yuyin moved and replied with concern, Jing Tian, be careful later. Jing Tian nodded at Lung Yuyin's words and immediately activated his skill Indestructible. He walked to the left of the green smoke and pulled the trigger of the Gatling gun. In a flash, Jing Tian's firepower alone suppressed the 6 men who had ambushed them earlier. Dense bullets streamed out without pause. Even spraying blindly, he killed 2 of Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan's lackeys. What the hell? They actually have a Gatling gun. Not good. Find cover first. Our firepower can't beat theirs. Realizing they were outgunned, the remaining 4 lackeys of Narrow Eyes Wang Haoyuan hurriedly sought cover. While they cowered behind cover, Lung Yuyan locked onto one, aimed fast and accurately, and shot him right between the eyes. A perfect headshot. That's the aura from earlier. Inside the storage room of the bun shop, the fierce gunfire from outside disturbed the mist zombie, who was recovering. The mist zombie had originally wanted to leave this place of trouble immediately, but once she caught Jing Tian's scent, she immediately gave up the idea of leaving. Could he be in danger? No, I have to go out and take a look. The mist zombie worried about her benefactor Jing Tian being in danger. She propped up her bandaged body and slowly walked toward the exit of the Baozi shop storage room. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Jing Tian fighting with a group of people. But what surprised her was that Jing Tian showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. Is he really this strong as a human? The mist zombie looked at Jing Tian in surprise. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on her face. She didn't know why either. She just felt happy when Jing Tian was strong. Old Su there on the 2nd floor. Just as the mist zombie was mesmerized watching Jing Tian, a voice suddenly sounded from the stairwell not far from her. There's gunfire, Old Su. It must be the 3 guys who killed the giant cockroach zombies fighting with our people. Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan led the way for Scarface Su Yan. Scarface Su Yan was puzzled hearing the gunfire from the 2nd floor. They only had assault rifles, so why did the firefight above sound like hundreds of people in a massive gun battle? Scarface Su Yan climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria with confusion. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, he was so scared by the scene before him that he immediately dropped to the ground. He saw a man carrying a Gatling gun like a god of war firing at them non-stop, without stopping. What's going on with that guy? Why does he have a Gatling heavy machine gun? Scarface Su Yan was shocked looking at Jing Tian. It was the first time he had ever seen someone using a Gatling heavy machine gun as a weapon. Is this guy one of the 3 awakened you mentioned? Scarface Su Yan pointed his gun at a laboratory survivor hostage and asked, why yes. Yes, he is. The laboratory survivor whose forehead was pointed at by the gun was so scared that he stammered. Hearing this, Scarface Su Yan frowned. He had originally thought his enemies were just 3 wet behind the ears kids, never expecting their combat power to be so terrifying. If not for their numerical advantage, he would have even wanted to slip away. Old Wang, your marksmanship is good. While that guy hasn't spotted us yet, shoot, and try to take him out with 1 shot. Scarface Su Yan ordered Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan. Hearing this, Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan raised his M4 and began aiming at Jing Tian's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, someone pushed him hard. The person who pushed him was none other than the laboratory survivor who had been held at gunpoint to his forehead and was stammering earlier. Jing Tian. Run. Their main force is coming. The laboratory survivor used all his strength to warn Jing Tian. His tone even carried a hint of a cry. She understood. This push would cost her life. Damn it. Are you trying to die? Scarface Su Yan didn't expect that while he was distracted watching Jing Tian, the girl with black-framed glasses and silver hair beside him, would ruin his plan, and he slapped her right there. The girl with black-framed glasses and silver hair couldn't withstand such a fierce blow and was knocked unconscious by the slap. Seeing her faint, Scarface Su Yan wasn't satisfied and pulled out his gun ready to finish her off. But just as Scarface Su Yan was about to act, Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan reached out to stop him. Old Su, we came up in a hurry this time and only brought this 1 hostage. If you kill her, what will we use to threaten them later? Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan persuaded Scarface Su Yan. Hearing this, Scarface Su Yan suppressed his anger, put away his gun, and said, damn bitch, after I deal with these 3 awakened, I'll make her wish she were dead. Huh, where did that guy go? As Scarface Su Yan spoke, he suddenly noticed that Jing Tian, who had been at the decoy grenade smoke location earlier, had disappeared, and asked in surprise. Old Su, they heard what this bitch just said and hid. Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan replied, looking at the food-serving window where Jing Tian was hiding. What should we do now? Scarface Su Yan saw Jing Tian had hidden and frowned, saying, that guy has a Gatling heavy machine gun. If we charge directly, and he suddenly emerges to suppress us with fire, more than half of us will die instantly. No need, I have a plan. Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan, whose already small eyes squinted into a slit, said, Old Su, you use this bitch as a hostage to threaten them to surrender. They definitely won't surrender. Why would Awaken care about the safety of ordinary survivors? Besides, we've already fought. Scarface Su Yan, hearing Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan's words, interrupted. Let me finish first. Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan said. Continuing, Old Su, I know they won't surrender, but we can split into 2 groups. You use the hostage to threaten them to surrender here, distracting their attention. I'll take a few people back to the 1st floor, take a detour, and sneak up from the stairs behind the 3 of them. Even if they have a Gatling heavy machine gun, we can easily take them down. What do you think? After Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan finished speaking, he grinned wickedly. Hearing this, Scarface Su Yan patted Squint-eyed Wang Haoyuan on the shoulder and said, Old Wang, oh Old Wang, you're really cunning. Let's do as you say. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you hold those 3 guys off. Scarface, Su Yin, and Squint-Eyed Wang Haoyuan devised their conspiracy. After Squint-Eyed Wang Haoyuan left with 5 people, he picked up the girl with black-framed glasses and silver hair and shouted loudly, "You 3 guys. Look who I'm holding. I advise you to put down your weapons now, otherwise don't blame me for killing her." Scarface, Su Yin said. He pressed the gun against the back of the girl with black-framed glasses and silver hair's head, threatening Jing Tian and the other 3. Hearing this, Jing Tian activated the skill telekinesis. He controlled a glass fragment to rise and check the situation. Is this the girl who recognized Lu Tao earlier? Jing Tian recognized who the girl with black-framed glasses and silver hair was, feeling somewhat troubled. On one hand, she had risked her life to warn him. On the other hand, she was clearly not the type of petty person and was suitable to be cultivated as a subordinate. It would be a great pity to let her die like this. Looks like I'll have to use the skill stealth attack again. Jing Tian was conflicted inside. The skill stealth attack could only make one person lose his line of sight for 5 seconds. If Scarface Man had called several people to aim at him, then when he stood up, he would likely be instantly headshot by them. No, relying solely on the skill stealth attack is too risky. I need to combine it with another survival skill. System. Check the awakening skill barrier I obtained earlier. Ding system reminder: the introduction of the awakening skill barrier is as follows. Barrier after use can create a high defense barrier in front of the host. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Note: when using this skill, the user cannot attack. Ding system reminder: the host's awakening skill Sin of Greed has activated. The awakening skill barrier has received enchantment enhancement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the awakening skill Dark Barrier. Ding system reminder: the introduction of the awakening skill Dark Barrier is as follows. Dark Barrier after use can grant the host an all-around ultra-high defense barrier. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Note: when using this skill, the user cannot attack, but can expand the barrier to defend teammates nearby. Currently can only provide defense for one teammate. Can I attack when the skill Dark Barrier is active? This skill is indeed powerful for survival, but it doesn't allow me to rescue people. Even if I tank bullets and walk over to rescue, once the enemy sees they can't kill me, they'll act against the hostage. Jing Tian frowned, looking at the skill Dark Barrier. Just as he was wondering whether to use the skill fusion card obtained from leveling up earlier to gamble on a new skill, he surprisingly discovered that a very thick black smoke had risen from where the Scarface Man was. What is that? Jing Tian looked at the black smoke through the glass in confusion. Meanwhile, at the black smoke location, a series of screams came. On my hand was torn off. Damn it, what the hell is this? Bad news, boss Su, someone is attacking us. Is this an awakened skill? Impossible, those 3 awakened are so far from us, and we specifically sent people to watch them. They don't even dare to show their heads. How could they possibly close in and attack us? It's the mist zombie, boss Su, it's the mist zombie. I just saw her figure. Scarface, Su Yin, and his group screamed continuously in the black smoke. A charming figure wrapped in bandages kept appearing and disappearing in the black mist. Like the Grim Reaper, each time she struck, she would severely injure someone or directly take their life. After a few breaths, except for Scarface, Su Yin running out of the black smoke alone, all of Scarface's accomplices were eliminated by the mist zombie. Damn it, why is there a mist zombie here? Scarface, Su Yin clutching his torn-off arm, looked at the black smoke in terror. If it weren't for his awakening skill Canine Beastman transforming into Beastman mode, he would have also fallen inside. Hiss hiss. The mist zombie carrying the girl with black-framed glasses and silver hair revealed half her body from the black smoke, taunting at Scarface, Su Yin. Before Scarface, Su Yin could fire back, the mist zombie, just as the black smoke was about to disperse, left with the girl with black-framed glasses and silver hair. Son of a bitch. What the hell is that thing? Scarface, Su Yin saw the mist zombie snatch away his hostage and cursed profusely. He really couldn't fathom why the mist zombie would attack them. Attacking them was one thing. Why would the mist zombie also take away his hostage? Could this mist zombie be kept by those 3 awakened? Scarface, Su Yin doubted his life. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, who had been hiding all along, finally understood where that black smoke came from. That black smoke is actually the mist zombie's skill, and she didn't harm the hostage. Indeed, saving her life was not a loss. Jing Tian was delighted inside, stood up, and aimed the Gatling heavy machine gun at Scarface, Su Yin. Now Scarface, Su Yin had no hostage in hand. Then Jing Tian could pull the trigger without any hesitation. Bang bang bang. The 6 barrels of the Gatling heavy machine gun rotated quickly. Bullets flew out densely and rapidly. Scarface, Su Yin was still thinking about the mist zombie. The next second, he was blasted full of holes and died on the spot. Bang. Just as Scarface, Su Yin died and Jing Tian released the trigger, a gunshot rang out from the stairwell not far behind Jing Tian. The person who fired was precisely Squint-Eyed Wang Haoyuan, who had made the plan with Scarface, Su Yin earlier. You guys are ruthless enough. You even killed the hostage just to take down old Su. Pity. You're still too green. Squint-Eyed Wang Haoyuan sneered, looking at Jing Tian, who had been shot. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Jing Tian not only didn't fall from the gunshot, but instead turned around, aiming the Gatling at him. What is going on? Squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan stared in shock at Jing Tian, who was perfectly fine after being shot. He clearly remembered that the bullet had hit Jing Tian. But why was Jing Tian completely unharmed? Could it be the work of some awakened skill? Wang Haoyuan speculated inwardly. Yet before he could draw a conclusion, a dense storm of bullets had already covered his body. The terrifying force of the bullets sent his shattered corpse flying several meters away. This black dragon scale combat suit is perfect in every way except that it lacks a bulletproof helmet. I wonder if there is one in the supply crate. Seeing Wang Haoyuan and the others fall, Jing Tian said while rubbing the back of his head. 1 second earlier, at the instant the squinty-eyed Wang Haoyuan fired his sneak attack at Jing Tian's system let out a protective alert warning him that his life was in danger. Jing Tian immediately activated his skill time, reversal rewinding time, past the moment the bullet would have hit the back of his head, and swiftly turned to counterattack. Though this crisis was resolved, this encounter made Jing Tian understand. In this era of universal equipment upgrades, he had to arm every part of his body to the teeth. Otherwise, a surprise attack could easily make him end in disaster. Ian, let's take another look at the supply crate. Jing Tian acted on the thought and took Lung Yuyin back to the supply crate to continue searching for equipment. Before long, he found 4 black dragon-patterned bulletproof helmets in the supply crate. He tested their effectiveness with a bullet. Even the visor on the helmet could block gunfire. Great stuff. Ian, put this on. Jing Tian handed a black dragon-patterned bulletproof helmet to Lung Yuyin. At the same time, Yi Fan, the favored child of fortune, had been hiding at the meal-serving window. When he heard that the outside had gone quiet, he cautiously raised his head to take a look. When he found that the enemies had all been disposed of, and that Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin were rummaging through the supply crate again, he hurried over. Isn't this a bulletproof helmet? If I'd had this earlier, I wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. It's all your fault, Jing Tian. If it weren't for your lucky emperor skill doubling the contents of the supply crate, I wouldn't have failed to notice the bulletproof helmets. Yi Fan said as he grabbed a helmet and pressed it onto his head. Seeing this, Jing Tian retorted, even with doubled equipment, the supply crate only has 4 dragon scale combat suits. If there had been no doubling, Yi Fan, you wouldn't have gotten a combat suit at all, yet you still want a helmet. Huh. Dragon scale combat suits are distributed according to strength. Apart from your minigun, Jing Tian, you don't have any real combat ability. Even if there were only 2 dragon scale combat suits, one would be for me and one for Lung Yuyin. What do you mean I'd have no share? Yi Fan retorted in dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Jing Tian glanced calmly at the supply crate and said, how the supplies in the supply crate are distributed is not for you to dictate. When we get back, my aunt will distribute them fairly and impartially. Yi Fan gnashed his teeth and glared at Jing Tian when he invoked his aunt Jing Xian. Jing Tian's words just now had said it very clearly. Even if Yi Fan put on a dragon scale combat suit right now, he would still have to take it off and hand it over to stronghold leader Jing Xian for distribution after returning. And Jing Xian was Jing Tian's aunt. So wouldn't the distribution effectively be up to Jing Tian? Jing Tian, don't act so smug just because the stronghold leader is your aunt. If she distributes things unfairly, she'll be overthrown sooner or later. Yi Fan warned Jing Tian. Jing Tian ignored Yi Fan. After putting on his helmet, Jing Tian looked toward the place where the mist zombie had left earlier. After the mist zombie's skill black smoke dispersed, her figure disappeared together with the small silver-haired girl in black-rimmed glasses. As for where they had gone, Jing Tian didn't know. But one thing he could be sure of was that the mist zombie would not hurt the small silver-haired girl in black-rimmed glasses. Yuyin, their main force has been wiped out by us. Let's hurry and eliminate the remnants they have outside the cafeteria. After saying this to Lung Yuyin, the two of them headed out of the cafeteria together. Seeing that Jing Tian had completely ignored him, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and followed behind. At the entrance of Z City University's cafeteria, the lab survivor team heard the gunfire inside the cafeteria die down. One by one, their expressions turned grim. They had personally seen the scar-faced man lead more than a dozen gunmen charging in. Now that the gunfire had ceased in their eyes, Jing Tian and the other two had most likely been killed. Were Jing Tian and the others discovered? Judging by the gunfire, it seems so. Damn it. If we also had guns, we wouldn't be at their mercy. Sai, what's the point of saying that? What waits for us is most likely death anyway. This Doomsday game is outrageous. Why is their progress in the Doomsday game faster than ours? It's completely unfair. You all shut up. One of Scar-faced Su Yan's men raised his gun in warning when the people from the laboratory survivor stronghold started making noise. Just then a bullet suddenly pierced through his head. It sent his entire body flying. Who? The other subordinates of Scar-faced Su Yan all turned at the attack and saw Jing Tian with a minigun in one hand and a rocket launcher aimed at them with the other. Who are you? Su Yan's subordinates stared at Jing Tian in shock. They didn't know who he was. Hearing their words, Jing Tian gave no reply. He decisively pulled the trigger and killed all but one of them. Don't kill me. The man saw that all his companions around him had been killed. He hastily tossed away the weapon in his hand, and with a heavy thud knelt on the ground begging for mercy. You're pretty quick to beg for mercy. Jing Tian looked at the man. He glanced at the security uniform the man was wearing and said, I ask, and you answer. If you lie, you die. Yes, yes. Seeing there was still a chance to live, the begging man nodded repeatedly. Which survivor group are you from? Why did you come to our place? Jing Tian asked, looking at him. We're from the University Town Security Company. The man replied, we wouldn't have come to Z City University on our own. The Doomsday game forced us to. After we had completed the advancement of 2 survivor teams, the Doomsday game told us that the entire university town would undergo its 3rd mass zombie enhancement in 2 days. Not only that, among all the survivor strongholds in the university town, only the 3 with the largest populations are to remain. To make sure his own stronghold could remain, our boss chose to attack first, striking at other strongholds in the university town, killing the awakened, and capturing ordinary survivors to bring back. I've said everything I need to say. Please spare my life. I'm not an awakened. I promise that after surrendering I'll serve you faithfully to my death. Having said that, the surrendering man begged for mercy again and again. Seeing this, Jing Tian ordered the lab survivors to tie up the surrendering man, then said, "Everyone, the supply crate has been found. It's on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Go upgrade your equipment first. Once you're geared up, we'll immediately return to the laboratory survivor stronghold." As Jing Tian issued the order, the laboratory survivor team soon found the supply crate on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. They were shocked to see a huge pile of weapons at the supply crate. Those weapons were more than enough even if each person took 2. Is this the 2nd-tier supply crate? The laboratory survivors' eyes gleamed as they stared at the equipment inside. One by one they began selecting suitable weapons. After each had 2 assault rifles, nearly half the equipment still remained in the crate. Seeing they couldn't carry it all, they had to close the crate and carry it out of the 2nd-floor cafeteria. Are you all set? Then let's hurry back. Jing Tian, seeing the laboratory survivor team fully armed, ordered them to set out. After walking for an hour, they finally returned to the laboratory survivor stronghold. However, the moment they arrived, they sensed something wrong. The laboratory survivor's stronghold had exchanged fire with someone. At its main entrance, several unfamiliar bodies riddled with bullets lay there. Was our base attacked? The laboratory survivors looked at the corpses at the entrance, their faces turning pale. Are these accomplices of the group from before? Probably not. They're not wearing security uniforms. Not the same group. Does that mean the survivor groups attacking our Z University are more than one? It seems so. What about Principal Jing Tian? She's in charge of guarding the stronghold. Is she in danger now? The laboratory survivors at the base murmured among themselves. Hearing their words, Jing Tian said nothing, shouldered his rocket launcher, and strode inside. Upon entering the laboratory, 2 guns were instantly pressed against Jing Tian's head. However, Jing Tian remained calm in the face of this. Protected by the dragon-scale combat suit, he had no fear of bullets piercing his armor. He simply retracted his head, launched a counterattack, and with 1 punch each subdued the 2 guards in a few moves. Tell me, what's the situation now? If there's any falsehood, you die. Jing Tian aimed his rocket launcher at the 2 subdued men and questioned them. The 2 had never encountered such a ruthless man as Jing Tian. They begged for mercy. We're from the food street of University Town. We only came here to find some survivors to take back. Do you have to point guns at people's heads to find survivors? Hey. Jing Tian listened coldly. Tell me, where are the people inside this laboratory? Where did they go? They're upstairs. They have guns. From the moment we entered, they shot and killed many of our men. Our men seeking revenge are now searching room by room. The 2 subdued men replied guiltily. Tie them up. Jing Tian ordered the survivors beside him upon hearing their words. After tying the 2 up and gagging them, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin quickly made their way toward the stairwell of the laboratory. If the 2 subdued men hadn't lied, in that case Jing Tian was in grave danger. Yuyin, Aunt only has a single pistol. She can't hold out much longer. How about we split up to search? I'll take the stairs up first, searching from the rooftop down. You search from the ground floor up. This way we can find Aunt faster. Jing Tian laid out his plan. Lung Yuyin nodded at his words, tightened her grip on the meteorite Tang's sword, and got to work. Seeing this, Jing Tian didn't hesitate either, gathering all his strength to sprint toward the top floor of the laboratory. Along the way, he encountered several food street survivors armed with guns. However, before they could react, they were silently eliminated by the exquisite dagger in Jing Tian's hand. And are you here? And it's me, Jing Tian, are you there? Jing Tian knocked on doors from the rooftop downward, while Lung Yuyin knocked from the ground floor upward. Any food street survivor they encountered along the way was instantly killed by them. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin had each searched 2 floors, several gunshots suddenly rang out. Jing Tian judged the location from the sound and quickly ran toward its source. It's here, the 7th floor. Jing Tian followed the sound to the 7th floor of the laboratory. As soon as he arrived, he saw a dozen figures aiming assault rifles at the entrance of a lounge. A bunch of reckless bastards seeking death. Jing Tian pulled out his rocket launcher and directly pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the rocket flew out. The next second it struck its target squarely. With a boom, a terrifying shockwave erupted. The dozen or so people were instantly wiped out by the explosive force. Oh no! In the 7th floor lounge, Jing Tian was holding a pistol. After the explosion, she saw the security door suddenly blasted into the room by the shockwave and stared at the entrance nervously. The enemy had a dozen people each with an assault rifle. She only had a single pistol. What would happen next? Her fate was obvious. I can't fall into their hands. Jing Tian knew what would happen to a woman who fell into enemy hands during the apocalypse. She raised her pistol, preparing to end her own life. Just then Jing Tian's voice sounded. Aunt, are you all right? The guys at the door are all taken care of. Jing Tian's figure appeared at the doorway. Jing Xian was surprised to see him. She hadn't expected Jing Tian to appear here, and for a moment, she couldn't quite react. "Aunt, what are you doing?" Seeing Jing Xian pointing the gun at her own head, Jing Tian hurried over and snatched the pistol from her hand. "I didn't expect you brat to be back so soon." Jing Xian looked at Jing Tian and smiled, then was immediately drawn to the dragon scale combat suit on him. "Jing Tian, why have you changed clothes and are wearing a helmet? If I couldn't see your face through the visor, I wouldn't have recognized you." "Aunt, this is the dragon scale combat suit from the supply crate. It can stop bullets and has extremely strong defense," Jing Tian explained. "A bulletproof combat suit sounds great." Jing Xian listened to his explanation and smiled. "And I saved a dragon scale combat suit specifically for you in the supply crate. It's in the laboratory hall." Jing Tian was saying this when he suddenly sensed something wrong and asked Jing Xian, "Aunt, where are the others besides you?" "I had them flee from the back of the laboratory. They didn't have guns, as staying would have meant death." Jing Xian gave a bitter smile. "Then why didn't you run, Aunt?" Jing Tian looked at her in confusion. Jing Xian spread her hands helplessly. "I just wanted to hide upstairs and see what was going on. Who knew there was an awakened among them, who could sense people still in the laboratory?" Awakened? Jing Tian was pondering this when a system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding, system notification, host killed the awakened Li Yue, triggering the skill sin of greed. Congratulations, host has obtained the awakened skill insight." Insight? So that's the skill. Jing Tian listened to the notification and then looked at Jing Xian. "And let's go downstairs first. Yuyin should still be heading up." "I've already arrived, you." Before Jing Tian could finish speaking, Lung Yuyin's voice rang out. "Let's go downstairs together, Aunt Jing Tian." With that, Lung Yuyin, along with Jing Tian and Jing Xian, returned to the laboratory hall. As soon as they arrived, Lung Yuyin sensed a very hostile glare fixed on her. As she looked toward the direction of the glare, she saw Hu Kuan had returned. Beside Hu Kuan stood a young girl. The earlier unfriendly gaze had come from this girl. Could that girl be Jing Tian's cousin? Lung Yuyin wondered, gazing at the young woman beside Hu Kuan. She bore a striking resemblance to Jing Tian. Clearly, they shared a blood bond. "Jing Tian, is that your cousin?" Lung Yuyin asked, turning to him. Jing Tian was momentarily taken aback. He followed her gaze. Standing there beside Hu Kuan was indeed his cousin Jingya. "Huh. Yin," he said, "I didn't think you'd ever met my cousin. How did you know she was related to me?" Jing Tian asked, curious. "Women's intuition," Lung Yuyin replied with a smile. "That's..." Jing Tian was puzzled. At the same time, Jing Xian also spotted Jingya. She waved at Jingya. "Jingya, auntie." Seeing Jing Xian beckon, Jingya waved back and walked cheerfully toward Jing Xian, Jing Tian, and Lung Yuyin. As she walked over, she drew the gazes of many laboratory survivors. "Who is that girl? She's gorgeous. A JK uniform and a Barrett sniper rifle strapped to her back. Absolutely stunning. No idea. Probably not from our school. She looks a bit like Jing Tian. And she's heading toward Principal Jing and Jing Tian, so she must be from the Jing family. Jing Tian's family is full of beauties. So jealous. If you're jealous, go chase her. Win that girl over, and you're set for life." "No way. I'm afraid Jing Tian would turn me into a sieve with his Gatling." The lab survivors whispered among themselves. Yi Fan overheard them and turned his gaze to Jingya. She was exactly his type. Even though her style was the polar opposite of Lung Yuyin's, one a lowly, the other a mature beauty. That didn't stop him from wanting a taste of both. "This girl is from the Jing family. If I win her over, destroying the Jings later will be far easier." Yi Fan stared at Jingya, his mind already painting visions of her turning against her own family for him. Just as his fantasies began to spiral, Su Cece, standing beside him, let out a cold snort. "Men really are all the same. The moment you see a pretty face, you can't walk straight." Su Cece mocked him. Yi Fan's face stiffened with embarrassment. Reluctantly, he pulled his gaze away from Jingya. "My dear cousin is something else. So many people are eyeing me, and he's off chatting with another woman." "Humph." Noticing all the survivors staring at her, while Jing Tian was too busy talking to Lung Yuyin, Jingya pouted and quickened her pace. "Auntie, at least you care about me. Not like some heartless man who forgets his old love the moment a new one appears." Jingya hugged Jing Xian and started pouring out her grievances. Jing Xian ruffled her hair and said, "Silly girl, don't talk nonsense. When were you ever Jing Tian's old love? Careful. If your mother hears that, she'll give you a beating." "Humph." Seeing Jing Xian refuse to take her side, Jingya pouted stubbornly. "My mom. She already agreed. She said once I outrank her, she'd approve this marriage. If I recall, your mother is a general in the special forces. Do you have any idea what rank you'd need to surpass her?" Jing Xian teased. But Jingya looked utterly confident. "I definitely can surpass her. I'm way stronger than she is, and besides, I've awakened a skill now." As she spoke, a triumphant smile spread across her face. Hearing that Jingya was an awakener, Jing Xian asked excitedly, "Girl, you're an awakener. What skill did you awaken?" "It's divine marksmanship. As my level rises, it sharpens my eyesight and senses, and it also increases the range and power of any weapon I hold." "Pretty impressive, right?" Jingya tilted her head and shot Lung Yuyin a smug, challenging look, as if declaring war. Lung Yuyin saw through her in an instant. She raised her hand, and a wave of frost immediately radiated from her body. "She's an awakener too." Jingya was stunned by Lung Yuyin's icy aura. She had assumed the woman beside Jing Tian was nothing more than a pretty vase. Who would have thought Lung Yuyin was also an awakener? Cousin, tell me how you ended up here. Noticing the two women sizing each other up, Jing Tian tried to change the subject. Boo-hoo. Seeing that Jing Tian had finally spoken to her, the 4'11" girl bounced toward him like a rabbit. Then in a tearful voice, she said, Cousin, I've been through so much. Our school was attacked by zombies, and I was the only one who managed to escape alive. If I hadn't been so lucky, I'd never have seen you again. Really? Jing Tian felt something was off. Though her voice carried a sob, there was no real grief behind it. Young Master Jing, Miss Jingya is just joking with you, Hu Kuan said, walking over and hearing their exchange. He explained, here's what really happened. When Principal Jing had us leave Z University to check the outside, I let a few people out. Not long after, we were ambushed by a survivor squad. That squad had a sharpshooter. Deadly accurate. No matter where I ran, she'd shoot off a lock of my hair with a bullet. With no other choice, I surrendered. Turns out that group was Miss Jingya's team. She asked if I knew you, young Master Jing. Once I said you were at our base, she had me lead the way here. Hu Kuan finished with a helpless look. Jingya outclassed him by far. Even with his instant teleport skill, he had no chance to resist. Jingya, is what Hu Kuan said true? Jing Tian pinched her delicate tender cheek as he asked. I guess so. Jingya couldn't meet his eyes and turned away, answering guiltily. Weren't you supposed to be at that elite private school? How did you end up in the university district? Jing Tian pressed, noticing her evasive look. I came to rescue a handsome hero in distress. Jingya giggled. I'm an awakener, so all the survivor teams out there listen to me. I figured I'd bring them here to find you, cousin. So, am I great? Aren't I thoughtful? Wouldn't I make a perfect wife? You can talk about that once you outrank Annie, Jing Tian said, brushing her off with a flimsy excuse. But Jingya's face lit up with excitement at those words, as if she truly believed she could surpass her mother's rank as a general. You silly girl. Seeing her look so thrilled, Jing Xian walked over, patted Jingya on the head, and said, girl, stop dreaming about that. Tell Auntie, what's really going on out there? Why are so many survivor teams flooding into our school? Is there a reason? There is a reason. Jingya listened to Jing Xian's words and said with a grave expression, after I entered University City in order to find out news about you, cousin and aunt, I fought against teams from several survivor strongholds. From what they said, I obtained a startling piece of information. After midnight the day after tomorrow, among all the strongholds in University City, only the 3 with the most survivors will remain. All the others will lose their ability to keep zombies out. And that is not the most important part. The most important part is that apart from the 3 strongholds that advance, survivors staying in any other stronghold will gain 50 infection points. 50 points is far too high. Many survivors who failed to complete the Doomsday game missions in time already have infection values exceeding 50 points. If they gain another 50 points, they will turn into zombies. To avoid failing to advance and turning into zombies, those survivor teams began using a nearly inhuman method of combat, killing the awakened in other strongholds and kidnapping ordinary survivors to increase their numbers. As for why so many of them are crowding into Z City University, it may be because of its location. Z City University is in the very center of University City, making it an easy target for every stronghold. Jingya finished telling them everything she knew. After hearing Jingya's words, Jing Tian looked at Jing Xian and said, Auntie, I tied up a man from an outside team in the cafeteria, and he said almost the same thing as Jingya. It seems the progress of the Doomsday game at our school really is one step behind the outside world. So that's how it is. Jing Xian listened. Suddenly, everything became clear. All the questions that had confused her were now fully answered. The reason their Z City University had been sneak attacked by other survivor teams was that the pace of the Doomsday game had been one step slower. That was why they could only be forced into a passive position and take the blows. Unfortunately, our latest Doomsday game mission is still stuck at 3 survivor teams advanced to 2. We must go out to seize resources, otherwise we could simply stay in the laboratory and wait for prey to come to us. Jing Xian knitted her slender brows and sighed. Seeing this, Jing Tian smiled and said, don't worry, Auntie. Our advancement is already secured. The team in the boys' dormitory of Building D was completely wiped out when they clashed with us in the cafeteria. In other words, the survivor team of Dormitory Building D now exists in name only. What? Jing Xian could hardly believe Jing Tian's words, but she knew he was never one to boast. Good lad. You're truly impressive. Now it's simple. We just need to wait here for prey to come. If one survivor team arrives, we wipe out one. Since Z City University sits at the very center of University City, most survivor teams will come to check it out. As long as we wait in ambush for 2 days, we're sure to capture more than half of the survivors. By then we'll be secure in becoming one of University City's 3 survivor strongholds. Auntie, I have a suggestion. Seeing that Jing Xian had finished speaking, Jing Tian pointed at the second-tier supply crate he had obtained from the cafeteria and said, Auntie, there is a lot of equipment in the supply crate. In our school, besides the cafeteria, there are 2 other places where supply crates are stored. I'd like to form a special operations team with Yuyin and focus on finding supply crates. This way, first, we can collect more food and equipment. Second, we can scout the situation outside the laboratory stronghold. All right, we'll do as you say, Jing Tian. Hearing Jing Tian's words, Jing Xian immediately chose to support him. In the past, she would have worried about his safety and hesitated. Now that Jing Tian had the dragon scale combat suit, letting him go out to train and level up was actually the best choice. Then Jing Tian rest for a while with Yu Yan. You must be tired after just coming back. Wait until you have rested before making a move. Auntie will go set up the defensive fortifications first and won't disturb your rest. With that, Jing Xian left Jing Tian and the others. As the leader of the laboratory survivor stronghold, she had to carry out this task of waiting for the prey properly. It was only because they had no weapons that the stronghold had fallen before. Now that they had weapons, she would never be as humiliated as before. Cousin, are you going to organize a special operations team? I'll go with you. Seeing Jing Xian leave, Jingya looked at Jing Tian excitedly. No. Jing Tian refused Jingya bluntly. Auntie is guarding the stronghold alone, and she will definitely be stretched too thin. Jingya, you have extraordinary strength, and you're a sniper. Going with us for close quarters combat is a complete waste. Stay at the base and help Auntie. Jing Tian refused Jingya's request to join the team. Hearing that, Jingya pouted and nodded helplessly. She knew that Jing Xian really was stretched too thin guarding the stronghold alone. In addition, Z City University was the center of University City. The teams that came to attack were far more than one or two. Moreover, awakened with all kinds of abilities frequently appeared among them. Without several awakened stationed there, even the best laid ambush could go wrong. Cousin. Then I'll go to Aunt and listen to her arrangements. Get some rest yourself. Jingya said, then walked toward Jing Xian with some reluctance. Jing Tian watched Jingya go to help Jing Xian, then turned to Hukuin and said, Hukuin, Yi Fan has a dragon scale combat suit on him, and it is bulletproof. Go strip it off and put it on. In these special times, leaving the laboratory stronghold without that combat suit is too dangerous. Strip it off, Yi Fan. Hukuin was startled and asked in surprise. Yes. Don't worry, he will definitely give it to you. Jing Tian replied meaningfully. Then I'll go try. Hukuin snickered. He had long been disgusted by Yi Fan's behavior, and now he could finally mess with Yi Fan. Ding. As soon as Hukuin left, a system notification sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding. Villain system notification, the host won the Mist Zombies favor before fortunes, chosen one Yi Fan could. Congratulations host on completing this villain mission. Ding. Villain system notification, congratulations host on obtaining the rewards for this mission, deduct 2 fortune points from fortunes, chosen one Yi Fan, gain 1 skill enhancement card, gain 1 item lottery draw, gain 1 acquired talent lottery draw. Ding. Villain system notification, would the host like to use the above rewards now? System, use the item lottery and the acquired talent lottery first. Ding. System notification, starting the item lottery. Ding. System notification, the item lottery has ended. Congratulations host, you have obtained the tier 4 supply, crate item laser sword. Ding. System notification, starting the acquired talent lottery. Ding. System notification, the acquired talent lottery has ended. Congratulations host, you have obtained the acquired talent leader. Acquired talent leader. System, view the introduction of the acquired talent leader. Ding. System notification, the introduction of the acquired talent leader is as follows. Leader, a person who possesses this acquired talent will receive the blessing of a leader's fortune, making it easier to gain the loyalty of others. In addition, whenever someone's loyalty reaches 100%, the host will receive a leader gift pack reward. This acquired talent is pretty good. System, equip it for me. Jing Tian responded to the system notification. Alright system. Open the villain fortune store. Now that the survivors' weapons have been upgraded across the board, I need to pick out something good for Yu Yan. Ding. System notification, the Great Villain's Fortune Point store is now opening. Ding. System notification, the Great Villain's Fortune Point store has finished opening. The merchandise and items are as follows. Item card category. Battle suit enhancement card, upon use it can strengthen the battle suit and improve all of its attributes. Price 1 fortune point. Weapon enhancement card, upon use it can enhance the weapon, greatly increasing its attack power and toughness. Price 1 fortune point. Boss strategy analysis card, upon use it provides a full strategy breakdown of the boss, including detailed information such as the boss's skills, attributes, weaknesses, and more. It is not restricted by boss level. Price 2 fortune points. Weapon category. Bluefire armor piercing Gatling. Based on an ordinary Gatling, its bullet power is enhanced, its rate of fire is doubled, and its ammunition capacity reaches 20,000 rounds. Price 3 fortune points. Tang Blade Eye Soul, forged from Mystic Ice, it possesses innate ice attribute attacks, enhances the user's mastery over frigid air, and can even ignore defenses to damage enemies through cold erosion. Price 5 fortune points. Consumable item category, enhanced adrenaline. Armor category. Mech Battle Armor EX-20, standing 5 meters tall, this heavy single-person land combat mech possesses fierce and terrifying combat power. It is equipped with high-end weaponry, including a shoulder cannon, a laser greatsword, an armor-piercing heavy machine gun, and more. Price 10 fortune points. They even have a heavy single-person land combat mech. Jing Tian froze as he looked at the items on sale in the Great Villain's Fortune Point store. In this Doomsday game world where merely having a gun was already considered decent, his store actually stocked a heavy single-person land combat mech. If he bought it and drove it out for the other survivors to see, wouldn't they question life itself on the spot? For now, a mech is far too conspicuous. System. Buy me a Bluefire armor piercing Gatling, a Tang Blade Eye Soul, and 2 battle suit enhancement cards. Ding. System notification purchase in progress. Ding. System notification purchase complete. A total of 10 fortune points have been deducted from the host. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing the Bluefire armor-piercing Gatling Tang Blade Eye Soul and Battle Suit enhancement cards. Ding. System notification. Would the host like to withdraw the above items from the system warehouse now? System withdraw all the other items immediately except for the Bluefire armor-piercing Gatling. Jing Tian's previous Gatling still had bullets left, so he was in no hurry to switch to the newest Gatling right away. Ding. System notification. Tang Blade Eye Soul and 2 Battle Suit enhancement cards have been successfully withdrawn. As the system notification ended, 2 enhancement cards and a Tang Blade exuding cold air instantly materialized in Jing Tian's hands. Yu Yan, give me your meteoric iron Tang Blade. I'll exchange it for a better one, Jing Tian said to Lung Yuyan. After Lung Yuyan gave him the meteoric iron Tang Blade, he immediately handed the Tang Blade Eye Soul to Lung Yuyan and said, Yuyan, try this one. This Tang Blade is different from the previous meteoric iron Tang Blade. It is itself an ice attribute weapon. It suits you perfectly. Jing Tian had Lung Yuyan try it out. The instant Lung Yuyan took the Tang Blade Eye Soul from Jing Tian, she was deeply astonished by how perfectly it resonated with her body. In her hand, the Tang Blade Eye Soul seemed to become one with her. Whenever she wished, the Tang Blade Eye Soul would immediately cooperate with her to channel the surrounding cold. What a fine weapon. Lung Yuyan was dazzled by the Tang Blade Eye Soul. Seeing Lung Yuyan unable to put down the Tang Blade Ice Soul, Jing Tian also activated the 2 Battle Suit enhancement cards in his hands. The next second, the black dragon scale battle suits worn by Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan were instantly enveloped by a dark golden light, which slowly merged into the suits. After the dark golden light had fully merged with the dragon scale battle suits, Jing Tian was surprised to find that the suits had become like ultra-thin silk scarves clinging tightly to his skin with none of the previous stuffiness. After enhancement, has the dragon scale battle suit's comfort also improved in addition to its defense attributes? Jing Tian wondered, looking at the dark golden dragon scale battle suit on his body. At the same time, Lung Yuyan also noticed the change in the dragon scale battle suit on her body. Turning around, she looked at Jing Tian in astonishment. Jing Tian, what was that just now? I enhanced the battle suits. Jing Tian knew what Lung Yuyan was asking and replied, Jing Tian. Lung Yuyan's heart brimmed with happiness at the thought that Jing Tian had given her both a new weapon and upgraded equipment. After glancing around and confirming that no one was looking in their direction, she quickly kissed Jing Tian on the cheek. Thank you. What is there to thank? Seeing Lung Yuyan's gratitude, Jing Tian replied with a smile. Between a husband and his wife, do we really need to be so polite? Oh. Lung Yuyan had not expected Jing Tian to use words like husband and wife so bluntly, and a blush crept over her face. It was exactly that faint blush that made Jing Tian gaze at her spellbound. Especially when Jing Tian recalled how Lung Yuyan usually had the demeanor of an ice-cold beauty and compared it with her current appearance as a shy, gentle young wife. The visual impact was enough to leave very few people unmoved. Young Master Jing, I'm back. Just as Jing Tian was still lost in watching Lung Yuyan, Hu Kuan, wearing the dragon scale battle suit stripped from Yi Fan, the child of fortune, smiled, waved, and walked toward him. This big fool has no sense of tact at all, Jing Tian grumbled inwardly as Hu Kuan approached. Suddenly a system alert sounded in his mind. Ding. Great villain system notification. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, has received a system alert that the giant mosquito zombie at the back mountain of Z City University has clashed with 2 external survivor squads. The external survivor squads were annihilated and the giant mosquito zombie has evolved into the giant mosquito zombie queen. Ding. Great villain system notification. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, has received a system alert that the giant mosquito zombie queen is the first giant animal zombie in the Doomsday game to evolve on its own. Killing her will grant the Doomsday game title, Zombie Queen Hunter, and the title pack reward. Ding. Great villain system notification. The great villain mission has been activated. The host must steal the kill on the giant mosquito zombie queen from the child of fortune, Yi Fan. Completing the mission will deduct 2 fortune points from the child of fortune, Yi Fan, and reward the host with the Doomsday game title, Zombie Queen Hunter, the title pack, reward 1 acquired talent lottery, draw 1 random item lottery draw, and 15 to all attributes. Ding. Great villain system notification. In light of the host's acquired talent leader, if the host can subdue the giant mosquito zombie queen and make her serve him, the great villain mission will be considered overfulfilled. The rewards will be doubled, and the fortune points deducted from the child of fortune, Yi Fan, will critical hit from 2 points to 5 points. Subduing the giant mosquito zombie queen gives double rewards. Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised by the system notification. Soon, a wickedly clever idea began to sprout in his mind. Jing Tian, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will erase this humiliation. While Jing Tian listened to the system notification and thought of a delightfully vicious idea, Yi Fan, the child of destiny, was staring at Jing Tian with a belly full of suppressed fury. He had assumed that once the black dragon scale combat suit was on his body, it would definitely be his. Who could have guessed that Jing Tian would send Hu Kuan to demand it back? You power-abusing thug. Once I kill the giant mosquito zombie queen, then I'll settle this score with you slowly. Muttering while wearing clothes stripped from a corpse, Yi Fan glared at Jing Tian. With that, he made to walk out of the laboratory survivor stronghold alone. Where are you going, Yi Fan? Seeing him heading outside, Su Qianqian asked in surprise. Su Qianqian, I left something outside. Please let Principal Jing know for me. Just tell him I'll be back soon. Yi Fan explained. Before Su Qianqian could ask what exactly he had left behind, he had already walked out of the laboratory survivor stronghold. What a lunatic. If it weren't for the hope of improving my quality of life by sticking with him, who would actually bother with him? Su Qianqian watched Yi Fan's retreating back and gave a displeased snort. Meanwhile, Hu Kuan, who had walked up beside Jing Tian, instinctively turned back to glance at Yi Fan. When he saw Yi Fan leave the laboratory survivor stronghold, he hurriedly said to Jing Tian, young Master Jing, something's wrong. I took Yi Fan's combat suit. He was so angry that he ran off. Hu Kuan had no idea why Yi Fan had truly left the laboratory survivor stronghold. Seeing him go, he assumed it was because Yi Fan's combat suit had been taken away. Jing Tian listened to Hu Kuan, knowing full well the real purpose behind Yi Fan's departure from the laboratory survivor stronghold. He reached out and placed a hand on Hu Kuan's shoulder. Hu Kuan, first, this combat suit was never Yi Fan's to begin with. He just put it on himself. It's only right that you took it back. Second, that fellow Yi Fan never acts without some benefit in sight. If he's going out, he must have his own reasons. Don't overthink it. Now that the three of us all have combat suits, let's follow my earlier plan and go find the other Tier 2 supply crates. Which one do you plan to go for first, young Master Jing? Seeing Jing Tian preparing to head out for the Tier 2 supply crates again, Hu Kuan asked the back hill or the commercial street. Let's go to the back hill first. The commercial street is at the school's back gate. You can see it the moment you enter. In these special times, outside survivor groups might appear at any moment. If we get into a fight there, we could easily be picked off by someone else. Jing Tian casually used an excuse to answer Hu Kuan. Hu Kuan nodded at this and said, young Master Jing makes a valid point. When should we set out? Let's go right now. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. With that, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyan and Hu Kuan out of the laboratory survivor stronghold and headed toward the back hill of the Z City University town. As soon as they reached the foot of the back hill of Z City University, Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and Hu Kuan discovered one thing. There were an unusually large number of mosquitoes here. And they were especially huge, their size alone far surpassing that of adult hornets. Why are there so many mosquitoes here? Looking at the thickets, the trees, and the sky, Hu Kuan saw swarms of mosquitoes everywhere. His brows knitted together. If one of those mosquitoes bit you, you would lose at least 2 ounces of blood. It should be because of the giant mosquito zombie. Jing Tian heard Hu Kuan's words and replied, because of the giant mosquito zombie. Young Master Jing, are you saying these big mosquitoes are all subordinates of the giant mosquito zombie? Hu Kuan was shaken by that. Earlier, when he had gone outside Z City University to gather information, he had not gone with Jing Tian to the cafeteria to deal with the giant cockroach zombie. As a result, he still did not know that most giant animal zombies came with a swarm of minions. Let's go. We'll climb farther up. Besides, we're all wearing dragon-scale combat suits now. Even bullets can't pierce them, so these mosquitoes are no threat to us. Jing Tian said. Together with Lung Yuyan and Hu Kuan, he ascended the stone stairs leading up the back hill of Z City University. As they climbed, giant mosquitoes would fly at the trio and attack from time to time. But protected by their dragon-scale combat suits, most of those attacking giant mosquitoes met a single outcome. The blood-sucking proboscises they relied on to survive snapped right off. This dragon-scale combat suit is truly a treasure. If it weren't for this precious gear, then just getting through the giant mosquito zombies' minions would have been no easy task. Hu Kuan became even more fond of the dragon-scale combat suit he was wearing. Just as he was admiring the combat suit, he suddenly caught a charred roasted meat aroma drifting down from the hill. This smell. Could someone be having a barbecue on the back hill? Hu Kuan thought his nose must be playing tricks on him. He sharply sniffed several more times. After confirming that he had not misperceived the scorched meat fragrance, he looked at Jing Tian. Young Master Jing, why is there the smell of grilled meat on the back hill? Could someone have arrived before us? At that thought, Hu Kuan grew uneasy. If someone had beaten them there, this trip would have been completely wasted. Whether someone is ahead of us, we'll know once we go up. Hearing Hu Kuan's words, Jing Tian narrowed his eyes and replied. Hu Kuan had no idea where that burnt barbecue smell came from, but Jing Tian knew. It was the result of the fire attribute attack of Yi Fan, the Child of Destiny. Earlier in the cafeteria, when Yi Fan had unleashed his fire attribute attack to battle the giant cockroach zombie, Jing Tian had smelled that exact odor before, much like deep-fried insects. Atop the back hill, just as Jing Tian and the others caught the burnt meat aroma, Yi Fan was locked in a fierce battle with the giant mosquito zombie queen. Damn it. This thing is even stronger than the giant cockroach zombie in the cafeteria. After a few exchanges with the giant mosquito zombie queen, Yi Fan panted and carefully took her measure. At this point, the giant mosquito zombie queen no longer looked like a mosquito. Compared to a mosquito, she looked far more like a human. Yet she still retained many of a mosquito's distinctive traits, making it clear at a glance that she was a humanoid form transformed from a mosquito. Buzz. The giant mosquito zombie queen's wings vibrated, sending out a series of rasping, grinding sounds. Yi Fan frowned at the noise. He understood. This was the prelude to the giant mosquito zombie queen launching another attack on him. I knew I should have called Jing Tian and the others along. Relying on my own strength alone to deal with a giant animal zombie that has evolved once is too much of a stretch. It's all Jing Tian's fault. If he hadn't taken away my Lung Yuyan, then I would be together with Lung Yuyan, and how could I end up in such a sorry state? Yi Fan complained, inwardly forcing his body to brace against the queen's attack. The next second, the giant mosquito zombie queen launched her assault. Her form darted rapidly through the air, and the moment Yi Fan's gaze failed to keep up, she appeared right before him. Not good. Yi Fan realized that the giant mosquito zombie queen had closed in. His heart screamed in alarm. Instinctively, he crossed his arms in front of him to defend himself. But the giant mosquito zombie queen gave Yi Fan no chance to defend himself. Before he could even cross his arms, she had already made her move. Her razor-sharp claws like scythes sliced across Yi Fan's abdomen to sheer force, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Bang! A deafening crash resounded from the hilltop behind Z City University. Yi Fan slammed into a tree. At that moment, he felt as if every bone in his body had snapped, and he couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of dark, clotted blood. Cough, cough. Clutching his abdomen, Yi Fan knelt on one knee, coughing blood. When he lowered his gaze to inspect the wound, he discovered in shock. A hideous gash over 20 centimeters long stretched across his abdomen, as if a blade had sliced straight through it horizontally. No! Yi Fan stared at the wound as his vitality plummeted. Gradually, his strength drained away, and he collapsed to the ground. Buzz! The giant mosquito zombie queen flapped her wings and approached, Yi Fan eyeing his almost vanished signs of life. She could not wait any longer. Opening her mouth filled with sharp teeth, she lunged at Yi Fan's abdomen. Just as she was about to relish the joy of her meal, a fist smashed into her head, knocking her back several steps. Interrupted while feeding, the giant mosquito zombie queen was utterly bewildered. She turned toward the direction the punch had come from. At once, shock flared in her pupils. Yi Fan, who had been on the brink of death at her hands, was now standing up before her eyes. How could this be? The queen was baffled. She could not understand why Yi Fan had suddenly recovered, as if nothing had happened. Even the wound she had left on his abdomen had disappeared. Ding! Just as the giant mosquito zombie queen remained baffled, a system notification echoed in Jing Tian's mind. Ding! System notice: child of fortune Yi Fan was near death. 1 fortune point deducted to restore him. Ding! System notice: child of fortune Yi Fan sacrificed 1 fortune point and acquired his second awakening skill, Lion King. Upon activation, he can transform into a beast man with a significant boost to all attributes. This Yi Fan wasted 2 fortune points again. He's really weak. I only took the fortune made in the boss kill and the gear and supplies. How did he end up so pathetic? Jing Tian listened to the system notifications and sneered inwardly. But despite his contempt, he did not take the child of fortune Yi Fan lightly. He quickened his pace and said, "That thunderous noise just came from the back hilltop. Someone is probably fighting up there. Yuyan Hu Kuan, hurry up. Let's go see what's going on." Lung Yuyan and Hu Kuan nodded and quickened their pace to follow Jing Tian. Meanwhile, on the back hilltop, after 2 fortune points were deducted, Yi Fan's body had already shifted into its beastman form. "You beast. This time it's your turn to be beaten." Yi Fan roared and dashed toward the giant mosquito zombie queen. Seeing him closing in, the queen hastily flapped her wings and retreated. It wasn't that she feared Yi Fan. She just could not understand how the human she regarded as food had turned into a beast man. "Where do you think you're running?" Yi Fan had finally managed to seize a chance to strike after being beaten, so how could he let the queen retreat as she pleased? From the front of his pants, he pulled out a high-explosive grenade and threw it behind the giant mosquito zombie queen. He had hidden the grenade to avoid turning it in. Now it finally came in handy. Bang! The high-explosive grenade burst behind the giant mosquito zombie queen, forcing her to halt. Seizing the chance, Yi Fan closed in on the queen and immediately swung his fist at her. Die! His fists alternated rapidly like a machine gun, endlessly striking the giant mosquito zombie queen. The queen had never suffered such humiliation. In her eyes, all humans were food. Yi Fan might be strong, but that only made him a more troublesome meal. He was still on the menu after all. Buzz! The giant mosquito zombie queen stopped taking the beating and stopped retreating. The wings on her back fluttered at high frequency. Her arms and claws spread wide like an animal trap as she struck at Yi Fan's waist, intending to cut him in half. TCH. Yi Fan noticed her move and clicked his tongue in disdain. He immediately activated his first awakening skill, Giant Elephant Strength. Stop! Yi Fan seized the queen's arms with both hands, and his monstrous strength made it impossible for her to move them. The giant mosquito zombie queen stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. Earlier, he had also activated this skill that suddenly boosted his strength. But at that time, Yi Fan's strength had not been enough to stop her. At most, he could barely hold her off for an instant. Now, Yi Fan could actually lock her arms in place, leaving her unable to move. Comparing the 2 moments, his power had at least doubled. Was it because Yi Fan had transformed into a beast man? Then why hadn't he used that transformation to resist when she gravely wounded him earlier? The giant mosquito zombie queen knew nothing about Yi Fan's system. Faced with his bizarre surge in power, all she could do was struggle. Roar! The giant mosquito zombie queen let out a strange roar. The giant mosquitoes lurking in every corner of the back hill immediately seemed to receive an order. They swiftly flew toward the hilltop. Humph. What? Do you know pain now? Yi Fan listened to the queen's roar. He let out a smug snort. Recalling how he had been beaten before, immense satisfaction surged through his body. Buzz, 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 buzz. Just as Yi Fan was gloating, a raucous cacophony of buzzing rose around him. Such a grating sound. What's going on? The noise set his teeth on edge, and he turned irritably toward its source. At once a dense dark mass of giant mosquitoes filled his sight. Oh no! Yi Fan's heart cried out in alarm as he saw the swarms surging toward him. In his battle against the giant mosquito zombie queen, he had only gained a slight upper hand. If these giant mosquitoes swarmed over to interfere, the meager advantage he had finally secured would be wiped out. Worse still, he had no stamina for sustained fighting or recovery. His awakening skill's duration was limited, once it ran out he would be plunged into an awkward weak phase. By then, with no teammates to help him hold off the giant mosquito zombie queen, there would be only one outcome: his abdomen would be slashed open again by her claws. He would fall to the brink of death. No good. If I wait any longer, I'll definitely die once more. The child of fortune Yi Fan realized how dangerous his situation was. To avoid falling into a near-death state and losing more fortune points, he launched a frenzied assault on the giant mosquito zombie queen, and every attack was aimed at her right arm. His purpose was to inflict irreversible damage on the giant mosquito zombie queen before the swarm of giant mosquitoes could come to her aid, and then escape in the last 2 seconds before his skill duration ran out. If he could do that, he would stand a fair chance against the giant mosquito zombie queen, as long as he could injure one of her arms this time. Next time he could tear off her other arm. That way the giant mosquito zombie queen would inevitably fall into his hands. Faster. Even faster. To achieve his goal, the child of fortune, Yi Fan, alternated his fists in an endless barrage of punches. The giant mosquito zombie queen watched Yi Fan keep attacking her right arm, yet her reaction was strangely indifferent. She had no intention of protecting it at all. She simply kept probing for opportunities, swinging her sharp claws back at him. A beast is a beast. It doesn't even know it's being targeted. Seeing that the giant mosquito zombie queen had not tried to evade, Yi Fan sneered inwardly. He was confident that in at most 2 more seconds he could smash her right arm into pieces. Crack. Yi Fan threw out several dozen more punches. Finally, with a crack, the giant mosquito zombie queen's right arm snapped and was rendered useless. Yi Fan rejoiced at the broken right arm of the giant mosquito zombie queen. He spun around quickly, ignoring everything else. His sole thought was to flee. As long as he got away successfully, once his skill cooldown ended, he could return and claim the life of the one-armed giant mosquito zombie queen. Hiss! Yi Fan had barely turned and run a few steps when the giant mosquito zombie queen caught up. Her razor-sharp claws instantly left several wounds deep enough to expose bone on his back. Feeling the agony of torn flesh on his back, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and sped up. He couldn't fight back now. If he did, the giant mosquito zombie queen would hold him in place. Once the skill duration passed, he wouldn't be able to escape. Hit me then. As long as you don't kill me, I'll be back, and next time you die. Yi Fan nursed his hatred for the giant mosquito zombie queen. Wounded and disheveled, he stumbled to the stone stairs leading down the mountain. Just as he prepared to roll down to speed up his escape, he suddenly spotted 3 familiar figures on the stone steps. Jing Tian. Why would the 3 of them come here? Not good. If Jing Tian and the others run into the giant mosquito zombie queen, they'll definitely attack her. My skill duration is about to expire, and I'll fall into weakness. By then the credit for the giant mosquito zombie queen will probably belong to Jing Tian and the others again. Damn it. The child of fortune Yi Fan was utterly exasperated seeing Jing Tian's trio. If he escaped now and came back after resting, the giant mosquito zombie queen would probably have gone cold by then. So he had to change his strategy. I have to stay. If I run now, I definitely won't get the credit for the giant mosquito zombie queen. Rather than that, I should stay and gamble on a fight. Believing this, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks and halted his humiliating flight. But he had forgotten one thing: the giant mosquito zombie queen was still behind him. She had been chasing him with increasing speed all along. When Yi Fan came to a sudden stop, the giant mosquito zombie queen had no time to break. With a bang, she slammed straight into the child of fortune who had halted in front of her and sent him flying. The child of fortune Yi Fan was knocked flying more than 10 meters. He bobbed in midair, utterly dumbfounded, then crashed violently onto the stone stairs. Carried by the impact, he tumbled faster and faster down the steps toward the mountain. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Fan could only hear the continuous impacts of his body against the stone stairs. The pain all over nearly made him pass out. If not for the apocalyptic game world, where his body had been greatly improved along with his level, this fall alone would have been enough to kill him once more. What the hell is rolling down here? As Yi Fan rolled down the stairs, Hu Kuan watched the figure hurtling toward him, failing to recognize him at first and jumping aside. Hu Kuan watched Yi Fan roll past him, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin. That seems to be Yi Fan. Lung Yuyin, whose strength surpassed Hu Kuan's, quickly realized who it was from his aura. Hearing Lung Yuyin's words, Jing Tian looked up the mountain and said Yi Fan must have been thrown down from the summit. Let's hurry up and see. Jing Tian led Lung Yuyin and Hu Kuan quickly up the final stretch of stairs and reached the top of the rear mountain. The moment they arrived, they saw the giant mosquito zombie queen wearing a face full of disappointment. The giant mosquito zombie queen was brooding over the prey that had slipped from her grasp due to her own blunder, until she smelled the presence of Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and Hu Kun. Her disappointment instantly turned to excitement. Her eyes scanned the three of them up and down, and she swallowed hard, as if a starving person had suddenly spotted a sumptuous feast. Buzz buzz. The giant mosquito zombie queen flapped her wings once more, readying her attack stance. Hearing the buzzing of her wings, Hu Kun turned to look at her. After spotting the giant mosquito zombie queen, Hu Kun asked in astonishment, "Young Master Jing, why does this giant mosquito zombie look somewhat human? Just like the monsters in Journey to the West, half human and half beast." "Young Master Jing, when you encountered the giant cockroach zombie before, was it also like that?" Hu Kun had no idea that the giant mosquito zombie had already evolved. Jing Tian explained, "The giant cockroach zombie I encountered in the cafeteria was simply an oversized cockroach, not half human and half beast like this giant mosquito zombie. If my guess is right, this giant mosquito zombie is no longer an ordinary giant mosquito zombie. She may have evolved into a higher grade giant animal zombie." "A higher grade giant animal zombie?" Hu Kun was stunned. Turning to Jing Tian, he asked, "Young Master Jing, what should we name this evolved giant mosquito zombie? When we fight her later, we'll need a convenient way to refer to her. We can also put her in the Stronghold Guide for other survivors to read. Let's just call her the giant mosquito zombie queen." Jing Tian heard Hu Kun's words and replied. After finishing his reply, he looked at the giant mosquito zombie queen and said, "Yin Hu Kun, the giant mosquito zombie queen seems injured. When we make our move later, remember to hold back, don't take her life. See whether we can subdue her. If we can subdue and capture her alive, we can try to tame her like an animal. If we succeed in taming her, our stronghold will gain an outstanding fighting force." Jing Tian voiced his idea. Hu Kun was taken aback. He had never expected Jing Tian to be so daring. He actually dared to think of capturing and taming the giant mosquito zombie queen, an evolved higher grade giant animal zombie. "Young Master Jing, you really have some nerve." Hu Kun couldn't help but marvel as he listened to Jing Tian's words. Jing Tian glanced at the giant mosquito zombie queen and smiled faintly. "Fortune favors the bold. If we dare to try, we might just be the first to taste success." With that, Jing Tian pulled out the Gatling gun strapped to his back. He took aim at the giant mosquito zombie queen and pulled the trigger. In an instant, bullets tore out of the barrel, streaking across the air like trails of fire. They slammed precisely into the giant mosquito zombie queen. She raised a single hand to shield herself, her defense enough to withstand the ordinary Gatling rounds. She endured the relentless barrage and advanced step by step toward Jing Tian and his companions. "This giant mosquito zombie queen has incredible defenses." Hu Kun was astonished. Even a tyrant zombie could not withstand Gatling fire, yet against the giant mosquito zombie queen, it could not break her armor, only slow her down. "Let me try." Lung Yuyin drew the weapon Jing Tian had given her, the Tang Daoi's soul. Her figure dissolved into a series of afterimages as she closed in on the giant mosquito zombie queen. As she drew near, she focused her will, and the Tang Daoi's soul instantly released a wave of biting cold. The chill was piercing, bone-deep cold. The cold radiating from the blade itself was even more terrifying. Clang! Lung Yuyin drove the Tang Daoi's soul into the left arm joint of the giant mosquito zombie queen, producing a metallic ring. Unfortunately, it didn't pierce through. This giant mosquito zombie queen's defense is too strong. Watching from the side, Hu Kun saw that Lung Yuyin's attack had failed to penetrate the giant mosquito zombie queen's defense, and he was shaken by how formidable that defense truly was. Hearing this, Jing Tian looked at the Tang Dao now embedded in the queen's left arm joint, and said, "Hu Kun, don't be fooled by appearances. Yuyin's attack already dealt true damage to the giant mosquito zombie queen." "Huh?" Hu Kun was stunned by Jing Tian's words. In his eyes, Lung Yuyin's weapon had not pierced the giant mosquito zombie queen at all. If the blade couldn't even pierce her, how could it possibly deal damage? Hu Kun was puzzled. He looked again at the giant mosquito zombie queen, where Lung Yuyin had struck her. Lung Yuyin had already retreated, leaving the giant mosquito zombie queen alone, her face twisted in pain as she stumbled backward under the hail of Jing Tian's Gatling fire. What's going on? Hu Kun stared blankly at the retreating queen. He remembered that she had been able to advance against Jing Tian's Gatling rounds before. So why couldn't she endure it now? What was happening? What had just occurred? Hu Kun's eyes swept over the giant mosquito zombie queen, searching for the reason she had been forced to retreat. After a moment, his gaze settled on the left arm joint where Lung Yuyin had struck her. To his utter shock, a layer of frost had formed over the joint, frost spreading from deep within. Could it be that Lung Yuyin used her blade to drive cold energy into the queen's left arm joint? How is that possible? The cold actually ignored the queen's defense and entered her body. Does that mean every one of Lung Yuyin's attacks can bypass the giant mosquito zombie queen's defense and deal true damage? Realizing this, Hu Kun finally understood what Jing Tian had meant earlier. He was also filled with disbelief at Lung Yuyin's strength. Buzz. Just as Hu Kun was still reeling from her power, the giant mosquito zombie queen's wings began beating rapidly. She sent a signal to the swarm of giant mosquitoes around her. The moment they received it, they locked onto Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin, and Hukuin surging forward in a coordinated attack. Young Master Jing, the giant mosquitoes are heading straight for us. Seeing the dense swarm closing in, Hukuin warned Jing Tian, then pulled out the 2 AKs strapped to his back and opened fire, spraying bullets into the mass of mosquitoes. The giant mosquitoes did not possess the Queen's supreme defense. Under the hail of AK rounds, one after another of their companions was struck down and fell from the sky. But that did nothing to slow their advance. Young Master Jing, there are too many of them. The bullets can't hold them back. The 2 AKs in Hukuin's hands ran dry in no time. As he reloaded, he shouted anxiously to Jing Tian. It's all right, Hukuin. Leave this to me. You support Yu Yin and take down the giant mosquito zombie queen. Jing Tian replied while swinging his Gatling gun toward the swarm in midair. As he squeezed the trigger, the once dominant swarm was instantly suppressed. Hundreds of mosquitoes were shot down every second, raining onto the ground like hail. My God! Hukuin watched Jing Tian fight and realized they were on completely different levels. He glanced down at the 2 AKs in his hands, and suddenly they didn't feel so impressive anymore. Hukuin, stay here and help Jing Tian. I'll handle the giant mosquito zombie queen. Lung Yuyin noticed that Jing Tian's Gatling barrel was beginning to glow red, and worry crept into her heart. She told Hukuin to stay and ease Jing Tian's burden. She herself once again closed in on the giant mosquito zombie queen, having already suffered a loss at Lung Yuyin's hands. The queen immediately retreated upon seeing the icy Tang Dao approaching, desperate to put distance between them. Noticing the queen's wariness, Lung Yuyin gripped the Tang Dao Eye Soul and channeled her cold energy into the blade. Then, without closing in, she slashed several times through the air toward the queen's wings. With every slash, a wave of frigid sword energy flew from the blade, slicing straight toward the wings, beating at high frequency. Bang, bang, bang. When Lung Yuyin's frigid sword energy struck the queen's wings, it exploded on contact. The cold rapidly spread. The queen's wings were frozen solid. The giant mosquito zombie queen sensed the abnormality coming from her wings. She flapped desperately, trying to shake off the ice clinging to her wings. But the ice seemed to have burrowed into her wings, becoming one with them. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not shake it loose. Got you. Lung Yuyin gripped the Tang Dao Eye Soul with both hands and thrust straight at the giant mosquito zombie queen's left arm joint. This time she struck exactly where she had left her cold energy before. But this strike was different from the last. Previously, she had only pushed cold energy into the joint, without inflicting much real damage. This time, however, she dealt damage severe enough to sever the queen's arm. With a gentle tap at the left arm joint of the giant mosquito zombie queen, the joint shattered like a glass jar. In an instant, it broke into several pieces. Amazing! Lung Yuyin severed the giant mosquito zombie queen's left arm with casual ease. Yi Fan, the child of destiny who had just barely crawled back to the mountaintop, happened to witness the scene. Recalling how grueling his previous fight against the giant mosquito zombie queen had been, the child of destiny Yi Fan let deep jealousy crawl across his face. If Lung Yuyin had been on his side, how could he have been driven to death's door by the boss? He certainly wouldn't have ended up in his current state, fighting all alone without a single supporter behind him. It's all Jing Tian's fault. A mouthful of honeyed words, and he's got the favored daughter of destiny Lung Yuyin completely fooled. If it weren't for the fact that Lung Yuyin was lured away by him right before Doomsday at the very start with my methods, she would have fallen for me long ago. The child of destiny, Yi Fan, refused to accept this. If he could start over, he would rather have come to blows with Jing Tian right from the start than ever give Jing Tian a chance to be alone with Lung Yuyin. As they say, one wrong step leads to another. Yi Fan was consumed by regret. All he could do now was grow stronger, find a way to do away with Jing Tian, and gradually win Lung Yuyin's heart. Ding! As Yi Fan watched Lung Yuyin and fantasized about a future after killing Jing Tian, a system notification suddenly sounded inside his mind. Ding! System notification: the giant mosquito zombie queen possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities. To eliminate her, you must first find a way to stop her from healing her wounds. Otherwise, she is equivalent to a war machine with an inexhaustible supply of strength, enough to grind the host down and devour him completely. The giant mosquito zombie queen has extraordinary regenerative abilities. The child of destiny, Yi Fan, was shocked. When he had fought the giant mosquito zombie queen before, the system had never mentioned this. Could it be that the wounds he had inflicted on the giant mosquito zombie queen at that time hadn't been severe enough to trigger her recovery ability? Yi Fan thought to himself. A chill shot down his spine. Fortunately, Jing Tian and his 2 companions had arrived. Otherwise, even if he had dragged the giant mosquito zombie queen to critical condition, the one who ended up suffering in the end would still be him. Exactly what method does the giant mosquito zombie queen use to recover herself? Yi Fan stared at her, pondering. In his eyes, the giant mosquito zombie queen was already at the end of her road. With both arms severed, continuing to fight would only mean death. If nothing unexpected happened, the giant mosquito zombie queen would activate her freakish recovery ability at any moment. Buzz. Just as Yi Fan was wondering what method the giant mosquito zombie queen would use to recover, she laboriously flapped her wings. She issued a command to the swarm of giant mosquitoes that had been attacking Jing Tian and Hukuin. The next second, the swarm suddenly turned around and flew back to the queen's side. Yan, watch out, the giant mosquitoes are flying over. Seeing the swarm fly toward the giant mosquito zombie, Queen Jing Tian quickly warned Lung Yuyan. Hearing this, Lung Yuyan activated her protective cold aura and swiftly retreated to Jing Tian's side. What exactly is this giant mosquito zombie queen trying to do? Hu Kuan was puzzled when the giant mosquito zombie queen recalled the swarm of giant mosquitoes. The very next second, she answered him with her actions. The giant mosquito zombie queen suddenly opened her mouth. The giant mosquitoes flew in one after another, as though an automatic feeding machine were force-feeding them into her. As she continued devouring the giant mosquitoes, the arms that had been severed from the giant mosquito zombie queen's body actually regenerated at a visible speed. Even the wings that Lung Yuyan's cold aura had frozen solid fell off on their own, and new ones grew in their place. Damn! How can she be that freaking broken? Hu Kuan stared at the giant mosquito zombie queen restored to her original state and grumbled in disbelief. He had never imagined. He had unloaded all his strength for so long, yet the giant mosquito zombie queen had recovered in just a few seconds. Holy crap! Just as Hu Kuan was cursing, the child of destiny Yi Fan, seeing the recovered giant mosquito zombie queen, couldn't help but also spout a curse. He recalled how he had previously sacrificed so desperately just to take off one of the giant mosquito zombie queen's arms, and had even gloated over it, thinking that he could slowly wear her down until death. Now he felt like the person he had been back then was nothing but a clown. System, can you warn me all at once next time? If you really can't, then give me a full boss strategy guide, and I'll memorize it myself, okay? The child of destiny, Yi Fan, mocked the system along with everything else. As always, aside from reminding him at critical moments, his system gave him no extra help. TCH. Talking to a cold, lifeless system is boring. Seeing that the system gave no reply, Yi Fan clicked his tongue and continued lying low on the stone steps, secretly watching the situation. What he needed to do now was simple: stay on the sidelines and wait, then reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Yi Fan, since you've come up, what are you still peeking at? Before Yi Fan had been lying there for a breath, Jing Tian suddenly looked toward him. Jing Tian, why must you meddle in what I do? Yi Fan hadn't expected Jing Tian to look his way at such a critical moment. Finding himself exposed, he was just about to retort when Jing Tian said with displeasure, "Is that so? Then should I have a word with my aunt?" The laboratory was the Destiny stronghold, and most of the stronghold's rewards would go to the laboratory. Knowing that Yi Fan, after the system notification, would never leave a stronghold where he could obtain rewards, Jing Tian immediately invoked Jing Tian to pressure him. The implication was clear: if Yi Fan didn't obey, he could get the hell out of the laboratory stronghold. Damn, you remember me when you need help, but when it's time to take heads, you snatch the credit away. You didn't even give me the dragon scale combat suit. How can you have the nerve to ask for my help, Jing Tian? And when I rolled down the mountain just now, why didn't you stop me? Yi Fan fumed. Jing Tian replied with a sly grin. What? The rock that rolled down just now was actually you. Damn it, don't play dumb with me. Yi Fan gnashed his teeth when Jing Tian refused to admit it. Jing Tian, however, looked utterly unconcerned and retorted, let alone that I didn't know. Even if I had, why the hell should I save you? Do you think the world revolves around you? Why would I be obligated to save you? Don't think I don't know you've been bad-mouthing me behind my back and coveting my girlfriend. If it weren't for the fact that we were classmates, I'd have fed you to the zombies long ago. You still want me to save you? Are you even worthy? Young Master Jing, you're too merciful. Damn you, Yi Fan, how dare you covet my sister-in-law? I'll gun you down with my AK. Hearing Jing Tian's words, Hu Kuan was so furious that he raised his AK and aimed at Yi Fan. In his eyes, Jing Tian had always been too kind to those around him. He was clearly a born rich heir holding power and influence, with Jing Tian backing him up. He could easily have coasted through life without a care. Yet every time he still went out to carry out missions and risked his life in life and death battles on the front line. He had even covered the retreat of the laboratory's survivor team time and again. Ask yourself, in the apocalypse, how many rich heirs could do what Jing Tian did? Hu Kuan regarded Jing Tian as his idol and would never allow anyone to do him harm. Of course. What he didn't know was that Jing Tian had kept Yi Fan around to play the long game, boiling him slowly like a frog in tepid water, gradually squeezing out every bit of fortune belonging to the child of destiny Yi Fan. The child of destiny Yi Fan was rendered speechless by the agitated Hu Kuan. At the same time, the giant mosquito zombie queen had fully recovered. She assumed a fighting stance once more and charged at Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan, you take the front line. Otherwise, don't blame me for eliminating a piece of trash like you on young Master Jing's behalf. Hu Kuan was adamant. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't want to bother with him. His awakened skills cooldown wasn't ready yet, so how could he take the front line? Besides, he had just been dressed down by Jing Tian and Hu Kuan, and he was still burning with anger. Why would he listen to them? Bang! Just as Yi Fan was about to slip away, Hu Kuan actually pulled the trigger. Shot after shot, each precisely placed round, cut off Yi Fan's path of retreat. If Yi Fan took a single step back, he would catch a bullet. That bastard siding with that useless Jing Tian. Another brainless fool. Yi Fan cursed Hu Kuan. He had no idea why Hu Kuan was so loyal to Jing Tian. Buzz. Just as Yi Fan was cursing, Hu Kuan, the giant mosquito zombie queen, came to his side. Her razor-sharp claws scythed toward his neck like a grim reaper's blade. This time the giant mosquito zombie queen had no intention of leaving him alive. She would rather feed on the dead than allow Jing Tian's 4-person team to keep their strength. The giant mosquito zombie queen swung her twin claws toward Yi Fan, the child of fortune. Feeling the killing intent behind him, Yi Fan spun around. No sooner had he turned than 2 claws like a death god's sides were already before his eyes. Not good, the child of fortune cried out inwardly. He twisted his body sharply using the power of his waist and legs to spin and crash to the ground. Bang! Yi Fan struck the earth. Messy as it looked, he had truly avoided the giant mosquito zombie queen's throat-slitting strike in the nick of time. I'll take the front line then. Hukuin, you guys better help me quickly. After landing, Yi Fan immediately gave in and agreed to serve as the vanguard, begging Hukuin for help. His position was extremely awkward now. If he gave in, he could still obtain Hukuin's aid. If he refused, his only fate would be to be devoured by the giant mosquito zombie queen. Young Master Jing, what do you think? Seeing Yi Fan surrender, Hukuin looked at Jing Tian and asked, The enemy is at our gates, oh let's act first. Jing Tian replied, while taking aim with his Gatling gun. Young Master Jing is too soft-hearted, Hukuin thought after hearing these words. If it had been him with the things Yi Fan had done, he would have thrown Yi Fan to the zombies alive like Yi Fengxin. Hurry up. While Hukuin was lost in his thoughts, Yi Fan had already had one arm cut open by the giant mosquito zombie queen and shouted at them again. What are you yelling for? I'm coming. Hukuin raised his AK and fired as he answered. Buzz. The giant mosquito zombie queen noticed Hukuin opening fire to help. She rapidly flapped her wings, sending a signal to the giant mosquito swarm. Receiving the queen's signal, the swarm, a dense black mass, surged toward Hukuin. Hukuin's AK magazine only held a finite number of rounds. He could not fend off the swarm's assault. Just as he was hesitating whether to use the skill instant teleport to separate himself from the swarm, Jing Tian threw a decoy grenade at the swarm and said, Hukuin, I'm giving you the Gatling gun. You take charge of keeping these giant mosquitoes occupied. Yes, young Master Jing. Hukuin received the Gatling gun happily. He had seen Jing Tian using it before, the majestic, overbearing image of it. He had long imagined himself using the Gatling gun. Now at last his wish had come true. You damn mosquitoes. In summer you're what I hate most. Now the Doomsday game has come, and you still won't leave us alone. Go die. With that, Hukuin pulled the trigger. The barrels of the Gatling gun spun rapidly, bullets erupting from the muzzle as he hosed down the swarm clustered around the decoy grenade. A huge swath of the giant mosquitoes fell in an instant. So satisfying. Hukuin watched the giant mosquitoes being slain and falling from the air one after another, excitement all over his face. After the excitement, a realization hit him. Jing Tian had given him the weapon, so what would Jing Tian himself use? Jing Tian's awakened ability wasn't combat type. Back then, what allowed Jing Tian to fight on the front line was the Gatling gun and his level advantage. Now, without the Gatling gun, could Jing Tian rely only on his level advantage to hurt the giant mosquito zombie queen? As this thought struck Hukuin, he looked at Jing Tian and asked young Master Jing. You gave me the Gatling gun. What about you? Me? I'll get by fine. Jing Tian answered while pulling out something that looked like a flashlight from his climbing backpack. Hukuin was puzzled by the flashlight in Jing Tian's hand. Jing Tian was setting aside the Gatling gun, but what use could a flashlight be? Just as Hukuin was baffled, Jing Tian gave the flashlight a flick. A dark crimson laser shot out from it. What the hell? A laser sword. Hukuin was stunned by the dark red laser sword in Jing Tian's hand. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined Jing Tian was carrying such an advanced piece of equipment. Hukuin, I'm going to coordinate with you Yen to take down the giant mosquito zombie queen. Holding back the giant mosquito swarm is your job. Jing Tian waved the laser sword a couple of times in the air as he spoke. Hukuin nodded and focused on attacking the swarm with the Gatling gun. Hukuin had the swarm occupied. Jing Tian, for his part, was no slouch. After exchanging a nod with Lung Yuyin, the two split left and right. They charged at the queen's 2 flanks. Buzz. The giant mosquito zombie queen saw Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin charging at her. She flapped her wings madly, kicked aside the bald Yi Fan still gasping beneath her feet, then spread her claws wide in a scythe-like harvesting stance. She accelerated, charging at Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin. Having failed to escape once before, she had changed her approach this time. No more running. She would meet them head-on. She could recover by devouring the giant mosquito swarm, as long as she could exchange a grievous wound for one of their lives each round. After several rounds, she could thoroughly defeat the 4 of them. A head-on clash. Jing Tian watched the queen choose to fight him and Lung Yuyin directly. He switched from a single-handed to a two-handed grip, his eyes locked on the queen. Since you want a head-on fight, then I'll use the weapon from the Tier 4 supply crate to see if it can deal with an evolved giant animal zombie like you. With that thought in mind, Jing Tian moved into close quarters with the queen and, gripping the laser sword with both hands, slashed at her arm. In that split second, the laser sword cut through the queen's arm as if passing through air, severing it with effortless ease. The giant mosquito zombie queen stared at Jing Tian in horror. She could not believe it. That arm of hers, which could withstand a Gatling gun's hail of bullets, had been sliced open by Jing Tian as easily as if he were cutting air. Jing Tian is terrifyingly strong. Lung Yuyan, after restricting the queen's arm with her tang saber, looked over in astonishment. Jing Tian had been honest with her before, so she had always known he was powerful. What she had not expected was that his power would be so absurdly overwhelming, far beyond anything she had imagined. Impossible. Yi Fan, the child of fortune, got up after being kicked flying by the queen, and also witnessed the sight of Jing Tian easily hacking off her arm. I risked my life just to take off one of her arms. Yet Jing Tian did it with a simple swing of his sword. How is this possible? Yi Fan looked at the stark contrast between the two and felt a crushing sense of injustice. Is it because of that laser sword? Yi Fan noticed the laser sword in Jing Tian's hand. Recalling how Jing Tian had split the queen's arm, he realized that Jing Tian wasn't stronger than him. It was only that Jing Tian had better equipment. That bastard. Just because the stronghold leader is his aunt, he gets to equip all the best gear. If I had this laser sword, why would I have been so pathetic earlier? Yi Fan ascribed the gap between him and Jing Tian to their weapons. In the midst of jealousy and resentment, he dashed toward the maimed queen. His skill cooldown had just ended. Now all he needed to do was snatch the kill on the giant mosquito zombie queen. Jing Tian, you've stolen kills from me so many times. Now it's finally my turn. The giant mosquito zombie queen had one of her arms severed by Jing Tian's laser sword. Yi Fan, the child of destiny, seized the opportunity and activated skills Myriad Phenomena Power and Lion King in succession, charging toward the giant mosquito zombie queen. He intended to ambush and steal the kill on the giant mosquito zombie queen. However, what Yi Fan, the child of destiny, had not anticipated was that the moment he approached the giant mosquito zombie queen, before he could act, he was halted by a tang blade radiating chilling aura. It's you, Lung Yuyan. What exactly do you mean? I'm taking action against the giant mosquito zombie queen. Why are you stopping me? Yi Fan, the child of destiny, looked at Lung Yuyan in confusion. You cannot kill the giant mosquito zombie queen. Jing Tian is keeping her alive for a purpose. Lung Yuyan said this to Yi Fan, the child of destiny. Hearing her words, Yi Fan lowered his head in silence. A moment later, anger surged through him. His eyes turned red. He roared, what use could Jing Tian possibly have for keeping the giant mosquito zombie queen alive? Isn't it just to kill the giant mosquito zombie queen and claim the massive experience reward? You're at least the #1 campus beauty of Z City University. Did a donkey kick your brain? You believe such a lie that wouldn't fool a 3-year-old. Yi Fan had lost his reason. Facing Lung Yuyan's interception, he felt as though he had been betrayed. Watch your words, Yi Fan. Lung Yuyan replied in an icy tone upon hearing his words. Watch my words. Yi Fan let out a disdainful snort. Heh, Lung Yuyan, which of my words isn't the truth? Dare you ask Jing Tian to swear? Would he dare? Would he dare say that his purpose in keeping the giant mosquito zombie queen alive has nothing to do with killing it for rewards? Would he dare swear to it? Dare he? Yi Fan grew more and more agitated. The thought that his kills had been stolen by Jing Tian time and again, and that now when he finally had his chance, Lung Yuyan, the child of destiny, who should have been on his side, stopped him, made him completely lose control of his emotions. Swear to it. Jing Tian, hearing Yi Fan's words, gripped his laser sword in hand and once again severed an arm from the giant mosquito zombie queen. Yi Fan, with a major enemy before us, I have no time for your nonsense. As for swearing, do I, Jing Tian, need to swear to you? Have you really gotten so full of yourself? What I, Jing Tian, do is none of your business to criticize. Jing Tian shot back at Yi Fan without restraint. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was about to say something else, but Lung Yuyan pointed Tang Blade, Ice Soul, at him to stop him. Yi Fan, there's a flaw in your logic. It's not that when you suspect someone they must swear and provide evidence to prove their innocence. Rather, as the one making the accusation, you must first produce evidence to prove the accused is at fault. Otherwise, without evidence, what difference is there between you and false accusation? Must everyone in the world prove their innocence just because of your groundless remarks? Every word Lung Yuyan spoke was sound and reasonable. Yi Fan never expected the usually taciturn Lung Yuyan to speak up and confront him. He wanted to explain himself, but realized she had no intention of listening. How did it come to this? Yi Fan, the child of destiny, never anticipated that his relationship with Lung Yuyan would deteriorate further. He had only wanted her to see through Jing Tian's true intentions. Lung Yuyan, when the giant mosquito zombie queen is killed by Jing Tian, you will regret the words you just spoke to me. At that time, you'll understand how difficult it is to win someone's affection through pursuit. I will never easily forgive your apology. Yi Fan resented inwardly. He firmly believed that Jing Tian's reason for sparing the giant mosquito zombie queen was merely an excuse. Its true purpose was undoubtedly to kill the giant mosquito zombie queen and level up. Fine, Lung Yuyan, I'll believe Jing Tian this one time. I won't strike at the giant mosquito zombie queen anymore. But if the giant mosquito zombie queen is ultimately killed by Jing Tian, then don't come crying to me saying I lack evidence. Yi Fan, the child of destiny, said this to Lung Yuyan. Upon hearing it, Lung Yuyan did not respond further. Gripping her weapon Tang Blade, Ice Soul, she immediately went to assist Jing Tian. Now the giant mosquito zombie queen had both arms crippled once more. Next, the giant mosquito zombie queen would likely summon a large mosquito swarm to recover. To take down the giant mosquito zombie queen, she had to find a way to prevent it from feeding on the large mosquito swarm. Buzz buzz. As Lung Yuyan had predicted, after losing both arms, the giant mosquito zombie queen flapped its wings again, sending signals to the large mosquito swarm. Young Master Jing's sister-in-law, the large mosquito swarm is heading your way. Hukuin, who was vigorously strafing the large mosquito swarm, noticed the sudden collective retreat and quickly alerted Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. The large mosquito swarm is really coming. Seeing the swarm approach, Lung Yuyan said to Jing Tian, I have a hypothesis. I feel that the giant mosquito zombie queen issues commands to the large mosquito swarm through the frequency of its wing flaps. Why don't we try severing her wings first? Lung Yuyan proposed her idea. Jing Tian nodded upon hearing it. Yuyan, I'll hold off the large mosquito swarm for you. Go ahead and try. Hearing Jing Tian agree instantly, Lung Yuyan smiled sweetly. Jing Tian's absolute trust in her filled her with immense happiness. TCH. Yi Fan, the child of destiny, noticed the smile on Lung Yuyan's face and gave a displeased scoff in Jing Tian's direction. That smile beneath Lung Yuyan's cold exterior, the view that should have belonged solely to him, was now entirely claimed by Jing Tian, which made him extremely upset. Even if he had to give up the giant mosquito zombie queen's kill reward, he would wait for the giant mosquito zombie queen to die at Jing Tian's hands, thereby shattering Jing Tian's image in Lung Yuyan's eyes. Jing Tian, I know what kind of person you are. Your little schemes will only be exploited by me, turnabout being fair play. When the day comes that the child of destiny Lung Yuyan loses all hope in you, I'll make you feel exactly what I've felt these past few days. Yi Fan, the child of destiny, grinned maliciously at Jing Tian. He had no idea why Jing Tian was keeping the giant mosquito zombie queen alive. But in his eyes, no matter what the stated purpose was, Jing Tian's ultimate goal for sparing the giant mosquito zombie queen was undoubtedly to kill it and claim the reward. What wicked scheme is this Yi Fan plotting now? As Yi Fan sneaked a malicious grin, Jing Tian turned his gaze toward him. Right now, the large mosquito swarm was hurtling toward him and Lung Yuyan. He had to find a way to buy time for Lung Yuyan and block the swarm. Looks like I'll have to play dirty. A wicked smile spread across Jing Tian's face as he pulled 2 decoy grenades from his hiking backpack and tossed them toward Yi Fan's position. Bang! Bang! 2 grenade explosions erupted beside Yi Fan in quick succession. Before he could even process what was happening, his vision was completely obscured by the thick green smoke billowing from the decoy grenades. What is this green smoke? Yi Fan stared at the sudden plume in confusion. Just as he was pondering its origin, a raucous buzzing sound drifted into his ears. What's that noise? The giant mosquito swarm. Weren't they recalled by the giant mosquito zombie queen? Why would they be here? Wait, could this green smoke be Jing Tian's decoy grenades? Damn it. The child of destiny, Yi Fan, realized the trap. He hastily channeled the fire attribute energy swirling around his body, forming a protective flame barrier that enveloped him completely. At the same time, Lung Yuyan, unhindered by the giant mosquito swarm, grasped her Tang sword, Ice Soul, and swung it straight toward the wings of the giant mosquito zombie queen. Seeing Lung Yuyan target her wings while her mosquito swarm was held back, terror flickered across the giant mosquito zombie queen's eyes. She frantically beat her wings, backing away. If she could just create distance from Lung Yuyan, she'd have a chance to take to the skies and flee. Where do you think you're going? Jing Tian suddenly appeared behind the giant mosquito zombie queen, with his laser sword, swift, precise, and ruthless. He severed her left wing clean off. The giant mosquito zombie queen's face was etched with utter shock. She clearly remembered Jing Tian being distracted by the giant mosquito swarm just moments ago. He hadn't even looked in her direction. Then how? Why had Jing Tian suddenly materialized right behind her? The giant mosquito zombie queen couldn't fathom what was occurring. Before she could react, her right wing was instantly frozen solid by a strike from the swiftly closing in Lung Yuyan. Roar! The giant mosquito zombie queen let out a guttural growl. With both wings crippled and unable to command her swarm, she finally felt the cold grip of death. Relax. I'm not going to kill you. Jing Tian activated his dark attribute energy and waved his hand before her. The giant mosquito zombie queen was utterly bewildered by his words. She didn't understand what he was saying, but she could sense the dark attribute aura radiating from him. That aura was remarkably similar to her own. Why does he possess an aura so similar to mine? Isn't he human? What on earth is going on? The giant mosquito zombie queen stared at Jing Tian, her mind swirling with questions. She let out several low roars, attempting to demand answers about his true identity and about his true purpose in attacking her, yet sparing her life. Unfortunately, neither could understand the other. She couldn't comprehend Jing Tian's words, and he couldn't understand hers. No matter how she vociferated, Jing Tian remained clueless as to her meaning. Hukuin, Yuyan, and I will keep watch over the giant mosquito zombie queen. You go look for the supply crate. Once we have it, we'll return to the lab survivor base. Ignoring the zombie queen, Jing Tian spoke to Hukuin instead. Hukuin nodded and immediately scoured the mountain peak for signs of the crate. Moments later, Hukuin waved excitedly from inside a small pavilion. Young Master Jing, the supply crate is right here, but it's too damn heavy. I can't move it alone. By the way, where's Yi Fan? As Hu Kuan spoke, he scanned the area for Yi Fan. Just as confusion washed over him regarding Yi Fan's whereabouts, a figure emerged. It crawled out of the green smoke in a bedraggled state. Yi Fan, what are you doing inside the decoy grenade smoke? Hu Kuan's gaze had been fixed on the giant mosquito zombie queen this whole time. Unaware of what had transpired nearby, Yi Fan heard the question. He propped himself up with difficulty, boiling with rage as he growled, how did I end up in the decoy smoke? Hu Kuan, go ask Jing Tian about that. That guy threw a decoy grenade right next to me. What's his meaning? Trying to silence me. Heh, this old man isn't dying that easily. Jing Tian, I wonder what you're really after. The more Yi Fan spoke, the more smug he became. He was convinced Jing Tian's mercy toward the queen was merely an excuse. His real goal was to guarantee himself the kill on the giant mosquito zombie queen, claim the rewards, and prevent anyone else from stealing the credit. Heh, listening to Yi Fan's words, Jing Tian snorted contemptuously. Some people contribute absolutely nothing except stealing kills. Ever since we climbed this mountain, they've been slacking off the entire time. What I just did was simply assigning them some actual work. You're lying. The child of destiny, Yi Fan immediately retorted. Jing Tian, on what grounds do you say I only steal kills and do nothing else? Am I guilty of that? Aren't you? Then tell me, other than Hu Kuan forcing you to tank for 2 seconds, what exactly have you done? At this, Jing Tian stated calmly. Oh right, you did make one proactive move. While I was crippling the giant mosquito zombie queen, you rushed in to steal the kill. You were about to finish her off, but Yi Yan stopped you. Jing Tian, you. Yi Fan grit his teeth, seething. He wanted to fire back another retort, but before he could even open his mouth, Hu Kuan, standing by the supply crate, spoke up first. Yi Fan, young Master Jing is the highest commander in the entire lab survivor base, second only to Principal Jing. If he wants to secure the kill reward on the queen, he only needs to say the word. Why would he need to scheme against you like this? Don't project your own petty mindset onto young Master Jing. Whenever he desires the reward for killing a boss, it is already his by right. There's no need for underhanded tactics like yours. If you want to remain in the lab survivor base, I advise you to stop talking and start working. Drop the arrogant attitude that everything good belongs to you. Do you even have the qualification? Now get over here and help move this crate. Hu Kuan's patience for Yi Fan was wearing thin. He couldn't comprehend where Yi Fan got the confidence to believe Jing Tian would bother scheming to steal something from him. In his eyes, as long as Jing Tian wanted something, it was inherently his. There was zero need for such convoluted maneuvers against Yi Fan. If you know nothing, if he openly stole it, would you still support him? Just wait. I bet you 3 days the queen dies by Jing Tian's hands. Let's see how you talk then. Yi Fan internally sneered at Hu Kuan's words. While muttering to himself, he walked over to Hu Kuan's side and helped him lift the supply crate. He would endure it. He'd wait until after the zombie queen's death to confront Hu Kuan. Only then would he deliver a devastating slap to Hu Kuan's face, to prove who was right and who was wrong. Z City University. Outside the lab survivor base. After the child of destiny, Yi Fan chose to swallow his pride. The group of 4 quickly returned to the base entrance. Wow, everyone look. What is classmate Jing Tian and classmate Lung Yuyan dragging in? That thing isn't human, right? It looks just like a monster. Could she be an awakened? Is this some kind of awakened skill? I don't know, but she looks terrifying. Half human, half beast. It does seem like a demi-human, but I can't tell what kind of animal it's mixed with. The survivors huddled together, whispering anxiously as they stared at the monstrous queen. Soon, upon learning of Jing Tian's return, Jing Xian and Jing Ya made their way over. Cousin, what exactly are you escorting? Why does she look like a demi-human? Did she use a transformation skill, eh? Jing Ya asked, eyeing Jing Tian curiously. Hearing this, Jing Tian replied with a faint smile. Jing Ya, she is the giant mosquito zombie queen, an evolved variant of the giant mosquito zombies. What? Jing Ya's young face was plastered with shock. She had encountered several survivors who could use demi-human transformation skills, so she had mistakenly assumed Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan had captured a human survivor. Little did she know Jing Tian revealed they were actually escorting an evolved giant animal zombie. She's actually an evolved giant animal zombie, and the most detested of all mosquitoes. As Jing Ya began to say, she suddenly thought of something. Looking at Jing Tian, she asked, Cousin, if she's an evolved giant animal zombie, why aren't you killing her to gain experience and level up? Why bring her back? Are you planning to farm her experience for me, your dear cousin or aunt? Jing Ya's eyes sparkled with greed. The experience yield from a giant animal zombie was already incredibly substantial. An evolved one would surely yield several times more. You brat. Jing Tian sighed at Jing Ya's words and tapped her head, saying, I brought her back to conduct an experiment. I want to try taming an evolved giant animal zombie. Evolved giant animal zombies already possess nearly half human traits. If we can tame them and put them to use, our base will gain a formidable trump card. Thus Jing Tian revealed his true purpose for bringing the queen back. Hearing this, the child of destiny, Yi Fan, still hauling the supply crate, sneered. Tame the giant mosquito zombie queen. Jing Tian, are you sleepwalking in broad daylight? Zombies and humans are mortal enemies. What reason would she have to help humanity? Why would she listen to you? Besides, they can't understand human speech. Even if you claim to have tamed them, could they truly be at your command? Don't come crying to us when your schemes fail and drag us all into disaster. Yi Fan, as the child of destiny, hadn't even mastered the method to tame zombies himself. Therefore, in his eyes, it was impossible for an ordinary rich kid like Jing Tian to possess such an ability. Cousin, who is this bald uncle? He speaks so unpleasantly. Hearing the child of destiny, Yi Fan's words, Jing Yi frowned in displeasure and asked Jing Tian. Him? His name is Yi Fan. He's got some neurological issue. If not for the fact that he was once my classmate and an awakened, I would have fed him to the zombies long ago. Jing Yi, ignore him. Jing Tian smiled and ruffled Jing Yi's hair. If not for Jing Tian still needing to squeeze every last drop of value out of Yi Fan's grave grass would already be meters tall. So the bald uncle has a brain problem. That explains everything. Jing Yi replied cheerfully after hearing Jing Tian's explanation. Damn it, this is too much. Yi Fan fumed at being called a bald uncle, but before he could unleash his anger, a gunshot rang out. The sound pierced his ears. As he finally processed it, he realized a bullet had grazed his cheek, leaving a fresh scar across his face. Who did that? Yi Fan realized he had been ambushed and demanded fiercely. I did. Jing Yi twirled a pistol on her index finger as she said, Bald uncle, whether you have a brain problem or not, if I hear you speak to my cousin with any disrespect again, next time this bullet will punch straight through your head. Jing Yi delivered her warning coldly. The child of destiny, Yi Fan, froze. He never expected the girl before him, who looked 2 or 3 years his junior, to deliver such a vicious threat. Most crucially, he hadn't even seen when she drew her weapon, and she had fired so fast, so accurately. The child of destiny, Yi Fan, was thoroughly shut down. He dared not utter another word. Seeing Yi Fan silenced, and the drama conclude, Jing Xian turned to Jing Tian and asked, Jing Tian, the lab survivor base is protected by an apocalyptic game mechanism that prevents zombies from entering. If you want to tame a zombie, you'll need a suitable location. Have you picked a spot? Yes. I plan to take her to the library. It used to be a survivor base, and even if it isn't anymore, the zombie population inside is relatively sparse. Continuing his explanation to Jing Xian, Jing Tian glanced at the supply crate beside Hu Kuan and added, Auntie, this is the supply crate we found during this mission. I'll open it for you right now. Please distribute the contents to the survivors as you see fit. With every survivor base in the university town eyeing Z City University with hostility, time is of the essence. I intend to begin researching how to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen immediately. Having said this, Jing Tian pried open the supply crate. In an instant, weapons and equipment, AKs, M4s, grenades, magazines, and much more, spilled out of the crate, scattering across the ground. Cousin, you're leaving again. Jing Yi, seeing Jing Tian prepare to take the giant mosquito zombie queen to the library, spoke with visible reluctance. Jing Yi, I'm not going anywhere far. It's just a few minutes walk. Once I finish researching how to tame the queen, I'll return immediately. Jing Tian smiled reassuringly at her. That's the spirit of youth. You must learn to innovate and dare to act on your bold ideas. Whether in business or surviving this apocalyptic game, the principle remains the same. As long as we possess what others don't, that is our advantage. Keep pushing forward, kid. Go forth with confidence. Auntie supports you. Jing Xian offered her words of encouragement. Nodding in response, Jing Tian walked alongside Lung Yuyan, escorting the giant mosquito zombie queen out of the lab survivor base gates and toward the library. Pet taming zombies. Keep dreaming. Did Jing Tian activate some kind of stupidity aura? Every single one of his relatives is more brain damaged than the last. Yi Fan muttered bitterly to himself as he watched Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan depart. At the same time, Z City University. Inside the second floor of the library, a petite girl with silver hair and thick black-rimmed glasses was carefully changing the wound dressings on a mist zombie. Sister, the boy wielding the minigun is named Jing Tian. Why do you ask his name? Surely you have some past grievance with him. What? You mean you want to see him? Did classmate Jing Tian once save your life? Oh my goodness, fortunately my newly awakened skill allows me to understand your language. Otherwise no one would ever know the story between you two. Rest assured, sister, I will definitely find a way to bring classmate Jing Tian here to meet you. At Z City University, the library, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan had just arrived here, escorting the giant mosquito zombie queen, when they immediately sensed something amiss. The library was no longer a survivor stronghold. Zombies could wander in freely. Yet strangely enough, there was not a single zombie at the library's entrance. It was as if the library still possessed its old ability to repel zombies. Could survivors from another stronghold have come here? Lung Yuyan noticed the anomaly and spoke. Yuyan, wait for me at the door. I'll go inside to check the situation. After saying this to Lung Yuyan, Jing Tian gripped his laser sword and cautiously made his way into the library. However, to his surprise, in the first floor lobby of the library, there was no trace of a single survivor. Could I be overthinking this? Jing Tian thought to himself. He arrived at the stairwell and ascended toward the second floor. Meanwhile, the mist zombie, whose wounds were being dressed by the petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses, seemed to sense something. She suddenly started. Nervously, she stared toward the stairwell. What's wrong, sister? The petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses asked, noticing the mist zombie's sudden reaction. The mist zombie let out a few low growls in response. Immediately, the petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses also stared nervously at the stairs. Sister, you say someone is coming up. Could it be those survivors from other places? The petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses recalled that among the 3 supply crate locations in Z City University, the library was not included. Therefore, the survivor team based in Z City University would never come to the library. Whoever was coming certainly wasn't from the university's survivor team. Sister, the library has many bookshelves. How about we find a place to hide? The petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses worried that she and the mist zombie might be in danger. The mist zombie's injuries had yet to fully recover, and she also had to look after this powerless burden of a girl. If a fight broke out, they would likely both die at the hands of those people. Gur. Hearing the girl's words, the mist zombie nodded in agreement. Soon they hid behind a bookshelf. While concealing themselves, they adjusted the books on the shelf, leaving a small gap to observe the stairwell. After a few breaths, they saw a familiar figure step into view from the stairwell. Sister, it's Jing Tian. Seeing that the newcomer was unexpectedly Jing Tian, the petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses exclaimed excitedly. The mist zombie hadn't expected the arrival to be Jing Tian, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She wondered why Jing Tian no longer carried that aura so similar to her own. If he still had it, she'd have sensed him long ago. Jing Tian, it's me, Su Tong. I'm a survivor from the laboratory stronghold. Do you remember me? Just as the mist zombie was puzzled by the vanishing aura on Jing Tian, the petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses stepped out from behind the bookshelf and waved at him. Su Tong, why is she here? Jing Tian was taken aback looking at the petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses who was greeting him. He remembered that back in the cafeteria, Su Tong had been taken away by the mist zombie. If she was here now, did that mean the mist zombie was also nearby? The mist zombie actually hadn't harmed her. A myriad of questions stirred in Jing Tian's mind. Looking at Su Tong, he asked, Su Tong, why are you here? The lab stronghold isn't far from here. Why didn't you go back? There's a reason I'm here, but Jing Tian, you probably won't believe it if I tell you. The petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses replied to Jing Tian's question. After the mist zombie sister took me away from the cafeteria, she didn't hurt me. She even brought me here to rest on the 2nd floor of the library. I noticed the wound on her bandages had torn open due to the fight, so I helped her redress it. Originally, I planned to return to the lab stronghold once I finished bandaging her. But before I could finish, you showed up. After saying this, Su Tong waved toward the mist zombie behind the bookshelf, signaling her to come out. Seeing this, the mist zombie, dragging her bandage-wrapped body and leaning on the bookshelf, slowly emerged. After she stepped out, her emerald green eyes fixed on Jing Tian. Though she usually only growled at this moment, she struggled to utter Jing Tian's name. Though her pronunciation was indistinct and muffled, Jing Tian understood that she was calling his name. You can speak human language. Jing Tian was stunned by the mist zombie. This was his first time seeing a zombie speak a human language. I taught her, the mist zombie sister. The petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses said, shaking her right wrist toward Jing Tian. Around her wrist was wrapped a golden pattern, something unique to awaken once. Su Tong, you've awakened a skill too. Jing Tian had heard from the Doomsday game that survivors could awaken skills at any moment and become awakened. But Su Tong was the first person he'd seen awaken a skill since the very first day. System view Su Tong's life resume. Jing Tian was cautious by nature. He promptly summoned the system to inspect the life resume of Su Tong, the petite silver-haired girl with black-rimmed glasses. Ding. System notice now viewing Su Tong's life resume. Ding. System notice Su Tong's life resume is as follows. Name Su Tong, gender female, height 150 centimeters, identity top student, language prodigy of the freshman class, level 3, experience 215-1000, reputation none, coins none, strength 9, spirit 15, constitution 8, zombie infection rate 14100, weapon none, awakened skill divine sense link. The awakened who obtains this skill can open a divine sense link, allowing any 2 living beings within 20 meters to converse without restriction. Unrestricted conversation means no language barrier, no distance limit, and no interference, allowing communication across the void. Note the skill lasts for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 20 minutes. As the awakened's level rises, the skill's duration increases, cooldown decreases, range expands, and the number of participants increases. Innate talent, exceptional intelligence, possesses tremendous learning ability and spiritual power far beyond ordinary people. Divine sense link. It can let any 2 living beings within 20 meters converse without restriction. Jing Tian was thrilled by the skills Su Tong had awakened. Earlier, the Grand Villain system had told him that taming the giant mosquito zombie queen would yield double system rewards. But he knew full well how difficult it would be to tame a giant mosquito zombie queen with whom he shared no common language in the short term. He had initially planned to check the Grand Villain's luck value shop for any item that could tame the giant mosquito zombie queen. Who would have thought that the skill Su Tong had awakened would happen to be exactly what he needed? Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised by the system notification. At the same time, the girl in black-rimmed glasses, Su Tong, looked at Jing Tian and said, Jing Tian, my awakened skill is divine sense link. It can allow two living beings within 20 meters to talk without any restrictions. Just now Sister Miss Zombie told me that you saved her life, and she wants to have a talk with you. If you agree, I can activate the divine sense link between the two of you. What do you think, Jing Tian? After saying this, Su Tong looked at Jing Tian. After seeing Jing Tian nod, she closed her eyes tightly and transferred the divine sense link from between the mist zombie and herself to between the mist zombie and Jing Tian. Ding. As Su Tong finished transferring the divine sense link, a bell suddenly rang in Jing Tian's mind. After that, he could understand the mist zombie's words. Are you Jing Tian? Hello. Thank you for saving me once before. If you hadn't helped, I think I would already be dead. The mist zombie thanked Jing Tian. Hearing this, Jing Tian smiled, waved his hand, and said, no need to thank me. It's all fate. I don't know why I suddenly wanted to save you at that time, but since I had that thought, I would act on it. Fate. The mist zombie listened to Jing Tian's words and said with a smile, yes. Ever since I gained consciousness, then I was severely wounded, and then you saved me. Maybe this is fate at work. All right, Jing Tian. How do you want me to thank you? Although I don't know much, I do know that kindness should be repaid. After saying this, the mist zombie fixed her emerald green eyes on Jing Tian. No matter what repayment he proposed, as long as it was something she could do, she would agree and do her utmost to fulfill it. Do you have any feelings for your fellow zombies? Jing Tian did not directly bring up repayment. Instead, he tentatively asked the mist zombie. Fellow zombies. The mist zombie listened to Jing Tian and shook her head. No feelings. We were even competitors before. Ever since I gained consciousness, I have known one thing: ordinary humans taste especially good and can increase my strength considerably. But later I discovered that although ordinary humans taste good, they are not very effective at raising one's strength. On the contrary, some stronger zombies of my kind attracted me more. The reason I was injured was that I wanted to eat a rather strong giant cockroach. Unfortunately, I underestimated its strength and was badly wounded by its sheer numbers. As for Jing Tian, the mist zombie was completely candid. She answered everything truthfully. In her eyes, there was no such thing as companionship among zombies, only the distinction of higher rank. The strong devour the weak. A strong zombie can eat a weak zombie. If a weak zombie did not want to be eaten, it had to find a way to become stronger. So there is competition among zombies. Jing Tian was inwardly delighted by the mist zombie's words. If zombies did not attack one another, then his plan to win zombies over and make them serve him would become several times, even dozens of times, more difficult. Fortunately, things were moving in his favor. You said you wanted to repay me, right? Jing Tian looked at the mist zombie. Yes. As long as it is within my power, I will do everything I can. The mist zombie nodded firmly. Forget repayment. I didn't save you for repayment. If I had saved you with ulterior motives, that wouldn't truly be saving you. It would just be using you. As Jing Tian spoke, he saw the mist zombie fall into hesitation, so he said, I don't need repayment, but I have a partnership. Are you interested? What partnership? The mist zombie hurriedly looked at Jing Tian and asked. I just heard you say that zombies have no feelings for one another and are instead competitors, so I thought of a mutually beneficial partnership. Jing Tian then explained his plan. After we humans kill zombies, the corpses are useless to us. I can bring them to you to eat and level up. As for you, from now on you will stand with us, enjoy the food we provide you, and when we need to fight, you just help out. What do you think? Jing Tian did not use the debt of gratitude to force the mist zombie to agree. Instead, he proposed a win-win partnership. If the mist zombie agreed to this partnership, she would no longer fight alone, risking her life to grow stronger. And she, who originally had to rely on battle to capture food, would only need to help Jing Tian from time to time. From this perspective, no matter how she looked at it, she could not lose. I agree. The mist zombie nodded. Not only was this deal entirely loss-free for her, more than that, she wanted to stay by Jing Tian's side and slowly repay him. In her eyes, the debt of gratitude was not something she could drop just because Jing Tian said it wasn't needed. Then it settled. Seeing the mist zombie agree, Jing Tian smiled and said, I still have some things to discuss with Su Tong. How about we talk again later? All right. The mist zombie nodded. Seeing the mist zombie nod, Jing Tian looked at Su Tong and said, Su Tong, you can cancel your divine sense link. We're done talking. Done talking. Su Tong immediately canceled divine sense link upon hearing Jing Tian's words. Jing Tian saw Su Tong cancel divine sense link. He walked over to Su Tong and told her about his partnership with the mist zombie. As Su Tong listened, she looked at Jing Tian in disbelief. She had never imagined Jing Tian would actually cooperate with a zombie. Had it not been for the mist zombie having saved her, in her eyes, zombies and humans would have been mortal enemies, with the word cooperation having nothing to do with them. Su Tong, there is actually another reason I told you about the partnership with the mist zombie. After finishing telling Su Tong about the partnership with the mist zombie, Jing Tian continued, I want to hire you as the second in command of the Laboratory Zombie Legion. I will be responsible for expanding the Laboratory Zombie Legion, and you will be responsible for their daily management. How about it? Su Tong had a very strong advantage in terms of her skill. In Jing Tian's eyes, this job was made for her. I accept. Su Tong thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She had previously been an ordinary survivor, always in danger of death. She had finally awakened a skill, but it was only a communication skill, not enough to protect herself. Now Jing Tian had given her a management position, and she had zombies under her command to protect her. Compared with the life-threatening danger she had faced before, this was better by more than 1 or 2 levels. Sutong, I still have another zombie at the library entrance. Tell the mist zombie for me that we'll be back soon. With Sutong's divine sense link serving as a bridge, Jing Tian now only needed time to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen. Yi Fan, when you see that I not only have the giant mosquito zombie queen helping me, but also the mist zombie, I wonder what expression you'll have. Yin, I'm back. Jing Tian with Sutong returned from the second floor of the library and waved to Lung Yuyin at the entrance. Lung Yuyin was startled when she saw the petite girl Sutong beside Jing Tian. She recognized this girl. This was the girl who had provided Jing Tian with information when he went to rescue Hukuin. But she didn't understand. Why was this girl at the library? Yuyin. Jing Tian perceived Lung Yuyin's inner thoughts and quickly explained to her the whole story of how he had rescued the mist zombie. Listening to Jing Tian's explanation, Lung Yuyin finally understood what was going on. Then she looked at Sutong in amazement. Sutong possessed the skill Divine Sense Link, which allowed 2 living beings to communicate without restrictions. That meant Jing Tian's plan to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen had a chance to succeed. Jing Tian, how are you planning to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen later? Lung Yuyin looked at Jing Tian and asked. Although the language barrier with the zombies had been resolved, being able to communicate did not mean the giant mosquito zombie queen would obey Jing Tian's commands. After all, in the eyes of the giant mosquito zombie queen, Jing Tian and the others were merely her food. To make her obey the commands of her food and fight against her own kind, no matter how you looked at it, it was extremely difficult. I'm going to poison her. Jing Tian replied with a sly grin. Poison? Lung Yuyin and Sutong were astonished and looked at Jing Tian in disbelief. It wasn't the fact that Jing Tian chose to poison her that surprised them. It was just that they couldn't understand what kind of poison could possibly work on zombies. Jing Tian, does human poison work on zombies? Lung Yuyin asked doubtfully. Zombies have already died once, so poison probably wouldn't work on her. Sutong murmured softly. Don't worry, I have a trick up my sleeve. Jing Tian smiled at the 2 girls' words. Right in front of them, he took off his hiking backpack. He reached into the hiking backpack and rummaged through it. A moment later, he took out a piece of Dove chocolate. Dove chocolate. Sutong, who loved chocolate, recognized it at a glance and exclaimed in surprise. What is this? Lung Yuyin was equally puzzled by Jing Tian's move. They remembered that Jing Tian had said he was going to poison someone. But what could poisoning have to do with Dove chocolate? Just as the 2 girls were confused, Jing Tian said with a smile. Yuyin, Sutong, this Dove chocolate in my hand is exactly the poison I'm going to give to the giant mosquito zombie queen. The giant mosquito zombie queen doesn't know what chocolate is. Besides, due to the language barrier, she couldn't learn what chocolate is from anyone else either. I just need to feed her the chocolate and tell her it's a deadly poison, and she'll be frightened. At that point, I'll then propose a win-win cooperation, and she'll have no choice but to accept. Once we let her taste the benefits of cooperation, she'll think this partnership is pretty good and naturally become one of us. Jing Tian laid out his plan. A sly smile still lingered on his face. Lung Yuyin was amazed by his wicked scheme, nodded with a smile, and said, the plan is good, but it's too wicked. Still, I like it. Jing Tian possessed the acquired talent bad boy. His mischievous behavior actually earned him favor with the opposite sex. After hearing the plan, Sutong looked at Jing Tian with admiration. As a top student, she excelled in reading, memorization, and comprehension. But she could never have thought of such a wicked, unconventional trick as Jing Tian's. Sutong, has your skill entered cooldown yet? Jing Tian asked, looking at Sutong. Once Sutong's Divine Sense Link was activated, it would last for 10 minutes. At this moment, the 10 minutes probably hadn't passed yet. There are still 2 minutes left. Sutong replied after listening to Jing Tian. After answering, while activating the Divine Sense Link between Jing Tian and the giant mosquito zombie queen, she reminded Jing Tian. Jing Tian, I've already activated the Divine Sense Link between you and that zombie. You can talk to her now. Thanks for your hard work. Jing Tian said to Sutong, then looked at the giant mosquito zombie queen held by Lung Yuyin and said, Giant mosquito zombie queen, let's have a chat. The giant mosquito zombie queen was utterly bewildered by Jing Tian's words. Her eyes looked at him in disbelief. She had no idea what was happening. Why could she now understand what Jing Tian was saying? In her eyes, Jing Tian and the others had always made incomprehensible noises before. Now she could fully understand Jing Tian's words, which greatly shocked her. What do you want to talk to me about? After a few breaths of shock, the giant mosquito zombie queen replied. Very simple. As he spoke, Jing Tian walked over to the giant mosquito zombie queen. He grabbed her chin and lifted it. I'm going to poison you. Huh. The giant mosquito zombie queen had never expected Jing Tian to suddenly say that. Before she could react, Jing Tian had already stuffed a piece of pure black, extremely bitter Dove chocolate into her mouth. MMPH. The giant mosquito zombie queen struggled, trying to spit out the chocolate. But Jing Tian covered her mouth, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't open it. A few breaths later, she found that the thing in her mouth had begun to melt. Whether she liked it or not, she swallowed it all. That should be about enough. Seeing that the giant mosquito zombie queen had given up struggling, Jing Tian slowly removed his hand. Cough, cough. The giant mosquito zombie queen coughed repeatedly. She tried to spit out what Jing Tian had fed her, but nothing would come up. If you want to kill me, then just kill me. Why do you have to torment me? The giant mosquito zombie queen roared at Jing Tian. If it weren't for the fact that both her arms and wings had been disabled and Lung Yuyin was holding the ice soul tang saber against her neck, she would have fought Jing Tian to the death. Don't get excited, Jing Tian said with a wicked smile. You should be grateful that I poisoned you. You harmed me, and I still have to thank you. What logic is that? The giant mosquito zombie queen gnashed her teeth in fury at Jing Tian's wicked grin. Seeing this, Jing Tian lifted the giant mosquito zombie queen's chin again and said, if I wanted to kill you, why would I waste time poisoning you? I could simply snap your neck right now, but I didn't. Guess why? You don't want to kill me. Then what was the poison for? The giant mosquito zombie queen was completely baffled by the man in front of her. Hearing her words, Jing Tian shook the remaining chocolate in front of the giant mosquito zombie queen and said, this thing in my hand is a slow-acting poison. As long as you come to me for a piece every week, it won't have any effect on your body, let alone pose a threat to your life. But if you don't come for a piece within a week, the poison will spread throughout your body and make you explode and die. What? Upon hearing that she would explode to death, a flicker of terror appeared in the giant mosquito zombie queen's eyes. What exactly is your purpose in doing this? My purpose is very simple, Jing Tian replied with a smile. You cooperate with me. From now on, whenever I need your help, you must come and help. Of course, I won't make you work for nothing. After we humans kill zombies, the corpses left behind are useless. As long as you cooperate with me, I can give you those high-level zombie corpses to eat and level up. I can even give you the corpses of awakened humans from enemy factions. As for that bitter poison, I'll give it to you one day early every week. What do you think? And what if I refuse? The giant mosquito zombie queen listened to Jing Tian's words and spoke defiantly. She was being asked to follow the lead of a human she regarded as mere food. Her pride told her she couldn't do it. If you refuse, then die, Jing Tian said, releasing the dark attribute energy around him. He grabbed the giant mosquito zombie queen by the neck and prepared to snap it. Wait. Seeing that Jing Tian would resort to violence at the drop of a word, the giant mosquito zombie queen hastily called for a stop. Nodding, she agreed, I'll cooperate. Dignity. What use was dignity once she was dead? The giant mosquito zombie queen did not want to die. Besides, Jing Tian only sought a mutually beneficial partnership with her. He had no intention of humiliating her. Thus, agreeing to cooperate seemed like a perfectly good option. I have a question. After conceding and agreeing to cooperate with Jing Tian, the giant mosquito zombie queen looked at the black aura around him and asked, why do you have an aura similar to mine? Aren't you human? I am human, but not an ordinary human. Jing Tian did not elaborate on the dark attribute energy within him. The giant mosquito zombie queen was taken aback by his words. He had answered her, and yet he hadn't. Jing Tian clearly did not want to go into detail. Any further questions would be futile. Since we're on the same side now, let me give you a gift. Jing Tian waved his hand. A surge of dark attribute energy instantly enveloped the giant mosquito zombie queen. She was startled by the sudden dark attribute energy before her. She thought Jing Tian had gone back on his word and was about to kill her again. But a single breath later, the giant mosquito zombie queen was astonished. Her wounds were actually healing. Her previously severed arms and wings wrapped in the dark attribute energy were regrowing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? The giant mosquito zombie queen said in delight as she watched her body gradually recover. She had never imagined Jing Tian actually possessed the power to heal her. Let's cooperate well from now on. Seeing that most of the giant mosquito zombie queen's injuries had healed under the skill dark healing, Jing Tian said softly, As long as what you said before isn't a lie, I'll honor our cooperation. The giant mosquito zombie queen nodded in reply. As she nodded, a system notification instantly rang out in Jing Tian's mind. Ding! Great villain system notification. The giant mosquito zombie queen's loyalty has increased from 0 to 50%. Ding! Great villain system notification. Congratulations, host, on taming the giant mosquito zombie queen. Ding! Great villain system notification. Congratulations, host, on overfulfilling the great villain mission. Ding! Great villain system notification. Congratulations, host, on obtaining double mission rewards. 5 fortune points were deducted from the Child of Destiny, Yi Fan, 36 points deducted in total. The host has obtained the Doomsday game title Zombie Queen Hunter X2, acquired talent draw chances X2, random item draw chances X2, and all-around attribute increase 30. Ding! Great villain system notification. There is a reward inside the host's acquired talent leadership. Would the host like to open it now? There is a reward inside the acquired talent leadership. System, open it and take a look. Ding! Great villain system notification. Opening the details of the acquired talent leadership. Ding! Great villain system notification. The acquired talent leadership has been opened. The detailed data are as follows. Leadership displays all individuals in superior subordinate relationships whose loyalty exceeds 50%. Whenever someone reaches 100% loyalty, the host will receive a reward. Hukuin's loyalty 100. Mist Zombie's loyalty 100. Gift pack pending. Sutan's loyalty 60. Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen's loyalty 50. Even the Mist Zombie is in here. And at 100% loyalty, no less. What exactly does she take me for? Jing Tian had no idea why the Mist Zombie had been included in the leadership talent. But he wasn't about to refuse a gift pack that had been handed to him for free. System claim the gift pack and open it. Ding. Great Villain System notification, the Mist Zombies Loyalty Gift Pack has been opened. Congratulations host on obtaining the Awakened Skill Mist. Ding. Great Villain System notification, the host's Awakened Skill Sin of Greed has detected the newly acquired Awakened Skill Mist and has automatically strengthened it into Dark Mist. The skill's attributes have been greatly enhanced. The Loyalty Gift Pack reward was actually the Mist Zombies skill. Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised by the system notification. If he followed this logic, then once Su Tong's loyalty to him reached 100%, he would be able to obtain Su Tong's Awakened Skill Divine Sense link. Fantastic. System, you're amazing. Jing Tian couldn't help giving the system a thumbs up. The system had given him so many rewards that he felt almost embarrassed. Ding. Great Villain System notification, the host currently still has the following and used items: Doomsday game title, Zombie Queen Hunter X2, acquired talent draw chances X2, and random item draw chances X2. Would the host like to use them now? System, what does the Zombie Queen Hunter title do? Ding. Great Villain System notification, the Zombie Queen Hunter title increases the holder's damage against zombie queens and zombies of the same rank by 100%. A 100% increase. Then if I encounter zombies at the Zombie Queen level again, won't they be much easier to deal with? System, equip one Zombie Queen Hunter title for me and one for Yuyan. Ding. Great Villain System notification equipped successfully. System, begin the random item draw. Ding. Great Villain System notification, the random draw is complete. Congratulations host on obtaining the items Charged Rocket Launcher and Awakener Serum. Awakener Serum. System, what is that? Ding. Great Villain System notification, the Awakener Serum grants the recipient an additional awakened skill based on the recipient's constitution. An additional one. Jing Tian was pleasantly surprised by the system notification. This thing was an absolute treasure for Doomsday survival. I possess the skill Sin of Greed and have already stripped many others of their skills. This should be given to Yuyan instead. She has the acquired talent Devotion and will absolutely never betray me. Giving it to her is the best choice. With that thought in mind, Jing Tian had the system place the Awakener Serum into the warehouse. Once he returned to the laboratory base, he would administer it to Lung Yuyan by injection. System, begin the acquired talent draw. Ding. Great Villain System notification, the acquired talent draw is complete. Congratulations host on drawing the acquired talents Nirvana Rebirth and Frost Nirvana. Don't these two skill names sound somewhat similar? System, as usual, let me see the skill descriptions for these two acquired talents. Ding. Great Villain System notification, the descriptions of the acquired talents Nirvana Rebirth and Frost Nirvana are as follows. Nirvana Rebirth, when the holder falls to the brink of death, flames will engulf the body, and the holder will be reborn within the flames, restored to 100% of their peak state. Note, passive skill automatically activated. Cooldown 1 hour. Frost Nirvana, when the holder falls to the brink of death, frost will spread over the body, and the holder will be reborn within the frost, restored to 100% of their peak state. Note, passive skill automatically activated. Cooldown 1 hour. This acquired talent is actually a resurrection armor, and the cooldown is only 1 hour. Jing Tian was overjoyed when he heard the system's introduction to the acquired talents. With these two acquired talents, he and Lung Yuyan had an extra layer of insurance in this Doomsday game. System, give me the acquired talent Nirvana Rebirth, and give the acquired talent Frost Nirvana to Lung Yuyan. Ding. The Great Villain System notifies the acquired talents Nirvana Rebirth and Frost Nirvana have been granted successfully. Ding. The Great Villain System notifies the Child of Destiny. Yi Fan has received a system notification. The Laboratory Survivor Stronghold is being attacked by an outside survivor team. If he moves to deal with them, he can establish his authority and win the people's support. Ding. The Great Villain System notifies the Great Villain mission has been activated. The host must steal the spotlight from the Child of Destiny Yi Fan and prevent him from winning popular support and building his own faction. Complete the mission to deduct 2 points of Yi Fan's luck value, gain 1 acquired talent draw and 1 random item draw. The Laboratory Survivor Stronghold is under attack. Jing Tian listened to the system notification and looked at Su Tong. Using the pretext of returning together to the Laboratory Survivor Stronghold to report on the results of taming zombies, he had Su Tong notify the Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen to return with him to the Laboratory Survivor Stronghold. Meanwhile, not far outside the main gate of the Laboratory Survivor Stronghold in Z City, a group of uninvited guests appeared. At first, seeing no zombies around the laboratory, they wanted to go inside to check the situation. But just then they received a warning bullet. The bullet struck the ground in front of the leading man's feet. Its purpose was to tell them, take another step forward and you will die. Boss, there's a sniper in that building. What do we do? With her there, if we force our way in, she will definitely pick us off one by one. The skinny middle-aged man at the front of the group after the warning bullet turned back in terror and looked at the team's leader, He Yeshan, as he asked, "What the hell are you afraid of? A mere sniper. What can she do to me?" He Yeshan sneered after hearing the skinny man's words. "Call Shueshao over. So what if they have a sniper? I won't go in. I'll make them come out themselves. A survivor stronghold can keep out zombies, but it can't keep out a fire. Once the building catches fire, we'll see whether they come out. Sniper. By then I'll shoot her full of holes." With that, he yes-han had someone beside him summon a man with dyed red hair. The man had a slanted fringe afro and wore a cosplay costume of Iori Yagami from the King of Fighters. Shui Xiao, take 2 bottles of Baijiu, hold up your bulletproof shield, and go set fire to the building across the way. Seeing the non-mainstream Shui Xiao approach, He Yeshan gave him his orders. The non-mainstream man Shui Xiao was startled. Looking at He Yeshan, he said, "Boss, you're really sending me alone. No covering fire. What if there's a camper on the other side, and they ambush me from the flank?" The non-mainstream Shui Xiao worried that he would never come back. He Yeshan, however, looked like an old fox. He patted the non-mainstream Shui Xiao on the shoulder and said with a crafty smile, "Our not firing is the best cover for you. The survivor team in that building has no idea what you're going to do. If we don't fire and send only you, they'll definitely think you're there to negotiate, so naturally they won't shoot you. Once you get close to the building and start the fire, we'll open fire to cover you. Then just throw a smoke grenade and retreat. Don't worry. When have I ever shortchanged you? After we capture the survivors in that building, I'll let you pick the girls inside first. How about it?" Seeing the non-mainstream man Shui Xiao hesitating, He Yeshan dangled the reward. The non-mainstream man Shui Xiao listened, his face gloomy. It instantly lit up with excitement. He raised a bulletproof shield and walked toward the laboratory survivor stronghold. What is this guy trying to do? On the 3rd floor of the laboratory survivor stronghold, Jing saw that after her warning shot, the survivor team outside had stopped and sent only one man holding a bulletproof shield toward the laboratory gate. She fell into hesitation. The other side had sent only one man toward the laboratory. Looking at it that way, that man was most likely a negotiator. If she opened fire now at the man outside or at the team behind him, it would very likely cause an unnecessary bloody fight between the other side and the laboratory. No matter what his purpose is, I should notify Ant first. With this in mind, Jing Yi told the people on sentry duty around her to notify Jing Xian. The current situation was grim. If the other side had opened fire to show hostile intent, she could have retaliated on the spot. But now the enemy had not fired a single shot, which made it impossible for her to make a move. "Girl, what happened?" Just as Jing Yi was about to send someone to inform Jing Xian, Jing Xian walked in through the door and looked at Jing Yi by the window as she asked. To get news as soon as possible, she had set up her office next to the room where Jing Yi kept watch. So she heard the gunfire the instant Jing Yi fired and hurried over to Jing Yi. "And I was about to send someone to get you." Jing Yi, seeing Jing Xian come in so quickly, told her in detail from beginning to end what had just happened. Jing Xian was shocked by Jing Yi's words. She looked through the window at the non-mainstream man drawing closer to the laboratory. After a moment, she said to Jing Yi, "Watch that man closely. The moment he does anything unusual, open fire immediately. I'm going to get Hu Kuan and Yi Fan to bring him in and find out what he's up to." With that, she walked toward the 1st floor of the laboratory. On the way, she took out a pistol and fired 2 quick shots. After a breath's pause, she fired 3 more. After waiting another breath, she fired 1 more shot. This was the special signal she had set for the laboratory survivors. Whenever gunfire rang out in that pattern, it meant an external enemy had come, and everyone should be on high alert. What happened? The order of those gunshots was exactly the full alert signal, Principal Jing, and we agreed on. Hearing Jing Xian's gunshots, the survivors on the 1st floor of the laboratory snapped to full alertness and, gripping their weapons, looked outside. Having a system is wonderful. What they don't know, I already know. The child of destiny, Yi Fan, watched the people around him, only now realizing that an enemy had arrived, and the corner of his mouth curled up with smugness. "Jing Tian, oh Jing Tian. You took the giant mosquito zombie queen outside to monopolize the kill rewards while I kill enemies at the stronghold and build my prestige. Once your monopolizing of the giant mosquito zombie queen's kill reward is exposed, you will be disgraced, and I will let every survivor in the laboratory know who is the true guardian of this stronghold. I'll make them slowly distance themselves from you, and then I'll find a chance to make you spit out every reward you've taken from me." The child of destiny, Yi Fan, still firmly believed that Jing Tian lacked the ability to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen. At this moment, his mind was full of fantasies about how he would show off, defeat the enemy, and shock the entire crowd. "Yi Fan, Hu Kuan, there is a man holding a bulletproof shield approaching our stronghold outside the laboratory gate. Go bring him in and see what exactly he is doing here." While the child of destiny, Yi Fan, was happily lost in his imagination, Jing Xian walked up to Hu Kuan, who had been assigned to keep an eye on Yi Fan, and spoke to Hu Kuan and Yi Fan. "Someone's approaching our stronghold." Hearing Jing Xian's words, Hu Kuan immediately called to Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, let's go out and take a look." "Fine, let's go, but I have to warn you in advance. One doesn't go to the temple without a reason. Since they're coming to our stronghold, they certainly have bad intentions. I suggest you prepare for battle." The child of destiny, Yi Fan, flexed his wrists and struck a pose he believed was extremely cool as he spoke. "What's up with this, Yi Fan?" Hu Kuan was startled by Yi Fan's unusual behavior. Usually when Yi Fan was asked to take the front line, he was extremely reluctant. But this time, Yi Fan agreed readily. This kid isn't planning some trick, is he? Hu Kuan noticed that something was off about Yi Fan and grew more wary of him. He let Yi Fan walk in front while he followed behind, heading out of the laboratory. Once outside, they saw the red-haired non-mainstream man Shui Xiao. "What do you want at our stronghold?" Hu Kuan asked the red-haired non-mainstream man Shui Xiao. "Old Hu, what's the use of asking him? Let's just detain him first and interrogate him later." The child of destiny Yi Fan acted chummy with Hu Kuan as his figure dashed swiftly toward the non-mainstream man Xue Xiao. The distance is a bit far, but he's still within my attack range. Seeing Yi Fan charging at him, the non-mainstream man Xue Xiao curled his lips into a sneer. He pulled a smoke grenade from his tight pants pocket and threw it at Yi Fan. Yi Fan activated his skill Colossal Elephant Strength. Seeing something thrown at him, he instinctively threw a punch at it. In that instant, choking thick smoke burst out where his fist collided with the smoke grenade. Humph. The non-mainstream man Xue Xiao glanced at Yi Fan, swallowed by the smoke, and let out a contemptuous snort. Then he hurled 2 bottles of high-proof Baijiu one after another toward a second-floor window of the laboratory. After the bottles smashed through the glass window on the laboratory's second floor, his palm opened slightly, and a leaping flame appeared at the center of his hand. With another toss, the flame landed precisely through the glass window. Instantly, fire burst out in the room, billowing thick black smoke. Your young master's mission is done. I'm not playing with you anymore. Seeing the mission accomplished, the non-mainstream Xue Xiao crouched down and covered his entire body with the bulletproof shield. He retreated by crawling like a turtle. He ruins everything. His view blocked by the smoke, Hu Kuan angrily cursed at Yi Fan. Looking back and seeing the fire spreading from a second-floor window of the laboratory, he hurried inside to report the situation to Jing Tian. On the 3rd floor of the laboratory, Jing Tian saw that the non-mainstream man's purpose was to attack the laboratory survivor stronghold. No longer holding back, she pulled the trigger at the non-mainstream man. But the non-mainstream man was too well shielded. She had no choice but to aim at the main group of the non-mainstream man's force. Bang bang bang. Jing Tian pulled the trigger again and again. Among He Yeshan's group of more than 20 people, several crumpled to the ground before they could react. Damn, she shoots that accurately. Seeing several of his men killed in succession, He Yeshan angrily raised 2 assault rifles and sprayed bullets wildly at the laboratory survivor stronghold. Wearing dragon-scale combat armor, he was not afraid of bullets. While spraying, he ordered his men to take cover. As long as he could stall until the fire spread inside the building and made it unfit to stay in, he would then have his chance to counterattack. Cough cough. On the 3rd floor of the laboratory, Jing Tian choked on the smoke drifting up from below after killing several enemies. At that moment, she suddenly understood the enemy's purpose. It was to neutralize her, the sniper, and leave her nowhere to hide. Jing Tian, let's leave quickly. The classmates who had been on sentry and sniper duty with Jing Tian on the 3rd floor urged her as the thick smoke grew heavier. These bastards actually used such a vicious trick. If I'd known, I would have killed them all from the start. Jing Tian's eyes were full of regret. Hearing this, her classmate patted her shoulder and said, Jing Tian, this isn't your fault. Let's retreat first. But Jing Tian watched the non-mainstream Xue Xiao retreating outside like a turtle, clenched her fists, and felt unwilling. Just then, she suddenly saw several familiar figures appear. They were Jing Tian and his companions. What shocked her most was that behind Jing Tian, there were actually 2 zombies following him. One somewhat resembled the giant mosquito zombie queen that Jing Tian had previously brought to the laboratory gate, but it now seemed far more powerful than before, possessing arms and wings. The other looked almost like a human girl, but her complexion made Jing Tian realize that she was a zombie. Did my cousin really tame zombies? A human tamed zombies. That's so cool. Jing Tian looked at the arriving Jing Tian with excited eyes. You stinking bastards set our place on fire. Now my cousin is back and has brought zombies. They'll devour every last one of you. As she spoke, Jing Tian raised her rifle again and aimed at He Yeshan's group. Now Jing Tian and the others had appeared behind He Yeshan's group. When Jing Tian's group and He Yeshan's group clashed, that would be her glorious moment to snipe from the shadows. That is. Just as Jing Tian took aim again, Lung Yuyin noticed the flames rising from the 2nd floor of the laboratory survivor stronghold and immediately said to Jing Tian, the laboratory is on fire. I saw it. Hearing Lung Yuyin's reminder, Jing Tian looked at He Yeshan's group with murderous intent in his eyes. Yuyin, someone is attacking the laboratory survivor stronghold. You have the ice attribute. Go to the laboratory first and help put out the fire. Su Tong, notify the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen to join me in slaughtering these bastards. With that, Jing Tian whipped out his laser sword and charged at He Yeshan and the band of outsider survivors clad in his enhanced dragon-scale combat suit. Facing the storm of bullets, he was akin to the giant mosquito zombie queen that had been swept by Gatling fire earlier. The bullets that finally managed to land on him did not cause him any significant harm. They could only slow Jing Tian's advance a little. So powerful. Su Tong was awestruck watching Jing Tian rush at the enemy like a war god. After the brief shock, she immediately turned her gaze to the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen. Right now her skill Divine Sense Link was on cooldown. Unable to tell the mist zombie and her companion via Divine Sense Link to follow Jing Tian into battle, she could only raise her hand, make a throat-slitting gesture at them, and then draw a circle encircling He Yeshan and his lot. The mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen looked at Su Tong's gesture, then glanced at He Yeshan's group, who were shooting at Jing Tian. They instantly grasped Su Tong's meaning and followed Jing Tian, launching attacks on He Yeshan's group. Su Tong, you're not suited for combat. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Come with me to the lab to put out the fire first. After that, I'll bring you back to support Jing Tian. Lung Yuyin's first task was to help extinguish the lab fire. Now that Jing Tian had made his move, she had to act as well. Oh, okay. Su Tong was startled by Lung Yuyan's words, then nodded repeatedly in agreement. She truly had no combat ability or way to protect herself. Following Lung Yuyan was her best option for self-preservation at the moment. She hadn't expected that Lung Yuyan, usually so cold and reticent, would take the initiative to invite her along. Bossy, that guy has 2 advanced zombies following him. Just as Su Tong followed Lung Yuyan back to the survivors' stronghold in the lab, the survivors in He Yeshan's group were shocked by the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen trailing behind Jing Tian. Damn, what the hell did that guy do to infuriate 2 advanced zombies into chasing him? Quick, shoot him to stop him. Don't let him attract the advanced zombies to our position. If those 2 advanced zombies attack us, we're finished. It's useless. That guy is wearing special combat armor that is bulletproof. The assault rifles we have are too weak. Even if we hit him, it won't do him any obvious harm. What do we do then? He's heading straight for us. If we can't stop him, we can't just retreat into the house we just set on fire, can we? The survivors in He Yeshan's team stared at the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen behind Jing Tian in despair. For zombies of that tier, only awakened ones like He Yeshan could stand against them. The other ordinary survivors were nothing but a served meal in front of them. Shut up. All that yapping is making my ears explode. He Yeshan bellowed at the noise of the survivors around him. He had originally formed a fine scheme, but who could have foreseen a certain Jing Tian barging in from nowhere and throwing his entire plan into disarray? Damn it. He Yeshan clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, "You little bastard, daring to ruin my plans. You're asking for death. Xiang Ping Xianen. You 2 go intercept that brat charging at us, and don't let him come any closer." He Yeshan had summoned 2 awakened ones from his team to act. In his eyes, 2 awakened ones were enough to deal with 1 awakened one. As for the 2 advanced zombies behind Jing Tian, as long as Jing Tian was stopped by the 2 men, he sent the zombies would naturally also stop following. He Yeshan's calculation was well made. But what happened next made him doubt life. No sooner had Xiang Ping and Xianen blocked Jing Tian than one of them was instantly sliced in half by Jing Tian's laser sword. On top of that, the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen, contrary to He Yeshan's expectations, did not stop when they caught up with Jing Tian. Instead, they skirted around him and continued charging toward his side. Why aren't they stopping? He Yeshan watched the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen charging at him, and he was completely dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand why the mist zombie and her companion, after catching up to Jing Tian, did not attack him. It was obvious they had been chasing Jing Tian all along. By all rights, their animosity should have been directed at Jing Tian. He had just turned his back on them, presenting them a perfect chance to strike. But instead of taking the chance to attack him, they bypassed him and went after He Yeshan's group. What on earth was going on? He Yeshan was baffled by the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen. Seeing the 2 advanced zombies closing in, he had no choice but to order the survivors in his group to open fire together to block them. Bang, bang, bang. Crackling gunfire rang out continuously. At that instant, He Yeshan and all the survivors in his group fixed their eyes on the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen. They fantasized that the bullets could stop the mist zombie's approach. But reality is often cruel. As they pulled the triggers and gunfire sounded, the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen each displayed their signature moves. Boom. A black mist suddenly erupted. It blocked the view of He Yeshan and his group. Hidden within the black mist, the mist zombie was like an assassin of the night. Every time she appeared, she would take a life. After claiming a life, her body would disappear again, waiting for the next assassination. Buzz. The giant mosquito zombie queen flapped her wings at high frequency. Moments later, the swarm of giant mosquitoes under her command flew onto the battlefield and began attacking He Yeshan's group. Aya! The survivors in He Yeshan's team wailed in agony inside the black mist. Even as they died, they couldn't understand why the 2 advanced zombies ignored Jing Tian and attacked only them. What's more, it was extremely rare for 2 advanced zombies to join forces against them. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing. In the past, the advanced zombies they had run into always stayed alone in one place. They had never seen advanced zombies take the initiative to launch attacks and join hands. Help! I can't see where the zombies are. A man in a striped shirt from He Yeshan's team, his vision blocked, was filled with despair. The screams that kept coming from around him made him even more terrified. Rat-a-tat-tat. Fear drove the striped shirt man to the point of mental collapse. Grabbing his weapon, he sprayed bullets wildly in all directions. As he fired wildly, people kept getting hit and screaming. And he wasn't the only one firing madly, and many others, after breaking down, chose this kind of self-preservation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire filled the black mist. By this time, the mist zombie had already withdrawn from the black mist, leaving the survivors of He Yeshan's team to kill one another. A few breaths later, the gunfire within the black mist gradually ceased. Seeing this, the mist zombie waved her hand and dispelled the black mist. As the black mist faded, only He Yeshan, clad in his dragon-scale combat suit and impervious to bullets, remained standing. Damn it, it's over. After the black mist dispersed, He Yeshan gasped for air, staring at the corpses of survivors lying all around him. He knew it all too well. He was finished. Damn it. Why do you 2 keep going after my people? He Yeson looked at the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie, queen demanding answers. But how could either of them possibly understand a single word he said? Seeing that He Yeson was the only one left alive once the mist cleared, the two powerful females joined forces and charged at him together. He Yeson stared in despair at the two advanced zombies that paid him no heed and attacked him in unison. Let alone two advanced zombies. Even a single one was far beyond what his strength could handle. I'll fight you bastards to the death. He Yeson let out a thunderous roar. His face twisted into something hideous and terrifying, gradually morphing into the visage of a crocodile. A crocodile man. Just as He Yeson was halfway through his transformation, a voice sounded from behind He Yeson. He instinctively turned his head to look. The speaker was none other than Jing Tian, the very man he had previously sent the two awakened Xiangping and Qian and to intercept. You? Before He Yeson could utter another word, Jing Tian slashed the laser sword clean across his neck. The laser sword was a high-tier offensive weapon from a Tier 4 supply crate. Defensive equipment like the Dragon Scale Combat Suit, a Tier 2 supply crate item, stood absolutely no chance against the laser sword strike. Like reaping wheat, He Yeson's neck was severed with effortless ease. This laser sword is really handy. Jing Tian couldn't help but admire the weapon in his hand. Just then a system notification echoed through his mind. Ding. System notice: host has killed the awakened Xiangping, triggering the awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has obtained the awakened skill Thunderclap. Ding. System notice: the awakened skill Sin of Greed has enhanced the host's newly acquired awakened skill Thunderclap. Congratulations, host has obtained the awakened skill Dark Thunderclap. Ding. System notice: host has killed the awakened Qian and triggering the awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has obtained the awakened skill Hand of Weakness. Ding. System notice: the awakened skill Sin of Greed has enhanced the host's newly acquired awakened skill Hand of Weakness. Congratulations, host has obtained the awakened skill Dark Hand of Weakness. Ding. System notice: host has killed the awakened He Yeshan, triggering the awakened skill Sin of Greed. Congratulations, host has obtained the awakened skill Crocodile Man. Ding. System notice: the awakened skill Sin of Greed has enhanced the host's newly acquired awakened skill Crocodile Man. Congratulations, host has obtained the awakened skill Dark Crocodile Man. 3 awakened skills credited this quickly. Jing Tian felt an inward surge of joy at the system notifications. If it weren't for the matters still at hand, he would have immediately looked over the detailed descriptions of those 3 skills, especially the awakened skill Dark Hand of Weakness. Just from its name he could tell it was a skill that inflicted negative effects on a target. If he were to cast that skill on Yi Fan, the Child of Fortune, he wondered what it would feel like. At that thought, Jing Tian grew even more eager for his newly acquired skills. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the Child of Fortune, who had struggled to wait for the smoke bomb to dissipate, could finally regain his bearings. Cough cough. That bastard. What he threw was actually a smoke bomb. Seething with rage, Yi Fan prepared to chase down the flashy-dressed man who had thrown the smoke bomb at him and teach him a proper lesson. But as he looked over at that flashy-dressed man, he was astonished to discover that the man was now being run through his bulletproof shield by Jing Tian's laser sword. Dead as dead could be. It's that Jing Tian bastard. He's back this quickly. Didn't he say he was going to tame the giant mosquito zombie queen? How much time has even passed, and he's already tamed the giant mosquito zombie queen? What a joke. The Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, sneered contemptuously at Jing Tian. Jing Tian's killing stroke just now had been faster than before. If he guessed correctly, Jing Tian had pocketed the rewards from the giant mosquito zombie queen and grown stronger again. Jing Tian, oh Jing Tian. You really? As the Child of Fortune Yi Fan uttered the words, you really, he suddenly froze. Only then did he notice the 2 advanced zombies slowly trailing behind Jing Tian. Is that the giant mosquito zombie queen? Jing Tian actually tamed the giant mosquito zombie queen. How is that possible? And behind the giant mosquito zombie queen, is that the mist zombie? Why is the mist zombie also following behind Jing Tian? Did Jing Tian tame the mist zombie as well? That shouldn't be right. When did the mist zombie ever cross paths with Jing Tian? By all logic, the two shouldn't have met even once. Wait, could Jing Tian have run into the mist zombie when he went to the library earlier? Is this for real? Who the hell is the Child of Fortune? Him or me? Why do all the good things fall right into his lap? The Child of Fortune Yi Fan glared at the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen behind Jing Tian. He was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood. It wasn't merely that the mist zombie had been snatched away. More than that, he was furious that Jing Tian had genuinely tamed the giant mosquito zombie queen instead of killing her and keeping the rewards for himself. He had one after another insisted that Jing Tian spared the giant mosquito zombie queen's life just to monopolize the kill rewards. That had caused Lung Yuyin, the daughter of Fortune, and Hu Kuan to lose a great deal of goodwill toward him. Originally, he had planned to wait until Jing Tian took the giant mosquito zombie queen's kill rewards, then slap both of them in the face and make them see who was right and who was wrong. Now it seemed that apart from himself being the only clown, everyone else was perfectly normal. Ark, the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, raged helplessly. The mist zombie snatched away the giant mosquito zombie queen tamed by Jing Tian, and his failure to shine in protecting the laboratory survivor's stronghold. This series of 3 crushing blows made him question his very existence. System, tell me, is Jing Tian my archenemy? Why does he always go against me? If it weren't for him, how could my life have become so miserable? The child of fortune Yi Fan demanded answers from his system, but his system, just as always, showed not the slightest intention of replying. Impossible. I am the child of fortune. I am a transmigrator. Everything in this world is destined to be mine. Jing Tian, you damn bastard. You must be a stumbling block that this damn system of mine arranged for me. Damn it. Can't I just have a smooth ride like in a satisfying web novel? Why do you have to give me a traditional formulaic script, forcing me to play the fool and rise from being trash? The child of fortune, Yi Fan, began to understand his place in the world. In his eyes, he was the protagonist of a conventional trash-to-triumph novel. It was all about suppressing first and uplifting later. Everything had to sicken him before it could get better. Why is Yi Fan coughing up blood? I don't remember putting any weakness buff on him, did I? After killing the flashy-dressed man, Jing Tian paused briefly at the sight of the child of fortune, Yi Fan, spitting blood. Then, without paying Yi Fan any further attention, he walked toward the laboratory survivor's stronghold. The flames on the second floor of the laboratory had already been extinguished by Lung Yuyan. Next, all he needed to do was inform Jing Tian about the zombie army. Then he could thoroughly count through the rewards he had recently obtained, especially that skill called Dark Hand of Weakness. The mere thought of casting a weakness buff on Yi Fan, the child of fortune, made Jing Tian thrum with excitement. Jing Tian. As Jing Tian, accompanied by the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen, reached the entrance of the laboratory, he ran straight into Lung Yuyan and her group, who had just extinguished the fire and were coming out to help. They all stared at Jing Tian in astonishment. After all, the raid on the laboratory had consisted of over 20 people, including several awakened individuals, and among them was even a formidable existence clad in dragon-scale combat armor. And yet in less than 3 minutes, all 20 plus of them had been slaughtered to the last by Jing Tian. Seeing this, it was clear that Jing Tian's combat prowess had already surpassed the average person by a wide margin and was even on a completely different level from ordinary awakened. Impressive boy, so formidable indeed. Jing Tian was the first to walk up to Jing Tian, patting him on the shoulder in admiration. You flatter me, Aunt. I was merely relying on my level and equipment advantage. Jing Tian replied modestly. How I never imagined, Jing Tian, that you'd actually have some self-awareness. Yi Fan, the child of fortune, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and came over to sneer, crushing others by relying on level and equipment advantages. What's so praiseworthy about that? As long as one's level and equipment are high enough, anyone can go on a killing spree. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, spoke with jealousy in his heart, his words dripping with sourness. Hearing this, the laboratory survivors turned to look at Yi Fan, who was spewing such vile remarks, and denounced him one after another. Yi Fan aren't level and equipment advantages, all earned by Jing Tian through his own hard work. He didn't steal them or rob anyone. He's always on the front line in every battle. Well, why do you have to make snide remarks here? Exactly. Just now, Principal Jing asked someone to capture an awakened, and that someone actually let the guy escape. And he still has the nerve to be jealous around here. Jing Tian is being modest. Some people just have no clue. By wiping out He Yes-han and his crew, Jing Tian had won the hearts of the laboratory survivors. Under such circumstances, Yi Fan's attempt to insult Jing Tian instantly made him the target of everyone's criticism. But what I said is the truth. Yi Fan retorted defiantly. But to his despair, the people at the laboratory survivors' stronghold simply ignored him completely. They treated him like air, as if he did not exist. This Yi Fan, ugly as he is, how can he have such poor judgment? Everyone is praising Jing Tian, yet he just had to go and attack him. Isn't he just asking for a beating? Su Qianqian watched Yi Fan utterly exasperated. She had originally approached Yi Fan because of his status as an awakened, hoping to improve her quality of life. Now Yi Fan's increasingly absurd behavior made her wonder whether if she stayed by his side one day, Jing Tian would throw both Yi Fan and her out of the laboratory survivor stronghold. No, I can't just sit here and wait for doom. Worried about being expelled from the laboratory stronghold, Su Qianqian made a decision in her heart. She would find a chance to meet Jing Tian and make her stance clear. At the very least, she wanted Jing Tian to know that she was not on Yi Fan's side, hoping that when he eventually dealt with Yi Fan, he would not take her down together with him. Everyone quiet down. Just as Su Qianqian was inwardly trying to distance herself from Yi Fan, Jing Tian raised her hand to quiet the survivors. Once everyone fell silent, Jing Tian reached out and pressed a hand on Jing Tian's shoulder. Jing Tian, you must be exhausted. You've been busy all day today. Even if you don't care about your own body, your aunt cares. It's getting late now. Why don't you spend the rest of the day resting properly in your room? Jing Tian wanted Jing Tian to rest and not overwork himself. Jing Tian nodded in agreement. And I'll listen to you and rest in a while. But before that, I have some good news to tell you. Good news. Jing Tian was taken aback by Jing Tian's words. Jing Tian then pointed at the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen standing at the entrance. And I found a way to tame zombies. I can't guarantee that every one of them can be tamed, but at least we now have a trump card in our hands that no one else possesses. You've worked hard, Jing Tian. Hearing Jing Tian's good news, Jing Tian did not respond to his statement about taming zombies. Instead, she looked at him with heartfelt concern and said, you've worked hard. When she had first met Jing Tian at the laboratory survivor's stronghold, all she had thought about was how to take care of him and keep him away from the brutal battlefield of the apocalyptic game. But now she realized that it was Jing Tian, the one standing before her, who had been taking care of her and the entire laboratory stronghold all along. If it had not been for Jing Tian fighting on the front lines every time, the laboratory survivor's stronghold would have long ceased to exist. And Jing Tian's heart jolted at her caring words. In that moment, for the first time, he felt that transmigrating into a villain was not so bad after all. Compared to the useless relatives of the protagonist, the villain's relatives were better by more than just one level. In most novels, as long as the child of fortune provoked a minor villain, a chain reaction would be triggered, bringing a horde of villainous relatives to help suppress the child of fortune. On the child of fortune side, having one's parents die early was the standard setup, along with being looked down upon by the family, cowering at every turn and betraying the child of fortune. It could be said that compared to the villain's relatives, almost all of the child of fortune's relatives, other than the closest ones, were utter trash. A loss may turn out to be a gain. Thank goodness that when I asked the system to send me back, it did not actually send me away. Jing Tian felt relieved inwardly. Then he quietly said to Jing Xian, "And have you noticed the black-rimmed glasses girl beside Long Yuyan? Her name is Su Tong. She's the person I left at the library to help us take charge of the zombie legion. And please give her some better food later. She's alone in the laboratory, so we can't afford to treat her poorly when it comes to meals." Jing Tian introduced Su Tong to Jing Xian. Jing Xian looked over at Su Tong upon hearing this. She remembered this girl with the black-rimmed glasses. She was the very one who had provided Jing Tian with information during his attack on the library. "Don't worry, your aunt would never treat your friend badly." After memorizing Su Tong's face, Jing Xian replied with a smile. "Thanks, aunt. I'll head back to my room to rest now." After saying this to Jing Xian, Jing Tian walked over to Long Yuyan and Su Tong. After giving Su Tong a few instructions regarding the zombie legion, he led Long Yuyan toward the resting area on the second floor of the laboratory. Previously, during his random item draw, he had obtained an awakened serum. This item would allow the user to awaken an additional skill. Jing Tian planned to use it on Long Yuyan later. As his most trusted ally, making Long Yuyan stronger was equivalent to making himself stronger. "Yuyan, in a little while, I have a treasure to give you." On the way back to the resting area, Jing Tian said quietly to Long Yuyan. Long Yuyan was stunned by his words. Her mind began to imagine what sort of treasure Jing Tian could be referring to. Suddenly a thought seemed to strike her. A faint blush spread across her fair cheeks. At Z City University, on the second floor of the survivor stronghold, in the laboratory, inside the lounge. After leading Long Yuyan back to the lounge, Jing Tian turned and shut the door. Long Yuyan noticed that detail about Jing Tian, and her earlier suspicion grew even stronger. The deep red flush on her cheeks darkened. She sat down on the edge of the bed, her head lowered. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to put it into words. Just as Long Yuyan was hesitating, Jing Tian took out an Awakener serum from his system inventory and said, "Yuyan, look at this treasure in my hand. It's called the Awakener serum. Inject it, and you will gain another awakened skill. Yuyan, this treasure can be encountered, but not sought. Shall I inject it for you, or will you do it yourself?" With that, Jing Tian looked at Long Yuyan. At that look, he sensed something was off. Why was Long Yuyan's face so red? Before they had come back to the lounge, he remembered she had been perfectly fine. What was wrong with her now? Had she caught a chill? That couldn't be. The cold aura around Long Yuyan was far colder than the wind. Jing Tian stared at her deeply reddened face, puzzled. Meanwhile, when Long Yuyan heard that the treasure Jing Tian spoke of was the Awakener serum, she was briefly stunned. She looked at him dazed. "Jing Tian," Long Yuyan asked, looking at him, "the treasure you said you had for me earlier, was it this serum in your hand?" Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. What's wrong? Is something the matter?" "Oh." Realizing she had misunderstood, Long Yuyan flapped her hands in a fluster and waved them rapidly. "No, nothing's the matter." "Huh." Jing Tian was puzzled by Long Yuyan's strange behavior. She had always been aloof and composed, yet now she was flustered and panicked. What on earth was going on? Puzzled, Jing Tian began to recall what had happened earlier. Soon enough, he realized that what he had said earlier might have been the problem, especially the line, "Wait, I have a treasure to give you." Between a boyfriend and girlfriend, that sounded like an innuendo no matter how one looked at it. Geez, could Yuyan have misunderstood and thought the treasure I meant was that? No wonder she'd been acting strange ever since she entered the lounge and I closed the door. So she thought I was after that. Jing Tian was secretly shocked. He truly hadn't been thinking along those lines. For one thing, the location was a problem. Jing Xian and Jingya might drop by at any moment. For another, he and Long Yuyan had only confirmed their relationship a few days ago. Even though they had gone through life and death together, and their bond was stronger than that of couples who had been together for months or years, this kind of thing required mutual consent. He couldn't just unilaterally try to do that sort of thing. And most important of all, he hadn't even prepared any protection. Jing Tian. Just as Jing Tian realized the problem and began letting his imagination run wild inside his head, Long Yuyan's voice broke in. "Jing Tian, you said earlier that this serum can let someone awaken one more skill. Is that true?" Long Yuyan regained her composure swiftly. By now the flush on her face had vanished, and she looked at Jing Tian as if nothing at all had happened before asking. It's true. Seeing that Lung Yuyan had swallowed her misunderstanding and let it go, Jing Tian stopped worrying about it and replied, I don't want it. Lung Yuyan turned him down. This serum can grant the person who is injected an extra awakened skill. It's so precious. How could I accept it? Jing Tian, use it yourself. Your level is higher than mine, so the benefit you gain from one more skill is far greater than what I would gain. Lung Yuyan was unwilling to take the Awakener serum. Rather than use the serum herself, she would rather have Jing Tian use it. Yuyan. Jing Tian looked at Lung Yuyan, reached out, lifted her chin, and gave a mischievous smile. Have you forgotten what my awakened skill is? I don't lack this one awakened skill. Yuyan, listen to your husband and use the serum. Rather than fighting alone, I'd rather fight alongside you. If two people are close in strength and can fight side by side, their feelings for each other will surely be better than when one person protects the other and leaves the other as dead weight. Especially someone like Lung Yuyan, whose strength was already extraordinary. She absolutely never wanted to become Jing Tian's liability one day. Listening to Jing Tian's words, Lung Yuyan fell silent. A moment later she reached out and took the Awakener serum from Jing Tian's hand. She had to become stronger. Only then could she protect the man before her. The man who thought of her whenever he had something good. Yuyan, call me when you're done with the injection. Seeing Lung Yuyan take the serum from his hand, Jing Tian turned his back. Lung Yuyan was currently wearing the dragon scale combat suit. Even bullets couldn't pierce it, let alone make it easy to inject serum. Jing Tian knew Lung Yuyan would need to take off her clothes in a moment, so he had already turned around in advance. Of course, aside from being a gentleman, he had another purpose. He wanted to take this chance to check the system reward. Ding. Just as Jing Tian turned around, a system notification sounded. Ding. Arch-villain system notification. The host stole the spotlight from Yi Fan, the child of destiny, successfully preventing Yi Fan from winning popular support and building a faction. Congratulations on completing this arch-villain system mission. 2 fortune points have been deducted from Yi Fan, the child of destiny, for a cumulative deduction of 38 points. Ding. Arch-villain system notification. Congratulations, host, on receiving the mission rewards. Acquired talent draw. Chance 1. Random item draw. Chance 1. Ding. Arch-villain system notification. Does the host wish to draw the above rewards immediately? System, draw them immediately. Ding. Arch-villain system notification. The acquired talent draw is complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the acquired talent Sword God. Ding. Arch-villain system notification. The random item draw is complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a tier 3 supply crate item, Vortex Grenade. Ding. Arch-villain system notification. Will the host use the acquired talent Sword God personally or give it to someone else? System, as always, let me see the description first. Jing Tian knew from the name alone that the acquired talent Sword God was a beneficial skill. Still, to be on the safe side, he asked the system to check the skill's description first, just so he wouldn't accidentally end up like Yi Fan and lose his manhood. Ding. Arch-villain system notification. The description of the acquired talent Sword God is as follows. Sword God, one who possesses this talent can achieve instant mastery of any sword technique they study, and each technique mastered will also receive an epiphany enhancement. Instant mastery. No limits. System, is that for real? Does that mean as long as I have a sword manual, I can instantly master even the immortal slaying sword formation? Sword God. The name alone was extraordinary. Jing Tian asked in astonishment at the system notification, but the system did not answer him. Too bad the system didn't confirm it. Still, no matter. I'll have plenty of chances to test it slowly in the future. Yuyan is from a hidden clan. With this Sword God acquired talent, no matter what clan comes calling in the future, they'll have no choice but to obediently back down. At that thought, Jing Tian was in an excellent mood. He then thought of his good friend Yi Fan and called out to the system. Check the skill I obtained from killing that awakened earlier, Dark Hand of Weakness. Now that I've gotten such a good thing, how could I forget Yi Fan? Ding. The antagonist system notification. Awakened skill Dark Hand of Weakness is being introduced as follows. Dark Hand of Weakness, single target weakening skill. Can designate a target within 100 meters to enter a weakened state, reducing the target's strength, spirit, and speed by 30%. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. 10 seconds of continuous weakness. That's good. Yi Fan's skill duration is only about 10 seconds each time anyway. In that case, Yi Fan's overall damage output from now on will only be 70%. Adding the puny as a faded wisp and unable to perform I gave him before, his output now is at most half of what it was. Jing Tian thought of this. He could barely hold back his laughter. The destined child, Yi Fan, had been on the brink of death multiple times and gained combat power improvements from those experiences. But in the end, he still couldn't oppose the boss. This was thanks in part to the various weakening debuffs Jing Tian had piled onto him. System, check my life resume. During the earlier battle with He Yeshan's group, Jing Tian had obtained quite a few awakened skills. Among them were many decent skills he hadn't paid much attention to. Now that Lung Yuyan was using the awakened serum to awaken skills, he had time to take inventory of the rewards he'd accumulated before. Ding. The antagonist system notification. Host life resume has been successfully accessed. Life resume as follows. Name Jing Tian. Gender male. Height 188 centimeters. Identity: one of the three young masters of Yingguo, leader of Z City's corporate world, chairman of Hongwu Group, sole son of Jing Hong. Level 11. Experience 1150-025-6000. Reputation 0. Gold coins 0. Strength 117. Spirit 117. Constitution 112. Weapons: blue flame Gatling gun 500 bullets, meteorite iron tang, sword armor piercing blue flame, Gatling gun 20,000 bullets, charging rocket launcher laser sword. Items: awakened skill fusion card X1. Title: Queen of the Undead. Undead infection level 2100, growth halted. Cumulative luck deduction from destined child, Yifan 38. Remaining usable antagonist luck 24. 5. Learn skills none. Awaken skills: greed, sin, blood burning, telekinesis, stealth, strike, clairvoyance, time, reversal, unbreakable, divine soldier, speed, dark barrier, dark healing, dark mental shock, dark curse, dark canine beastman, dark insight, dark mist, dark thunder rush, dark hand of weakness, dark crocodile man, dark flame mastery. Innate talents antagonist rich, second generation. Acquired talents: bad boy, lucky one, men and women work better together, swift runner, refreshing spirit leader, nirvana rebirth. Jing Tian stared at his life resume in shock. He never expected that he now had nearly 20 awakened skills in his hands. System: check the awakened skills dark curse and dark mental shock. After surveying all his awakened skills, Jing Tian called out to the system again. The skills dark curse and dark mental shock, just from their names, should be the same type of skill as dark hand of weakness. Thinking of this, Jing Tian immediately became interested again, anticipating the system's skill introduction. Ding! The antagonist system notification: awakened skills dark curse and dark mental shock are being introduced as follows. Dark curse can curse an enemy, reducing their luck value. For example, supply box drops and monster kill experience gained are halved, and so on. Duration 1 day. Cooldown 12 hours. Dark mental shock deals spiritual shock to one enemy within 50 meters, causing them to be stunned for 2 seconds. Cooldown 10 hours. Interesting. As expected, these are all skills that work well against Yifan. Jing Tian nodded in satisfaction as he listened to the system notification. Then his gaze fell on his life resume again. Soon, he was drawn to an item called Awakened Skill Fusion Card. He remembered this item was a reward from the system when he killed the giant cockroach undead and gained massive experience to level up to level 11. At that time, the notification for this item had flashed by only briefly. Then many notifications about killing awakened ones appeared. Therefore, after that, Jing Tian hadn't paid much attention to this item. Now seeing it again, he suddenly remembered. Awakened Skill Fusion Card. System: can I see the introduction for this item? Ding! The antagonist system notification: Awakened Skill Fusion Card introduction is as follows. Awakened Skill Fusion Card can fuse 2 awakened skills together to create a brand new awakened skill. Note: the new skill created through fusion is of significantly higher quality than the original skills used as fusion materials. Looks like it's similar to what I imagined for fusion. Jing Tian read the introduction of the Awakened Skill Fusion Card, rubbed his chin, and began contemplating which 2 awakened skills to fuse. After a few breaths, Jing Tian had his answer in mind. He turned his gaze to the awakened skills Dark Canine Beast Man and Dark Crocodile Man. These 2 skills, when transformed, actually provided quite good stat boosts. Unfortunately, the 2 skills couldn't be used simultaneously. Instead of holding onto 2 transformation skills that couldn't be used at the same time, it would be better to fuse them into one stronger transformation skill. Jing Tian thought of this, immediately took out the Awakened Skill Fusion Card from the system warehouse and activated it. The next second, a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! The antagonist system notification: Awakened Skill Fusion Card has been successfully used. Awakened skills Dark Canine Beast Man and Dark Crocodile Man have been deducted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new awakened skill Dark Dragon King. Dragon King. System: are you sure? A dog and a crocodile actually fused into a Dragon King. That's not just one level of improvement. That's like fusing E plus E and getting an S. How can it be this powerful? Wait, could the acquired talent Lucky One have a reaction with the Awakened Skill Fusion Card? This is absolutely insane. Jing Tian never expected that randomly picking 2 awakened skills could fuse into a Dragon King. His lips couldn't help but curve upward. At the same time, Lung Yuyin, who had finished the injection of awakened serum, her eyes were tightly closed. A layer of frost formed on her body, and cold air continued to spread outward from her. One stream of that cold air traveled along the floor, gradually spreading toward Jing Tian's back. That cold air was extremely terrifying. Before it even touched Jing Tian could already feel its bone-piercing chill. Could Lung Yuyin have successfully awakened her second skill? Feeling the cold air approach, Jing Tian immediately thought of Lung Yuyin and asked, Yuyin, did you successfully awaken your second skill, Jing Tian felt the chill surging toward him and asked Lung Yuyin about it. What puzzled him, however, was that Lung Yuyin did not answer. Only the bone-piercing cold continued to press closer to him. Could something have happened to her? Jing Tian thought. He cast aside all other concerns and turned to look at Lung Yuyin. This is... Jing Tian turned around and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Lung Yuyin's eyes were tightly shut and her face was twisted with pain. Yuyin, can you hear me? Jing Tian wanted to ask Lung Yuyin what had happened. Unfortunately, she did not answer him. It was as if she could not hear his voice at all. Seeing that Lung Yuyin still gave no reply, Jing Tian grew anxious and restless. He did not know what was happening to Lung Yuyin, nor how he could help her. Just then Lung Yuyin suddenly forced out one word: cold. Her arms were crossed, and her whole body trembled slightly. Hearing the sound, Jing Tian believed that Lung Yuyin had regained consciousness and hurriedly looked over at her. But Lung Yuyin's eyes were still tightly shut with no sign of waking. Seeing that she had not woken up, Jing Tian recalled her earlier words and began to think. Cold. Yuyin possesses the heavenly cold constitution. Logically, ordinary cold should be powerless against her. Yet just now she was unmistakably crying out that she was cold. Could it be that the skill she awakened this time was so powerful that its cold exceeded the limit she could endure? Jing Tian thought. Suddenly he realized something. The child of fortune Yi Fan possessed fire attribute energy, exactly what could complement Lung Yuyin. According to the usual novel logic of how a child of fortune and a daughter of fortune interact, the daughter of fortune Lung Yuyin was bound to have an inherent flaw in her constitution that happened to be solvable by the child of fortune Yi Fan. That was how their feelings for each other kept growing stronger. So that's how it is. Jing Tian understood, his eyes narrowing slightly as he silently activated his awakened skill, Dark Flame Mastery. If it had been before today, he truly had no fire attribute skill. Fortunately, when he killed a non-mainstream man today, he happened to obtain a fire attribute skill. Yuyin, I'm sorry. Jing Tian apologized to Lung Yuyin, then black flames ignited over his body as he moved to embrace her. As Jing Tian embraced Lung Yuyin, her trembling body gradually calmed. Even the pained expression on her face vanished. The next day, Lung Yuyin's eyes, which had remained shut all along, slowly opened. She did not know what had happened yesterday. She only remembered that after injecting the Awakener serum, it was as if she had fallen into a 10,000-year ice cavern. The cold there was far more vicious than the cold emanating from her own body. Even she, with her heavenly cold constitution, could not withstand the chill eroding her. Her body curled up, trembling all over. Just when she thought she was about to be frozen by that cold, she suddenly felt a warmth embrace and wrap around her. It was at that moment that she drifted off into a deep, comfortable sleep. Could it be caused by an awakened skill? Lung Yuyin wondered inwardly. Suddenly a notification sounded in her mind. Doomsday game notification: congratulations. You have awakened the skill Frost Dragon Maiden. So it really was because of an awakened skill. Hearing the Doomsday game's notification, Lung Yuyin understood the reason for the chill she had felt yesterday. Jing Tian. She wanted to tell Jing Tian the good news right away. But after calling Jing Tian's name, she immediately realized something was off. She seemed to be held by something. This is... Lung Yuyin's heart jolted. She hurriedly looked at the figure holding her. The person holding her was none other than Jing Tian. Did Jing Tian really hold me like this all night? The warmth that appeared when I felt the cold reach its peak yesterday. Was it actually Jing Tian's embrace? Lung Yuyin thought. As she looked at Jing Tian, tears welled up in her eyes. She grew more and more jealous of one thing: if only Jing Tian were not a reborn man. Then Jing Tian would belong only to her. Lung Yuyin was jealous of herself again. Looking at Jing Tian, who had not yet woken up, she quietly leaned toward him. Afraid of waking Jing Tian, she gave him a feather-like kiss on the cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water. Even though Lung Yuyin's kiss was extremely soft, Jing Tian still caught the jelly-like touch. He opened his eyes and woke in confusion. Yuyin, you're awake. Jing Tian looked at Lung Yuyin and greeted her normally. Lung Yuyin was taken aback. Having just done something she shouldn't have, she had not expected Jing Tian to wake up. Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head and said, "Good morning, Jing Tian. Is it already morning?" Hearing Lung Yuyin's words, Jing Tian looked out the window. The sun outside had only just risen. Compared with the half-set sun from before, it was clearly already the next day. Time really flew by. Jing Tian could not help remarking. Hearing this, Lung Yuyin said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Jing Tian, for causing you trouble." "Ahem, not at all. How could holding my wife be called a bother?" Jing Tian looked at Lung Yuyin and replied with a smile. Then suddenly, Jing Tian noticed something. Yesterday, in order to inject the Awakener serum into her shoulder, Lung Yuyin had pulled her dragon scale combat suit down to her collarbone. Now, because Lung Yuyin had not been paying attention, the dragon scale combat suit had slipped another inch, revealing a faintly visible, alluring view. "Ahem. Yuyin, your clothes," Jing Tian reminded her. Lung Yuyin was confused at first. Then after she looked down at her clothes, she hurriedly turned around in a fluster and dressed herself. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lung Yuyin finished adjusting her clothes, someone knocked on the door of the lounge. "Cousin, wake up. Auntie told me to bring you something to eat." Jingya knocked on the door. Hearing this, Jing Tian opened it. Seeing the door open, Jingya slipped right in. She was just about to chat with Jing Tian with a smile. Then she suddenly noticed Lung Yuyin sitting at the bedside with a flush on her cheeks. As if she now understood something, Jingya set the food on the table and slinked away. "Whoa!" Jingya fled with a sob in her voice. Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin were stunned for a moment, exchanged glances, and burst into laughter at the same time. "Jing Tian, I'll fix you something to eat." Lung Yuyin stood up and prepared the self-heating rice for him. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding! Great villain system notification. The Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, has received a system notification that a Tier 3 advanced zombie, the Glutton, has appeared in the department store in University City, Z City. Several survivor teams from University City are attacking it, but none have succeeded yet. When the Snipe and the Clam grapple, the Fisherman profits. As long as Yi Fan kills it above his level, he will obtain extremely high experience rewards and a Tier 3 advanced item. Ding. Great villain system notification. Host is requested to steal the kill of the Tier 3 advanced zombie Glutton from the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan. Complete the task to deduct 3 fortune points from Yi Fan, the Child of Fortune, and gain 2 acquired talent. Draws 2 random item. Draws 1 awakened skill enhancement card and 1 awakened skill fusion card. Kill a Tier 3 advanced zombie. As I recall, the current Doomsday game progress at Z City University is still at collecting Tier 2 supply crates. From the looks of it, Yi Fan is planning to fight above his level. While children of fortune always love to show off by fighting above their level. Since Yi Fan is the Child of Fortune, he is no exception. I just wonder whether he can still fight above his level after I put a few weakness debuffs on him. Jing Tian once again conceived the idea of tricking the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the survivor stronghold in the laboratory, Yi Fan, the Child of Fortune, looked at Su Qianqian and said, Su Qianqian, I need to go out for a while. It just occurred to me that I have a friend outside Z City University. I want to see if he's still alive. Please tell Principal Jing for me later. I'm leaving now. With that, Yi Fan walked out of the laboratory. Su Qianqian watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. She knew her chance had come. With Yi Fan away, this was the perfect opportunity to show Jing Tian where she stood. Yi Fan, you can't blame me for this. Why did you have to offend Jing Tian of all things? I can't let you drag me down with you. Su Qianqian intended to betray Yi Fan to save herself. After Yi Fan left the laboratory, she went to Jing Xian. First, she told Jing Xian everything Yi Fan had previously asked her to relay. Then in a hushed voice, she expressed her plea to meet Jing Tian alone. Jing Xian knew that Su Qianqian and Yi Fan had been getting close, so she initially wanted nothing to do with her. Yet the moment she remembered that Su Qianqian had once been Jing Tian's girlfriend for a few days, her gaze turned icy. Su Qianqian, we both know full well what sort of person you are. Right now, Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan are doing well together. A perfect match of talent and beauty. You're not thinking of stepping in and foolishly trying to get back with Jing Tian, are you? Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm very satisfied with Leng Yuyan as my nephew's wife. If you dare to sabotage the relationship between Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan, you know the consequences. It's the apocalypse now. Oh, I wouldn't mind if the survivor team loses one more person. Jing Xian's words were full of menace. Su Qianqian turned pale with fright and quickly waved her hands. Principal, you've misunderstood. I don't intend to get back together with Jing Tian. Seeing that Jing Tian has a conflict with Yi Fan, I only wanted to make my stance clear to Jing Tian. I've been staying by Yi Fan's side and truly did nothing. Only for the food he gave me. Afraid that Jing Xian would misunderstand, Su Qianqian poured out everything on her mind. Hearing this, Jing Xian's cold gaze softened somewhat. I'll relay your words to Jing Tian. As for your request to meet Jing Tian alone, I'm telling you that won't happen. If you have anything to say in the future, say it to me, and I'll pass it on to Jing Tian. If I ever see you going to Jing Tian alone, you're dead for sure. I see. Su Qianqian lowered her head and walked away. Principal, from now on, if Yi Fan makes any move, I'll report to you immediately. With that, Su Qianqian left Jing Xian's side. Watching her go, Jing Xian quickly headed toward the lounge where Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan were staying. She intended to tell Jing Tian privately about Su Qianqian's matter. Jing Tian, are you free? Can you come to my office for a moment? I have something to tell you. Jing Xian knocked on the lounge door. Inside, Jing Tian and Leng Yuyan had just finished breakfast. Seeing that Jing Xian needed him, Jing Tian told Leng Yuyan he would be right back. He opened the door and followed Jing Xian to her office. As soon as they arrived at the office, Jing Xian told Jing Tian everything that had happened with Su Qianqian. Jing Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Qianqian to betray Yi Fan in order to save herself. It seems I was right to dump her back then. Jing Tian felt relieved. Then he looked at Jing Xian and said, "And there are no feelings between Su Qianqian and me. You were right to keep us from meeting alone. That way she won't get any ideas. Then what about her helping us keep an eye on Yi Fan? Do we need it?" Jing Xian asked after hearing his answer. "And if Su Qianqian volunteered to spy on Yi Fan, then let her. But we must not give her any extra rewards. She's a thankless wretch. Feeding her to the full will only turn her against us." Jing Tian discussed how to handle Su Qianqian, then added, "By the way, Aunt, there's something I want to tell you. Haven't I already tamed 2 zombies? When I tamed them, I got some information from them. About a kilometer outside Z City University, there's a department store, and a high-level 3rd-tier zombie is lurking inside. I want to go check it out and see if I can tame it. If not, killing it for experience wouldn't be bad either." Jing Tian, do you mean you're going to leave Z City University for a while? Jing Xian was startled by Jing Tian's words. Even in a small place like Z City University, dangers lurked everywhere. If he stepped outside, the perils he would encounter would surely be even greater. Jing Tian, the Doomsday game progress outside Z City University is several days ahead of ours inside. There will certainly be more dangers. Are you sure you want to go? Jing Tian worried that Jing Tian would be in danger if he left Z City University. Jing Tian replied, and I'm sure. Fortune favors the bold. The pace outside Z City University is already far ahead of ours. If I don't go out and see for myself, but only rely on what others say, I'll never truly understand the real danger. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Jing Tian, since you've made up your mind to go out, your aunt won't stop you. Tell me, is there anything you need my help with? Should I organize a survivor team for you? Seeing that Jing Tian was determined to go find the third-tier zombie, Jing Tian chose to support him. And no survivor team needed. This time I plan to take only Yu Yan and the zombie legion. The situation outside is unclear now, too many people would only make things worse. Jing Tian replied. Jing Tian nodded at his words. Ordinary survivors had low combat power and might end up being a burden to Jing Tian. Unable to help Jing Tian, Jing Tian walked over and gave him a hug. You little rascal, stay safe. Don't worry, Aunt. Jing Tian replied with a smile. After finishing his talk with Jing Tian, he immediately returned to the lounge. Taking Lung Yuyan with him, he quickly left the laboratory and went to find Su Tong in the library. Su Tong was managing the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen for him, and their combat abilities were formidable. This time the enemy was a high-level third-tier zombie, the glutton. With their help it would be better than going alone. Jing Tian assembled the team and headed for the University City Department Store. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the University City Department Store, Yi Fan, the child of fortune, had just arrived when the stench wafting from the department store entrance made him retch. The stench here was particularly severe. It was even worse than the cafeteria at Z City University, at least a dozen times more concentrated. What's going on? Why is the stench inside so strong? Logically speaking, the department store is only 2 or 3 times larger than the cafeteria at Z City University. Why is the stench so much stronger? Strange. Yi Fan, the child of fortune, sensed something wrong with the department store. Yet this unease was not enough to deter him. On the contrary, it only fueled his curiosity. City Z University Town. Inside the department store. As the destined hero Yi Fan ventured deeper, he quickly discovered something troubling. There were an exceptionally large number of corpse fragments scattered throughout this place. So many that they covered the ground everywhere. Terrifyingly dense. Why are there so many corpse fragments in here? Even if the department store was having a promotion when the apocalypse game started, it shouldn't have been packed full of people throughout the entire store. The destined hero Yi Fan ventured deeper into the department store, feeling an increasing sense of eeriness. Especially those corpse fragments piled up on the ground. They just kept multiplying. Tremendously numerous. Unnaturally numerous. Kid, put your hands up. Just as Yi Fan was lamenting the excessive zombie remains on the floor, a gravelly voice suddenly rang out. Yi Fan followed the sound and looked in that direction. It turned out to be an old soldier wearing camouflage. Who are you? Yi Fan curiously asked the veteran. The old soldier had no one else around him. This was quite rare in the apocalypse game, where survivor teams were everywhere. You don't need to know my name. The camouflage-wearing veteran replied to Yi Fan's question. Kid, I'm telling you to put your hands up, not because I want to kill you or rob you. I only want to tell you one thing. Get far away from here immediately. There's an advanced zombie devourer in here, and it's absolutely not something us humans can defeat. The camouflage-wearing veteran tried to persuade Yi Fan to leave the department store. Yi Fan heard this and asked, puzzled, why can't we humans defeat it? Have you seen that super zombie devourer? Can you tell me the specifics about the devourer? I can't leave. I have a reason why I must kill it. Yi Fan said he had a reason why he must kill the devourer zombie. Upon hearing this, the camouflage-wearing boss let out a disdainful cold smile. He was the first person to arrive here. He was also the first person to have clashed with the devourer zombie. He deeply understood the devourer's terrifying power. If it weren't for his awakening skill that allowed him to protect himself, he would have long died inside that devourer zombie's 2-meter-wide mouth. A reason why you must kill it. What reason? To level up or to get the equipment it drops? Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. Over these past few days, more than 10 survivor teams totaling over 100 people have come to this department store, but not a single one of them has walked out alive. Do you understand what I'm saying? As long as you dare enter to find the devourer, it's certain death with no hope of survival. The camouflage-wearing veteran said this, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Yi Fan. He hoped that upon hearing this, Yi Fan would turn back and leave the department store immediately, so he wouldn't lose his life here for nothing. This was also why he chose to stay here. His time was running out. He didn't want more people to die at the hands of the devourer zombie. My girlfriend was taken from me by someone. The destined hero Yi Fan, upon hearing the camouflage-wearing veteran's persuasion, took a deep breath, his eyes filled with hatred, and said, when the apocalypse game descended, the order of the original world was completely destroyed. Many unscrupulous people rose up in the apocalypse, claiming supremacy. They relied on their awakening skills and established forces to seize everything by force. I was all alone with little power. My girlfriend was taken right in front of my eyes. I hate it. If I had been strong enough, this wouldn't have happened. If I had been strong enough, I could have saved my girlfriend. You're right. I came to the department store to kill the devourer zombie, to grow stronger, and also for the equipment it drops. But this is the only path I have, otherwise I won't be able to save my girlfriend. The destined hero Yi Fan's words were half true and half false. The camouflage-wearing veteran was stunned upon hearing this. He never expected this bald young man before him to have such a tragic background. No wonder. I was wondering why everyone else came in survivor teams, yet he came alone. So he's like me, a lone wolf in this apocalypse game. The camouflage-wearing veteran listened to Yi Fan's words, recalling his own previous experiences. He sighed deeply. Kid, put your hands down. By the way, what's your name? I'm Yi Fan. When Yi Fan saw the camouflage-wearing veteran ask for his name, he quickly replied. Yi Fan, not bad, quite a nice name. The camouflage-wearing veteran smiled and lit a cigarette. Kid, is everything you said true? Absolutely true. Yi Fan nodded. Alas, this might be fate. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the camouflage-wearing veteran handed Yi Fan a cigarette. Kid, I wasn't lying to you just now. The devourer zombie inside this department store has terrifyingly powerful strength. Just from what I know, over 100 survivors have died at its hands. Its body is bulletproof, and even hand grenades can't cause it significant damage. If you don't have any special abilities, confronting it would be giving it a free kill. The camouflage-wearing veteran warned Yi Fan once again. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan activated his fire attribute energy, his entire body bursting into flames. I do have abilities. I possess fire attribute energy, and no matter how thick the armor, I can still deal damage to it. And my level isn't low either. Plus, being constantly targeted, I've been fighting on the front lines for a long time. I believe I can defeat the devourer zombie. The camouflage-wearing veteran hesitated upon seeing the fire attribute energy surrounding Yi Fan. He had seen a few awakened ones with fire attribute energy. They could indeed ignore armor and damage high-level zombies. However, that bit of damage was clearly far from enough to deal with a third-tier advanced zombie like the devourer. So I'm going to die anyway, whether it's a few days earlier or later. Since fate led me to encounter this boy named Yi Fan, then let me help this person who shares my similar fate. The camouflage-wearing veteran thought to himself. He looked at Yi Fan and said, I can help you go together to kill the devourer zombie. However, after we defeat the devourer zombie, you must agree to one condition from me. Of course, if both of us die later, then there's no need to mention any conditions. The camouflage-wearing veteran offered to help Yi Fan. Yi Fan never expected to find help here. Overjoyed in his heart, he immediately nodded in agreement. The fact that the camouflage-wearing veteran could stay here all this time without dying meant he absolutely possessed considerable combat strength. Being able to recruit such a helper into his group. On every account, that was a huge profit. Previously, Yi Fan had always wanted to establish his own force. But except for Su Cece, who had no combat ability, he hadn't found a suitable candidate. Now he had finally found someone with very strong combat strength willing to join him. Uncle, what's your name? The destined hero Yi Fan tried to build rapport with the camouflage-wearing veteran. The camouflage-wearing veteran heard this and smiled. My name is Zheng Shanhai. You can call me Uncle Zheng. Let's go, kid. Let's go fight the devourer zombie together. Yin Fan, the child of fortune, walked alongside Zheng Shanhai, a veteran clad in camouflage, heading into the department store. As they moved forward, Zheng Shanhai shared with him his experience from their first encounter with the devourer zombie. The devourer zombie differed from ordinary human zombies and also from giant animal zombies. It bore a striking resemblance to a ghoul. Part human, part not. Its body was covered in dense muscle. Its head was disproportionately large, dominated by a mouth spanning half its face. Razor-sharp fangs could effortlessly tear through rock and even steel. Moreover, it possessed a tongue akin to a lizard's. The tongue was extremely long, like a whip that could be freely extended and manipulated at will. Its destructive power was astonishing. The tongue was also adhesive. Once touched, escape was nearly impossible. Yet none of this was the most terrifying aspect of the devourer zombie. Its most fearsome trait was its ability to grow. Under normal circumstances, a devourer zombie stood only 2 or 3 meters tall. But when it expanded, its height multiplied several times over. The most dramatic change occurred in its head. Its mouth alone measured 2 meters wide. In this state, the devourer zombie's combat power surged to another level entirely. Zheng Shanhai had already suffered greatly against the enlarged form of such a creature during their previous encounter. He had been fiercely lashed by its barbed tongue. A significant amount of zombie venom had entered his body through the barbs. The Doomsday game system even warned him that his infection rate had already exceeded 85% and continued to rise. However, Zheng Shanhai had not mentioned his injury to Yin Fan, because he had never intended to survive this battle against the devourer zombie. He would devote his remaining life to aiding the bald young man who shared his desperate fate. He also begged the young man to agree to his conditions after killing the devourer zombie. We've arrived. The devourer zombie is hiding on the floor below the elevator. Do you see those fresh corpse remains piled on the elevator? They're the remains of that survivor team that arrived an hour ago. I remember their uniforms. After leading Yin Fan to the elevator entrance, veteran Zheng Shanhai said. Yin Fan looked toward the elevator upon hearing this. The elevator was currently broken, piled high with various remains including arms. Among them, several corpses wearing blue school uniforms stood out prominently. Although most of their bodies had been hollowed out, Yin Fan could still estimate the time of death from the blood that had not yet fully coagulated. It aligned closely with what Zheng Shanhai had said, approximately 1 hour ago. Looks like Uncle Zheng wasn't lying to me, Yin Fan thought to himself. Concern began to weigh on him. If the Devourer zombie was truly as powerful as Zheng Shanhai described, could he defeat it? Would he have to rely on sacrificing his life force once again? Unknowingly, he had already sacrificed his life force several times. In other words, his fortune value had dropped by several points. Under normal circumstances, a child of fortune's fortune value totals only 100 points. By that calculation, his fortune value should still be around 90 plus points. 90 plus points was substantial enough to allow him to freely sacrifice his life force. But Yin Fan worried that if his fortune value was not 100 points, but merely 50 or 60, would continuously sacrificing his life force lead to backlash. Thinking of this, Yin Fan's expression grew increasingly troubled. Fortunately, he had no idea that Jing Tian had already deducted dozens of points from his fortune value. Otherwise, he would surely have confronted Jing Tian in a furious battle. Growl growl. Just as the child of fortune, Yin Fan, harbored his inner troubles, a low growl emanated from the floor beneath the elevator. Boy, that thing senses we've arrived, said Zheng Shanhai in camouflage. His figure suddenly became translucent. Without close observation, his presence would be nearly undetectable. What is this? Yin Fan asked in astonishment, staring at the semi-transparent veteran. Zheng Shanhai chuckled at Yin Fan's reaction. This is my awakening skill stealth. I've survived this long entirely thanks to this ability. The child of fortune Yin Fan listened to Zheng Shanhai's words utterly speechless. He had originally expected Zheng Shanhai to fight the Devourer zombie alongside him in a direct confrontation. Who would have thought that Zheng Shanhai was a cunning schemer specializing in ambush attacks and covert strikes? In this way, the only enemy the Devourer zombie would notice was himself. Wouldn't his upcoming battle be extremely dire? Damn it, I'm really done with this sneaky old fox. The child of fortune Yin Fan felt despondent inside. But now there was no turning back. He had no opportunity to reconsider. Having one more cunning ally to help was at least better than nothing. Devourer zombie. I'll see for myself. Just how powerful are you as that old fox claims? Yin Fan thought to himself, flames igniting across his body as he activated his awakening skill, Giant Elephant Power. Growl growl. Just as Yin Fan activated his awakening skill, Giant Elephant Power, the Devourer zombie had already rushed to the elevator entrance, staring up and down at Yin Fan with its round, grotesque eyes. Damn it, it really is exactly as that old fox described. Looks just like a ghoul. Yin Fan retorted while observing the Devourer zombie scrutinizing him. The next instant, he clenched his fists tightly and charged directly toward the Devourer zombie. His awakening skill had limited duration. Although the duration had increased after upgrading and the cooldown had decreased in the face of a powerful enemy like the Devourer zombie, he still could not afford the slightest slackness. Otherwise, he would likely fall into a near-death state. I hear your hide is thick and tough. Bullets can't pierce it, and even grenades can only inflict superficial wounds. Then today, taste my fists. Yin Fan said, and his fist wrapped in fire attribute energy smashed toward the Devourer zombie's eyes. Originally, Yin Fan had expected the Devourer zombie to dodge, but to his surprise, the creature did not intend to evade at all. Taking advantage of the moment, when Yin Fan swung his fist at its eyes, its sharp claws were already slashing toward Yin Fan's body. The Devourer zombie rarely found its defenses breached. Therefore, in these kinds of direct confrontations, it had never backed down. Ironically, it was Yin Fan, mid-swing, who lost his nerve. Seeing the Devourer zombie prepare to trade blows with him, he hastily withdrew his extended fist to defend himself. Bang! After Yin Fan showed weakness, the Devourer zombie swatted him away with a single claw, sending him flying over 10 meters. He rolled across the ground for over 10 or 20 full turns before coming to a stop. Boy, are you alright. Seeing Yin Fan knocked away on first contact, veteran Zheng Shanhai quickly threw a smoke bomb toward the Devourer zombie and rushed over to check on him. Cough cough. Yin Fan spat several mouthfuls of dark blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, then climbed back up. I'm fine. I was careless just now. Uncle Zheng, let's continue. Yi Fan told the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai that he was fine. Then, under Zheng Shanhai's stunned gaze, he gradually transformed into a half-lion, half-human form. The glutton zombie's combat power was utterly terrifying. A single clash just now had nearly cost Yi Fan his life. Yi Fan could only fight with everything he had. Otherwise, he would likely be beaten to the brink of death by the glutton zombie before he could activate his second awakening skill, Lion King. Beast, I just wasn't serious before. This time let's try again. So declared Yi Fan, the child of fortune. He charged straight at the glutton zombie. Seeing Yi Fan's fist flying toward it, the glutton zombie showed no fear whatsoever, just as before. It swung its sharp claws and clashed head-on with Yi Fan. Gur. The glutton zombie let out a low growl as its claws smashed against Yi Fan's fist. But this time Yi Fan was not sent flying a dozen meters away. He was only forced back a few steps. The glutton zombie froze in bewilderment at the suddenly stronger Yi Fan. When it had fought Yi Fan before, it had already roughly judged Yi Fan's strength. But in this clash, it clearly sensed that Yi Fan had become far stronger. This guy, he can actually take a blow from the glutton zombie head-on. The translucent camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai was stunned as he watched Yi Fan suddenly grow stronger and withstand the glutton zombie's attack. In his eyes, awakened ones should only have one awakening skill. A person with two awakening skills like Yi Fan was something he had never seen before. From this angle, Yi Fan was an elite among the awakened no matter how one looked at it. Yet this very prodigy, favored by heaven, had his girlfriend stolen from him. Just how powerful were those who had stolen Yi Fan's girlfriend? Was it because they had greater numbers? Or did they hold some leverage over Yi Fan? Or was it simply a crushing gap in strength? The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai was filled with guesses about Yi Fan's enemies. At the same time, Yi Fan, locked in battle with the glutton zombie, was covered with wounds after several rounds of intense combat. Even though his strength had doubled, he was still no match for the glutton zombie. Uncle Zheng, I can't hold out much longer. Please help me. Yi Fan called for support from Zheng Shanhai, the camouflage-clad veteran. Hearing this, Zheng Shanhai snapped back to reality from his speculation about Yi Fan's enemies. He immediately trained his sniper rifle on the glutton zombie and pulled the trigger. Each shot was fired while the glutton zombie was fighting Yi Fan, sneakily striking at its eyes. Gur. The glutton zombie let out an enraged roar. The veteran's bullets could not pierce its eyes, but they still caused wave after wave of stabbing pain. Seeing this, Yi Fan, the child of fortune, seized the opportunity. While the glutton zombie was distracted by the sniper bullets, he swung one flame-wreathed fist after another at the glutton zombie's body. The elemental attacks carried a penetrating effect. Yi Fan's fiery punches landed solidly, beating the glutton zombie back step by step. Originally, the glutton zombie's grayish-blue skin had now developed many charred black wounds. It looks like this works. Seeing the wounds on the glutton zombie, Yi Fan, the child of fortune, seized the moment. He swung his flaming fist and hammered into the glutton zombie once more. His skill's duration was limited. He had to destroy the glutton zombie in one decisive rush, otherwise once the duration ran out, he would be left to take a beating. Bang, bang, bang. Coordinating with the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai, Yi Fan, the child of fortune, landed a series of attacks on the glutton zombie. The scorching fiery fists hammered into the glutton zombie like a machine gun. For a moment, the glutton zombie lost its previous ferocity. It no longer dared to trade blows with Yi Fan and began to retreat. This kid is incredible. Among all the awakened I've met, if he isn't the first, he can still rank second. The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai watched as Yi Fan fought with such fierceness, meeting the glutton zombie head-on and driving it back, and gasped in admiration. But admiration was just admiration. Zheng Shanhai knew they were still a long way from victory. After all, the glutton zombie had not yet entered its second stage. The current battle was only the opening act. Kid, remember to watch out for that thing's second stage. The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai reminded Yi Fan, the child of fortune. Yi Fan nodded in response. The glutton zombie was a high-level third-tier zombie. It was even stronger than the giant mosquito zombie queen, which had evolved into its second stage. The giant mosquito zombie queen alone had already made him feel powerless in battle. How could he possibly take down this third-tier glutton zombie with such ease? Half the skill duration has already passed. Uncle Zheng, that sneaky old veteran, is useless in a frontal fight. He can't buy me any time at all. It seems there's only one road left for me now. I have no choice but to stake everything against it. The child of fortune thought it over again and again. In the end, the only road left was still to burn his life force at the brink of death. He felt helpless too. He always felt weak and drained. Even if he used every last trump card, he still could not kill the glutton zombie. He even felt that the system was deliberately making him burn his lifespan. The glutton zombie was so powerful, so why did the system send him to fight it? Could it be that the system thought his stat panel could match the glutton zombie? Yi Fan racked his brain, but he still could not figure out what exactly was going on. At this moment, he could only burn his lifespan to become stronger, hoping that later his strength would stabilize and his fortune value would stop falling. Beast, dare you fight me? The child of fortune Yi Fan roared at the glutton zombie. In the next moment, flames blazed over his whole body, and he charged after the glutton zombie like a flaming lion. Is this guy even human? The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai was shocked by the combat ability Yi Fan revealed by risking his life. Even the glutton zombie, seeing Yi Fan at that moment, felt the urge to retreat. It did not know that Yi Fan was risking his life at this very moment. It feared that Yi Fan, like itself, still had an even stronger trump card yet to be played. The glutton zombie did not want to be entangled with Yi Fan and kept backing away. But how could Yi Fan give it a chance to retreat? This was an advantage he had won by risking his life, and he had to hold on to it. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan closed in on the glutton zombie and threw a punch at its head. Seeing that Yi Fan had no intention of letting it leave, it stopped retreating. Its eyes flushed red, it roared furiously, and its claws spread wide like two beast traps grasping at Yi Fan. Bang! The glutton zombie's claws collided with Yi Fan's flaming fist. At that moment, both of them were using all their strength. After a short half-breath, the glutton zombie used its advantage in strength to send Yi Fan flying. While Yi Fan was still in midair, it extended its barb-covered tongue and with deadly precision stabbed straight at his head. But at that very moment, the glutton zombie suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Yi Fan, who had been sent flying and seemed to be in mortal peril, actually revealed a faint smile. What on earth was going on? At the very moment the glutton zombie was baffled, Yi Fan raised his hand as a shield to guard his chest, blocking the tongue that the glutton zombie thrust at him. The next second, with a squelch, Yi Fan's hand was pierced through by the glutton zombie's tongue. But that was precisely what he wanted. After getting his hand pierced, he swiftly raised his other hand using it as a blade and cleaved the glutton zombie's tongue off in one stroke. Roar. The glutton zombie had never expected Yi Fan to gamble life against life. After bellowing in rage, it decisively activated its second phase. It no longer allowed Yi Fan any chance to harm it. Watch out. The glutton zombie is about to enter its second phase. Seeing this, the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai hurriedly warned Yi Fan. Hearing this, Yi Fan showed no intention of retreating in the slightest. Instead, he charged at the glutton zombie with complete disregard for his life. He was at death's door no matter what. One fortune point would be deducted regardless. Rather than wait for the skill's duration to run out and go on cooldown before falling into a near-death state, he preferred to use these final few seconds to deal as much damage as possible to the glutton zombie. Is this kid crazy? Zheng Shanhai, the veteran in camouflage, watched Yi Fan in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yi Fan's fighting style would be so ferocious. Damn it. Forget it. I'll throw my life into this too. The camouflage-clad veteran's blood was fired up by Yi Fan's fighting style. He held his sniper rifle tight and pulled the trigger again and again at the glutton zombie. At the same time, just outside the department store gate, Jing Tian and his party finally arrived. Su Tong asked the mist zombie and the others if there's a high-tier zombie inside. I want to see whether that man lied to me. Jing Tian had barely reached the entrance of the department store when he asked Su Tong. This time, the reason he had brought Su Tong along to the department store was that a captive from another survivor team had told him a high-tier zombie was here. Since he was going to play the part, he had to see it through. Jing Tian started his performance the moment he arrived. Jing Tian, there really is a high-tier zombie here. That man didn't lie to you. Hearing Jing Tian's words, Su Tong replied, just now, I activated Divine Sense Link and asked Sister Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen. They both told me that inside the department store they could smell a kindred aura stronger than their own. A kindred aura stronger than theirs. Then that man really didn't deceive me. Let's go. We'll enter together and take a look. Hearing Su Tong's words, Jing Tian immediately led the team toward the interior of the department store. After only a few steps inside, the group could hear movement coming from deeper within the department store. Someone's inside. Su Tong was startled by the sound. The department store was littered with corpses and mangled remains. At that moment, her nerves were stretched taut. If it weren't for Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan beside her, as well as the Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen, she would never have come here. Could another survivor team have started fighting that high-tier zombie? Lung Yuyan analyzed as she listened. The cold air around her expanded as she prepared for battle. Su Tong, from now on we split into two groups. Lung Yuyan and I will fight head-on. You Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen hide in a corner and wait for my signal before acting. We have the Zombie Legion as a secret weapon. There's no need to reveal it to them from the start. Jing Tian explained his plan to Su Tong. After Su Tong nodded in agreement, Jing Tian immediately took Lung Yuyan and followed the sound. 3 minutes later, the two arrived where Yi Fan was fighting the glutton zombie. By this time, the glutton zombie had already entered its second phase. Its entire body had expanded greatly, reaching a staggering 14 or 15 meters in height. But because the department store ceiling was only 3 meters high, the glutton zombie could only crouch awkwardly and fight Yi Fan. Is that Yi Fan? Why is he here? Lung Yuyan was shocked at the sight of Yi Fan. He clearly had not come with them this time. There was no reason for Yi Fan to appear here. Could Jing Tian have followed Yi Fan here? The daughter of fortune Lung Yuyan thought about it and turned to Jing Tian. When the Doomsday game first descended, Jing Tian had told her outright that he was a reincarnator. He had also given her a key piece of information. In the previous life, many rewards had been discovered by Yi Fan first. From this perspective, Jing Tian's encounter with Yi Fan at this department store was not a coincidence. Jing Tian, did you know Yi Fan would come here? Lung Yuyan looked at Jing Tian and asked. Jing Tian nodded and replied, Yuyan, this is why I've tolerated Yi Fan's repeated provocations and still kept him at the laboratory survivor base. That bastard may be revolting, but his luck is truly excellent. If we follow him, we can find no shortage of good things. And with that, I can protect you with more confidence. Jing Tian's words sounded sincere. Listening to him, Lung Yuyan looked at him with heartache in her eyes. Never mind Jing Tian. Lung Yuyan herself utterly despised Yi Fan. Yi Fan was arrogant, egotistical, selfish, careless of others' feelings, and quick to slander anyone. If not for their old classmate ties and the fact that Jing Tian had said Yi Fan was worth keeping around, she would have taken action against him long ago. Yuyan, I should make my move now. Yi Fan is no match for that glutton zombie. In the previous life, Yi Fan was lucky and found many treasures, but his own strength was limited, so he wasn't able to claim them for himself. He only snatched them after someone else had made a move. If we wait any longer, Yi Fan will die soon. Jing Tian was spouting nonsense with a perfectly straight face. At the same time, Lung Yuyan charged with him toward the glutton zombie. While doing so, he silently activated his awakened skills on Yi Fan, Dark Curse, Dark Hand of Weakness, and Dark Mind Shock, inflicting 3 debuffs upon the son of fortune Yi Fan. Yi Fan, who had been evading the glutton zombie, froze in stunned stillness the next second, only to be swatted dozens of meters away by a claw strike. He crashed heavily into the wall. Cough, cough. Coughing blood, Yi Fan struggled down from the wall. The moment his feet hit the ground, he felt his whole body drained of strength. It was as though he had fallen into weakness after intense physical exertion. What is going on? Why did my mind suddenly go blank just now? My awakened skill's duration clearly hasn't ended yet. Why am I feeling weak before it's time? Strange. Could it be due to the near-death state earlier when another fortune point was deducted? Can deducting fortune points affect my body? Confronted by the inexplicable weakness, Yi Fan was utterly baffled and kept making guesses in his mind. It looks like I'd better lay off that near-death life-burning trick from now on. Yi Fan attributed his weakness to the life-burning effect that had cost him fortune points. Now that he had figured out the cause, he raised his head and looked at the glutton zombie again. Suddenly he noticed that Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan had actually appeared there. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? Why is that guy Jing Tian here? Oh, pain. After seeing Jing Tian, Yi Fan thought he was seeing things. He pinched his cheek hard, jolted by the pain. He looked once again toward Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan, expecting the hallucination of them to vanish from his sight. Yet Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan were still there. This is not an illusion. Realizing the problem, Yi Fan shouted at Jing Tian, Jing Tian. Why are you here? Hey, isn't this Yi Fan? You told your aunt you were going out to find your friend. How did you end up at the department store? Jing Tian, hearing Yi Fan's roar, did not answer directly, and instead asked back. My friend is right here. His name is Uncle Zheng. A flash of inspiration struck Yi Fan. Pointing at the translucent veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai, he replied to Jing Tian. Then what about you, Jing Tian? Why are you here? I captured a survivor, and he told me there's a high-tier zombie in the department store, so I came to take a look. Jing Tian replied flatly. Jing Tian, this glutton zombie was discovered by me first. You're not allowed to rob me. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, seeing that Jing Tian had also come for the glutton zombie, immediately warned him. But Jing Tian ignored his words, spreading his hands and saying, Yi Fan, the glutton zombie is unowned. The fact that you saw it first doesn't make it yours. Let's do it the old way. Each relies on their own ability. Whoever grabs it first owns it. Jing Tian said to Yi Fan. He stopped paying attention to Yi Fan and charged toward the glutton zombie with Lung Yuyan. That bastard. Seeing Jing Tian coming to steal his kill again, Yi Fan's face twitched in fury as he sped up and rushed toward the glutton zombie. He had already lost a fortune point for the glutton zombie's head. If the kill was snatched away by Jing Tian now, then today's expedition to eliminate the glutton zombie would be a massive loss. Yi Fan pushed his speed to the limit. He had to beat Jing Tian to the zombie and take it down. Ian, let's hold on for a moment. Just as the child of fortune Yi Fan accelerated, Jing Tian reached out to stop Lung Yuyan and said, I feel like Yi Fan has become stronger. Let's observe a little longer. Lung Yuyan nodded at Jing Tian's words and stopped. The three who had been charging toward the glutton zombie. After Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan stopped, only Yi Fan was left. Yi Fan hadn't expected them to suddenly stop. At this moment, he had once again come before the glutton zombie alone. The glutton zombie had initially seen someone coming to support Yi Fan. It felt like retreating and prepared to flee, but then it noticed that Yi Fan's helpers were lacking in substance. It immediately dropped the idea and attacked Yi Fan with full force. As long as it killed Yi Fan, it was confident it could pick off Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan one by one. Roar! Roar! The glutton zombie let out a low growl. Its two enormous arms, 5 or 6 meters long like excavators, slammed down at Yi Fan with the sound of tearing air. Every impact caused a faint tremor in the ground. Damn it, where are Jing Tian and the others? Yi Fan had thought they came to steal his kill. He hadn't expected Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan to stop halfway, leaving him to fight the glutton zombie alone. Suffering one setback after another, he was smashed into running for cover by the zombie's fists. Added to the sudden weakness from before, he hadn't been in front of the glutton zombie for 3 seconds before being hit 7 or 8 times, suffering multiple fractures and flying backward. Cough, cough. Yi Fan clutched his chest and spat blood, gasping for breath in short, urgent pants. His upper eyelids, as if he had stayed awake for 2 nights, would not lift. Damn. That Jing Tian. He schemed against me again. Yi Fan felt an overwhelming fatigue sweeping through his body. His life force was fading rapidly. He knew he was about to fall into a near-death state again. Except this time, unlike the previous voluntary near-death. This time he was extremely unwilling. Not only had he failed to inflict notable damage on the glutton zombie, but he was also filled with fury at being thoroughly set up by Jing Tian. Ding! Just as Yi Fan's eyes were completely closing and the glutton zombie opened its 2-meter-wide fong-filled mouth to bite him, a system notification sounded in Yi Fan's mind. Ding! System notice: host is near death. 1 fortune point deducted. Host has been restored to peak physical condition. Ding! System notice: host's current strength is too weak. 1 fortune point deducted. Host has received a top-tier 3rd-level supply crate weapon, the Blazing Sword. Damn, you deducted 2 fortune points from me. System, what do you mean my current strength is too weak? What about before? Why didn't it count before? Yi Fan had just awakened and was speechless with anger at the system's notifications. He was the same person. Previously, the system hadn't considered him weak and deducted fortune points to exchange for a weapon. Why did the system think he was weak now? Could his strength have reversed its growth? Yi Fan felt internally defeated. At this point, he had no choice but to accept. Jing Tian. Just now you schemed against me and sent me up to get beaten. Now I won't go either. I'd like to see what you'll do. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, held the blazing sword in his hand, feeling smug. As long as he didn't go, could the glutton zombie still chase after him and beat him? Roar. Just as Yi Fan was feeling his plan was flawless, he suddenly realized that the glutton zombie had appeared before him. At this moment it opened its 2-meter-wide mouth wide and was biting toward him. Damn! Yi Fan hadn't expected to be face to face with the glutton zombie right after recovering. Helplessly he re-entered combat mode, retreating while swinging the blazing sword to counterattack. What a perfect weapon! After swinging the blazing sword a few times, Yi Fan's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected that swinging it could release flaming sword chi. With this trick his combat power instantly shot up a level. Bang! 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 Flaming sword chi struck the glutton zombie's mouth repeatedly. The scorching heat immediately made the glutton zombie howl in pain. It hastily closed its open mouth and stared at Yi Fan in shock. It didn't know where Yi Fan had pulled out the blazing sword. The terrifying power of that sword made it know for the first time what pain and fear were. That Yi Fan really had a hidden ace. Lung Yuyan watched Yi Fan suddenly gain the upper hand, and instantly understood why Jing Tian had said Yi Fan seemed to have grown stronger. With that blazing sword, Yi Fan's combat power had more than doubled. Jing Tian, when do we act? It seems the glutton zombie can't withstand Yi Fan. Lung Yuyan, fearing that Yi Fan would press the advantage and take the zombie down, looked at Jing Tian and asked. Hearing this, Jing Tian glanced at the translucent camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai hiding in the shadows and said, Yin, keep an eye on that translucent guy. I'll go to fight Yi Fan for the glutton zombie. Jing Tian finished speaking. He moved swiftly toward Yi Fan and the glutton zombie. At the same time, Yi Fan also noticed Jing Tian closing in on him and the glutton zombie. Seeing that Jing Tian was once again trying to steal the kill, Yi Fan swung the flame sword in his hand and sent several arcs of flaming sword chi in front of Jing Tian to block him. Jing Tian, this time I'll let you taste what it feels like when weapons are unequal. If not for the earlier gap between our weapons, would I have had my kills stolen by you again and again? Give up, Jing Tian. From now on I will rise, and you will gradually fall into decline. Yi Fan felt smug inside. He then turned his gaze to the glutton zombie. While the flames were blocking Jing Tian, he was determined to take down this glutton zombie that had cost him 3 fortune points. Big guy, now it's your turn. Yi Fan gripped the flame sword and held nothing back. He activated his first awakened skill, Colossal Elephant Strength, and his second awakened skill, Lion King, at the same time. After his power surged explosively, he charged straight at the glutton zombie. Seeing Yi Fan charging toward it, the glutton zombie recalled the burning pain inside its mouth from before. It lost its nerve in an instant and turned to run. But it had barely turned around before several streams of flame tore through its skin from behind, bringing agonizing pain. Roar! Roar! The glutton zombie grew furious. Realizing that Yi Fan had no intention of letting it flee, it whirled around violently and attacked Yi Fan once more. It staked everything on a desperate fight against Yi Fan. Its claws and tongue lashed out together, launching a vengeful counterattack from 3 directions. You filthy beast. You're looking for death. Yi Fan had not expected the glutton zombie to go berserk so suddenly. Several hits landed solidly on him, igniting his rage instantly. He clashed head-on with the glutton zombie, trading injuries. As expected of the child of fortune, he can still deal damage under so many weakening debuffs. After casually twirling the laser sword to disperse the flames blocking his path, Jing Tian stood quietly to one side and watched. Moments later he saw that the battle between the glutton zombie and the child of fortune Yi Fan was nearing its end. He narrowed his eyes slightly and flashed a sly smile. System, take my armor-piercing blue flame Gatling out of the warehouse. Ding, the great villain system notifies you the armor-piercing blue flame Gatling has been retrieved. The system notification ended. An enhanced Gatling appeared in Jing Tian's hands, a whole size larger than the one he had carried before. What does that guy want to do? Hidden in the shadows, the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai looked puzzled as Jing Tian suddenly pulled out a Gatling. At first he had seen Jing Tian casually scatter Yi Fan's flames and thought Jing Tian was about to rush forward and snatch the glutton zombie kill from Yi Fan. But what puzzled him was that Jing Tian had not rushed forward at all. Instead, he had pulled out a Gatling. What did that mean? The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai could not understand it. In his eyes, not to mention bullets, even hand grenades and artillery shells could barely cause any significant injury to the glutton zombie. Jing Tian's decision to use a Gatling against it at a time like this felt utterly inexplicable. At first he had even planned to fire and stop Jing Tian if Jing Tian moved to take Yi Fan's kill. Now it seemed he did not even need to fire. The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai knew nothing about the unique qualities of the Gatling in Jing Tian's hand. Meanwhile, the fight between Yi Fan and the glutton zombie was also drawing to a close. At this moment Yi Fan was battered and bruised all over. If he had not been stubbornly holding on with his awakened skills, he would have long since collapsed. As for the glutton zombie, it was not much better off. Yi Fan's flame sword was astonishingly powerful, leaving countless charred wounds densely covering its body. Now it was exactly like an over-roasted sweet potato. Roar! Roar! It let out low growls, putting on a show of force for Yi Fan. Then it suddenly raised both claws and smashed them down at Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan also let out a furious snarl and swung the flame sword. He thrust it straight at the glutton zombie. The two sides were now both at the end of their rope. This exchange would surely end with one of them falling or both dying together. But Yi Fan was not afraid. He was the child of fortune protected by the system. At worst, he would simply end up on the brink of death once more. Die, you beast. I'll send that Jing Tian bastard to keep you company later. Yi Fan curled the corner of his mouth into a ferocious smile. Seeing that the child of fortune Yi Fan was about to succeed, Jing Tian also curled his lips slightly and muttered, "Dark healing." Jing Tian activated his awakened skill, Dark Healing. The glutton zombie suddenly began to recover at a visible speed. It had been on the verge of death. In an instant, 3/10 of its wounds healed over. Compared to the child of fortune Yi Fan, it now held a clear advantage. What's going on? Could the glutton zombie also have a healing skill? The child of fortune Yi Fan was stunned as he watched the glutton zombie, which had just been fighting him desperately, suddenly recover. All his knowledge about the glutton zombie had come from the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai. But Zheng Shanhai had never told him that it possessed a recovery skill. Damn it, that sneaky bastard really screwed me over. Yi Fan cursed the camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai inwardly. The information Zheng Shanhai had gathered was simply wrong. If not for that, he would never have fought the glutton zombie so desperately, and he would never have stopped Jing Tian from coming after it. He could have used the information gap to set Jing Tian up and reap the benefits without lifting a finger. But now he could only hand over another sliver of fortune value for nothing. Squelch. Enduring the damage from Yi Fan's flame sword, the glutton zombie rammed its claws straight through Yi Fan's abdomen, then flung his severely injured body away, sending it in an arc through the air. How could this be? The camouflage-clad veteran had not thought the glutton zombie had been holding back. Seeing Yi Fan's abdomen pierced through, guilt spread across his face. Fortunately, when Yi Fan had nearly died the first time, he had told Zheng Shanhai that he possessed astonishing recovery powers strong enough to restore him fully even from half-death. Otherwise, Zheng Shanhai would absolutely hate himself for failing to give Yi Fan accurate intelligence. An opportunity has arrived. While Zheng Shanhai was feeling guilty, Jing Tian watched Yi Fan fall to the brink of death. He silently raised the armor-piercing blue flame Gatling aimed at the glutton zombie and pulled the trigger in a fierce burst. While firing, Jing Tian also activated his awakened skill Ambush on the glutton zombie, making it lose sight of him. Instantly, the glutton zombie was subjected to a one-sided beating while utterly confused. Dense bullets covered its body. Each bullet carried armor-piercing properties. Every impact felt like a needle stab. Roar! Roar! The glutton zombie screamed repeatedly. The armor-piercing blue flame Gatling fired at a terrifying rate of over 100 rounds per second. Even at full strength, it could only choose to evade such a violent onslaught, let alone in its current heavily wounded state. The glutton zombie wanted to run. It could feel its life force fading away at an alarming rate. But it did not know where to escape because it simply could not see where its attacker was. The gluttonous zombie let out a mournful wail. Its life force was rapidly dissipating, utterly defenseless against Jing Tian's armor-piercing blue fire Gatling barrage. What in the world is happening? How could the gluttonous zombie be shredded so badly by bullets? The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai stared in astonishment at the dying gluttonous zombie. He simply could not comprehend why Jing Tian's bullets were inflicting damage on the gluttonous zombie. And that was not even his greatest source of frustration. What truly tormented him was why the gluttonous zombie refused to counterattack against Jing Tian. Is that kid Yi Fan still not recovered? No good. If I wait any longer, the gluttonous zombie will surely die. I must intervene and halt that fellow. Otherwise, by the time Yi Fan recovers, the gluttonous zombie will be gone. The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai sought to buy time for Yi Fan. Raising his sniper rifle, he aimed directly at the Gatling gun in Jing Tian's hands. He was prepared to pull the trigger fire at the Gatling to distract Jing Tian, achieving his goal of stalling for time. However, to his utter surprise, before he could even press the trigger, both his hand and the sniper rifle had been frozen solid into a block of ice. What's going on? The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai gaped at his frozen hand and rifle in shock. Just then Leng Yuyan's voice rang out. I strongly advise you to abandon any notion of attacking Jing Tian. It was her. Listening to Leng Yuyan's words, Zheng Shanhai realized it was Leng Yuyan who had frozen his hand. After separating from Jing Tian, she had been watching Zheng Shanhai all along. Zheng Shanhai had indeed noticed Leng Yuyan watching him, but seeing that she carried only a single blade and showed no intention of attacking, he had ignored her. He never imagined that Leng Yuyan possessed the terrifying ability to manipulate cold air. So from the very beginning, that fellow brought this girl specifically to watch me and prevent me from interfering. Is that it, eh? The camouflage-clad veteran Zheng Shanhai came to this realization too late. Meanwhile, the gluttonous zombie collapsed with a final wail, its life force extinguished completely. Ding. The moment the gluttonous zombie perished, a system notification chimed in Jing Tian's mind. Ding, major antagonist system notification. Congratulations to the host for slaying the gluttonous zombie. Ding, major antagonist system notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of taking the gluttonous zombie kill from the Destiny's Chosen One Yi Fan. Ding Major Antagonist System Notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining task rewards. Deduct 3 points of destinies. Chosen 1 Yifan's destiny value. Cumulative deduction 45 points. Acquired 2 Acquired Talent Lottery. Draws 2 Random Item Lottery. Draws 1 Awakening Skill Enhancement Card. 1 Awakening Skill Fusion Card. Did the rewards arrive so quickly? Jing Tian was astonished by the system notification. Just then another prompt resounded in his mind. Apocalypse Game Notification. Congratulations on slaying the Tier 3 high-level zombie Gluttonous Zombie. Level up to LV15. Jump 4 levels just like that. Does the Gluttonous Zombie grant this much experience? Jing Tian was taken aback by the Apocalypse Game notification. The next instant he felt his vision, hearing, spirit strength, and all other attributes receive a qualitative leap. They had doubled compared to before. Killing a Tier 3 high-level zombie sure delivers generous experience. I wonder if the Tier 3 supply box inside its belly will be equally impressive. As Jing Tian spoke, he gazed at the Gluttonous Zombie's corpse. Having already extracted a supply box from the giant cockroach zombie's corpse, he knew exactly what to do. Faced with the Gluttonous Zombie's remains, he immediately went to work with his laser sword. In just 2 breaths' time, he had disemboweled the Gluttonous Zombie. An exquisite supply box soon appeared before him. However, to Jing Tian's surprise, this supply box was not large at all, merely 1 meter long and half a meter wide. It was several times smaller than a Tier 2 supply box. Could it be that all the good stuff is inside? Jing Tian eyed the Tier 3 supply box with curiosity. But he did not choose to open it immediately. He knew that the moment he opened the supply box, his acquired talent Lucky Bastard would trigger. The items inside would likely go flying everywhere, making them difficult to transport. Jing Tian. As Jing Tian decided to bring the supply box back, before opening it, the Destiny's Chosen One, Yifan, having recovered from his injuries, rushed over. Seeing the Gluttonous Zombie had been slain, he roared at Jing Tian. Jing Tian, you bastard. You stole my kill again. Oh, Yifan, you're actually still alive. Jing Tian heard Yifan's words and glanced at Yifan's abdomen, which had been pierced by the Gluttonous Zombie earlier. He sneered mockingly. Jing Tian, don't try to change the subject. You stole my kill again. This isn't the first or second time. If you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for being merciless. Yifan gripped the flame sword tightly, his pupils burning with murderous intent. Jing Tian heard this and spread his hand, saying, Yifan, don't come at me with this stealing kills nonsense. The Gluttonous Zombie's kill was always first come first served. You didn't get it because you weren't capable enough. Besides, I even gave you a chance just now, but you couldn't make use of it. You got thrown by the Gluttonous Zombie. Whose fault is that? Not capable. Can't make use of. Yifan, hearing Jing Tian's words, seemed to recall something, and his fury ignited instantly. I won't let you say I'm not capable or can't make use of things. Jing Tian, you stole my kill and insulted me. I want you dead. With that, the Destiny's Chosen One, Yifan, grasping the flame sword, lunged toward Jing Tian at breakneck speed. Going to fight me, eh? As Yifan charged forward, Jing Tian immediately aimed his armor-piercing blue fire Gatling at Yifan. It's useless, Jing Tian. This time I've closed the distance between us in advance. By the time you aim the Gatling at me and pull the trigger, I'll already have taken your life. As Yifan spoke, he swung the flame sword toward Jing Tian. Seeing that the Gatling truly was ineffective at such close range, Jing Tian promptly set down the Gatling and charged toward Yifan with bare fists. Jing Tian, you're going to fight me with your fists. The Destiny's Chosen One, Yifan, felt a surge of delight at seeing Jing Tian fight empty-handed. In his eyes, he had activated the awakening skill Giant Elephant Force, multiplying his strength over a dozen times. What chance did Jing Tian have fighting him hand-to-hand? Bang! While Yifan was internally disparaging Jing Tian, an iron fist came crashing squarely into his face, sending him tumbling violently across the ground. Impossible! Yifan scrambled to his feet, gazing at Jing Tian in utter terror. He had not the faintest idea what had just happened. Yifan, weren't you demanding another round? Come on then. Jing Tian extended a hand and gestured for Yifan to continue. In terms of raw strength, Jing Tian was indeed no match for Yifan. But in terms of speed, Jing Tian far surpassed Yifan, easily several times over, even a dozen times greater. With this advantage, Jing Tian could toy with Yifan as he pleased. Jing Tian, what did you just do? Yifan, the Child of Fortune, looked at Jing Tian, who had told him to do it again, and demanded, what did I do? Just an ordinary punch. Seeing the terrified look on Yifan's face, Jing Tian smiled faintly. What? Yifan, you can't even beat me when I'm barehanded. And you still say I stole your kill, eh? Don't you find that ridiculous? You're just like someone staging a fake accident. Jing Tian ridiculed Yifan. Hearing this, Yifan gripped his blazing flame sword and swung at Jing Tian once more. But just like before, he didn't see Jing Tian's attacking motion at all. A solid iron fist slammed squarely into his face. With a bang, it sent him sprawling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yifan, the Child of Fortune, his face swollen from the beating, climbed to his feet again and looked at Jing Tian. He simply couldn't understand why Jing Tian could crush him completely. This time Jing Tian was bare-fisted with no weapon advantage. Why could he still beat me? After all, Jing Tian only has one awakened skill with 0 combat power. Lucky Overlord. What right does he have to fight me? Wait, could it be that Jing Tian has awakened a new skill? That shouldn't be. He's not the child of fortune, he's just a stumbling block. How could he possess two awakened skills? But if it's not a newly awakened skill, then what is it? What else does he have over me? Apart from weapons and awakened skills, there doesn't seem to be anything where he surpasses me. Alright, it's the level. Yi Fan, the child of fortune, suddenly realized a fatal problem. Jing Tian had been taking boss kills all along. His level had long since pulled far ahead of everyone else. Under these circumstances, Jing Tian's basic stats, speed, and reactions were definitely several tiers above Yi Fan's. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had nothing but brute strength. With that alone, how could he possibly defeat Jing Tian? Damn it. For all my scheming, I forgot about the huge level gap. Yi Fan, the child of fortune, realized the reason he couldn't beat Jing Tian. Then he immediately feigned ignorance and caved. No more fighting, no more. You can take the kill. But Jing Tian, you remember this. Next time I will definitely snatch it back from you. Yi Fan, the child of fortune, was thick-skinned and directly conceded. Jing Tian hadn't expected Yi Fan to suddenly back down, so he picked up the armor-piercing blue flame Gatling and said, "Go ahead and try. I'm always ready." Tisk. Seeing that Jing Tian let him off so easily, without holding him accountable, Yi Fan sneered contemptuously in his heart. Jing Tian, oh Jing Tian. In this apocalyptic world, what matters is decisive ruthlessness. With that personality of yours, you're destined to be nothing more than someone else's stepping stone. Just you wait. I'm not conceding. This is called biding my time. Once my level catches up to yours, you'll be dead. Yi Fan, the child of fortune, was secretly pleased. But he didn't know that Jing Tian had kept him around precisely to boil him slowly like a frog in warm water, milking him dry bit by bit until he perished. There are still 55 points of fortune value left. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan. Hang in there. Don't die so easily. Before the second child of fortune appears, I still have to rely on you to improve my strength. Jing Tian was scheming inwardly. Meanwhile, Lung Yuyan rushed over, anxiously shielding Jing Tian behind her. Drawing her sword and pointing it at Yi Fan, she said, "Yi Fan, were you attacking Jing Tian just now?" "I didn't mean to. I just got carried away by anger when I saw the kill being taken." Hearing this, Yi Fan, the child of fortune, hurriedly made excuses to exonerate himself. Humph. Lung Yuyan gave a light snort at Yi Fan's words and warned coldly, "Yi Fan, if you dare to harm Jing Tian, I will take your life." Yi Fan's heart was filled with mixed emotions at Lung Yuyan's words. These words should have been spoken by her for him against his enemies, yet now she was saying them to him on behalf of his enemy. This drove him to utter despair. Bang, bang, bang. In that very moment, Lung Yuyan was warning Yi Fan while Yi Fan was wallowing in despair. A burst of intense gunfire suddenly rang out. Hundreds of bullets all shot toward Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and Yi Fan. "We're under attack, Yuyan. Let's hide quickly." Feeling the impact of bullets against his dragon scale combat suit, Jing Tian hurriedly pulled Lung Yuyan behind the glutton zombie's corpse. As for Yi Fan, after being ambushed by bullets, more than a dozen wounds instantly appeared on his body. Had it not been for his swift activation of his second awakened skill, Lion King, he would have been killed. He had nearly lost his life. Damn it. Who are they? Why are they attacking me? Yi Fan was facing a sudden assault. Cursing, he followed Jing Tian's example and ran toward the glutton zombie's corpse. Huff huff. After reaching the cover of the corpse, Yi Fan gasped for breath. He never expected that inside this department store a third survivor group would appear. What's more, this survivor group was especially vicious. Without saying a word, they just opened fire. Damn it. I've been hit over a dozen times. I'm done for now. Am I going to end up on the verge of death again? Yi Fan felt the unrelenting pain coming from his wounds, his expression pained. Suddenly, he instinctively looked toward Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Those people hadn't attacked only him. Logically, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan should now be in the same state as him. Damn it. The moment Yi Fan looked at Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan, he couldn't help cursing. Compared to him, who was covered in gunshot wounds, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan looked as if nothing had happened at all. There wasn't a trace of injury on them. It's the dragon scale combat suit. I have to find a way to get one. Otherwise, I'll be at too great a disadvantage. Yi Fan, the child of fortune, looked enviously at the dragon scale combat suits on Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. He had had one originally, but unfortunately Jing Tian had Hukuin strip it off him. On top of that, his relationship with Jing Tian had long been strained. Therefore, it was simply impossible for him to obtain a dragon scale combat suit at the laboratory survivor base. The only way was to snatch one, stripping it from members of other survivor groups. Yi Fan, go out and draw their fire. I'll see where they are. Just as Yi Fan was inwardly thinking about how to get a dragon scale combat suit, Jing Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Why should I? The moment Yi Fan heard Jing Tian asking him, a wounded man, to draw fire, he retorted with displeasure. Because I have a Gatling in my hands to provide cover fire, and you don't. Jing Tian raised the Gatling and waggled it. Yi Fan clenched his fists, momentarily unable to find a response. Seeing this, Jing Tian, he said coldly, there are only two men here. Stop dawdling. Don't tell me you want Yin to go out and draw fire for you. After hesitating for a moment at Jing Tian's words, Yi Fan said, fine, I'll go. I'm not like some people who are cowardly and cling to life. Unwilling to lose face in front of Long Yi and Yi Fan took a deep breath and dashed out. The moment he went out, dense gunfire erupted once again. Jing Tian, open fire and cover me, Yi Fan shouted while running. But Jing Tian quietly peeked out to observe the situation, showing not the slightest intention of opening fire to provide cover. Jing Tian poked his head out to observe the situation. Soon he discovered that something was off about the survivor group at the department store entrance. Their numbers were vast, far beyond that of a normal survivor group. There were fully 50-odd people, and among them 12 were wearing dragon-scale combat suits. Such an extravagant lineup was on an entirely different level from the survivor groups Jing Tian had encountered before. Could this be a supersized survivor force? Jing Tian looked at the newly arrived survivor group appearing before the department store, puzzled. Normally, it was not strange for a survivor stronghold to have 50 or 60 people. That in itself was not strange. But the fact that the number of people sent out on missions alone was already 50 or 60, that was no simple matter. You must understand. In any survivor stronghold, the number of people sent out to act would usually be smaller than the number of people left behind. In other words, the true population of this survivor team's stronghold had very likely surpassed 100 long ago. Seems I have run into a formidable survivor group. Jing Tian said these words with deep meaning, his eyes narrowing slightly. A wicked idea rapidly rose in his mind. Tonight the Apocalypse game prompt at Z City University would refresh. Its progress would catch up with the other survivor groups in University City. At that time, they would be competing to become the 3 survivor strongholds with the largest numbers. And this large survivor force that had come to their doorstep could be exactly what he needed. Jing Tian. Just as Jing Tian was analyzing this in his mind, a roar tinged with fury rang out. Jing Tian, you screwed me over. Damn it. Where is the suppressive fire you promised? The speaker was exactly the one who had run out from behind the glutton zombie's corpse to draw fire earlier, Yi Fan. At this moment he was hiding behind a shelf. His body, already covered in wounds, had now gained several fresh bullet wounds. Did I not need time to observe the situation before opening fire? Hearing this, Jing Tian smirked and replied, you motherf. Yi Fan, realizing he had been played, was so furious that he cursed his mother in his heart. But having been tricked so often, he had learned a thing or two. Knowing that fighting with Jing Tian would get him nowhere, he swallowed his anger and asked Jing Tian, you said you were observing the situation, so did you see how many of them there are? Do we have a chance of winning? Yi Fan wanted to pry information out of Jing Tian. Hearing this, Jing Tian was taken aback by Yi Fan's uncharacteristic behavior. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would definitely be throwing a helpless tantrum right now. But today was different. Not only had Yi Fan not thrown a helpless tantrum, he had actually held it in. That was wrong however you looked at it. This Yi Fan looks like he has gotten smarter. Too bad I do not like smart enemies. With that thought, Jing Tian's murderous intent toward Yi Fan rose. He had to keep a close eye on Yi Fan. Fleecing a sheep was fine, but he could not fleece himself in the process. When Yi Fan was about to slip out of his control, he would strike immediately and erase him. Jing Tian's mind raced. After becoming wary of Yi Fan's transformation, he said to Yi Fan, there are a lot of people on the other side, 50 or 60 in total. Among them, there are 12 wearing dragon-scale combat suits. This lineup is extremely high tier. Moreover, their awakened ones are most likely not limited to those 12 in dragon-scale combat suits. There could well be 20 or 30 of them. Against such tremendous combat power, I think our odds of victory are negligible. Jing Tian deliberately played down their chances. He put pressure on Yi Fan to see what ideas Yi Fan could come up with at this moment. What? 50 or 60 people, and 20 or 30 awakened ones among them. Yi Fan's face turned pale at Jing Tian's words. He had not expected the enemy to be so terrifyingly numerous. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even if everyone on their side could fight 1 against 2, the enemy had 10 times their number. How were they supposed to fight? Did he have to keep burning his lifespan? Burn it 5 or 6 more times? At that thought, Yi Fan felt the urge to retreat. He had risked his life killing the glutton zombie for the experience and equipment rewards. But killing these survivor groups would earn him absolutely nothing. Besides some shoddy gear, he would simply be wasting his fortune points with nothing to show for it. Jing Tian, I have a friend who can turn invisible. You find a way to hold off those people over there. I will go find him. Then we will attack from 2 directions. Maybe we can fight them after all. Yi Fan presented his plan to Jing Tian. Jing Tian nodded and told Yi Fan to go ahead without worry. The covering fire would be his responsibility. Jing Tian, you have finished observing this time. If you set me up again, that would be inexcusable. Seeing Jing Tian nod, Yi Fan worried that Jing Tian was merely agreeing verbally, so he reminded him, do not worry. I am a man of principles. Jing Tian replied with a smile. Yi Fan was speechless. He did not believe Jing Tian at all. If it were not that he could only rely on Jing Tian for help now, he would definitely have called out all of Jing Tian's past trickery to his face. Yi Fan, I am throwing smoke grenades to draw the enemy's attention. Hurry and take the chance to go find your friend. Seeing Yi Fan silent, Jing Tian took 2 smoke grenades from his hiking backpack and threw them in front of the glutton zombie's corpse. Meanwhile, he raised his Gatling gun and sprayed suppressive fire. This Jing Tian finally did something reliable once. Yi Fan had not expected Jing Tian to be so straightforward this time. He immediately crawled out from behind the shelf and slowly moved toward the camouflage-clad veteran Jing Shanhai. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan. Watching Yi Fan just crawl out from behind the shelf, Jing Tian snickered inwardly. The smoke grenades he had thrown earlier were definitely not to draw the enemy's attention. On the contrary, he was telling the enemy that those inside the smoke were about to flee and urging them to shift their gaze to anywhere besides the smoke. And outside the smoke, there was only Yi Fan. As long as those 50 or 60 people on the other side were not all idiots, they would not let Yi Fan go. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Jing Tian opened fire from inside the smoke to cover Yi Fan. At the same time, the group guarding the department store entrance quickly returned fire. But just as they began to shoot back, Jing Tian quietly pulled back with his Gatling gun, leaving them to fire at the glutton zombie corpse inside the smoke. After a short while, the group outside the entrance sensed that something was off. The gunfire from the smoke had stopped after only a brief moment. The gunfire now resounding through the department store was all from their own people. This was clearly wrong. Why has the other side gone silent? Could the one shooting in the smoke have been hit and killed? Impossible. There is more than one person in the smoke. There are several. Even if one died, what about the others? No, something is off. Of those three, two are wearing dragon-scale combat suits. Even if a few bullets grazed them, it would be nothing to them. There is no way they could die. Could it be that they threw the smoke grenades just to grab our attention? The survivor group at the entrance realized what was going on. They all looked around the smoke. Soon they spotted a figure slowly crawling on the ground. These guys threw the smoke grenades precisely to draw our attention and then escape. Brothers, open fire. Blanket the area. Do not give those guys any chance to get away. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The survivor team at the entrance of the department store. After spotting Yi Fan, all 50 or 60 of them aimed their guns in unison and pulled the triggers. In an instant, a dense barrage of bullets engulfed Yi Fan. Before he could even react, his body was riddled with gunfire. Ding. System notification. Host is on the verge of death. 1 luck point deducted. Invincibility period granted for 30 seconds. Body restored to peak condition. On the verge of death again. By the time Yi Fan came to his senses, he had already recovered from the brink of death. He could still sense the dense storm of bullets sweeping toward his body. The bullets were stopped by an invisible protective barrier, otherwise he would have been killed in seconds. What the heck? Why didn't you shoot when Jing Tian tossed the smoke grenades? I was lying low and well hidden, yet you all chased after me. Yi Fan grumbled as he watched the survivor team still firing at him. After a brief complaint, he sped up and dashed toward the veteran in camouflage. The invincibility lasted 30 seconds. Those 30 seconds were enough for him to reach the shelf behind which the camouflage-clad veteran was hiding. Uncle Zheng, it's me, Yi Fan. Yi Fan greeted Zheng Shanhai once he arrived before him. Yi Fan, why did you risk running over here? That's too dangerous, Zheng Shanhai asked in confusion. After witnessing the ambush on Yi Fan and the others, he had hidden himself and observed the situation. He never expected Yi Fan to rush desperately to his side, especially after being caught in a hail of gunfire and riddled with bullets. Yet somehow Yi Fan was still alive. Even the wounds on his body had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been shot at all. Uncle Zheng, don't worry. I'm not so easy to kill. You can think of it as me having an awakening skill like a cat with 9 lives. Yi Fan explained the reason he was unkillable. After explaining, he immediately stated his purpose to join forces with Zheng Shanhai, split into 2 groups, with Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin, and counterattack the survivor team that had ambushed them. There are only 4 of us. Are you sure? Zheng Shanhai found it incredible. The enemy outnumbered them by more than 10-fold. Under such circumstances, their chances of winning were almost negligible. And that wasn't even the most astonishing part for Zheng Shanhai. What shocked him the most was that Yi Fan actually knew Jing Tian, and their relationship seemed not bad. Earlier, when Jing Tian had stolen Yi Fan's kill, he had expected Yi Fan to fight Jing Tian desperately. But after only 2 exchanges, Yi Fan conceded. Compared to how maniacally Yi Fan had dealt with the glutton zombie before, he could hardly understand why Yi Fan was so wary of Jing Tian. Yi Fan, do you know the guy who stole your glutton zombie kill? Zheng Shanhai, driven by confusion, asked Yi Fan. I know him. He's the nephew of the leader of our stronghold. The girl beside him is my girlfriend Lung Yuyin. Yi Fan lied. What? Zheng Shanhai was stunned, recalling how protectively Lung Yuyin had acted toward Jing Tian earlier. How could she possibly be Yi Fan's girlfriend? Had they quarreled? Zheng Shanhai grew even more puzzled. Seeing this, Yi Fan deliberately sighed and said, I have no idea what's going on. Lung Yuyin is as if she's been fed some love potion. She suddenly became exceptionally good to Jing Tian. As for me, she finds me deeply repulsive. Yi Fan put on a sorrowful expression. Hearing this, Zheng Shanhai finally realized the problem. If what Yi Fan had just said was true, Lung Yuyin had likely been brainwashed. Could it be an awakening skill related to brainwashing? I was wondering why someone as strong as Yi Fan would lose his girlfriend. It seems there's more to this than I imagined. Zheng Shanhai was deceived by Yi Fan's words and began to speculate wildly. This played right into Yi Fan's scheme, with the claim that Lung Yuyin had been brainwashed. No matter how affectionate Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin acted in the future, it wouldn't undermine Zheng Shanhai's trust in him. What's more, from today onward, Zheng Shanhai would also be wary of Jing Tian and the forces behind him, lest he too be brainwashed. and turned into a puppet. No wonder you acted like a completely different person when you saw Jing Tian. So this is why. Zhang Shanhai said to Yi Fan, then gave a helpless sigh, and continued, too bad that guy is wearing dragon scale combat armor. If I opened fire for a sneak attack, I couldn't kill him in one shot, and would only alert the enemy. Otherwise I would have helped you take care of him. Uncle Zhang, no need. Revenge shouldn't be rushed. Yi Fan was startled by Zhang Shanhai's words, and quickly said, Uncle Zhang, right now Lung Yuyin is inexplicably good to Jing Tian. If we attack Jing Tian at this moment, Lung Yuyin will definitely not let us off. Our top priority is to unite against the external threat. That survivor team at the entrance outnumbers us more than tenfold. Right now the most important thing is to figure out how to eliminate them. Otherwise none of us will escape. Fearing that Zhang Shanhai might attack Jing Tian and break the fragile peace he had established by feigning cowardice, Yi Fan quickly intervened to mediate. Zhang Shanhai nodded. He had only been speaking casually. As a seasoned veteran, he naturally understood the stakes involved. Right now, they were the ones trapped. Under such circumstances, only a fool would start an internal conflict and create new enemies. Yi Fan, I'm going to open fire and ambush that survivor team now. After I've struck them a few times, they'll definitely send people charging over. When that happens, you'll need to hold off those who rush over. My marksmanship is accurate, but my close combat ability isn't strong. Zhang Shanhai laid out his battle plan for Yi Fan. After seeing Yi Fan nod, he immediately began searching for a favorable sniping position. Using his semi-transparent awakening skill, he launched covert attacks. Bang bang bang. Within a few breaths, Zhang Shanhai fired several consecutive shots from his sniper rifle. Several enemies were taken down. They have a sniper over there, and his accuracy is that good. We can't just sit here and wait for death. We must charge up there and take them out quickly. If we drag this out, our casualties will only grow. The survivor team guarding the department store entrance. Upon realizing the opposing side had a sniper, immediately changed their previous slow advance strategy. Several awakened ones wearing dragon scale combat armor charged ahead, rushing straight toward Yi Fan and Zhang Shanhai. Yi Fan, they're coming. Seeing that the enemy had indeed sent bulletproof awakened ones to hunt him down, Zhang Shanhai urgently reminded Yi Fan to intercept them. Meanwhile, Jing Tian, hiding behind the corpse of the glutton zombie, was using his skill clairvoyance to watch the situation on Yi Fan's side. Seeing that the survivor team at the entrance now had all their attention fixed on Yi Fan, he quietly added 2 more smoke grenades to the thickening smoke. As long as Yi Fan wasn't pushed into a corner, he would never come out to help. Boy, do you really think you can stop us alone? You're asking for death. 4 awakened wearing dragon scale combat suits. On the way to charge at Zhang Shanhai, the camouflage-clad veteran, they were stopped by Yi Fan. Seeing that Yi Fan was alone, they all revealed disdainful smiles. One of them, a short figure barely 1.5 meters tall, suddenly expanded, transforming into a 3-meter-tall, muscular giant like a truck with the accelerator stomped to the floor. The giant accelerated straight at Yi Fan. A contest of strength. I've never been afraid of anyone in this regard. Yi Fan saw that among the 4 awakened charging at him, one of them made the first move, activating his awakened skill. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up. His first awakened skill, giant elephant strength, activated. He was utterly fearless. He raised both hands to guard in front of him, bracing to receive the 3-meter giant charging into him. Bang! A deafening impact rang out. The 3-meter giant slammed full force into Yi Fan. But strangely, Yi Fan was like a huge mountain. The 3-meter giant collided with Yi Fan. Yi Fan was completely unharmed. Instead, it was the 3-meter giant himself who was dazed, his internal organs rattled by the collision, and he coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood. How is this possible? The other 3 awakened charging at Yi Fan saw that their leading companion had actually been stopped head-on by Yi Fan. They all wore shocked, incredulous expressions. Let's see what you've got. If it weren't for your numbers and your sneak attacks with guns. Do you really think I'd be afraid of you? Yi Fan had won the opening clash, and his confidence soared. After dozens of flame-wreathed fists hammered into the 3-meter giant, he confidently grabbed the 3-meter giant and hurled him aside. The giant collapsed on the spot, coughing up blood and dying. Damn, kill one useless piece of trash, and you actually think you're something special. The remaining 3 awakened were irritated by Yi Fan's big talk. They all activated their respective awakened skills and struck at Yi Fan. This time they had learned their lesson. They would not be as stupid as the 3-meter giant who had foolishly tried to duel Yi Fan alone. If they were going to fight, they would do it together and gang up. A gang up. You few aren't enough. Seeing the 3 awakened attacking him at the same time, Yi Fan let out a furious roar. He activated his second awakened skill, Lion King, and under the shocked gazes of the 3 awakened, transformed into a lion beast man. That guy's awakened skill turns him into a beast man. So he wasn't even using a skill just now. Then how could he have blocked Su Ku's attacks after Su Ku's giant transformation? And what about those flaming fists? Could this guy have more than 1 awakened skill? The 3 awakened attacking, Yi Fan simultaneously realized something was wrong. But it was too late. Yi Fan held nothing back. A massive lion claw swatted 1 awakened flying on the spot, and then he charged at the other 2 as they frantically retreated. Holy crap. This Yi Fan is too terrifying. Zhang Shanhai, the camouflage-clad veteran, after shooting another survivor dead, instinctively glanced over at Yi Fan. seeing Yi Fan take on 4 awakened by himself, not only holding his own, but killing 2 of them and pursuing the other 2. Zheng Shanhai had never seen such terrifying individual combat power. That Jing Tian really isn't afraid of death. He actually dared to steal the girlfriend of a terrifying monster like Yi Fan, and he even keeps Yi Fan around. Who knows? Maybe he's just that strong himself, or maybe he has some special means of dealing with Yi Fan. Zheng Shanhai's mind started churning with wild guesses again. Meanwhile, Jing Tian saw Yi Fan fighting 4 awakened alone and getting the upper hand. He didn't wait any longer. Whipping out his armor-piercing blue flame Gatling, he leaned half his body out from behind the glutton zombie's corpse, seizing the moment when Yi Fan still hadn't put on his dragon-scale combat suit. He needed to shoot Yi Fan dead in another sneak attack. Yuyan, I'll fire cover for you in a moment. You approach that group from the flank and engage them. Once you've broken into their ranks, I'll come help you immediately. Jing Tian was explaining his plan to Leng Yuyan. As long as one of them, him or Leng Yuyan, could get inside the survivor group, the firearms in the survivor's hands would instantly become useless. They would have no choice but to fight with melee weapons, or they might very well hurt their teammates. And that would instantly narrow the gap in combat strength caused by the 2 sides' difference in numbers. MHM. Leng Yuyan nodded at Jing Tian's words. She drew her Tang Saber Eye Soul ready to charge in from the flank the moment Jing Tian gave the signal. Yuyan now? Jing Tian said to Leng Yuyan as he pulled out his armor-piercing blue flame Gatling and charged rocket launcher, opening fire on the survivor team at the department store entrance. In an instant, terrifying firepower erupted. Dense bullets and unpredictable rockets caught the survivor team guarding the entrance completely off guard. What the hell is going on? Where are they getting such terrifying firepower? Aren't there only a few of them? With this kind of fire, I believe they had a reinforced fire platoon. The survivor team guarding the department store entrance was shocked by Jing Tian's firepower. Even their own combined firepower from 50 or 60 people might not be stronger than Jing Tian's alone. If they hadn't confirmed beforehand that there were only Jing Tian and a few others inside that department store, they would have absolutely believed there was a survivor squad inside, even more powerful than theirs. What do we do now? That guy is hiding in the smoke. We can't hit him at all. Can that guy actually see us through the smoke? Then why does he know our positions? I don't think he can see us. It's just that his firepower is so intense it's saturating our position. In this situation, whether he can see us or not no longer matters. We could be taken out by incoming bullets at any moment. With firepower like that, there's no way just a few people could produce it. And those rockets, if you ask me, this is very likely one of their awakened skills. Yeah, I reckon it's probably an awakened skill too. Earlier we clearly saw that they were only a few people. Compared to the firepower they're showing now, it's completely unequal. Only an awakened skill could explain it. Some awakened in dragon scale combat suits, follow me. Let's go see what the hell is going on. Hearing the various discussions in the team, a man with a crew cut and a square face shouted. After the crew-cut, square-faced man shouted, 4 awakened in dragon-scale combat suits followed close behind him. Together they closed in on Jing Tian. Jing Tian has rockets too. Zheng Shanhai watched his sniping target suddenly get covered by a burst of fire and looked toward Jing Tian in shock. Before, he had only known that Jing Tian had a special Gatling gun and was incredibly fast. What he hadn't expected now was that Jing Tian also had rockets. With this equipment advantage, no wonder he had the guts to steal Yi Fan's girlfriend and keep Yi Fan around as a hired hand. With strength like this, how could he not be arrogant? Zheng Shanhai was shaken by the strength Jing Tian had demonstrated. Thank goodness he hadn't tried to snipe Jing Tian earlier. Otherwise, if Jing Tian wanted revenge, then his life, which had only a few days left, would probably take an express ride to an even sooner grave. Zheng Shanhai was inwardly glad he hadn't fired at Jing Tian before. Meanwhile, through his clairvoyant vision, Jing Tian saw Yi Fan take down another awakened. He silently adjusted his bullet trajectories, sweeping wildly left and right. Every so often he edged a little closer in Yi Fan's direction. Brat, since you refuse to spare me, you won't get off easy either. These were the 4 awakened fighting Yi Fan. By now only the last one remained. After being caught up by Yi Fan, that final man let out a few furious roars, then activated his awakening skill. His body rapidly swelled like a balloon about to explode. What is this? Yi Fan stared at the bizarre scene before him. Instinctively he retreated to keep his distance. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out. Terrifying energy ripples surged like monstrous waves. The shockwave swept toward Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan crossed his arms in front of him to defend. He hadn't expected the opponent's awakening skill to be his self-detonation. That guy's awakening skill is actually self-detonation. How has he survived until now? Jing Tian watched Yi Fan's side through his awakening skill clairvoyance. Soon he was astonished to discover that the self-detonating awakened wasn't dead. His body was at the very center of the explosion energy. He had perfectly evaded the damage from the explosion. What skill is this? His real body is unharmed after self-detonation. Jing Tian looked at the self-detonating awakened in amazement. Meanwhile, seeing that Yi Fan had been forced back, the awakened rejoiced inwardly and quickly retreated toward his main force. However, he was completely unaware that another person was watching him. Bang bang bang. Hundreds and thousands of bullets suddenly engulfed him. Even with his dragon-scale combat suit, he couldn't withstand it at all. Most importantly, these bullets were different from the previous ones. Their power was several times greater. After being engulfed by the bullets, the self-detonating awakened violently spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood. In just 1 second, the sudden impact of the bullets blasted a dozen or 20 holes into his body. Even though the dragon scale combat suit blocked most of the damage, his body was still pounded into a mangled mess by the bullet's impact, no longer resembling a human form. Ding, the great villain system notifies host killed the awakened Shao Chu, triggering the awakening skill Greedy Sin. Congratulations host, you have obtained the awakening skill Explosion. Ding, the great villain system notifies the awakening skill Greedy Sin has strengthened the skill Explosion you just seized. Congratulations host, you have obtained the awakening skill Dark Explosion. So it's explosion, not self-detonation. Jing Tian was puzzled by the system notification. However, he didn't immediately ask the system to analyze the skill Dark Explosion. Now Yi Fan's vision was obscured by the previous self-detonation. It was the perfect opportunity for Jing Tian to open fire and ambush him. Bang bang bang. Jing Tian pulled the trigger of the armor-piercing blue flame Gatling, sweeping fire toward Yi Fan's direction. At this moment, Yi Fan had both arms crossed in front of him, defending against the residual shockwave of the explosion. Just as he felt the explosion energy weakening and thought it was almost his turn to counterattack, he suddenly felt something pierce through his body. And it wasn't just one or two. Before Yi Fan could see what was happening, his entire body was sent flying by the impact of dense bullets. Dozens of holes appeared all over his body, and he immediately fell into a near-death state. Ding, system notification, host has entered a near-death state. Deducting 1 point of host's fortune value. Host has been restored to optimal physical condition. System, I'm near death again. Can you tell me who attacked me just now? Yi Fan woke up after a brief shock. Upon hearing the system's notification, a trace of anger appeared in his pupils. He shouldn't have been near death this time. He had been in such good condition just now. Damn it, what exactly pierced through me just now? Yi Fan reached out and pressed the spot where he had been pierced. Even though the wound had healed, he could still remember the terrifying penetrating force that had taken his life in an instant. Bastard. Yi Fan cursed angrily, then quickly retreated to the corpses of the awakened he had killed before. Those people had dragon scale combat suits on them. To avoid dying an unexplained death again, he had to improve his own defensive capabilities. After a few breaths, Yi Fan had changed into the dragon scale combat suit. He looked again toward the survivor group at the entrance of the department store. One look left him stunned. In just the time it took for him to nearly die and change clothes. The main survivor force guarding the department store entrance had actually been broken through by Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Now Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan were like war gods, slaughtering in and out of the survivor group 7 times. So strong. Yi Fan was amazed by the strength displayed by Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan. Especially Lung Yuyan. Yi Fan could clearly see. On Lung Yuyan's head stood a pair of dragon horns. Lung Yuyan had never used this skill before. Now she was using it. Without a doubt, as the daughter of fortune, she has acquired a second awakening skill. Has Lung Yuyan also awakened a second awakening skill? She really deserves the title of daughter of fortune, truly gifted. But what about Jing Tian? Surely he hasn't awakened a second skill too, has he? Can a level advantage really be that significant? His speed earlier was far too fast compared to mine. Yi Fan guessed in his heart that Jing Tian might have awakened a second skill. However, he hoped even more that Jing Tian hadn't awakened a second skill. Otherwise, that stumbling block Jing Tian would trip him up for a while longer. Heavens, please don't let that Jing Tian have a second awakening skill. Yi Fan prayed with his hands clasped together. He had never expected that a nobody like Jing Tian would entangle him for so long and ruin his plans time and again. Yi Fan, are you slacking off? Hurry up and help. Seeing that Yi Fan still hadn't come over after recovering, Jing Tian shouted at him. Of course, Jing Tian didn't really want Yi Fan to come and help. It was just a hint to Yi Fan that the person who had shot him earlier had nothing to do with Jing Tian. Got it. Yi Fan responded to Jing Tian's shout. He replied with displeasure, then drew his blazing flame sword and charged toward the survivor group guarding the entrance. Moments later, the people in that survivor group looked at Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, and Yi Fan as if they had seen ghosts. Even when they had encountered formidable high-level zombies before, they had never felt this desperate. Overwhelmed in speed, overwhelmed in strength, and even overwhelmed in awakening skills. If they continued fighting, how could they possibly win? Are you serious? More than 50 of us can't even beat a few of them. They're terrifying. They're all awakened and 2 of them even have several awakening skills. That's ridiculous. What's so ridiculous about having multiple awakening skills? We have more awaken on our side. If you want to talk ridiculous, their weapons are the most terrifying. Even wearing dragon scale combat suits, we still get cut down in 1 slash. How are we supposed to play this? Let's retreat. If we keep fighting, we'll all be finished here. They're few, we're many. As long as we want to run, they won't be able to stop many of us. The survivor group guarding the department store entrance was crushed by Jing Tian and his companions, losing all fighting spirit. In their eyes, the fear that Jing Tian and the others brought them was even greater than that of zombies. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. The survivor group, preparing to retreat, just turned around and saw 2 high-level zombies staring straight at them. It's zombies. What do we do now? Our retreat is cut off by zombies. The survivor team guarding the entrance of the department store stared at the zombies outside in despair. With wolves ahead and tigers behind. Now they wanted to survive. It was harder than climbing to the sky. Brothers, stop fighting. There are zombies. Let's unite against the external threat first. How about we settle our fight after dealing with the zombies? The survivor team, beaten back step by Jing Tian's group, wanted to recruit them to help deal with the zombies. They also planned to sneak attack or flee while Jing Tian's group was occupied with the zombies. But what made this survivor team despair was Jing Tian and his companions showed no intention of stopping. They kept attacking them. It was as if they hadn't heard about the zombies at all. Are those guys insane? Seeing that Jing Tian and his group paid no attention to the zombies, the survivor team at the department store entrance fell into complete despair. After all, against a single advanced zombie, they would need to commit half of their combat strength just to have a chance of winning. Now 2 advanced zombies appeared behind them. In front of them were terrifying lunatics like Jing Tian's group. Under such circumstances, to survive they had no choice but to flee. The survivor team guarding the department store entrance began to collapse and scatter in panic. The mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen saw this. They each unleashed their signature techniques. One released black smoke to obscure vision. The other summoned a swarm of oversized mosquitoes and launched a group assault. They slaughtered all the fleeing survivors. Only a few survivors clad in dragon-scale combat suits managed to run out. Damn it, this is insane. These 2 advanced zombies actually teamed up. No way, what about the others? Are we the only 4 who escaped? Shit, this is terrifying. The people we met today weren't normal, and neither were the zombies. I'm starting to think I'm cursed. Stop talking, let's go while those 2 advanced zombies haven't caught up. What's there to fear? Those 2 advanced zombies kill anyone they see. Right now they're definitely fighting those insane survivors inside. That's true. So should we stop running and go back to check the situation? The 4 awakened ones who had barely escaped from the department store suddenly stopped running. They turned back to look. At that sight, it was as if ice water had been dumped over them. Their bodies ran cold. They had discovered something that would shock them for the rest of their lives. It was the 2 advanced zombies that had attacked them earlier. Now those zombies were actually chasing after them together with Jing Tian's group. There was no sign of them fighting each other, let alone any chance of the 4 of them reaping the spoils. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Why aren't those 2 advanced zombies attacking them? Could those insane survivors inside not actually be survivors? Are they just advanced zombies that look like survivors? The 4 awakened ones were filled with disbelief. Until within 2 breaths Jing Tian's group caught up to them. Even then the 4 of them couldn't figure out what the hell they had encountered today. Jing Tian, don't get carried away. Leave one alive. Seeing Jing Tian catch up to the 4 awakened ones and decapitate 3 of them in the blink of an eye, Yi Fan hastily shouted. Jing Tian heard Yi Fan's words and looked at the last survivor, a man with a mushroom haircut. Yi Fan, tie him up and carry him back to the laboratory. Why me? Yi Fan instinctively retorted upon hearing Jing Tian's words. My word is an order. There's no why. Oh, and there's also the tier 3 supply crate. You've got the strength, so carry that too. Jing Tian gave the order. Hearing this, Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He didn't want to obey Jing Tian's orders. He even wanted to talk back. But his rationality told him that the glutton zombie was already dead and Jing Tian's strength was no weaker than his own. Under such circumstances, retorting against Jing Tian would bring him no benefit at all. Jing Tian, just keep being smug. The next Doomsday game will be a battle between university cities. By then there will be countless powerful fighters. I don't believe you can survive without your plot armor. Yi Fan chose to swallow his pride for now. He obediently went to carry the prisoner in the tier 3 supply crate. Meanwhile, while Yi Fan was busy carrying the crate, Jing Tian called Su Tong over. He told Su Tong to stay inside the department store for a while longer with the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen to try to devour the tier 3 advanced zombie glutton and the dead survivors and see if they could evolve. At midnight tonight, the Doomsday game would update. At that time, the battlefield would expand. The teams that survived were the strongest among their peers. The competitive pressure was unimaginable. Under such circumstances, only by continuously improving their strength could they fight their way out and advance to the next stage of the Doomsday game. The Doomsday game was like raising goo worms. It divided survivors like Jing Tian into small jars. When the goo worms survivor teams in the jars survived, it would then redistribute these surviving goo worms into new jars to continue the fight until a goo king emerged, the strongest survivor team. As for why the Doomsday game did this, no one knew. If you wanted to find out, you had to survive until the end. Su Tong, stay safe. After laying out the plan to Su Tong, Jing Tian looked at her small figure and spoke with a hint of reluctance. Don't worry, leave it to me, Jing Tian. I'd rather live like this than be a burden to others. Su Tong replied with a smile. She had once been a burden. She knew the helplessness and bitterness of being one. Any normal person would never want to keep dragging others down while being cared for. You've worked hard, Jing Tian said after hearing her words. Su Tong smiled and waved her hand. You're welcome. As a member of the laboratory, this is what I should do. With that said, she began leading the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie queen to clean up the battlefield. Those dead survivors, besides serving as food for the mist zombie and the giant mosquito zombie, Queen also left behind weapons and equipment that were quite helpful to the laboratory. Z City University. Laboratory Survivor Stronghold. The moment Jing Tian, Lung Yuyan, Yi Fan, and Zheng Shanhai returned to the laboratory stronghold, they sensed something was wrong. A plume of purple smoke had risen over the entire laboratory stronghold. Within the smoke, almost all the survivors were exhausted and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. What happened here? Did another survivor team attack the laboratory stronghold? But why are all these people on the ground still alive? What the hell is going on? Yi Fan looked at the collapsed survivors in confusion. He set down the Tier 3 supply crate and the prisoner he had been carrying with Zheng Shanhai, then quickly helped up the survivor to ask what had happened. The survivor who was helped up saw Yi Fan and the others return. His eyes were full of excitement, but he still couldn't speak. He was like a drunkard collapsed on the ground, dead drunk. No matter how Yi Fan shouted or shook him, the man didn't respond at all. If not for the look in his eyes telling Yi Fan that he was looking at him, Yi Fan would have suspected he was dead. What is going on? Why did the system give no warning? Usually when the stronghold is in danger, the system warns us. But why no warning this time? Could it be that the stronghold isn't in danger? Yi Fan was puzzled. He looked at Jing Tian and Lung Yuyan, about to ask for their opinions. At that moment, a graceful figure with purple hair appeared before Yi Fan, Jing Tian, and the others. Who is she? Yi Fan looked at the purple-haired woman who had suddenly appeared before him, puzzled. Earlier he had been searching the stronghold for a faction he could develop. He had already taken stock of every survivor in the stronghold. It was no exaggeration to say that among the survivors in the laboratory stronghold, Yi Fan had an impression of every one of them. But this purple-haired woman before him, he had no memory of her at all. In other words, she certainly wasn't someone from the original laboratory stronghold survivors. Who are you? Yi Fan asked the purple-haired woman with doubt in his heart. The purple-haired woman glanced at Yi Fan upon hearing this. Then without pausing at all, she turned to Jing Tian and said, "You must be Jing Tian." "Hello, I'm a Z." "A Z." Jing Tian was taken aback. The name left no trace in his memory. Just as he was wondering what kind of identity this purple-haired woman, AZ, actually had. The purple-haired woman explained her identity on her own. "I was sent by the general to protect you and Jingya. The general has a lot to deal with. He can't get away right away, so he asked me to come assist you first." "General?" Jing Tian listened to the purple-haired woman's words. Only then did he understand the purple-haired woman's identity. In Jing Tian's memory, there was only one person he knew as the general, his cousin Jingya's mother, his aunt. This aligned perfectly with Aziz's words about being ordered to protect him and Jingya. System view Aziz's life profile. Although Jing Tian had learned Aziz's identity from her own mouth, his cautious nature led him to confirm the situation through the system. Ding. Villain system notification, now viewing Ziyan's life profile. Ding. Villain system notification, Ziyan's life profile, viewed successfully. The specific data are as follows. Name Ziyan. Gender female. Height 175 centimeters. Identity adjutant to the General of Yen Nation. Level LV. 24. EXP 3000009530000. Reputation 1500. Gold 800. Strength 370. Spirit 371. Constitution 371. Weapon 5th Order Zichuan Sword. Defensive equipment 5th Order Energy Protection Halo. Items Space Teleportation Scroll Weakness Grenade Spatial Storage Bracelet Mechanical Arms Automatic Attack Helicopter. Title Advanced Zombie Butcher. Zombie Infection Degree 8 Growth Stopped. Learn Skills Zishu Sword Art. Awaken Skills Eye of Myriad Breaks Sword Domain. Innate Talent Martial Arts Prodigy. Acquired Talents Swordmaster Protective Instinct. She's actually level 24. Jing Tian was astonished as he looked at Ziyan's life profile. Her level was fearsome. It was fair to say she could virtually crush everyone else in Z City's University District. Wait, did I read that right? She has 2 awakened skills. Could it be that besides the Child of Destiny, when other people's strength reaches a certain level, they can also awaken a second skill? My first awakened skill is the 7 deadly sins, Sin of Greed. Does that mean I might also awaken the other 7 deadly sin skills? The more Jing Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. At the same time, Yi Fan, the Child of Destiny, watched Jing Tian talking with Zi Yin and felt extremely displeased. He really hadn't expected Zi Yin to be on Jing Tian's side as well. Why? I'm the protagonist. Why don't any beautiful experts come to my side? But that Jing Tian, he's just a background character. Why is it that every expert beauty I meet is connected to him? Yi Fan felt extremely bitter. The stronghold leader was Jing Tian's aunt. The Daughter of Destiny was Jing Tian's girlfriend. The Yen Nation General was Jing Tian's aunt. The cute loli was Jing Tian's younger cousin. And now a newly emerged expert beauty was Jing Tian's bodyguard. However one looked at it, Jing Tian had it far better than him, the so-called Child of Destiny. What lousy luck. Why is it the trash to strong plot? I want to walk the invincible path. System. Can you switch to another script? Yi Fan ranted madly in his heart. If not for the system saving him from death's door time and again, he would have begun to suspect whether he was truly the Child of Destiny. Ding. System notification, Zi Yin is powerful. If the host establishes good relations with her, it can bring the host many benefits. Ding. System notification in the Z City University District. The Doomsday game will enter the third phase in 6 hours. The host should quickly find a way to raise his strength to level 10, otherwise the host will be in severe danger in the coming battles. So her real name is Ziyan. Yi Fan's brows furrowed at the system's notification. Ziyan's attitude toward him was unusually cold. She couldn't even be bothered to reply to anything he said. In such a situation, the difficulty of building any closer relationship with Ziyan was all too easy to imagine. System, oh system, you're forcing me to be a fawning suitor. Can't you just max out her affection with one click? Yi Fan was thoroughly speechless. Everyone with even the slightest connection to Jing Tian for no known reason was separated from him by a vast gap. In the face of such a gap, if he wanted to force a connection with her, there was only one method: grovel. Seize every opportunity to raise affection points and keep showing his devotion. Z, what happened to our people? While Yi Fan was complaining inwardly, Jing Tian looked at Ziyan and asked. They were just caught by the weakness grenade and are temporarily exhausted. Ziyan answered Jing Tian. An ant and Jingya. Jing Tian swept his gaze across the first floor of the laboratory. After not spotting Jing Xian and Jingya, he asked again. With me here to guard the place, the two of them took those who weren't weakened and went out to grind levels by killing zombies. Ziyan answered. After answering, she suddenly thought of something and asked Jing Tian, what level are you now? 15. Jing Tian answered directly without hiding it. Compared to level advantages, his awakened skills were the real trump card. Therefore his level was nothing he needed to keep secret. 15. Ziyan's eyes flew wide in shock at his words. She had originally thought Jing Tian was at most level 7 or 8. She had even been ready to bring Jing Tian up in level preferably before the third phase came. Who knew Jing Tian was already level 15. At this level during the third phase, to say he could walk around sideways may be an overstatement, but when it came to escaping and preserving his life against stronger foes, he had absolutely no worries. What about you? You're Jing Tian's girlfriend, Lung Yuyin, right? What level are you? Seeing that Jing Tian had no need to kill low-level monsters for negligible experience, Yin then turned to Lung Yuyin and asked. Sister Az, I'm level 8. Lung Yuyin answered with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Lung Yuyin would not be so enthusiastic toward strangers. But Ziyan had said something she liked hearing, especially that line about being Jing Tian's girlfriend. Jing Tian, can I ask you for 2 things? Ziyan listened to Lung Yuyin and looked at Jing Tian. First, I'd like to borrow your girlfriend and take her to grind some levels. Second, I need you to keep an eye on the laboratory survivor's stronghold. You two go ahead. Leave the laboratory to me. Jing Tian answered. It happened that he also wanted to arrange the system rewards he had obtained earlier. He wanted to see if he could draw a good acquired talent to strengthen himself or stack a few more weakness debuffs on Yi Fan. My level is only 8. Can you take me with you? Don't worry, I'm not weak. Killing zombies, I can handle that myself. Jiang Tian rarely had a chance to go out without Lung Yuyin. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to volunteer himself. He looked at Ziyin and Lung Yuyin, who were preparing to go out for leveling. No, I don't have time for that. Ziyin listened to Yi Fan's words and directly refused. She didn't even know Yi Fan. There was absolutely no need to bring Yi Fan and distract her attention. Most importantly, after she arrived here, Jing Xian had already briefed her on the general situation of the laboratory. The matter between Yi Fan and Jiang Tian not getting along had also been specifically brought to her attention. That was precisely why she was cold toward Yi Fan. I don't need you to manage me, I just want to team up with you. Seeing that he was directly rejected by Ziyin, Yi Fan's face twitched, suppressing his anger as he continued to shamelessly say. I won't say it a second time, take care of yourself. Lung Yuyin, let's go. Ziyin gave Yi Fan no chance at all. She left with Lung Yuyin. Seeing this, Yi Fan stood frozen in place, his face dark. He had never endured such treatment before. TCH. Short-sighted thing. Who do you think you're looking down on? If it weren't for the system indicating you could be useful at this stage, do you think I would actually want to get close to you? Wait and see. When my level surpasses yours, I'll make you chase after me. After being rejected, Yi Fan was fuming with anger. As the son of destiny, being ignored and treated coldly was something he absolutely could not accept. Before he transmigrated, he had been enduring this kind of treatment all along. Now that he had finally transmigrated and possessed a system sufficient to defy fate and change his destiny to reach the pinnacle of life, yet he still had to be looked down upon. How could he possibly swallow this anger? Uncle Zheng, what's your level now, eh? Do you want to go leveling with me? Yi Fan had no hope of forming a team with Ziyin, so he turned to look at the camouflage-uniformed veteran Zheng Shanhai. I'm level 11, I don't need to level up, and it wouldn't be useful even if I did. My time is running out, go level up quickly yourself. When you come back, I still have something to tell you. Zheng Shanhai replied to Yi Fan's words. Alright. Yi Fan hadn't expected Zheng Shanhai's level to already meet the requirement. His face fell in disappointment. Just as he was about to go kill zombies and level up alone, Su Cici walked over. Yi Fan, are you going to level up? Take me with you. I'm only level 2 right now. Su Cici, aren't you going with Principal Jing and the others to level up? Yi Fan didn't know where Su Cici had appeared from, asking in confusion. Upon hearing this, Su Cici tossed Yi Fan a flirtatious glance and smiled. I wanted to go with you, that's all. Alright, let's set off then. Seeing that someone had finally agreed to team up with him regardless of whether Su Cece was deadweight or not, Yifan agreed. After all, Su Cece was the eye he had left in the laboratory to observe Jing Tian. He couldn't let her get bitten and killed by zombies in the third stage just because her level was too low. Su Cece. Jing Tian saw the departing figure of Yifan, with Su Cece, his eyes narrowing slightly. Previously, Jing Tian had told him that Su Cece had already made her position clear and was willing to help him, and Jing Tian monitor Yifan. Given this, Su Cece not following Jing Tian to level up was most likely because Jing Tian had specifically asked Su Cece to stay and wait for Yifan, so that she could follow Yifan later and monitor all his movements. My aunt really is meticulous in her work. Jing Tian thought to himself, filled with admiration. After the brief moment of admiration, he turned his gaze toward the camouflage-uniformed veteran Zheng Shanhai. Zheng Shanhai currently belonged to Yifan's camp. If there was an opportunity, he would have to draw Zheng Shanhai to his side. System check this camouflage-uniformed veteran's life resume. Ding, the villain system prompts viewing Zheng Shanhai's life resume in progress. Ding, the villain system prompts Zheng Shanhai's life resume is as follows. Name Zheng Shanhai. Gender male. Height 178 centimeters. Identity Yangguo retired veteran. Level LV11. Experience 2000-025-6000. Reputation 30. Gold coins 10. Strength 63. Spirit 62. Constitution 62. Weapon AWM sniper rifle. Defense equipment 3rd order camouflage uniform. Items none. Title none. Zombie infection level 92100 about to be infected. Learning skill sniper mastery. Awakened skill stealth. Innate talent none. Acquired talent trickster. Zombie infection level 92,100. Jing Tian was shocked looking at Zheng Shanhai's life resume. He hadn't expected Zheng Shanhai's infection value to be this high. Without a method of treatment, Zheng Shanhai would very likely turn into a zombie. Zheng Shanhai should be an assistant that Yifan as the son of destiny found for himself. Logically speaking, Zheng Shanhai shouldn't be so easily eliminated, unless his existence is merely that of a tool meant to lead Yifan to the next opportunity. Interesting. Previously, he said he had something to tell Yifan when he returns. It seems that must be his purpose for existing. Jing Tian analyzed everything about Zheng Shanhai in his heart. After finishing the analysis, Jing Tian greeted Zheng Shanhai and told him to find somewhere to rest. As for Jing Tian himself, he returned to the second-floor lounge. While watching over the laboratory from the window, he called the system to clear the rewards he had accumulated before. Ding, the villain system prompts the host currently has 2 and used acquired talent lottery draws 2 and used random item lottery draws 1 and used awakened skill strengthening card and 1 and used awakened skill fusion card. Does the host wish to use the above rewards now? System draw the 2 acquired talents first. Ding, the villain system prompts the first acquired talent lottery has ended. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the acquired talent premature death. Ding, the villain system prompts the second acquired talent lottery has ended. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the acquired talent husband boosting. Ding, the villain system prompts does the host wish to use the above talents immediately or give the above acquired talents to others? System as usual, let me check the acquired talent introductions first. Ding, the villain system prompts the introductions of the acquired talents premature death and husband boosting are as follows. Premature death, those who possess this acquired talent will have their resistance decreased by 80%, be plagued by illnesses, and their lifespan will end during their prime years. Husband boosting, those who possess this acquired talent will receive husband boosting fortune, which can enhance various attributes of their partner, including luck, physical health, opportunities, lifespan, and so on. Premature death, I like this acquired talent. System give premature death to Yifan. This acquired talent fits him perfectly. Ding. The villain system prompts the acquired talent premature death has been activated on the Destiny's Child Yifan. Ding. The villain system prompts the Destiny's Child Yifan's resistance has significantly decreased. He was struck by the cold wind and contracted a cold, reducing all attributes by 20%. Does it work that fast? Jing Tian listened to the system notification, his lips curling upward involuntarily. Compared to other debuffs, the acquired talent premature death was far more terrifying. It directly reduced Yifan's resistance, potentially adding a new debuff to him at any moment. One could say it was the model worker of debuffs. System grant the acquired talent husband enhancing fortune to Lung Yuyan. Ding. The villain system prompts the acquired talent husband enhancing fortune has been granted to Lung Yuyan. Ding. The villain system prompts Lung Yuyan's acquired talent husband enhancing fortune has been activated. Host gains all attributes increased by 20, a lifespan 50, a personal fortune 50, a luck 100, and awakens the acquired talent harmonious phoenix unity. Whoa, is the boost really that significant? Jing Tian was overjoyed upon hearing the system notification. He never expected that an acquired talent like husband enhancing fortune could bring him so many attribute rewards. Most importantly, it also gave him a free acquired talent harmonious phoenix unity. System show me the description of the acquired talent harmonious phoenix unity. Ding. The villain system prompts acquired talent harmonious phoenix unity description is as follows. Harmonious phoenix unity. When couples share deep love and harmony, It increases all attributes of both partners by 10, asynchronizes their current levels, and from now on whenever one partner gains experience the other will also gain the same amount synchronously. Whoa, level synchronization. Is that for real? That's insane. Jing Tian never expected the free acquired talent Harmonious Phoenix Unity to have such an overpowered effect. For a moment, even he felt somewhat unreal. But just then a series of system notification sounds rang in his mind. Ding. Your partner Lung Yuyan has slain a common zombie. Congratulations on gaining experience 15. Ding. Your partner Lung Yuyan has slain a common zombie. Congratulations on gaining experience 15. Ding. Your partner Lung Yuyan has slain a giant mantis zombie. Congratulations on gaining experience 20,000. All this. Seems like there's no issue. Jing Tian listened to the system notification grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, on Lung Yuyan's side, the sudden doubling of all attributes caught her completely off guard. She had no idea what happened. She only felt her body had been exponentially strengthened in an instant. Just as she was puzzled, an apocalyptic game notification made her even more confused. Apocalyptic game notification. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV 15. How did I suddenly reach level 15? Wasn't I only level 8 before? Lung Yuyan stood frozen in place, stunned by the apocalyptic game notification. She absolutely could not understand what happened. She hadn't killed any high-level zombies either. Why did her level increase so rapidly? Lung Yuyan, what's wrong? Did something happen? Ziyin, the purple-haired femme fatale, seeing Lung Yuyan freeze in place, asked with concern. Sister Ziyin, I seem to be level 15 now. Lung Yuyan replied quietly upon hearing Ziyin's question. What? Ziyin was shocked upon hearing Lung Yuyan's words. She remembered Lung Yuyan had told her before that her level was only 8. Why did she suddenly jump to level 15? They had only just left the laboratory not long ago. They had only killed some common zombies and one giant mantis zombie. But the experience from the giant mantis zombie wasn't much. How could it possibly allow Lung Yuyan to level up from 8 all the way to 15? Lung Yuyan, you're not joking, right? Are you really level 15? Didn't you just tell me you were only level 8? Ziyin asked in disbelief. Seeing Ziyan's shocked expression, Lung Yuyan furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She also didn't understand what had happened. Regarding her level, she had indeed not lied. She was level 8 before. Sister Ziyin, I really don't know what happened. Lung Yuyan replied in a daze. Well, it's fine. Maybe the apocalyptic game has a bug. Being able to level up is always a good thing no matter what. Seeing Lung Yuyan's bewildered expression, Ziyin reached out and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Do you want us to go back? Lung Yuyan looked at Ziyin and asked. She was now far beyond level 10. Staying to grind common zombies wouldn't provide much improvement. Lung Yuyan, let me take you to kill a few more zombies and try to reach level 16. The level 15 might be a bug in the apocalyptic game. To avoid the apocalyptic game resetting you back to level 8 later, let me help you break through to level 16 first to stabilize your level. Okay, thank you, Sister Ziyin. Under Ziyan's guidance, Lung Yuyan continued grinding zombies to level up. Every time she killed a zombie, a notification would sound in Jing Tian's mind. Ding. Your partner Lung Yuyan has slain a common zombie. Congratulations on gaining experience 15. Ding. Your partner Lung Yuyan has slain a common zombie. Congratulations on gaining experience 15. Ding. Your partner Lung Yuyan has slain a common zombie. Congratulations on gaining experience 15. This free experience farming is too satisfying. Inside the second floor rest room of the laboratory, Jing Tian listened to the continuous experience gain notifications, his heart soaring with joy. Just then, his system notification sounded again. Ding. The villain system prompts host currently has 2 unused random item draw chances, 1 skill enhancement card and 1 skill fusion card unused. Would you like to use these items immediately? System use the random item draw immediately. Ding. The villain system prompts first random item draw complete. Congratulations on obtaining a 4th tier defensive equipment secondary energy protective halo. Ding. The villain system prompts second random item draw complete. Congratulations on obtaining a 4th tier defensive equipment secondary energy protective halo. Secondary energy protective halo. I remember Ziyan's defensive equipment is a 5th tier energy protective halo. But hers doesn't have the word secondary in it. Could this be the difference between 4th tier and 5th tier? System, can I check the attribute description of secondary energy protective halo? Ding. The villain system prompts currently viewing secondary energy protective halo attribute description. Ding. The villain system prompts secondary energy protective halo attribute description is as follows. Secondary energy protective halo upon use creates a defensive halo around the user covering the entire body, providing extremely high defensive capabilities. Defense aura. No wonder Ziyin didn't wear the dragon scale combat suit. With this defensive aura, it doesn't matter what she wears. Once Lung Yuyan returns, I'll put it on her immediately. Jing Tian examined the newly obtained defensive gear, the minor energy Aegis aura. Just as he was analyzing, the familiar system notification sounded again. Ding. The villain system notifies the host that the skill rewards from killing awakened ones in the department store have arrived. Please check them. The reward list is as follows: Dark Detonation, Dark Optimization, Dark Wither, Dark Butterfly Transformation, Dark Blessing, Dark Swap, Dark Terror, Dark Potential Burst, Dark Trickster Jester, and Dark Giant's Hand. Did I really kill 10 awakened ones by myself last time? 10 awakened skills. Interesting. Coincidentally, I have an awakened skill enhancement card and a fusion card in hand. I can use them later. System check their skill descriptions. Ding. The villain system is now retrieving the introductions of the 10 awakened skills above. Ding. The villain system has finished retrieving the 10 awakened skills. Details are as follows. Dark detonation upon use generates an explosion centered on the user. Cooldown 10 minutes. Dark optimization can locally strengthen a part of oneself or another target. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark wither select a target gradually reduce its attributes from 10 up to 50 over 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark butterfly transformation, a demi-human skill. Upon use, the user transforms into a butterfly demi-human for 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark blessing, choose a target to bless, increasing all attributes of the blessed target by 20 for 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark swap can swap the positions of any 2 targets within 30 meters. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark terror upon use unleashes a fear mental attack on all targets within 5 meters, blurring their consciousness for 1 second. Cooldown 3 minutes. Dark potential burst instantly increases the holder's attributes by 50 for 2 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark trickster jester upon use, the holder enters stealth for 3 seconds and leaves a doppelganger at the original position. Cooldown 5 minutes. Dark giant's hand summons the giant's hand to assist in combat for 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. System use the awakened skill fusion card to fuse the awakened skills Dark butterfly transformation and Dark giant's hand. After reading through the 10 newly acquired skills, Jing Tian picked 2 relatively less useful ones and fused them. Ding. The villain system notification, the awakened skills Dark butterfly transformation and Dark giant's hand are now being fused. Ding. The villain system notification, the fusion of Dark butterfly transformation and Dark giant's hand is complete. Congratulations host on obtaining the new awakened skill Dark four-winged angel. Four-winged angel. System check the skill introduction for the awakened skill Dark four-winged angel. Ding. The villain system notification, the skill introduction for Dark four-winged angel is as follows. Dark four-winged angel summons a four-winged angel to assist in combat for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. So it's a summon type awakened skill. Interesting. I'll keep it for now. When the opportunity arises, I'll secretly summon her to try her out on Yi Fan. Ding. The villain system notification, host has won and used awakened skill enhancement card. Would you like to use it now? System, not for now. The Doomsday game is about to enter its 3rd phase. I already have dozens of awakened skills. My self-preservation and combat power are not weak. Rather than merely adding icing on the cake for me, it's better to let Yu Yin's combat power make a qualitative leap. 2 people fighting together is always better than 1. Jing Tian decided to leave the awakened skill enhancement card for Lung Yuyan. After sorting out his rewards, he went to the windowsill and rested. He kept watch over the laboratory while waiting for Lung Yuyan and the others to return. 3 hours later, just as Jing Tian was about to fall asleep, a Doomsday game notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Doomsday game notification, congratulations, you have leveled up to LV16. Lung Yuyan actually brought me up in level. Jing Tian was excited as he heard the Doomsday game notification. With the acquired talent harmony of Wan and Phoenix in effect, from now on when he and Lung Yuyan fought monsters together, their leveling speed would directly double. Ding. The villain system notification, the child of fortune Yi Fan has leveled up to LV10 and received a system reward of all attributes 10. All attributes 10. Fortunately, I obtained the Dark Wither skill this time, and also gave Yi Fan the acquired talent Untimely Death. Otherwise, seeing Yi Fan's strength increase would be more upsetting than not improving myself. Jing Tian mused as he listened to the system notification. After a while, he spotted Jing Xian and Jingya returning with the main force through the window. System check the levels of Ant and Jingya. Ding. System notification, Jing Xian is currently LV5 and Jingya is LV7. Level 5 and 7, huh? It seems that without killing high-tier zombies, leveling isn't that fast. Luckily, I snatched all the high-tier zombie kills from Yi Fan, otherwise if he leveled up it would really be hard to handle. While analyzing, Jing Tian left the rest area and went to the 1st floor of the laboratory to meet Jing Xian and Jingya in the 1st floor lobby. When Jing Xian and Jingya returned and saw that Jing Tian was already in the laboratory, they quickly walked toward him. Cousin, you're back. Cousin, let me tell you. My mom assigned us a bodyguard. She is my mom's adjutant and personal bodyguard. She's really strong. Oh cousin, where's Sister Ziyan? Why don't I see her? Jingya clung to Jing Tian. She proudly introduced Ziyan. Hearing this, Jing Tian smiled, patted Jingya on the head, and said Jingya's sister Ziyan took Yin out to level up. Oh. Jingya's eyes lost their sparkle, and with a look of utter despair, she said, Sister Ziyan is a big traitor. Haha, you little girl. Yu Yin is one of the core powers of our base. If Ziyan doesn't take her to level up, who else should she take? Seeing Jingya pouting and throwing a tantrum, Jing Xian smiled and said, by the way, Jing Tian, why didn't you go level up with Ziyan? Me. I'm level 16. Killing ordinary zombies gives me almost no experience, so I simply stayed behind to guard home. Jing Tian replied with a smile. What? Level 16? Jing Xian and Jing Yu were shocked at Jing Tian's words. They knew Jing Tian was very strong. They also knew he had killed high-tier zombies many times. But what they couldn't believe was that Jing Tian's level was nearly 10 levels higher than theirs. Jing Tian were back. While Jing Xian and Jing Yu were still shocked, Lung Yuyin and Zi Yin returned to the laboratory as well. Jing Tian, there's something I want to tell you. After entering the laboratory, Lung Yuyin quickly walked over to Jing Tian. She wanted to share the good news of her level up with Jing Tian. Jing Tian. Lung Yuyin walked beside Jing Tian, waved her hand in front of his face with a smile, and said, Jing Tian, let me tell you some good news. I've reached level 16. Lung Yuyin said this with a sweet smile, as if sharing the news with Jing Tian. She had finally caught up with Jing Tian's pace, and could now fight alongside him, protecting each other. What a... Jing Tian hadn't even had time to respond. When he heard Jing Xian and Jing Yu's shocked voices, the two girls had never expected Lung Yuyin to also reach level 16, like Jing Tian. Yuyin, if I recall correctly, you haven't killed as many high-tier zombies as Jing Tian, so why has your level increased so quickly, eh? Jing Xian looked at Lung Yuyin curiously. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuyin smiled, and said, my leveling is purely due to good luck. The Doomsday game seems to have bugged out on me. I was clearly only level 8 before. Then suddenly the game notified me that I had reached level 15. That means, aside from the promotion from level 15 to 16, I skipped all the other level ups entirely. Really? Jing Yu's face showed disbelief upon hearing Lung Yuyin's words. Such a bug, something only encountered in games, had actually appeared in the Doomsday game. Jing Yu could only feel envy. Seeing this, Jing Xian by her side could only give a helpless, bitter smile. Free riding 7 levels. What luck, little ant. Jing Tian noticed the conversation had reached its natural pause, reached out to hold Lung Yuyin's hand, and said to Jing Xian, Aunt Yuyin and I have something to discuss. Excuse us for a moment. Go ahead, and remember to bring some food. Upon hearing this, Jing Xian nodded, and said, you cheeky kid, you and Yuyin have worked hard. The Doomsday game progress won't update until midnight tonight, so before then take a break, and rest well. Thank you, Aunt. Seeing Jing Xian agree, Jing Tian led Lung Yuyin toward the rest area on the second floor of the laboratory. Those two, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin, seemed quite affectionate. In the corner of the first floor lobby of the laboratory, the camouflage uniform veteran Jing Shanhai watched them walk to the second floor together, inner confusion growing. According to what Yi Fan had told him earlier, Lung Yuyin had only followed Jing Tian after being brainwashed. So why was she interacting so happily with Jing Tian and the others? That happiness, he could sense it was genuine, not fake. Moreover, the dialogue between Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin carried no sense of superior and subordinate. It was like a normal couple. If Lung Yuyin had been brainwashed, then Jing Tian, who knew about the brainwashing, would have no reason to treat her like a normal girlfriend. Since she was already brainwashed, wouldn't Lung Yuyin obey whatever Jing Tian said? Why go to such lengths? How strange. Wouldn't Yi Fan be lying to me? I was planning to entrust my daughter to his care. Cough cough. This body is growing increasingly weak. Looks like I'll completely turn into a zombie in at most 2 days. I hope what Yi Fan said is all true. With his strength, he should have no trouble surviving in the Doomsday game. Shimo Dad can't come find you yet. Before Yi Fan finds you, please take good care of yourself. Veteran Jing Shanhai sighed deeply in his heart. No matter what, the only person he could entrust was Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan still owed him a favor. Now the only thing he could do was pray that Yi Fan was upright and telling the truth. Jing Tian, you mentioned you had something to tell me earlier. What was it? Could it be related to my sudden level up? As veteran Jing Shanhai was praying, Lung Yuyin followed Jing Tian back to the rest area, closed the door behind her, and asked. She knew Jing Tian was a reborn individual and that he had awakened a system in this lifetime. When she had leveled up suddenly before, aside from thinking the Doomsday game had bugged out, she had also wondered if it was related to Jing Tian. It wasn't until just now when Jing Tian said he wanted to talk to her, and she noticed he wasn't particularly surprised by her level up, that Lung Yuyin became even more certain. Her sudden level up was absolutely closely related to Jing Tian. Yuyin. Jing Tian didn't beat around the bush. Upon seeing Lung Yuyin ask, he told her directly. Yuyin, I awakened a postnatal talent. It's called Luan Feng Himing. Its effect is to synchronize the levels of both partners in a couple, and any experience gained afterward will be shared and increased together. Yuyin, remember what my level was when you went out with Sister Ziyin before? I remember it was level 15. Listening to Jing Tian, Lung Yuyin couldn't help but feel excited and threw herself into his arms, saying, Jing Tian, from the moment I suddenly leveled up, I've been wondering if you were helping me. And it really was. Lung Yuyin pressed against Jing Tian with a sweet smile, showing none of her aloofness toward outsiders. Yuyin, I have something else to give you. Seeing Lung Yuyin smiling so happily, Jing Tian reached out and took out the item Lesser Energy Aegis Halo. Yuyin, this is called the Lesser Energy Aegis Halo. It's a Tier 4 defensive equipment. It's far superior to the Tier 2 Dragon Scale combat suit we're wearing. The main advantage is, it's an Aegis type item. Once equipped, it automatically provides all-around defense for the wearer without any blind spots. It's much more convenient than the Dragon Scale combat suit, and you can freely wear other clothes. Tier 4 defensive equipment. Lung Yuyan listened to Jing Tian's explanation, looking at the lesser energy Aegis halo in astonishment. Z City University was still in Phase 2, and even the university town was only in Phase 3. An item like the Tier 4 defensive equipment in Jing Tian's hands in this environment could be called a dimensional strike. Jing Tian, how many lesser energy Aegis halos do you have? Lung Yuyan didn't directly accept the item Jing Tian offered, but asked cautiously. She was unwilling to selfishly take the only good item Jing Tian had merely because she was his girlfriend. Even if Jing Tian was willing to give it, she absolutely would not allow herself to do such a thing. Don't worry, there are two. Jing Tian took out the second lesser energy Aegis halo and waved it in front of Lung Yuyan. After spending some time together, Jing Tian had gradually come to understand Lung Yuyan's personality. As soon as Lung Yuyan finished speaking, he already knew what she was concerned about. Thank you, Jing Tian. I'll go make some self-heating rice for us. We can eat while studying this, how about that? Lung Yuyan said, and to express her gratitude to Jing Tian, she began preparing the self-heating rice for him. Meanwhile, in the first-floor lobby of the laboratory survivor base, the camouflage uniform veteran Zheng Shanhai looked at the laboratory entrance with confusion. According to Yi Fan's strength, his leveling should have been fast. But why had Lung Yuyan and the others already returned while Yi Fan was still not back? Had something unexpected happened? The veteran in camouflage uniform had no idea what had happened to Yi Fan. Hours passed. The sky grew completely dark. He could no longer bear to wait. He picked up his weapon, ready to go out and search for Yi Fan. However, by chance, Yi Fan was just returning at that very moment, accompanied by Su Qianqian. That kid Yi Fan is finally back. What exactly is he doing with his strength? Why did it take so long? The veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai had no idea what kind of trouble Yi Fan had encountered. He quickened his pace, walking over to Yi Fan and Su Qianqian, and asked Yi Fan, "Did you encounter some high-level zombies? Why are you back so late?" Zheng Shanhai asked, looking at Yi Fan. He wanted to know what exactly Yi Fan had run into that had taken him so long. Yi Fan listened to Zheng Shanhai's words and gave Su Qianqian a speechless glance. He could never have imagined Su Qianqian would be so unreliable. He had beaten the zombie to near death, and yet Su Qianqian managed to let it escape through her own mistake. Besides letting the zombie escape, Su Qianqian's marksmanship was terrible. Several times, she had nearly shot Yi Fan's head off, leaving Yi Fan utterly frustrated and speechless. Especially when he compared Su Qianqian with Lung Yuyan, he always felt that Su Qianqian was a complete liability. Uncle Zheng, we did encounter a few minor complications, but nothing serious. Yi Fan waved his hand to explain to Zheng Shanhai. He still needed Su Qianqian to act as his eyes and observe Jing Tian and the others. Naturally, he could not bring up how Su Qianqian had let him down. Minor complications? Zheng Shanhai saw that Yi Fan did not wish to elaborate and did not press further. He changed the subject. Yi Fan, do you still remember that thing I told you about earlier? It's about something I need to ask you for. Before Zheng Shanhai could finish his sentence, Yi Fan suddenly interrupted. Uncle Zheng, can we talk about this tomorrow? I don't feel well today. I want to get some rest first. Yi Fan said these words to Zheng Shanhai. He found a corner by the wall, leaned against it, and fell asleep on his own. He did not know what was wrong today. After leveling up to level 10, he had not felt any increase in his strength. Instead, his body felt quite weak. His head was even a bit dizzy, as if he had caught a cold. Yi Fan. Zheng Shanhai stared blankly at Yi Fan, who had fallen asleep leaning against the wall. He had never expected Yi Fan to not even listen to him finish his words. They had clearly agreed on this before. In between two sentences, could he really not squeeze out this little time? Was he truly unwell, or just unwilling? Zheng Shanhai's heart was a turmoil of mixed emotions. Su Qianqian glanced at Zheng Shanhai, approached him, and squinted her eyes slightly. Uncle Zheng, hello. What were you about to tell Yi Fan just now? Can you tell me? I don't mean anything else, I'm just curious. This? Zheng Shanhai looked at Su Qianqian, his eyes dodging, unable to say it. After all, he was asking Yi Fan to rescue his daughter and take care of her in the future. For Su Qianqian, the woman already by Yi Fan's side, it was like adding another competitor. She definitely would not be happy about it. Although Zheng Shanhai had no intention of his daughter developing a romantic relationship with Yi Fan, Su Qianqian would surely misunderstand. Should I reveal it or not? Zheng Shanhai was torn inside. If he did not tell Su Qianqian his purpose, then, when Su Qianqian found out later, she would definitely do something about his daughter. Perhaps his daughter being by Yi Fan's side would actually live an uncomfortable life. Sigh. The veteran in camouflage, Zheng Shanhai, sighed heavily. After much internal struggle, he finally chose to reveal everything. He told Su Qianqian everything, explaining in full detail his plan to have Yi Fan rescue his daughter. You want Yi Fan to save your daughter? Su Qianqian was surprised hearing Zheng Shanhai's words. However, she was not worried about Zheng Shanhai's daughter competing for favor with her. She simply thought this was useful information that she could report to Jing Xian and Jing Tian to show her proper stance. You don't want to write. It's okay, I was just thinking aloud. Don't worry, I won't insist on Yi Fan going. Zheng Shanhai hurriedly explained upon seeing Su Qianqian's surprised expression. He had also given up the idea of asking Yi Fan to find his daughter. But just then Su Qianqian's answer shocked him and made him feel it was unbelievable. I think it's quite good. Yi Fan owes you a favor. Helping you save someone is perfectly reasonable. And you made the arrangement with Yi Fan in advance, not forcing him to help after the fact. Su Qianqian showed absolutely no sign of opposition. Zheng Shanhai was startled by these words. He had never expected Su Qianqian to answer in this way. You really don't mind? Zheng Shanhai confirmed again. What's there to mind? Why would I mind about saving someone? Su Qianqian asked, puzzled. Thank you, young lady. You are truly a kind person. Rest assured, I am only asking Yi Fan to save my daughter. I absolutely will not allow my daughter to develop anything with Yi Fan or compete for favor with you. Zheng Shanhai swore with a serious expression. Su Qianqian, on the other hand, looked completely indifferent. She did not like Yi Fan anyway. Yi Fan was a bald, sickly-looking, ugly, middle-aged man. What made him worth competing for his favor? She did not have that kind of time, and she did not know why. The more she looked at Yi Fan, the uglier he seemed. It was as if Yi Fan had become even uglier recently. Young lady, may I ask you something? Zheng Shanhai, seeing that Su Qianqian was so kind and reasonable. To satisfy his curiosity about Lung Yuyin, he asked Su Qianqian. Young lady, although asking this might make you a bit uncomfortable, but I still want to ask. Do you know about the relationship between Yi Fan and Lung Yuyin? Yi Fan and Lung Yuyin. What relationship could there be between them? They hardly speak to each other. Su Qianqian replied with a frown. She did not understand why Zheng Shanhai would ask such a question. Did he think Yi Fan was very handsome? Let alone Lung Yuyin, the most beautiful girl at school. Even she ranked in the top 10 did not think much of Yi Fan. What made him think Yi Fan and Lung Yuyin would have a relationship? What? Zheng Shanhai was surprised hearing Su Qianqian's response. To avoid any misunderstanding, he asked again, can you tell me, did you and Yi Fan and Lung Yuyin know each other for a long time, or did you just meet these past 2 days? For a long time. We were all students in the same grade, we see each other every day. Su Qianqian thought Zheng Shanhai's question was baffling. At this moment, Zheng Shanhai finally confirmed one thing. Yi Fan had lied to him. What brainwashing? It did not exist at all. And Yi Fan already had a beauty like Su Qianqian by his side. Thinking carefully, Yi Fan was still coveting Jing Tian's girlfriend Lung Yuyin. This looked like a scoundrel in every way. Moreover, if Yi Fan and Lung Yuyin had truly been deeply in love, then after Lung Yuyin was brainwashed and they separated, why would Yi Fan have a new woman by his side so quickly? This did not look like someone who was deeply affectionate in any way. The veteran in camouflage, Zheng Shanhai, grew suspicious of Yi Fan. If Yi Fan really had been deceiving him all along, then he could never hand his daughter over to Yi Fan like this. Otherwise, when the time came, he would not only fail to protect his daughter, but would personally deliver her into the hands of a scumbag. I need to find someone else to ask. The veteran in camouflage, afraid of harming his daughter, asked one person after another at the laboratory survivor stronghold. What? You ask whether Lung Yuyin has any connection with Yi Fan, whether they were once boyfriend and girlfriend. How could that be? They rarely even talk to each other, so how could they possibly have been lovers? Exactly. Lung Yuyin's heart is already taken. She is Jing Tian's girlfriend, and the two of them are deeply in love. Apart from when she talks to Jing Tian, I have never even seen her smile. I don't know what you uncle are thinking. Yi Fan is so ugly that any random man in the laboratory is better looking than him. What could Lung Yuyin possibly see in him? Uncle, even though you are new here, you had better remember not to talk nonsense or spread rumors. If you do, be careful not to be attacked by the whole group. Jing Tian is extremely popular among us survivors. Is that so? The veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai asked 4 or 5 people in succession, and every answer was the same. From the very beginning of the apocalypse game, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin had always been together. Their feelings for each other were very deep. There was absolutely none of the story Yi Fan had told about Jing Tian taking Lung Yuyin away. Still less was there any brainwashing. It was entirely a lie made up by Yi Fan. You bastard. He almost made me ruin my daughter. The veteran in camouflage Zheng Shanhai, now knowing the truth, raised his gun and aimed at Yi Fan. But after a moment, he lowered the gun again. Yi Fan possessed an awakened skill similar to immortality. If he fired now, he would not be able to kill Yi Fan at all. Uncle Zheng, were you just raising your gun ready to ambush Yi Fan? Just as Zheng Shanhai put down his gun, a voice sounded beside him. It was none other than Su Qianqian. After she had finished talking with Zheng Shanhai, she had been watching him, seeing Zheng Shanhai constantly asking people about things. And recalling the content of their earlier conversation, she suddenly realized that Yi Fan must have said something to Zheng Shanhai that made him suspicious. Zheng Shanhai had taken advantage of Yi Fan being asleep to ask around for the truth. After Su Qianqian quietly followed him and listened a few times, she became even more certain that Zheng Shanhai had been deceived by Yi Fan. Among the signs, one was especially obvious: the matter of Lung Yuyin. Uncle Zheng, you have been tricked by Yi Fan, haven't you? Su Qianqian looked at Zheng Shanhai and asked. Zheng Shanhai was currently the only person besides her who stood on Yi Fan's side. Therefore, if she could extract information from Zheng Shanhai and pass it on to Jing Tian and Jing Xian, it would definitely count as a great achievement. Young lady, can you tell me why you stay by Yi Fan's side? Zheng Shanhai did not dare answer Su Qianqian right away and instead asked her a question. No particular reason. I just want something to eat. Yi Fan is very strong, so he can get plenty of food. Of course, I personally do not like him. When Su Qianqian said she did not like Yi Fan, she deliberately made her tone sound stronger. Her goal was to tell Jing Shanhai that she was not truly on Yi Fan's side, so that Jing Shanhai would feel safe opening up to her. Sigh, young lady, to be honest with you, I really was deceived by Yi Fan. Zheng Shanhai saw that Su Qianqian said she did not like Yi Fan, and coupled with how dismissive she had been when talking about Yi Fan before, he finally put aside his wariness and confessed to Su Qianqian. He told her everything, including Yi Fan's claim that Lung Yuyin was his girlfriend and his accusation that Jing Tian had brainwashed her. What? Su Qianqian had not expected Yi Fan to be so shameless and so good at making up stories. She immediately said angrily that Yi Fan really has no shame telling such a huge lie. How could he think of that? Exactly. If I had not asked you, I would never have known the truth, even in death. Zheng Shanhai smiled bitterly, then let out a long sigh. Young lady, I will tell you the truth. My infection rate is almost 100%. I have been following Yi Fan, and I did him a favor earlier because I wanted him to save my daughter and take care of her. But now that I know he is this kind of person, how can I dare let him save my daughter? About to be infected. Su Qianqian was surprised by Zheng Shanhai's words. This was extremely important information. Uncle Zheng, you can still ask Yi Fan to save her. Don't worry. With me around, I will never let Yi Fan harm your daughter. Oh, Uncle Zheng, I have been having my period lately. My stomach is a little uncomfortable. Let's talk later. After saying this, Su Qianqian gave Zheng Shanhai a quick goodbye and hurried upstairs to report the situation to Jing Xian. Knock knock knock. In the second-floor lounge of the laboratory stronghold, Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin had just finished dinner. They were testing the defensive strength of the secondary energy Aegis Halo against each other. Suddenly, several knocks sounded from the door. Jing Tian, it's me. Jing Xian called out to Jing Tian from outside the lounge. And why are you looking for me so late? Seeing that the person knocking was Jing Xian, Jing Tian went over and opened the door. There is something. Jing Xian nodded, then looked at Lung Yuyin and said, Yuyin, may I take Jing Tian outside to talk about something? Of course, Aunt Lung Yuyin said with a smile. Then Jing Tian, come with me, Jing Xian said, seeing that Lung Yuyin had agreed. She led Jing Tian back to her office. Closing the door, she said in a low voice, Jing Tian, Su Qianqian just came to report to me. Do you remember the veteran in camouflage who came to our stronghold with Yi Fan today? Su Qianqian said that old soldier is called Zheng Shanhai. He was tricked into coming by Yi Fan. As Jing Xian spoke, she told Jing Tian all the information Su Qianqian had reported. This included Yi Fan deceiving Zheng Shanhai into believing Lung Yuyin was his girlfriend, Zheng Shanhai having a daughter who needed rescuing, and important details such as Zheng Shanhai being close to infection and turning into a zombie. Jing Tian, this Yi Fan is going too far. How about we find a chance to kill him? It is not as if the laboratory stronghold cannot spare one awakened individual. After relaying the information Su Qianqian had provided, Jing Xian suggested to Jing Tian. This Yi Fan really has a thick skin. He spins lies without the slightest hesitation, saying Lung Yuyin was his girlfriend. How could he think of that? Hearing Jing Xian's words, Jing Tian mocked Yi Fan. Inwardly, he even raised a middle finger toward Yi Fan in contempt. Those tricks had long been used by him. Yi Fan was only thinking of them now. He would not even get a taste. And we cannot be hasty about dealing with Yi Fan. After silently despising Yi Fan, Jing Tian said to Jing Xian, during this trip with Lung Yuyin, we discovered that Yi Fan has more than one awakened skill. One of them is even a skill that can revive him multiple times. Therefore, we cannot openly break with him yet. Aunt, I have a good idea. I want to bring that veteran Zheng Shanhai under our command and have him secretly help us monitor Yi Fan. Without an open falling out, we can find Yi Fan's weakness and then take him down. Jing Tian laid out his plan. Hearing this, Jing Xian thought for a moment and nodded. If Yi Fan really possessed multiple resurrection skills, as Jing Tian had said, then if they openly broke with Yi Fan, now not only would they fail to kill him, they would also add a very powerful enemy. Jing Tian, how do you plan to win over that veteran Zheng Shanhai? Jing Xian approved of Jing Tian's idea and asked, I have a clever plan of my own, Aunt. Just leave this to me. With those words, Jing Tian bade Jing Xian farewell and headed toward the first-floor hall of the laboratory. He held something that Zheng Shanhai could not refuse. With it in hand, Zheng Shanhai would definitely agree to help him keep an eye on Yi Fan. Z City University. After finishing his conversation with Jing Xian, Jing Tian went straight to the first-floor lobby of the laboratory survivor stronghold to look for Zheng Shanhai, the veteran in camouflage. Uncle Zheng, I'd like to have a talk with you. Jing Tian walked up to Zheng Shanhai and greeted him. You want to talk to me? Zheng Shanhai asked, puzzled. Zheng Shanhai and Jing Tian had never really crossed paths. He had no idea why Jing Tian had come to him. Uncle Zheng, you really can't stand Yi Fan, right? Su Qianqian told me everything about you. Don't worry, I have a way to help you deal with him. Jing Tian made his intention clear. Zheng Shanhai was currently keeping a considerable distance from Yi Fan. Clearly, Su Qianqian's information had been accurate. Zheng Shanhai no longer trusted Yi Fan. Su Qianqian told you. Zheng Shanhai was astonished. He hadn't expected that Su Qianqian was actually in Jing Tian's camp. Jing Tian, if you give me a way to deal with Yi Fan, I'll owe you a favor. My worthless life is almost over, but I can still go through fire and water for you once. Zheng Shanhai wanted to get from Jing Tian a way to deal with Yi Fan. Hearing this, Jing Tian led Zheng Shanhai to a secluded spot on the laboratory rooftop and said, Uncle Zheng, Yi Fan possesses multiple awakened skills. One of them is even a resurrection skill. To be honest, it will be very hard for us to kill him. Most importantly, we only have one chance to strike. If that single strike fails to kill Yi Fan completely, it will certainly tip him off and make him retaliate against us. Those of us who are stronger are not afraid of Yi Fan, but the others are no match for him. So I plan to first find Yi Fan's weakness, understand the mechanism of his resurrection, and then make him move against him. Uncle Jing, you know as well that Yi Fan has designs on my girlfriend Lung Yuyan. I want to get rid of him even more than you do. But as I said, there's only one chance to act. I can't act rashly. That's why I've kept Yi Fan at the laboratory stronghold and haven't made a move against him. Find Yi Fan's weakness before striking. Then you mean you haven't found his weakness yet? Zheng Shanhai said with a slight frown. The time he had left was short. He could not afford to wait for Jing Tian to find Yi Fan's weakness. Right, I haven't found it yet. The reason I asked to talk to you, Uncle Zheng, is that I want you to stay by Yi Fan's side, and for me, and for yourself, find his weakness. Then kill him. Jing Tian replied. Zheng Shanhai fell silent at his words. After a moment, he shook his head with a bitter smile and heaved a long sigh. Didn't Su Qianqian tell you? My infection level is extremely high, and I'm about to turn into a zombie. I don't have enough time to watch Yi Fan for you, or for myself, and find his weakness. Su Qianqian told me, Jing Tian replied calmly. Then why did you still bring this plan to me? I can't help you, and I can't help myself. Zheng Shanhai's voice carried helplessness. Seeing this, Jing Tian bought a dose of the anti-zombie infection vaccine from the villain's fortune store and said, Uncle Zheng, what if I told you that I have a way to stop your zombie infection level from rising? Would you be willing on my behalf and your own to watch Yi Fan and find his weakness? Jing Tian, what did you say? You have a way to stop my zombie infection level from rising. Zheng Shanhai grew agitated after hearing Jing Tian's words. His eyes fixed on Jing Tian, filled with anticipation. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. If there was a way to survive, forget merely helping Jing Tian watch Yi Fan. He would even serve Jing Tian for the rest of his life. I really do. Seeing the expectation on Zheng Shanhai's face, Jing Tian answered with a faint smile. I once killed a rare zombie. Among its kill rewards was something called the anti-zombie infection vaccine. After using it, the zombie infection level will immediately stop increasing. However, I don't have many of these on hand. But if it can save your life, Uncle Zheng, then it's worth it. Jing Tian finished speaking. He handed the anti-zombie infection vaccine to Zheng Shanhai. Zheng Shanhai took it, his hands trembling with excitement. He had never imagined that he, a man on the brink of death, would suddenly be granted a new lease on life. Jing Tian. Zheng Shanhai was so overwhelmed that he stammered. Seeing this, Jing Tian told Zheng Shanhai not to speak for now. Finish the anti-zombie infection vaccine first. Zheng Shanhai nodded. He rolled up his sleeve and quickly injected the anti-zombie infection vaccine. Within just a few breaths after the injection, Zheng Shanhai could clearly feel that the former sensation of the zombie virus eroding him had completely disappeared. What Jing Tian had given him was not fake. It was a genuine anti-zombie infection vaccine. Thank you, Jing Tian. From now on, your business is my business. Even if you told me Zheng Shanhai to die in your place, Zheng Shanhai would not refuse. No need to die for me, Uncle Zheng. Just stay by Yi Fan's side and find his weakness for us. Seeing Zheng Shanhai so moved that he nearly fell to his knees to kowtow and thanks, Jing Tian quickly said, Uncle Zheng, you still have a daughter, don't you? You can give me her information and I'll help you save her. Jing Tian, thank you. But my daughter isn't in Z City. She's far away from here in the military. You can't go there yet. When we have the chance later, you can come with me to find her. Zheng Shanhai hadn't expected Jing Tian to still remember his daughter, and he was completely moved by Jing Tian. Ding. Just as Zheng Shanhai finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Jing Tian's mind. Ding. The villain system notification. Zheng Shanhai's loyalty to the host has increased to 85%. 85%. It seems the remaining gap lies with his daughter. Jing Tian analyzed the system notification. After his analysis, he made an agreement with Zheng Shanhai. Zheng Shanhai would return to Yi Fan's side and pretend nothing had happened. He would watch Yi Fan both for Jing Tian and for himself, seeking out the weakness of Yi Fan's repeated resurrection skill. Of course, Jing Tian had known all along. Yi Fan did not have any repeated resurrection skill at all. Yi Fan's ability to be reborn relied entirely on deducting fortune value, on burning his lifespan. As for having Zheng Shanhai watch Yi Fan, this was merely a breakthrough for Jing Tian to win Zheng Shanhai over to his own side. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan, I wonder, once your faction is built, and you discover that everyone under your command is my man, what expression will you have? Jing Tian watched Zheng Shanhai's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Now the people closest to Yi Fan were all his pawns. How could he lose? Ding. As these thoughts ran through Jing Tian's mind, a Doomsday game notification sounded in his mind. Doomsday game notification, attention all Z City University survivors. From now on, the Z City University Doomsday game channel will be merged into the Z City University Town Doomsday game channel. Doomsday game notification, attention all survivors in Z City University Town. There are only 2 days left before the University Town selects the 3 strongholds with the most survivors. Doomsday game notification, the latest wave of zombies has been released in Z City University Town. compared with before. Their strength has been enhanced across the board. Doomsday game notification. Among the latest batch of zombies, there are 5 major classifications: high-tier zombies, giant animal zombies, giant zombies, Huangquan zombies, and mechanical zombies. Doomsday game notification. After death, the latest batch of zombies will not only grant the killer generous experience rewards, but also drop a variety of rare equipment, including tier 3 weapons, tier 3 defensive mechanical armor, and so on. While the environment becomes more dangerous, the rewards have also been enhanced. Jing Tian listened to the Doomsday game notification. He analyzed inwardly. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Grand Villain System Notification. The Mist Zombie has evolved and advanced to Mist Zombie Queen. Ding. Grand Villain System Notification. The Mist Zombie Queen has evolved and advanced to Tier 3 Mist Zombie Empress. Ding. Grand Villain System Notification. The Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen has evolved and advanced to Tier 3 Giant Mosquito Zombie Empress. Did the Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen level up together? Jing Tian had been feeding the Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen all along. He had hoped that after leveling up they could help him. Fortunately, hard work paid off. The Mist Zombie and the Giant Mosquito Zombie Queen had finally leveled up. Ding. Grand Villain System Notification. Su Tong under your acquired talent leader has an infection value exceeding 80%. What? System. You say Su Tong's infection value exceeded 80%. Jing Tian listened to the system notification. Only then did he realize something very important. He had previously asked Su Tong to stay outside the survivor base with the Mist Zombie. In this way, there was indeed someone to manage the zombie army for him. But there was one thing he had forgotten. If survivors did not rest inside the survivor base at night, the Doomsday game would punish them by increasing their zombie infection value. Now Su Tong's infection value was over 80%. Obviously, she had been penalized by the Doomsday game precisely because she was not in the survivor base. System, buy me another dose of anti-zombie infection vaccine. Su Tong was serving Jing Tian. Jing Tian would never let his own people feel disheartened. He immediately purchased a dose of anti-zombie infection vaccine from the Grand Villain Fortune store for Su Tong. The next day, when he met Su Tong, he would have her take it right away. The next day, at dawn, Jing Xian brought Jing Ye and Zi Yin to the captive whom Jing Tian had captured from the department store earlier. According to Jing Tian, this captive survivor base had close to 100 survivors. Such a massive number of survivors. If the laboratory could take them all in, the laboratory survivor base's population would double. This was vital to their subsequent advancement to the top 3 survivor bases in Z City University City. Crucial. Do you want to live? I can give you a chance. Tell me the location of your survivor base. Also the total number of survivors remaining in your base and the skill information of the main combat members. Jing Xian loaded the gun while speaking. She was interrogating the captive Jing Tian had brought back. The captured mushroom-haired man was only an ordinary person. How could he have ever seen such a scene? When Jing Xian pointed the loaded gun at his forehead, he immediately cried and begged for mercy, telling Jing Xian all the information about their base. Ziyin, what do you think? Can you take it down? After asking, Jing Xian turned to Ziyin and asked. Previously, Jing Tian had been the one busy with everything. Now with Ziyin joining, Jing Xian wanted to share the burden for Jing Tian. Emma, no problem. Ziyin nodded at Jing Xian's words. This time in the survivor base, Jing Xian asked her to go to the main forces had already died. As for the rest, she alone was enough to deal with them. However, she still needed some people to help escort the captives. Sister Jing Xian, can you give me 20 people? I need them to help escort the captives. Of course, I'll go pick people for you right away. Jing Xian agreed immediately upon hearing Ziyin. She then had Hu Kuan select 30 people to go with Ziyin. The Doomsday game had now entered the 3rd phase. The competitive pressure was dozens of times greater than before. For the laboratory base to survive in such an environment, as the overall commander, she had to demonstrate the capabilities she should possess. And you sent Sister Ziyin to capture other survivor bases. What about cousin? Does he have other things to do? Seeing Jing Xian send Ziyin and her team off early in the morning, Jing Ye asked in confusion. Of course. Jing Ye, do you remember the Doomsday game notification from last night? Jing Xian said with a smile in response to Jing Ye's question. Now many tier 3 zombies have appeared in Z City University City. The level increase of those zombies isn't much for Ziyin, but for Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin, it's a different matter. So I had Ziyin help capture survivors in order to provide Jing Tian and Lung Yuyin with sufficient time to fight the tier 3 zombies and level up. Jing Xian told Jing Ye her plan. At the same time, Yi Fan, who had fallen asleep due to illness after returning last night, finally opened his eyes and woke up. At this moment, because he had slept too long, his whole body felt especially sore. Am I really sick? Damn it. Are you kidding me? Can the Child of Fortune still get sick? And besides, didn't the Doomsday game say that after leveling up, all physical attributes would become stronger? Why after my attributes became stronger, has my body instead fallen ill? What exactly is going on? Yi Fan was burning hot all over. Yet he felt extremely cold. His body curled up, trying to wrap itself into a ball as much as possible. No, if my body keeps on like this, how can I still fight? I must find a way to get medicine. Ding. just as Yi Fan was thinking of finding medicine to cure his illness. A system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. System notification: the Tier 3 Huangquan Zombie Undertaker is appearing at the Mermaid Internet Cafe in Z City University City. Kill it to obtain the Huangquan Zombie Undertaker's exclusive one-time item Huangquan Rebirth, which has a resurrection effect. Resurrection. System, you finally came through for once. Yi Fan was excited when he heard the system notification. A resurrection item compared to medicine for curing illness was far superior by an unknown degree. Uncle Zheng Su Qianqian. After learning the news from the system, Yi Fan quickly woke Zheng Shanhai and Su Qianqian, who were still asleep beside him. Uncle Zheng, I want to go to the Mermaid Internet Cafe. Can you accompany me? Su Qianqian, tell Principal Jing later that I've gone out on business. Let her know not to worry. When I return, I will definitely bring back abundant rewards. After learning the system message, Yi Fan was ready to set off immediately. Zheng Shanhai and Su Qianqian heard this and exchanged a glance. Then they nodded one after another in support of Yi Fan. Just as Yi Fan and Zheng Shanhai walked out of the laboratory, Su Qianqian immediately went toward Jing Xin to report the news.